besides this is obviously going to be, if you want to know what really happened, you need to watch this. This is the only place you're going to get this type of interview or
I don't really know what this is, but I didn't do it. I'm innocent, Judge. I'm not guilty. I'm innocent.
We, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant, Matthew L. Moore, not guilty of murder, as he stands charged in count 1 of the indictment.
Elvis has left the building. It's done.
Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. Hey, chat. How are you? I'm pleased to see you all today. Remember that you're all called El Chatty, even Heather, who is El Potty. El Chatty, don't be afraid to have an opinion in this chat. The minute you let the trolls under your skin, the mods will come in and make it better. Hey, Kimmy, go fuck yourself. You're not welcome in El Chatty. El Chatty will make you go fuck yourself. Don't come in here and troll Sean El Hefe. Hey, chat. How are you? I'm pleased to see you all today. Remember that you're all called El Chatty, even Heather, who is El Potty. Hey, ladies, spread out your legs and put them well in the air. Judge White wants to spread them nice and wide for his pleasure, the dirty old man. Hey, chat, how are you? I'm pleased to see you all today. Remember that you're all called El Chatty, even Heather, who is El Potty. Hey, chat, let's go, El Chatty, let's do it.
I'm muted. Hello, Christine. How are you, my darling? Gitmo, nice to see you again. Lolly Free Zone. Good day. Didn't see you yesterday. Hope you're well as well, brother. Hang on. So I'll put that up there ready. Hang on. Remove from studio. There you go. Yaya Trucker, good afternoon, Dylan. Good afternoon to you. Good morning to you, Yaya Trucker. How are you? Oh, fuck. My mic's over here. I don't even know if my mic's on. Hope my mic's on. Kim, how are you doing, my darling? Support Chappy. Yes, never quite well was appreciated. Where's everyone today? I don't know. It's not many people here today, I'll be honest with you. But those of you that are here, thank you for being here. But yeah, I don't know where everyone is today. Other stuff on, I guess. Hackster's in the house, though. Don't you worry. Never fear. Hack is here. So we can go on with a show with Hackster here. And thank you for that support thing, because then I can pin it. So thank you, Erin. Great song, Dylan. Thank you, Debbie. Just for those that don't know, I got to put a caveat on. Obviously, the whole legs in the air, ladies, is about what the judge said when he said, put your legs in the air instead of saying stretch. No, he didn't say that. He said spread your legs rather than stretch your legs. That's a little caveat. I'm going to take that out once this is done. But that today might be the last time I play that intro. We might get a verdict today, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Christine, hello again. There's that beautiful voice. Good morning to you, Sassy. Thank you for being here as always, Sassy. Hope you're well. Good morning to you, Karen. Nice to see you, Karen. To see you, nice. Lisa, my darling, how are you? Good morning, afternoon, Dylan Modern. Whereabouts are you from, Lisa? I think I've asked you before, but I'm not sure. Whereabouts are you from? I know you're from America, but for some reason, I don't know where. I don't. Are you from Boston? I don't think you're from Boston. I don't know why, but for some reason, I'm confused. But it's all good. Gitmo's from Europe. Amsterdam, I believe. Is it Amsterdam? Amsterdam? Michigan. Fuck. Good morning, El Chatty. Good morning to you, Toots. How are you doing, my darling? Kate Peters, Krusty Pants, is in court at 9 o'clock. Yeah, I think Aiden's going over there, I believe. I don't think it's been live streamed or anything, though. So, but yeah, she's in court today for well, apparently, I don't know. I don't know enough about that case, to be honest. Michigan, there we go. Because M is from Michigan as well. Yeah, there's a few people from Michigan here, actually. We had a couple here yesterday from Michigan. Actually, yeah, there was 2 other people talking here from Michigan. There you go. It's a small world, isn't it? Small world where everyone's from. I love knowing where everyone's from. Watching you all the way from Arizona. Arizona, Debbie. There you go, Arizona. Welcome, Debbie. Nice to see you, darling. Gitmo. Landsmeer. Where's Landsmeer? I know Amsterdam, but don't know what Landsmeer is, though. Elsie. So M, Elsie, and there was another one yesterday. She was new, brand new yesterday. Daffy. Lisa, you got it. Daffy. Daffy was the one. Daffy Dill. That's the one from Michigan, yes. We got there, Lisa. We got there. Thank you. With your help, we got there in the end. You're a star. Thank you, darling. Donna Graves in the house. Good morning, famine, lovelies. Hey, how is the move? Have your daughter-in-law and son settled in okay now? Are they okay, Donna? Hope you're okay as well, my darling. Nice to see you as always. Holly by golly. Good morning to you, my darling. How are you? I love that name, Holly by golly. What a name that is. Hang on, just going to do a couple of things here. I believe Holly's from Minnesota, if I remember correctly. Oh, hang on. I got to do this. I forgot to do this yesterday. So I'm going to do this now. Michigan rocks, Tebby. I got to do this because I forgot to do this yesterday. Hang on. Bear with me because Tuss just reminded me. Here we go. Let me find it. So first of all, oh crap, I didn't fucking do it that right. Thank you to Wendy. She gave me 3 coffees yesterday, so I messaged her on Messenger yesterday to say thank you to her. I forgot to play it. But Wendy, thank you, my darling, as always, for the 3 coffees. And then today, Toots bought 3 coffees. Thank you, my darling. Toots, spread your legs in the air like you just don't care. Thank you, Toots, for that. That made me laugh today. Thank you for that. So thank you to Wendy yesterday and Toots today for the coffees. Appreciate both you ladies for that. Yeah, I got to put a caveat on the legs because as Hackster and Josie both pointed out to me, some people may walk into this stream and hear me saying, "Ladies, put your legs up in the air," and think that I'm a disgusted pervert. So I got to put a caveat on it that I wasn't. The judge said it, not me. So yeah. Amsterdam, we can row to work. Yes, and you can be high as you want. Well, yeah. You got it, Lisa. We got it. Good afternoon. Hey, Gary, how you doing, fella? Hope you're well. Hi to all in El Chat team. Ready for another day today. We're ready to have you here, Gary. Nice to see you, my brother. Google lands me. It's a nice village. Okay, I have to do that later. Perfectly. I'm in recovery mode. I bet it's a tough going moving. Tough going. TJ, welcome back, TJ. Hello to you. Hope you're well. Arlene, good morning to you, my darling. Hope you're well as well. How are things over there? It does, Debbie. It rocks. Well, it depends. It depends if you're blue or green, doesn't it? Michigan State against Michigan Wolverines. If you're blue, then you're happy days, I think. Mighty Meat is a green. He's a Michigan State. So that's why he's always frigging grumpy. Do you know what I mean? So. Hey, Toots. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you, Toots. Yes. Oh, okay. We will stop about the. No, I don't mind the legs. No, you can joke about it. You can joke about it. Once this trial's done, I'm done doing it, just in case. Like you guys all know, so it's fine. It's just in case anyone else doesn't know, I have to put a caveat on it. I didn't think about it. When I created it. I didn't think about anything when I created it, to be quite honest with you. As you can see from it, just made up words. I'm originally from Michigan. Oh, you moved to Arizona. There's quite a few from Arizona in the chat as well. Fancy. Hello to you, Fancy. Nice to see you. Nice. Grumpy Dave is here. I have a purple PFP for my daughter. 5:45 a.m. in Oregon. Hey, Dave. How you doing, Hamburger? Hope you're well, my friend. Debbie, where did he move to? Arizona. So it's a bit warm in Arizona, I bet. Happy days, Gary. Nice to see you back, bud. It must be strange being going from holiday mode to now being back. It's too funny. I think it's funny, but I do get the point. Like when my mods are looking out for me, and I get the point of it could not intentionally offend people, but if you're a woman walking into my chat and you hear that song, you'd be like, "What the? Why is he telling me to put my legs up in the air and spread them like you just don't care?" Do you know what I mean? So that could be a little bit off-putting for some women, which I get. I understand that. Obviously, it's a joke. You guys know it's a joke, though. Good morning to you, Jennifer. How are we doing, my darling? Hope you're well as well. Dave and Brooke. Good morning, Mama Ames. Hope you're well, my darling. Her hamburgers in the house. Hello, Zach. How's Essex, buddy? All the sun is shining here for. Do you know what? It's not as warm today as yesterday. Yesterday was hot, but today's not too bad. Even though the blue skies are out, some clouds, but it's nice. It's cooler today, shall I say? It's way too hot here right now. The land. Yeah, I can imagine Arizona. It's getting hot in here. Hey, it's like Australia, innit? Good day, Sheila. Good day, quizzical girl. How are we, Sheila? Hope you're well. Put another shrimp on the barbie. How are you doing, quizzical girl? How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Lisa Reed loves it. Erin Hack. Morning from Australia, the lunch hour. Morning, Kirsty. Good day, Sheila. How are we, my darling? You putting another shrimp on the barbie? It's getting hot in here. It feels like we're in Australia, Kirsty, with the temperature. So this is what it feels like to live in Australia, probably, with this heat. I don't know how you guys do it. Um, it's really strange, but I'm ready for it, and I miss being in here watching the trial with you. What is this amazing lot? Well, you were missed, Gary. As always, you were missed. You're always missed when you're not here, Gary. Um, it's lovely to see you as always, and thanks as always for your contribution. Good morning, Dylan. I remember to smash the like without hearing you smash the like song, which, by the way, gets stuck in my head for the day. Oh, I'm sorry, Donna. But welcome back, Donna. Nice to see you, darling. It's been so hot in Minnesota that I now know what hell feels like. Well, you could go the tubes. You go down the river on the tubes. Erin Hacks on the tubes. Go in that river and piss in the river, Erin. It's 64 here. Oh, I'm surprised it's not 69 day with you. Dennis, my friend, how we doing, brother? Much love to Brenda as well. Hello, Brenda. Hello, Dennis. Love Dennis and Brenda Sweeney all the way over there in Boston. It's winter here. Oh, right, yeah. So when it's summer for us, it's winter with you. That's right. Girl I used to go to school with. She's out there living. But there's a few people I know out there that emigrated out there. Actually, they love it. 20 degrees here. Thank fuck for air conditioning. I don't have air conditioning, Zach. So you are privileged, shall we say? You know. Crafty Cow. Hello. How are you, my darling? Hope you're doing well there up in Scottish, the Scottish Highlands, not the Highlands, but you know what I mean. It's not hot for Aussies. No tubes, not floating on the upper river, septic tank. You've been there plenty of times. Hey, Noah's asked me about my injury yesterday. I got a bit of bruising on my nail. So people don't know, this mic, it fell apart yesterday, and I bent my nail back. Real pain, people, real pain. And I got a bit of bruise in there. It's a little bit brown now. But I didn't take a day off today. I just like, no, let's do it. El Chatty's here. I've got to go through it. I've got to carry on. So I'm here for you guys. I wouldn't let you down. Don't worry. Can you imagine put a sick note in together? Oh my god, my injury. I'll soldier through. Soldier through. Here we go. I'll unmute that now then. You hear them come in. You need to be careful. I know everything just fell apart yesterday, and no sympathy whatsoever. More like 40 for you there. Yeah, more pain than childbirth. I did not want to say that, Crafty Cow, but I have been told similar things it looked more painful than childbirth. But I didn't want to say it. I did not want to say it. Hope you heal quickly. Though. Thank you, Debbie. I'm all good. Thank you though. That's the most sympathy I've had. There you go, age shaming seniors. Go eat your catfish. No, I was not age shaming you. I'm just saying everything with you is over 69. I've heard the trouble with this piece of cake. Sorry, the woman that had a 40-hour labour. Says the woman who had a 40-hour labour. 40 hours in bed, feet up, enjoying yourself. I'm joking. I'm teasing. I respect you all. I'm a mummy's boy, so yeah. My mother heard me speak like that. She'd clipped me one. No, much respect to you ladies for that. It's 11 degrees where I am. Whoa, 11 degrees. Chilly on the willy today. Erin Hacker can't tape today. What do you mean today? You should put most days. Because it's always raining here, so when it is hot, we can't cope. Plus, you see a lot of burnt people as it's not that popular to wear sunscreen like in Australia. Oh, I always wear sunscreen. Well, not always, but it's not hot enough to wear. If I go to the beach, I'll be wearing sunscreen 100%. But if I just go out to the shops or something, I don't obviously wear sunscreen. But I need more coffee. Toots got me some coffee, and I got some coffee here as well. Oh, that's nice. Instant coffee, nice. Dow Edbert, lovely. Hello, Kelly. How we doing, my darling? Kelly Barber, lovely to see you, my darling. Well, we've not got many people here today. I'll be honest with you. Maybe it's because of the weather. I don't know, but not as many people here. It doesn't matter. We got the main El Chatty people here. It's all good. It's lovely to see you. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I'm sure others will join us later on. DA just come in. She looked crazy like she was up all night. She probably was. So, just a reminder, Zach, I understand we need 30 plus block-out screen here. Nothing worse than a chilly willy. Oh, no. Nothing worse than a chilly willy, let me tell you. Especially catch the chill. It's painful then, let me tell you. I got a glass of orange just straight out of the fridge. Oh, nice. Nothing with it. Hey, Jim. How we doing, Jim? It is Jim, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it's Jim. How we doing, Jim? Similar X. Hope you're well. Yeah, where's everyone? Wake up, people. I know. Um, I've I've heard from some people that they don't like my singing, so they're watching it somewhere else, which is fine. But I mean, the usual suspects aren't here. But you know, stuff on, stuff on. That dark haired DA looks like Steven Tyler. Oh crap! I think she is doing closing. I'm down with for a week. Mum sorting her 3-bed semi out as she passed away. Oh, sorry, buddy. Fourth, of course, to see the awesome. Yeah, there we go, Wayne. Sorry to hear about your mother. Sorry to hear that. Hello, Disney Queen. Good morning to you, Carol. I've been in and out today, but wanted to say, hey, that's great. People got stuff on. But lovely to see you, Carol, as always. A bit of ice to keep it cool, nice. No alcohol though. We are lucky that we don't get extreme weather here. Yeah, I like the UK weather. I really mean the nails. Bill, that's what I said though, wasn't it? Bill. I was right, wasn't I? Oh, did I say Jim? Bill. Bill. A bill of goods. Anyway, so just a reminder today, we got this morning, very first, we got the rebuttal. Apparently, it's a short rebuttal. Then the jury will be sent out, and they are going to be doing the jury instructions just to finalize them. Then we got closing arguments, and then do they start deliberating today or not? It depends on time, I guess. Each side have asked for an hour and a half for the closing arguments, even though both sides said they don't believe that it will take them that long for closing arguments. But we'll see. Dave, I'm struggling with her. She's a lawyer. She sounds and looks and sounds perfect. Yeah, I don't like her. I don't like either one of them, to be honest with you, but I prefer the blonde one, I suppose. Hello, Terry. How are you? Hope you're well. Nice to see you. Will it be closing? Oops. Will it be closing arguments today? Yes. Closing arguments today. Yes. No alcohol is 2 in the afternoon. Hey, get on it. Get on the sauce. Good morning, Dilly Dilly. You silly vanilla hillbilly. Hey, Greg. How we doing, fella? Nice to see you. Grilled cheese and mayo is Greg. I only found that out yesterday. People keep changing their names, and I might get lost then. Once I find your name out, you know, I tend to keep it going. So if you change it, I get lost. You're true to yourself to learn. That's why people continue to revisit your channel. You've got to enjoy yourself or pleasing the people. Otherwise, what's the point keeping you? No, I appreciate that. That's why I don't really care. Obviously, I want more people here, but I don't really care. If people don't like the way I do it, that's fine. Plenty of the streams. I genuinely, and when I say that, Jack, thank you for your kind words. I genuinely couldn't care. It's good. I'd rather have a nice chat than too much of a chat. So it's good. It's all gravy, baby, as we say. Erin, they're both terrible. Yes. Thomas live streaming. KP is caught today, and Aiden is testified against her. A bond was revoked for violating the restraining order. There we are, because Lauren has one and Aiden has one. So I know that Aiden's there at 9 o'clock. Tom is doing this afternoon's thingy, I believe, 3 o'clock Eastern. They got a standout today, 3 to 6 somewhere today as well. So you didn't miss anything. Thank you, Karen. No, you didn't miss anything. It just we got a lot less people here today than normal. That's all. I was just saying. A couple of people reached out and said, you know, non-offensively, just say they just didn't like some of the streams I do, which is fine. You don't have to tell me. You can just leave. It doesn't matter. But it's all good. It's all good. Genuinely, honestly, I wish I didn't say anything. It's absolutely fine. Absolutely good. Um, Crime Junkies in the house. Hello to you. How are you? Hope you're well, my darling. Over there in Tennessee. Good morning to you, Fairyland. Hope you're well as well. Cheese and rice. I love cheese and rice. It's late afternoon somewhere. Good day. Hello, Steph. Thank you for your messages yesterday. How are you doing? Good day. Good day, Steph. Good day, Sheila. Put a little shrimp with a Barbie. How are we? Because Steph is just like, ole, 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 ole. Ole, 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 ole. Erin ha, ha, ha. Erin ha, ha, ha. Ole. And also, Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. Aussie, oi, Aussie, oi. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. How are we, Steph, my darling? Dilly Billy, haha. I have no idea what the dark haired one is all over the place. She cannot speak literally. Like you, Debbie, we try our best. Oh, sometimes the chat. I know a couple of people left the other day because they didn't like the chat, but it's never going to be perfect. I just wanted to make sure everyone has an opinion. That's all. If you don't agree with it, I can't really help you there. I don't think anyone's offensive. Um, there you go. I'm double streaming. There you go, Lisa. Well, the first bit here is going to be boring anyway. It's rebuttal, that. The bits that's going to be interesting because obviously there's going to be a gap then. Once closing starts, I would stress for you to listen to closing and listen to the jury instructions. Those are important bits. But yeah, there's plenty of downtime today, I think. Look Christy up. Lock Christy up, yes. Hopefully she gets locked up. Lauren was saying that she put a complaint in against her 2 weeks ago, and they've not proceeded with it against Christy Pants, which is ridiculous. There you go, Zach. Let's get on. Let's get on it. Let's get on it. Let's get on it. That sounds bad. We need a poll for how long deliberations before a verdict. Yeah, we could do that. Remind me later, Terry. We could put a poll up for that. Oh, actually, I could do it now. I'll do it in a second. Let me put a reminder there. Love to see how many trolls and troll actions around can't disappear if Christie's locked up. Good. Me too. Hello, Jem. How are you, my darling? Hope you're well. Thankful hello to you as well. Hey, Erin's dancing. Dancing Queen. Crab Junkie's good. I love your channel and all the content. Thank you, Crab Junkie. Appreciate you. As I said, genuinely, I like the chat and I like it as it is. So, we love it. It shall be interesting, Erin. Got my Ole hack. Yeah, you got it. You got it. Always remind me when you pop in. Why can't I be a member? Erin Hack. Erin Hack will answer you because I don't know. So that's I'm quite good at it now. The roads are bedlam. I don't take it personally, mate. People are going to. No, again. Thank you. Wait, again. Look, I'm not looking for. I hate sympathy. It's all good, people. It's all good. I was just trying to explain why maybe some of the numbers are down. That's all. Hey, I'm happy. I'm literally happy days. That's why I got the sign there. Happy days. Happy days are here again. Happy days here again. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-bam. Multitaskers here. We make a multitask. I can't. Hello to you, hippie chick, all the way in Indiana. How's the weather in Indiana? Stop in by and say hello. I have an appointment this morning, but I'll be back. No worries, hippie chick. See you later, my darling. Erin, ha, ha, ha. There you go. Nice hippie chick. Sean was on fire yesterday. Ooh, on Twitter. He's a reminder to everybody, Sean is on Resisting to Silence tomorrow night as well. So just make sure you go watch that. I believe it's 7:30 Eastern tomorrow night. I'll have to check that. Who's Christy? Kate Peters. She's very much anti-Karen Reid. She used to work with Aidan. Where was Sean yesterday? Which Sean? Sean El Jefe? I have no idea where Sean was yesterday. I think that he was at home probably. I've not. Oh, on Twitter. He was on Twitter, yeah. Erin Hack, in a song that gets stuck in my head. KP's there we go, she's done it. Is Sean with you on 8th and 9th? I'm not sure yet, because his anniversary is on the 8th. If his wife allows him to, then yes. But I mean, obviously his family comes first. So I'm not sure. He doesn't know if he's got anything planned yet. But if he's allowed to be on stream, he will be here. He won't be anywhere else. He'll be here. But his wedding anniversary is on, so we'll see. I'm not going to force him. Obviously, I'm just going to be like, hey, he's got an invite if he wants it. But Suzanne is in charge of that, so we'll see. There you go. Keep your real around. You can't please all of the people, genuine, real people. Yeah, it's good to be different. Absolutely. If you want just narrative of law and stuff like that, there's plenty of streams for that. I just rather have a bit of fun and a bit of a safe space, you know. And plus, nowhere else will take Erin Hack, so I have to stream just for Erin Hack because I think she's banned from all the other chats. Um, um, so, a crime junkie, you did say how to join. I think you've got to be on PC or they're not there. PC or laptop, or you've got to be on Safari or something like that. You can't do it through the app to join and become a member. Erin, okay, thanks. Good morning to you, KD or Lorraine. Morning, Lorraine. Any chance you looked at it? No, I've not had a chance yet, Wayne. I have seen that it's arrived. It's one of a lot. His wife is a real good egg. She will allow it. We'll see. I'm not going to put pressure on him. To be fair, she's given us enough of Sean. And also, it's just a basic hearing. It's not like but we'll see. We'll see. He'll have a link, and I'll speak to him before then. But yeah, I think if Suzanne wants him to go away for the weekend, I think that's his main duty. But we'll see. We'll see. That's actually not true. I like to stir it as well. It's not just you, Huxley. We like to stir it. We like to stir it. We like to stir it. Personally, I reckon we're the coolest, chillest, hottest chat. There you go, Steph. I agree as well. And funniest. I agree as well. Well, what do you do for work? Streaming. That's what I currently do, is stream. Best singers. Massive, there you go. Good morning to you, Linda, from California. It's super early for you as well, then. What time is it there? 5 o'clock? No. 6 o'clock in the morning. So hello, Linda from California. Nice. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I sponsored on my phone through Google Play. Oh, okay, there you go. So you can do it through Google Play. So you can become a member through Google Play. Yeah, I have no idea how it all works, to be honest. My daughter Evie wants to say hi. She's 16. Don't worry. I know, so good. Evie, hello, my darling. How are you? I hope your mum's behaving there, Evie. I hope I said Evie correctly. There's a few ways of saying that name. Also, is it school holidays now? Yeah, I think it's school holidays for you guys over there in America, because it is just started here in the UK, school holidays. But yeah, welcome, Evie. Nice to see you. To see you, nice. Nice, Gary Beeston. Lol, Gem. When's the bog snorkeling? Oh, I have no idea. Oh, here she is. Yeah, and it's easy to do. There you go. Melbourne is freezing. Pray for me. Yeah, Australia's winter time now, isn't it? Good to know, Gary. Yeah, this all signing stuff up. I don't know. Make sure you've got your thingy on those gifted memberships on as well. Good morning to you, Lady Di. Hello to you, my darling. Mission accomplished. As it does feel like a safe space, we laugh a lot. We view our opinions and we are respectful each other. Other streams, mostly core TV and local crime, have toxic chat. They do. I don't want a toxic chat. Oh, The court is muted, not me, by the way. Yeah, I don't. A couple of people have recently left because they think that some of the discussion about DV wasn't appropriate. But like, I don't see what was not appropriate about it personally. We've all got opinions, but
All right, good morning, everybody. We're back on the record in State of Florida versus Ashley Benefield, 2020 CF 3014. I have both the state and the defense here along with Ms. Benefield. Is there anything we need to talk about, state, before I bring the jury out?
No.
Mr. Taylor?
No, sir.
All right. Are you ready? Are you ready to go? Do you need another minute or are you okay?
I'm ready.
All right.
Thank you.
No, let's go and bring the jury in.
same here. Is it too loud? Is the audio too loud for you guys? By the way, there are so many beautiful men here, and it's so nice to be part of. Oh, thank you, Steph. Has a little school. I know, that did scare me. Same here, Crafty Cow. It's not nice, is it? I do, Gary. I can't watch much. No worries, David. Catch you soon, buddy. Thankful says no. So it's okay, all you's fine, okay. Cool. No, I know. It just, no, I'm not going to get into it, but yeah, I don't understand how I could have dealt with that better, you know. So, hello, Heather.
Before we get started, did anybody talk amongst yourselves about the case, discuss it with anyone else, or do any research on it about the case?
No.
Nobody says no. All right, when we were finishing up yesterday, the defense had rested its case. The state, if it wishes, can present a rebuttal case. State?
Judge, just very briefly state and call Eva Benefield.
I swear affirm the testimony that you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Ma'am, same rules as last time. Just make yourself comfortable. Get about 12 to 15 inches away from the microphone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name.
Eva Benefield.
Okay. And I just have a couple of questions for you. The first is, was your dad right or left-handed?
He was right-handed.
Okay. And I just want to show you a picture. This would be Defense Exhibit 24 that's been entered into evidence of your dad appearing to do a push-up. Have you seen that before?
I have.
When was that picture taken?
That was taken in 2018.
Then I want to show you State's Exhibit 105. Can you tell me what this is?
That's a picture of my dad on the boat.
And when was this picture taken?
That was August of 2020.
And is this an accurate reflection of the way he looked in August of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I just want to publish it briefly. Oh, at this time, I would enter State's Exhibit 105 into evidence.
Same objections?
No objection.
No objection. Received.
Anyway. There. Okay. Is this the picture 105 that you just identified?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Give me a cross, Mr. Taylor.
No question.
Can the witness be released from her subpoena?
Yes.
Can the witness be released? Can the witness be released from her subpoena? May be released from your subpoena. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Thank you. State.
State has no further witnesses. Thank you.
All right. All right. Members of the jury, at this point, both sides have rested their cases. That means that the presentation of evidence, testimony, and exhibits has come to a conclusion. If you remember when I gave you those preliminary instructions when we started, I talked about three things: listening to all of the evidence, hearing the argument of counsel, and listening to the law as I instruct you. At this point, we need to take a break so the attorneys and I can sit down, now that everything is done, and work on those jury instructions to make sure they're in final form so that I can instruct you on the law, you can hear those closing arguments, and then we'll release you to go and begin your deliberations. That does take some time. So, and of course, after we're done working here, I want to be able to give the attorneys a break as well to get ready for those closing arguments. So my plan is to, do anybody want to be heard before?
Okay. They could have done that yesterday. They could have done that yesterday and said to the jury, come in at 12 o'clock today. That could have just been done. I mean, that's just too much. That could have been done yesterday. And then today, the jury didn't have to faff about and come in this morning. The state has just wasted everyone's time there. Oh. Yeah, in my opinion, it would be a lot better to be like, how long, state? Less than a minute, judge. Okay. Tell you what. Tell you what. Let's get her on now, and then let's get the jury. Tell them not to come in till 11, 12 o'clock next day.
So what I'm going to do is give you a break. If I could have you back downstairs at the jury assembly room at 12:30, and then we're going to get you rounded up and get you back up here and get going with, if you remember, it's going to be some initial instructions by me on the law. The attorneys will have a chance to give their closing arguments if they wish. Then there'll be some final instructions, and then you'll begin deliberations. So remember, now that everything is done, please remember the rules. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves until all of those things are done. Don't talk with anyone else about the case. And please don't do any research or watch any coverage about the case. All right, so we'll see you back downstairs at 12:30. Thank you.
Yeah, it might be. Remind me to do a poll after the closing about guilty, not guilty. Hey, beautiful and inappropriate. Okay,
As I was coming downstairs, Kelly handed me an email from the state with, I haven't had a chance to look at it yet.
So you have a printed copy?
I do. I had to print out a copy for me. Yes. All right, so
Not for the treasurer.
I assume that this has all of the changes that we discussed yesterday.
Yes, to the best of our ability, yes.
All right. So let's go ahead and take a run through these. And Ms. Benefield, please feel free to share a copy with your attorney, look over his shoulder. So Mr. Taylor, as we go through these, We'll take our time, just look at them. If you have any objections, additions, corrections, deletions, please voice them. State, even though you prepared them from the standards, if you have any objections, additions, corrections, or deletions, please let me know as we go.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. First, 3.1, any objection?
No.
3.2, statement of the charge, any objection?
No.
7.1, introduction to homicide, justifiable, and excusable.
No objection. Do have to the second part under great bodily harm. Means great is distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. I object to that part. I think particularly because of the nature of the facts in this case.
State.
It's a standard jury instruction, Judge. We'd be asked that it be read on anything.
Specifically, Your Honor, because of the unique facts of this case, that is to say, relatively minor bruising leading up to the crescendo of the actual event. I think to keep this instruction as it is to the distinct detriment of Ms. Benefield, because it's basically telling them that they can overlook what precipitated the final incident.
All right. I understand your argument. It is part of the standard jury instruction. It's not misleading in its nature in describing great bodily harm. It complies with Florida law and the statutes. I think it needs to be given as part of the standard instruction. So I'll overrule that objection. Other than that one, the rest of it looked all right?
Yes.
7.4, murder in the second degree.
And it's the state's position that part in yellow about sudden provocation should come out.
Judge, I'm sorry. I just wanted to also mention in the May update to the jury instructions, they cut out the reference to mere bruises.
No, well, online, it still has on the.
Do you have the Florida Supreme Court order on that?
I'm on the bar website. So
No, do you have there'd be a Florida Supreme Court order. Do you have that?
I do not have it with me, no, but I believe that it was removed from the May update. I may have it, Judge. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to see it. The Florida Bar website still does not include mere bruising.
Okay, you're a judge.
Look, you showed it to the state first.
Well, this is a different instruction, sir. This is not homicide. This is justifiable use of deadly force. That's a different instruction. That's the one that was updated in May. Murder, the introduction of homicide was not updated in May.
This is 3.6F, justifiable use or threatened use of deadly force. Court will note that mere bruises has been redacted.
All right, thank you for letting me review that.
Just to make sure we're clear, the old version of self-defense read exactly like the new version. It wasn't taken out in 2024. That was not the parts that were amended. On 3.6.
All right. Again, I appreciate the argument. It's a standard jury instruction. It's not a misstatement of the law. I'm going to give the standard. All right, 7.4.
It's okay.
The judge, it's the state's position that there's been no evidence of sudden provocation. I'm sorry, heat of passion on adequate provocation. There was no evidence that a reasonable person would have lost normal control, would have been dropped. There was no evidence of a blind and a reasoning fury, so the state would ask that that section be removed.
Do you want the sudden provocation? Towards the bottom of 7.4, going to the second page.
It's the other one.
I'm fine with it like it is.
So you want it in?
Yes.
And state you want it out?
Yes, I don't think there's been any evidence that entered to go to those facts. That portion.
All right, I'll leave it in. (3.3G) possession firearm.
Fine.
State. 3.4 lesser included.
Fine.
7.7 manslaughter.
Fine.
3.3A aggravation of manslaughter with a firearm.
Acceptable.
All right, 3.6 justifiable use of force.
Yeah. Which one?
If you argue that, I can there is. Well, unless it's
Yeah,
proven that point.
Two small tweaks.
I'm sorry, which instruction are we on?
3.6F.
Oh, okay, that's what I thought.
I wonder if the court would consider under the second part giving an instruction on imminent, what imminent means. The instruction as is reads, the danger need not have been actual. However, to justify the use of deadly force, the appearance of imminent danger must have been so real. We could provide to the court a definition of imminent, but we'd like to have it.
All right, do you have it? Do you have a proposed jury instruction?
I'm not prepared at this point to tender. to the court.
Well, this is the final charge conference, so I'm going to need it.
Give me a moment.
That's right.
Okay, here's one that we have, Judge, in preparation. I'm trying to keep up with all the paperwork. Let's go now. Your Honor, I'd also like to request, if we could, adding a definition of great bodily harm in the deadly force definition paragraph.
What's the problem?
Where did that definition come from? Immediate.
I think it might come from case law.
It says it comes from Webster Dictionary. The state objects, number one, that the definition does not make sense to the state. Number two, I'm on Webster's dictionary where it says it comes from, and that is not the definition provided by Webster's dictionary. It's partially, I mean, it's parts of the definition, but the Florida Supreme Court has not felt the need to define imminent. I think imminent is a word that is commonly understood by these jurors, and the state would object to adding that definition or changing the definition of great bodily harm in this 3.6, which I think was his second request, which is in the second paragraph. Great bodily harm means distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm. That second paragraph.
We're not asking the court to change the definition of great bodily harm. We're just asking Your Honor to add it in that paragraph as well.
In which paragraph?
Under 3.6F, the second paragraph, where it defines deadly force, means force likely to cause death or great bodily harm.
The very next sentence is the definition of great bodily harm.
Well, it's got the definition of great bodily harm.
No, it's not.
And actually, my copy has an explanation.
Right, it's
That's the story.
from the standard.
Okay.
And then was you asked for imminent, you made your arguments against it, rebuttal.
No rebuttal other than I don't see what the downside is to it. I don't see how there could be any prejudice.
Okay. I appreciate that. I've never given a definition for imminent, and I'm not saying my ruling is based upon, well, I've never done it in the past, why would I do it now? I've separately and independently reviewed your proposed definition of imminent. I don't find imminent to be a word not in common usage or understood by an average juror. I don't think it needs to be defined. It's not defined in the standard. So do you want this marked and put in? Because I don't think you read it in. So let me mark it to preserve. So this is defendant's proposed definition of imminent. See the 30th. All right, that'll be filed.
And Judge, I think we got ahead of ourselves in this instruction. So if we could go back under the paragraph on 3.6 at the first page, it says the law and justifiable deadly force, use of deadly force is as follows. It's the state's opinion that first section in yellow would come out because of where it says, but is not relying on 776.0131, which this defendant is relying on that portion, which is the very next portion, and is almost identical, other than it adds extra extra, things about since she was in a dwelling.
Well, that's what we discussed late yesterday, so.
Yes.
You're in agreement?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so
I'm sorry,
that,
Judge, I didn't realize we made a decision on that.
well, I don't think we made a decision. I just rambled on and on explaining the difference between the two and the distinctions and why 7760122 and 7760312 differed than 7760131, but covered the same ground. Just one is general self-defense and stand your ground, and the other one is in your home. And I would think that the defense wants the in your home.
Yes, sir. So I think we would pick up after that law on just to, if she's in a dwelling, that portion.
Right. All right, here's where we're going to need to take a few moments to talk about the forcible felonies. And Mr. Taylor, I had written them down yesterday. Hopefully you saw, oh, there it is. All right, state yesterday, well, let me confirm with the defense. So on the actual self-defense instruction that we're going to use for the 776-013 subsection 1, I assume that you're going to want A and B?
Yes.
Okay. And then the forcible felonies you mentioned yesterday are burglary, felony bat, ag assault, false imprisonment.
Correct.
Are there any others?
No, sir.
No felony battery. I thought felony, did you say felony battery?
Mhm.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's what was requested.
Yes, I missed it when you just said it, Judge, sorry.
Burglary, ag felony bat, ag assault, false imprisonment. State, are there any of those that you want to agree with before I hear argument from both sides?
No, Judge.
You don't agree with any of them?
Well, I may agree with false imprisonment. I need to think through burglary still. I've been thinking through it for the last 12 hours or 16 hours, but I'm not sure yet on that one. So I just think there's problems with each one of them, and I'd rather if we could just go through them.
Okay. Burglary.
I think it's the classic remaining inside. The testimony, if the court recalls, from Miss Benefield was that when he spun her around in her effort to leave the home and block the door, she summoned the wherewithal to command him to leave now. You have to leave now. That would have revoked his license to be present, and as a result, at that point, he was a remaining inside burglar.
All right, well, that's not just the end of it. So I've got the standard instruction for burglary, which would need to be obviously modified because I don't instruct them on the burden of proof. It's just the elements for any of these forcible felonies. The initial portion is going to be the elements of or for the forcible felony of burglary are, and then it'll give the elements. But if you, on the burglary, under 2, there's 2A, B, or C, so I need to know which one of those you're arguing. And based upon what you just argued, I'm assuming that you want 2B, as in Bravo, after it, that would be essentially 2 would be Doug Benefield, after entering the structure, remained therein after permission to remain had been withdrawn and with the intent to commit, there has to be some crime alleged, right? Because it can't be burglary or trespass. Or it could just be an offense other than burglary or trespass inside the structure. I need to know what you're proposing.
Give me a moment. Yeah, I think we would prefer other than, Your Honor.
All right, State, now it's, and are you asking for any other portion of the burglary statute if it's to be given?
Give me just a minute, Your Honor. Judge, could I see the instruction the court is referencing?
It's 13.1. 13.1 burglary.
Yeah, we're having computer problems, Your Honor.
I think the internet just came back. It was down.
Okay. Right, here we go. All right, what was the court's question?
On the burglary instruction. So we've nailed down the elements that you're asking for. I'm asking, is there any other portion of that, before I go to the state and get their argument, is there any other portion of 13.1 burglary that you're requesting?
Judge, are we talking about, I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
No,
Two,
so
A, B, or C?
the court is giving 1 and 2 had permission or consent to enter, and 2 after entering remain therein.
Yeah, and then I have to give A, B, or C
Okay,
as appropriate. And I'm sorry, that's A, B, or C. Can be in the conjunctive or the disjunctive.
all right, we would request B and C, Your Honor.
All right, and on C that you're requesting, is it just to commit or attempt to commit a forcible felony?
Yes.
Which potentially will be.
You're-
Now, any other portion of that instruction before I go to the state? Or you state, whenever I get over to you, if I do decide to give it, if there's any additional portions, be prepared to argue those.
That's it, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, that's it, state. So they want, defense is asking for that. Are you looking at the standard for burglary?
Yes.
So it's on the second page.
Yes, sir.
And if I give it, it'll essentially be something along the lines of the elements of the forcible felony of burglary are 1, 2, B and C. On B, of course, the conveyances would be struck. B would be after permission to remain had been withdrawn and with the intent to commit an offense other than burglary or trespass inside the structure. C, of course, there'd be an or. C, commit or attempt to commit a forcible felony. So obviously you object to that. But if I am going to allow it, is there any other part of this instruction that you would want to be given?
2 paragraphs. Oh, let's see. It says the next paragraph is about intent being an operation of the mind. The following paragraph says, even though the unlawful remaining in a structure is proved, and I know we're not supposed to talk about proof, so I don't know how we would word it. If the evidence does not establish that it was done with the intent to commit a crime other than burglary or trespass, the defendant must not be found guilty. I don't know how we would word that because I know we don't have proof, but I think that is an important.
Good news, I have suggestions.
Okay.
All right, so the state, in addition to what you're requesting for the elements, is asking for those next 2 paragraphs to be given, which explain intent. And I only had, when I say I have suggestions, this comes up in, I don't want to say every self-defense case, but so many of them, I have language that I've used in the past.
Yes, sir.
All right, so here's what I propose it would sound like, and everybody can object, because you don't want it, you want it, but you might not want like the language, but I've given it before and it works. The intent with which an act is done is an operation of the mind and therefore is not always capable of direct and positive proof. It may be established by circumstantial evidence like any other fact in a case. Here's where the changes are because we're not saying proof beyond a reasonable doubt or anything like that. Here's where I've made changes. Even if an unlawful remaining in a structure is proved, if the evidence does not establish that it was done with the intent to commit an offense other than burglary or trespass, then a burglary has not occurred. That's what I've said in the past. And it's an accurate, I'll hear your arguments, but I found that it's an accurate statement of the law because the other way is the defendant must be found not guilty. That's not what we're talking about here. So it's just letting them know that what intent is and how that portion of the instruction operates.
Yeah, that's fine with us, Your Honor.
All right. Do you need that, State?
I will need that. And I can say based on the conversations we have, I don't have an objection to the instructions as you've crafted them.
All right.
We'll need to.
So I'm sorry. And we also need structure because structure is not defined in any of the other instructions. And that's on the very next page. All right, Mr. Taylor, what I've done is I took the standard instruction and have amended it in my own hand as I've read. Do you mind if I give this to the state so they can take it back and make it part of the instructions?
No.
All right, thank
Does
you.
that include the elements portion too?
Yes,
Okay. Sorry, I was trying to do it
Yeah.
as you were talking, but I wasn't keeping up.
my penmanship is horrible. I
That's fine.
apologize.
This is perfect, Judge. Thank you.
All right. So that's what I've approved for burglary. Let's talk about false imprisonment next. And that's instruction 9.2.
Judge, I have one thing before we leave. On the last portion of 3.6F, justifiable use of deadly force. I wanted to ask the court to substitute 2 words in the final section.
I don't think we've gotten there yet.
We've not gotten there yet.
Not to the end of the instruction. We're still doing the forcible felonies portion. Yeah. So the next forcible felony that the defense has requested is false imprisonment. So 9.2, if I give it, again, it'll begin with the elements for the forcible felony of false imprisonment are. So which one of those elements or methods by which one is falsely imprisoned do you think the evidence supports, Mr. Taylor?
We would like to have confined and restrained.
Just those two? Okay. And also on number 1, it's you would need to read Doug Benefield forcibly, secretly, by threat. Which one of those?
Forcibly.
So you're not asking for secretly or by threat. That actually make it easier because secretly has to be defined.
How about forcibly and by threat, Judge?
So it would be or. And that means we would not need secretly. All right, state.
The state would object. There is no evidence of the time in which Ms. Benefield used deadly force that Mr. Benefield was preventing her from leaving. If there was a time in which there could be argued a false imprisonment, it would have been when she tried to get out the door and claims that he spun her around by her arm. But there was no evidence that once she was in the bedroom, there was any effort to forcibly or by threat confine or restrain her without her lawful consent, so the state would object.
All right, rebuttal.
Well, actually, I believe the testimony was that when she turned around, he was standing in the middle of the doorway, blocking the exit to the room.
All right, I understand completely that each side has their own theories and thoughts and not versions of the facts, but view of the facts. However, the facts as presented by the defendant do support the giving of this instruction. False imprisonment, here's how it'll read. The elements for the forcible felony of false imprisonment are Doug Benefield forcibly or by threat confined or restrained Ashley Benefield against her will. Doug Benefield had no lawful authority to do so. That would be the end of that instruction. As I review the rest of it, the rest has to do with certain enhancements.
Are you giving me that one too? Are you going to give me that one too?
I would ask.
If not, I'm going to need you to repeat it.
Yeah, no, my plan is to, after I do this, give them to you because then it's all,
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I'm sorry to put that on you because
No,
I know
it's
you're
okay.
objecting to it, but
It's on her. It's on her.
all right. Anything else on false imprisonment? So I am going to give it as I just read.
And
Okay. Yes, we would request a specific definition of the term false imprisonment based on the case law Proco versus State, if I may.
A definition of false imprisonment?
Yes.
the elements of it.
Isn't that the elements of false imprisonment is the definition of it?
This just lays it out, Your Honor.
Okay. Let me just, go ahead and take a look at it real quick. State. Thank you.
Press the like, press the like,
All right,
press
did you want to
the
be heard
like,
on this?
please.
We object.
Press
All
the
right.
like
Elements are
and
Any further arguments?
subscribe.
All right.
It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go.
I see where you pulled case law that defines and explains some of the factual scenarios that have been presented in various cases and whether those meant or equated to or violated the false imprisonment statute. But I don't think I would give a definition of false imprisonment in the false imprisonment instruction. It's false imprisonment, then you explain the elements, and then both sides can certainly argue whether those acts were or were not violative of false imprisonment. Do you want this one, Mark?
Please.
All right, so let me do this. Same thing, it's just my marked up version that I'm going to give them so they can, that way the typeface will all be the same. Thank you. For
Thank you.
instruction in false. Where to put this? There we go. All right. How about aggravated battery next? I'm trying to take them in some semblance of descending order. Might not be perfect, but all right. Ag bat. So I guess what I'm looking for, defense, from you is what parts or portions of aggravated battery 8.4 you're asking for. It would start with Doug Benefield, A or B under number 1.
Judge, I think, frankly, after reviewing this instruction, we're going to withdraw the request.
Okay. So ag bat is withdrawn. Next one is felony battery. 8.5.
Yeah, we're going to withdraw that as well, Your Honor.
All right, felony battery is withdrawn as a forcible felony. And the final one that you had requested was 8.2, aggravated assault.
Requesting to be. Sir.
Well, there's a brief break. Everybody check your phones. Make sure they're on silent or turned off.
This one, I think, is viable.
You want to keep?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so let's look. There are some options, so let me go through them. So 1 is standard, 2 is standard, 3 is standard. But then under 4, are you asking for A or B?
B.
And what is the felony charged? The assault was made with a fully formed conscious intent to commit.
I think false imprisonment, Your Honor. Give me just a moment. I'm considering whether it would also establish any of the others. False imprisonment, Your Honor.
Sir?
False imprisonment.
Okay. State.
It's the same argument. Well, it's a two-part argument, Judge. It's the same argument as to false imprisonment. I know you already were getting it, they're getting it, but I don't think that there's evidence that he made threats by order act, I guess, other than "you're done," which the state would argue is ambiguous. At the time, the defendant Mr. Benefield appeared to have carried out the threat. I don't know what that means for this case, and the defendant created a well-founded fear of violence was about to take place. I mean, I think this is so akin to the self-defense argument that I think it's duplicative, but also to then say that assault was made with a fully formed conscious intent to commit false imprisonment against her. Their argument was just that he was already false imprisoning her when I don't know how you would put this in there, Judge, because he was already committing a false imprisonment, and then when he made the threat, he was then fully informed to commit another false imprisonment. I just think it's circular, and I'm not sure that it will make sense for the jury. I think it'll be confusing.
Like most of these things, it becomes a question of fact for the jury, and I'm not prepared to say precisely when, given those facts and the fluidness of the circumstances, when or for that matter, if the jury will conclude that there was a false imprisonment.
All right, thank you both very much. I'll give it. The question is, any other portions of that, or it's just the elements of that one? Certainly, there's no deadly weapon.
I think the first one, if the circumstances were such, that should be in. Deadly weapon is out, as would be an object not designed to inflict bodily harm. Great bodily harm is out. As would be, Judge, not necessary that the defendant had an intent to kill.
Okay, you give this one to the state. So that'll be the last one. So we ended up with 2, right? 3.
And I guess, Judge, I'm gonna need some guidance on how to word this. Imminent commission of forcible or burglary, false imprisonment, like that sentence isn't gonna make sense.
I'll give that to you.
Thank you.
All right, so I think it would need to say imminent death or great bodily harm to herself, or the imminent commission of burglary, false imprisonment, or aggravated assault against herself.
Okay.
It'd be in the disjunctive. And then immediately after that, I'll need
Those in order.
yes.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, the next portion of what we need to discuss on the self-defense, we're still on 3.6F. We're through the use of force in the home. The very next paragraph talks about 782.02. This is the bottom of the second page of the state's, I think it's on the bottom of the second page.
I thought I took it out.
I think we talked about yesterday removing that, but let me make sure. The portion about 782.02.
I think I already took it out though.
I thought we did, but I have a question mark next to the one on my copy.
Oh,
So I'm just making sure.
I have the next, just for the next paragraph I have after the ones we were just discussing is in deciding whether Ashley Benefield was justified is the next paragraph I have on the one we did last night. Is that what you showed, Judge?
I look at the one.
I thought you had asked yesterday if we wanted A and B, and we said yes.
That's how we're talking about.
On which one? I'm talking about the portion that was 782.02. And like the state said, I have it, we weren't gonna give it, but then I have a question mark by it, so that makes me wonder if it was, we're not gonna give it, but we're gonna think about it.
Yeah, I marked it out. I had it. I thought.
Again, I think that's what it is, but this could be just me having a question mark there for, I don't know why. But I just want to get confirmation on the record that we're not giving it.
C. Yeah, we'd like to have a judge who we would request B and C.
All right, any further argument?
No, Your Honor.
No.
In response to the court's question, did I have any further argument?
Okay. So before I go to the state, because this is my question, if we're giving 776013 that talks about the approved or justified use of deadly force when one is in their own home or in their own residence or dwelling house, and including, and I'm going to give to prevent the imminent death or great bodily harm to herself, the imminent commission of those forcible felonies that I'm allowing, what are we gaining by adding 782.02? It seems duplicative to me.
It wouldn't be the first time that there's an instruction that overlaps.
All right, State, you want to be heard?
Yes, Judge. It's not an instruction that overlaps. It's repeating parts that are already in the instructions. The first paragraph is in 7.1, justifiable homicide, that almost the exact paragraph. And I believe the state's contention would be, these are cases that are not when there's been a homicide, so you wouldn't have read 7.1. That's why it would be in self-defense when you use deadly force, but it's not necessarily a homicide. And so, and I think that to say PCC, that is exactly what you've already just read. And I do think it's duplicative, and I think could be confusing if we don't.
All right, final thoughts.
Nothing for
I think I've shown that I tend to give instructions when they're lawful, they're an accurate statement of the law. The facts of the case support the giving of the instruction, and it's necessary to explain or clarify an area of the law to the jury so that they can do their job. However, when you look at what's being proposed under 782.02, that portion of the instruction, it is, while a different order, it's virtually identical. Subsection C talks about the commission of a felony upon Ashley Benefield in a dwelling house in which she was present. And that is taken care of in the instruction we're giving from 776.0131. It starts, if Ashley Benefield was in a dwelling or residence in which she had a right to be, and then she's justified to use that deadly force to prevent the imminent commission of a forcible felony. So C is taken care of in what we're already given. And so is B, because it talks about committing a felony upon her, but doesn't talk about the dwelling house. So quite frankly, we're already giving that. That wouldn't just be duplicative, it would be the exact same instruction being given twice. The 776.013 subsection 1 covers all of the issues and elements that have been presented. All right, the next one is then in deciding whether Ashley Benefield was justified. Certainly that's in.
Yes, sir.
And then we discussed yesterday, all of that middle part is out. And then the last portion.
Yeah, Judge.
Yes.
They've added, if I'm not mistaken, they've added totality of circumstances to that paragraph.
Which paragraph?
In deciding whether Ashley Benefield was justified in the use of deadly force, you must consider the totality of the circumstances.
It says you must consider the circumstances of the time
And
of force which
they've struck by which he or she was surrounded. So totality of circumstances at the time.
Sorry, do you have that where it was?
Yep. Page 4.
If you just show that to the state first.
Those are proposed. That is not what happened. It's online is what happened. Those are proposals. We didn't strike it. If you look at 3.6 as the Florida Bar has it, it's the same. That's proposals to the subcommittee.
So we would like the proposed language.
Okay. Oh, so is that just a memo that you wrote?
It's the commission. It was when they proposed instructions before they finalized.
This was from the committee.
So the committee proposed putting in totality of the circumstances, but it wasn't adopted.
Correct.
Okay, I got you.
We would object.
As the
Object.
court knows, the court's not married to the patterns any longer.
All right. Thank you very much for the argument. I think the standard jury instruction that we're dealing with adequately explains the law. It's not a misstatement. It's not going to mislead the jury in any way. So I'm not going to add totality of the circumstances. The jury is told you must consider the circumstances at the time the force was used. So I think it's sufficient. So that remains. And then if you look, then all that middle part is out. And then it goes to, if you find that Ashley Benefield, who because of prior threats or difficulties had reasonable grounds to believe. Do you see that part?
I already took it out on the version I did last night, Judge, so it might be, I think he's working off the state's newer version. I took out everything you had already said.
Right, all that middle part is out. So it's going to go from, you must, look at the circumstances that she was faced with. And then it has the part about, you may consider and you should consider those prior threats and acts of violence that she knew about or was aware of.
Mm-hmm. So now I had on the penultimate paragraph.
Yes, sir.
Rather than committed an act of violence, we would request that it read had committed acts of violence. You may consider rather than that, this. Based on the evidence, there's obviously more than one act.
All right.
Where exactly? No, it's right.
As you said, the penultimate paragraph, the next to last paragraph, and it says Doug Benefield had committed an act of violence. They want it to be acts of violence.
Oh, it does say or acts of violence on the standard, so we have no objection. I'll change it.
All right. Well, so do you want it to say an act or acts or just committed acts?
Acts, A-C-T-S, acts of violence, and you may consider this rather than that.
It's that fact in determining.
You wanted to say this fact instead of that fact?
Correct.
Okay. I don't know.
Plural as opposed to singular.
Sure.
That's fine, Judge.
All right. Anything else on 3.6F?
No.
State?
No,
Okay.
thank you.
3.7, any objection? Okay. Sir, you're not writing down each sniffle, are you?
No snuffles.
Okay, thank you.
It's a lot. Have to make a new one.
No, they didn't, though. They didn't. It was Attorney Murphy, I believe her name was.
So they left that out. Judge, I think there's a sentence missing on this one. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt.
Where is that at?
It would come right before a reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt. I'm looking at the 3.7.
Which paragraph are you on? I'm sorry. Oh, okay, I found it. Oh, that's an update since 2024. There is an update.
Is that the only update?
Yes, that's the only request that I have as to that instruction.
Well, looking at that one, they've also added, no.
I'm still,
Is this one of the ones that just came out in May or July?
obviously our system has not been updated.
So if you look at the standard, are you on the Florida Supreme Court website? Is that what you guys are looking at too? It also has an addition. See right in the, about a third of the way down, the defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything, which is what we've always had,
Right.
except for the defense of affirmative defense to the crime of relevant crime, as I previously explained to you.
I think that could apply in this case.
Do you want to make an argument for or against defense?
Judge, would you mind if I printed while you're talking so that I can correct it for her?
Of course.
Okay. I just didn't want to be rude.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, it's interesting, Judge, because self-defense is an affirmative defense, but yet in the instruction, they don't acknowledge that. They just limit the instruction, or as a suggestion, insanity, reunification of an attempt, or rather renunciation of an attempt. No, I think that's confusing. I wouldn't request that.
This is interesting. I'm not even aware of any case law interpreting this edition yet. Because it's interesting, in state, I'm just going to throw this out there. So certainly it's an accurate statement of the law. I think we can all agree on that, right? State has to prove beyond first it's a prima facie case, but proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Then there's the preponderance of the evidence that an affirmative defense, and the defendant has the burden of production and persuasion on it, but then the burden shifts back for the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant did not act in. So it's interesting because this addition says defendant not required to present evidence or prove anything except for the defense of, but then doesn't talk about that burden shifting. I don't know. I wasn't on the committee. I'm on a different committee, so I don't know how I understand explaining, well, the defendant does have some burden, but then not telling them that it's a preponderance of the evidence, more likely than not, greater weight of the evidence, whatever words they wanted to use. But then the burden shifts back to the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant's not entitled. So do you want to be heard?
Yes, I think that we're asking for it. I think insanity and renunciation of attempt are examples. It says e.g. So I think it's well established that self-defense is an affirmative defense, and I don't know what legally would prevent it from being included in this instruction. And I think it is, as Your Honor has already said, an accurate statement of law. So we are asking for that paragraph to be included.
Not that this isn't difficult enough, but if the court does decide to add that, I think the court, in fairness, would be required to elaborate on the burden shifting back to the state, as the court just acknowledged.
All right. Thank you both very much. And certainly, whenever after I read the instructions and I charge the jury, I'll obviously ask if you have any objections to how the jury was charged. If it's just all the same previous objections, just renew your objections. Here's the reason I hesitate to give this right now. It's brand new. And I could be wrong, But I do have some concerns about how truncated it is with the actual nuances of the burden shifting that goes along with affirmative defenses and not explaining that. So I would feel some compunction if I were going to give this new portion of this instruction to explain that. At the end of the day, though, and remember, where am I getting to? So I could take that path with this new instruction, but going this way with just giving the instruction how it's always been, at the end of the day, the jury still has to find that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant's guilt, and proven beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant is not entitled to. So I appreciate everybody's arguments. I could be wrong, and I'll let somebody else get the case law on how this instruction is going to work now. So I'm going to leave it at the defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. You added in that additional sentence, proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean beyond all doubt.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chris. So you're going to put a period after the defendant is not required to present evidence, or you're just putting a period there and leaving the rest out?
Yes, leave the standard that is the standard in my mind.
Yes, sir.
And then you added in that sentence at the beginning of the.
I printed out a new one for her,
Perfect.
yes.
Any other changes?
No, sir.
State? 3.7 good?
No, nothing else.
Except for the objections about.
Yes.
Yeah. That'll be interesting to see how that plays out. All right, 3.9.
No objection.
All right, perfect. Again, that's where I'm going to stop and then explain to the jury the verdict form. Any objection to 3.10?
No.
3.11?
No.
3.12?
No.
3.13?
No.
During that same paragraph, I talked. I'm so sorry. That same paragraph about during the trial, items were received, they'll be sent back. I do ad lib at that point because we have a tech cart that's right out here in the hallway. And when they go back to deliberate, they can play is it just the 911 call? Is that the only thing that's in?
Well, there is a DVD of text messages if they want to read them.
All right. They have a computer back there that has no access to the internet. It's just a laptop that is on the tech cart that they can use to view items or listen to items. So I do go off script there to tell them that. Also, up a couple of paragraphs from there, when I talk about the cell phones have to be and electronic devices have to be left out. I also talk about smartwatches that can independently and separately communicate with the internet outside of Bluetoothing with another device, and that they have to leave their smartwatches with the deputy. All right, and then the verdict form.
No objection.
On the manslaughter, I thought the manslaughter was just.
We were just talking about that.
Yeah, I think the manslaughter might need to be.
Sometimes
It's just one question.
Well, yeah. You mean breaking the questions up? I think
Right.
this is the jury instruction we've been using because I think that it is confusing I think it puts too much emphasis on the separate charges if you break them up. And I think if they checked manslaughter and then 1, 2, and 3, there's no harm. We just ignore 2 and 3.
All right. Do you want to be heard on that? Because the factual findings are different between obviously the second degree murder and the manslaughter for the sentencing enhancements and the 10-20 life.
Yeah, I don't have a problem.
You're okay with this one? All right, there we go. Not a problem if nobody objects. Well, if there's nothing else, then I'm going to let you all go. It's right about 10:30, so that'll give you 2 full hours. If you could, though, be back, maybe 12:25, 12:20, 12:25, so we can get the courtroom all set. Everybody can be ready to go. I can get the jury up here and we can get started.
Is there going to be a long J-way argument? And if so, when do we want to do that?
Did you want to make one now, or do you want to wait until after we let the jury go?
After you let the jury go.
All right. So the reserve on that. All right, y'all. We'll see you back in a little bit.
Y'all. All right, everybody. Let's do this. So let me put a banner. Court back with closing statements and jury I'll do jury instructions first. Right, hang on. This is how an expert works here. Lunch? No, not lunch break. Court will be or not to be. We'll be back with jury instruction. And at 12:30 p.m. EST. Bam. And that's also 5:30 p.m. UK time. So, I got a plan. Because tonight's gonna be a good night. Good night. I got a feeling. Ooh, like tonight's gonna be a good night. Like tonight's gonna be a good night. Press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. Okay, so what I'm planning on doing is this, right? Is I will play. I know people have asked for it. Hang on. How much have we got? 20 minutes there. 120, 135. Okay, let's do it that way, right? So here we go. This is from yesterday's Lawyer and then not yesterday. We didn't finish it. So this is what Peter Tragos thinks about the whole attorney bringing Ashley up and reenacting the whole night and stuff like that. So, yeah, they got some sort of flu, I think. Thank you, Christine, my darling. Thank you very much. Right, so hang on. Bear with me. Bear with me. Bear with me. Noel. Hang on. Hang on. I just need to do this quickly first. Thank you to Dawn as well. Dawn bought a coffee. She says, thank you for all you do. Kisses from Dawn and kisses again at the end. Thank you so much, Dawn, for the coffee. I really appreciate you for that, my darling. Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone for your generosity. Right. Here we go. Here we go. Ho, 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 ho. Ho, ho, here we go. So, right, just remember, this is about what he thought about the attorney bringing her down. There's about 20 minutes of this, and then we'll switch on to his yesterday's stream.
So we get to the night of, and a rambling Southerner said, Peter, I've been waiting for this video to hear your take on the acting out moment upcoming. To me, it was a disgusting thing for the attorney to do. Why would the judge allow it? Because he is a good judge. Thanks. So my first thought, and I don't know, again, I don't know what happened before. I don't know what motions were filed. I don't know anything about that. I don't think the defense objects to it. And if the defense doesn't object to it, the judge is usually not going to step in and say, no, you can't do that. If the defense does object, and I forgot, we'll talk about it when they do object, but we're about to hear it and see them talk about the night. And then the prosecutor asks her to step down and reenact it, which I've seen things like this before, not quite to this level. And I want to know what you think. Let me know in the chat. And don't hammer on other people's opinions, because I want to know what everybody thinks about this. About the prosecutor asking her to step down and reenact the night that she says she was in fear for her life from her ex-husband, current husband, whatever. So tell me what you think about it. What were your thoughts when you saw it happen?
Invited him over
Yes.
to help you move stuff in the house,
Well, specifically stuff in the garage, but yes.
stuff in the garage to the truck.
Mhm.
Right. And he came to your house a couple of times. He came and then left and then came back again.
Yeah, I believe he came twice that day.
And there is a gate to your community.
Mhm.
And when he's at the gate, you had to let him in.
Sometimes, because he was frequent in and out, sometimes the gate remembers license plates, and sometimes it opens, and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes he would just follow people in. The gate kind of stays open for a while. But yeah, sorry.
But on this day, you weren't concerned about him coming over.
No, I knew he was coming.
Okay. And when he came over, your mother and Emerson went to the park.
I believe they were headed there. I'm not sure. I think they were down the driveway or on the sidewalk, something like that. They were on their way there.
You weren't so afraid that you wanted your mother to stay there and watch.
No, we were just packing to move.
Okay. So you weren't afraid.
Again, this is a question. Should domestic violence victims have to be afraid every single day at all times to never want to be alone with their abuser? If, injunctions aren't getting granted, arrests aren't happening, and you try to work it out for the best of your child, are you supposed to always be in fear and never want to be around that person? Is that what every domestic violence situation is like? I think there are some that are like that, absolutely. But I think there are some that, again, there are some good days. You hope for the good days. When bad days come, your world is turned upside down. And I have talked to people and handled cases with stories like this and told stories like this of clients.
I definitely didn't expect this to happen.
So it was okay with you that your mother left?
Yeah, that time.
Okay. So if I heard you right during your direct, you said he bumped your shoulder twice. Body check. I don't know if that's what you called it. He walked into you with a box, right?
Yes.
And then at the end, you say he slapped you?
He hit me. I wouldn't know how to classify it. He struck me. He hit me.
Was his hand open or closed?
I don't remember.
Okay. And because of those things, you claim that you thought he was going to kill you.
He had never hit me before.
Okay. And you thought he was going to kill you.
He wouldn't let me leave. I tried to leave. He stopped me.
The question is, you thought he was going to kill you.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you were in the bedroom, you decided to get your firearm. And it was where?
It was in a storage bin on top of the laundry basket.
Okay. So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 52. If you could turn around and look at that. Where was your firearm?
It was in the bin on top of the basket.
Here?
That's the basket.
Where was the bin?
It's that right on top.
Okay. So it was in here.
Yes, ma'am.
Why would you have a firearm in there?
I had just emptied all the.
I don't know. I don't have a bunch of firearms. I don't know if this is weird or not. That you're packing a bunch of stuff on the U-Haul. I would think I'd rather have my firearms inside the house if I wasn't leaving that day than in a U-Haul outside. Maybe I answered my own question. I don't know. I didn't know how to really take this evidence, as if it was like, oh, see, she was planning. That's why she kept her firearm right there. If she was planning, why wouldn't she just have her firearm on her person?
Furniture and everything out of my room, and it was kind of like what was left from my drawers, and so it got put into a bin.
Okay. And that was not your only firearm in that room, correct?
Correct.
You had a firearm in the closet.
My carry gun was in my backpack, which was my purse at the time.
So in this room, with a mattress and a broom and a hamper, you had 2 firearms.
Yes.
So you go into the
Kathy, that's what we're hearing right now. What happened? Why did this happen? She says because he struck her in the face and held her and threw her backwards and blocked the door and wouldn't let her leave. The state says she planned to do it because she didn't want a report to come out and she wanted the child all to herself.
room and you grab your firearm. Is it in a holster?
I don't remember.
Okay. And you claim that Doug does what?
He came and slammed the door open. He was standing in the doorway. He said, "You're fucking done."
He said, "You're fucking done." And that made you fear for your life?
Yeah.
Can we turn the lights up, please? Thank you. So he says, "You're fucking done," and you point the gun and you shoot.
I held it out in front of me first so he could see it. And I said, "Stop."
Judge, if I could have her step down so she can demonstrate how to see it. If you could just come down.
I mean, so the defense did not object. And I'm wondering if a lot of these comments, like Nana and Tracy G, if the defense knew this was going to backfire. And I'll say again, as I've already said, if a jury thinks she's lying and a jury thinks she's manipulating, they're already with you, Miss Prosecutor. You don't have to do this. They're already with you. They're already going to convict her if they think she's a manipulative liar who wanted to get rid of Doug. You do not need to do this. But the people on the fence or the people not with you or the people maybe with any experience or knowing anybody or just feeling for people that have been domestic violence victims with the past that you knew was going to come out about Doug Benefield, as the prosecutor to do this, I was like, wow. Wow. Anybody that thought about you and here KBF is saying she was re-traumatized. I mean, I think this was a misstep. I don't think the risk was worth the reward. And again, I think if you think somebody's lying and you think that they killed somebody in cold blood, you do what you can to put that person in prison. That's what they deserve. They took a father away from 2 girls. I think he only has 2 children. They took a cousin away. They took a son away, a family member away. So you do your job and you get justice. I just don't think this was necessary. I don't see how any good was going to come from it. Like, it's not like making her act out his mannerisms and motions to me were just cringy to me. Joanne said she Googled how to co-parent with an abuser. If he was that abusive, why would she learn to co-parent? I would think she would fight to keep her daughter safe from this. Just a thought, been stuck on this for a while. Joanne, while I agree with you, what do you want her to do? Tell me what you want her to do. You said fight to keep her daughter safe. She filed multiple injunctions. She told the pediatrician about his abuse. CPS was called. She asked for law enforcement to arrest him. She said he tried to poison them with the box. Took it to the state attorney's office, got law enforcement involved. What else can she do to fight to keep him away? And if she wasn't going to be able to keep him away, which at that point, 4 months before the shooting, she's Googling, okay, I got to make this work. How do you co-parent with an abuser? That's what I'm saying. It lines up. The evidence lines up with her story. The evidence, I should say, that's been presented at trial. I don't know what else is out there. I don't know what other stories have been told or what other facts are out there, but that's how it lines up to me. All right, so here we go. I mean, this is literally what the prosecutor decided to do in front of the jury. It's horrible.
So Doug opens the door and does what?
I'm standing in the doorway. Here, I'm like this. He said, "You're fucking done." And I hold the gun out in front of me and I said, "Stop." He comes in this like fighting pose, and he like turned sideways. And he was like moving around with his like arms in his hands. And he started like inching forward towards me.
So he why do you call it fighting stance?
He was like a fighter. Like a ninja or something, I don't know.
Okay, so he's standing there. He turns to like this and starts moving his arm around.
Oh my God.
Well, show me. What was he doing?
He like got like this, and he was like making like fighting motions. I don't know, I'm not a fighter, I don't know.
Okay.
It was scary.
Did he have his hands in fists?
Not at that point, they were like, I don't know.
Was he coming at you like this? And he lunged at me again very quickly. Okay, so he lunged. Was his fist up? I don't remember. Okay. So you start shooting, and he does what? He kept coming at me. Okay, so then you keep shooting again, and he falls down on his back. His legs went up in the air. Okay, where do his legs go? In the air. How high in the air? I don't know. Did they go over his head? I don't know. It's like his feet slipped out. Okay, and his feet and his legs went up in the air. And were you still shooting at the time? I don't remember. You can have a seat.
And then at the end, you can have a seat. Judging from the chat, a lot of people, even people that thought it was just okay on direct, or even maybe didn't believe her, that the cross, even if it didn't gain points for the, usually when you get to cross the defendant, that's lights, camera, action for a prosecutor. That's where you hit your home run. That's where you win your case. And it seems like it went the other way. So Kelsey, we're getting close to the end. Why don't you throw up the poll now? And let's do it this way. Which side did this cross-examination help? And then put the prosecutor, the prosecution, or the defense. Which side did this cross-examination help? So Federalography said, call me crazy. I think the prosecutor did well. Right now, I'd vote guilty. I have a history with DV and didn't find her credible. Curious what the jury thinks. So there are people on both sides of this. Hot Honey said, my T question, I was on the jury, is Doug knew about all the claims and the injunction. Why would she continue to text him and ask him for help moving? Yeah, I mean, I get it. A lot of people are asking that question. I think it's a good question. I think it's something the jury's going to have to deal with. Was she trying to make it work with the situation she had after all the legal remedies she were exhausted? And she's like, I just got to make it work with him. Or was she manipulating him? Was she bringing him back and forth? Did she call him over just to do this to him?
So after this incident, you claim that you had swelling to your face, right?
Excuse me a minute. All right, there's the jury. Please close up your notes. Put them on your chairs. I'm going to ask you to step out for a minute. You can use the facilities. It's not quite our mid-afternoon break, but we'll treat it as such. Please don't discuss it amongst yourselves. Don't discuss it with anybody outside the jury. Go through your research like we talked about. All right, we'll
Somebody was asking me,
Sorry.
there's no real tears or something. I can't. It's hard for me to tell that. I'm going to skip this little break that they took.
With anybody outside the jury or do any research? Everybody says no. You may resume your cross-examination.
Thank you. Can we dim the lights again, please? Thank you. So after this incident, you said you had swelling.
Yes, ma'am.
And that would be to the left side of your face?
Yes, ma'am.
And that would be where? Show me where.
Like in this area.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 103. I'm going to put it up on the big screen. Can you tell me what this is?
It's a picture of me.
And when was it taken?
I have no idea.
Was this taken before you met Doug?
I believe so.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 104. And I'll move it up a little bit. When was this picture taken?
I believe in October of 2020.
Wasn't it taken on November 4th of 2020?
I believe that's correct. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Redirect. All right, you can retake your seat.
So no redirect. Okay. No redirect, which I thought was interesting. Alyssa asked, I don't think the prosecutor is too harsh if she's speaking for Doug and his family, considering justice seeking on both sides. Again, I've sought justice on many different sides, civilly and criminally. The tone is not what I would have gone with. I would just tell you that. But again, maybe some people liked it or didn't think it was that bad. And if maybe Alyssa would have felt like that was appropriate based on what she believes happened. And I believe in fighting hard and going hard when you need to. But I again, we've talked about this a little bit. I don't love, I'm a very sarcastic person. I don't love sarcastic questioning usually. Prosecutor brought a cannonball to a baseball game. I don't know that I believe her, but I don't know that the state proved their case either just based on the evidence. Well, that brings us to our poll. Let me see what we're at here. Whoops. What did I just do? All right. So 80%, almost 2,000 votes, 80% think the cross-examination helped the defense, 20% say it helped the prosecution. So what I'll say is usually that number is flipped. Usually, you got to get over cross or get through cross when the defendant testifies in a case like this. I'm struggling with this case. I don't believe the overacting of the defendant, but at the same time, the prosecutor is not likable. So far, I think I would have no other choice but to find her innocent. What would be the objection to the reenactment? I believe it was cringy and backfired on the prosecution. Surprisingly, I agree with you on everything. Trish, that doesn't always often happen. What I would say is objection that it's more prejudicial than it is probative, that it is badgering the witness, that it is being too hostile towards the witness, things like that. Doesn't mean you'd win. I think the judge could overrule the objection. My point was the defense didn't even try to object. Exactly. She tried. If that officer would have did something about her 30 to 40 calls, OOP versus being so dismissive, then she wouldn't have had to playgate him to get to finish moving. Yeah. I'm both a DV survivor and a therapist who works with survivors. I found her testimony and her behavior on the stand to be very credible. I believe her. And I think the point is there are some people that did believe her, some people that didn't believe her. And it's just going to depend on what the jury comes down to. And then if they did or didn't believe her, did the state actually prove their case? And again, we have to wait for rebuttal before we come down with our final verdicts and before we do any polls on, what your verdict would be. We're going to wait and see what the jury comes back with on rebuttal. Then the defense, their last witness of the day was they called the neighbor who heard the shots and just basically confirmed stuff. That was not a big deal. I think there was no cross by the state. So that was all that happened on Friday. Hot Honey said, sorry, Peter, for all the typos. Was watching on my TV and typing on my phone. Love you and your dad and all you do. Thank you so much, Hot Honey. And no big deal. I usually can translate typos. And then sometimes there are no typos and I still read it wrong because I think I know where the question's going before I finish reading it. Okay. So that was a tough watch, right? It was a tough watch, but I think it's important. And I think that's going to be the biggest thing. And by the way, that happened on a Friday afternoon. And the jury's going through the weekend now with that fresh on their mind. And a lot of people are saying things like this, Flower Cottage, suspicious. I'm left with many questions. And I think that's okay too. So that's all we got for this video. I hope you guys have an amazing weekend. I'm going to get to mine now. Till next time, I'm out of here. Make sure you hit that like button, please.
Yo. How we doing, Daffy Dill? How we doing, Daffy Dill? Nice to see you, my darling. Another one from Michigan. Right. Boop, boop, boop. I agree. So 80% of his chat thought the prosecution were dicks. Did not help to bring her up. I didn't think it helped either. So, right. This is Peter Tragos from last night. We'll keep it going for you, ladies. We know you love the Tragos Meister. Hang on, let me get it. Peter Tragos, ladies love him so much. Right. Shit. Put myself down here for a second. What's a prep that? So yeah, so this again is from Peter Tragos last night. If you missed it, this is about an hour and a quarter. So by the time this finishes, should bring us to about 5 past, 10 past, 12. I'll come back on and we'll wait until the attorneys come back. I was wondering what the hell I was going. Morning to you, afternoon, Daffy Dilly. Not really, but I have never seen through it. I can see what's wrong. I've never been through it. I can see what's wrong with this. Jury can't go on their emotional feelings about prosecution. Only they will, though. They will. We've learned this the hard way. I mean, whether we agree or not, we can say about just judge on evidence, but we know that the people do play on emotions. Same, they're not allowed to consider openings or closings, but I can guarantee you they will. It is what it is. It is what it is. Ones who have not been through okay, this is what Gary meant. Ones that have not been through DV won't see anything wrong with this. Gary says, not really, Bo. I have never been through it, but I can see what's wrong with it. I can see what's wrong, yeah. I know what you mean, Bo. I do know what you mean, though. Interestingly enough, I was watching on Twitter, and a lot of people said that they had DV, and they'd suffer from it, and she was a disgrace. And she's acting, she's fooling everyone. So I'm trying to get away from it. I believe her personally. I believe her. I think there's traits there that she suffered from TV, and I lean towards giving her the benefit of the doubt. I lean towards that. If in doubt, give her the benefit of the doubt, in my opinion. So, but that's just my way of thinking about it. I don't like judging somebody and say, oh, she's lying because she twitched, or she's lying because her upper lip went up here. So I don't, unless you can prove she didn't go through DV, then I will believe her. I think that there was enough there for me, without doubt. That's good, Gary. My son went through it, and so did I. Sorry to hear that, Bo. I'm sorry about your son as well. That's probably worse for you, your son going through it so hard. Yeah. Right. Let's play for you, ladies. Let's get this. Let's get it on for you, ladies. There you go. I wasn't sure first, but now I believe her, being a TV myself. Yeah, I just find it hard to know, you know, what the hell? Saz Mars, how did that hell chats the sorry, I missed the car test. How did the car test go? Did he pass? Did it pass? Okay, there's that. Right. Sorry. Hey Bella, how are you doing, my darling, as well? I'm very well, thank you very much. Oh well, I'm sorry to hear that. I questioned the first 2 days, but the more I listened, I got it. Yeah, I've never questioned if I'm being honest with you. As I say, I'm not a survivor. I've never been through it, but I just give them the benefit of the doubt, um, rightly or wrongly. Yeah, he passed it. Happy days, Sass. Happy days. I watch their eyes. They don't. They dart about all the time. I believe her looks like she's watching all the time. Second attempt, though. It's okay. Hey, that's fine. It doesn't matter. First, second, third, you've done it. So congratulations. Enjoy that. Because I presume you're probably Northern Ireland then, because obviously Republic. I'm not sure if it's still the rule, but you can normally just drive with L's on. When I lived in Ireland, it was just a case of just put L's on and you can drive. Not that I did that because well, no, I did probably do actually. But I passed my test after like 3 lessons or 4 lessons or something. So I was quite lucky. Steph says, I don't think it's about believing her as a victim, though. She clearly victimized. Was the force used reasonable? I don't think it was, but the pros didn't prove their case. Not good. Yeah, it's interesting, though. But a lot of people are based it on the DV element, though, and saying she's not, they suffer as a DV and this is not DV. And that's what a lot of people are putting their case on, especially on Twitter. So that's the angle that I was discussing there, on that one. So it's interesting. A lot of DV survivors are saying that she's not been victimized. So, congratulations, Sasmas. Hey, Lou, my darling. How are you doing, my darling? Lou looks super young. 48, but she looks like 20. Hey, Dylan Chat. I've been here on and off, but having a bad day. Got some not so good health news today. I'm missing my little buddy. So, well, I'm so sorry to hear that, Lou. So sorry to hear. You've been through it today. Last week you lost your dog, and now some health issues. I'm sorry to hear that, Lou. You know we're here anytime you want to, chat or whatever. But it's always nice to see you, my darling. You know that. But yeah, I'm sorry to hear that about your health. Health is number one, I understand. And unfortunately, baby Archie's not there to cheer you up, but I'm sure he'll be around soon to cheer you up, my darling. I hope you keep your spirits up high as much as you can. But yeah, you know where we are, Lou. Up to 8 times to leave our abuser. Hills of Western Mass. Hello, how are you, Hills? Not watching Tribe, but thought I would stop by and give you that. Thank you so much, Hills. It's all good. I always drop by and say hello. More than welcome, Hills. Nice to see you. Hey, Lou. Oh, no, sorry to hear that. Hope it was better soon. Sax Max, congratulations. Steph, yes, I agree with you on that. I don't really believe her, but the state's case was terrible. I say not guilty. I think they may compromise to a lesser charge. I feel bad for Eva. I think they will go with that as well. So sorry, Lou. Sorry to hear that, Lou. Hey, everyone. Hey, Katie. When do closing arguments start? 12:30. 12:30 Eastern. Lots of love to you, Lou. Big hugs to you, Lou. We're on the same page. I figured not guilty, but if guilty, then hopefully, I think she'll be found guilty for manslaughter. I think she will be found guilty for manslaughter. And manslaughter's, believe, up to 30 years in jail, in prison. 30 years in prison. All you little people have raised my spirits, though. Oh, Lou, we love you. We love we love you here. You're a big part of the community. You and baby Archie. Love Lou. Major dicks. Lou's after some not Lou. Josie's after some major dicks. I'm not sure. I think Josie's behind people. I think she's behind. Or she's just thinking of dicks. I don't know what Josie's doing right now. Hey Vivian. How are you doing, my darling? Dylan, hi. I love your channel. Thank you so much, Vivian. Thank you for being here as always. Lovely to see you, my darling. Hope you're well as well. Oh, Crafted Cow. Sending you love and gentle hugs. Nice. This is what's nice about. This is what I like about the chat. There you go, Daffy. Dixie enormous. Dixie enormous. Thank you, Vivian. Thank you, my darling. This is what I love about the chat. This is what I'm saying. When you go a nice little chat community going, everyone's nice to each other. Everyone gets to know each other. Everyone's nice to each other. Maybe we get one or two dicks here and there. We obviously do, but you know, Lou, yes, or you can send them to me if you want, Crafty Gowie. That's fine. I'll take hugs. You make me laugh. I need it. Oh well, there you go. I'm glad I make you laugh. As long as I make one person happy, I'm happy. So it's all good. It's all gravy, baby, as they say. Right. I'm sure you've all had enough of me. Oh, speaking, and you want to get a love boat on you. The love boat himself, Peter Tregos. So I will accommodate you ladies and put it on Gary and put him on for you. I love the chat. People are wonderful. They are wonderful. They are wonderful. I think that's a job for you, Dylan. That Josie's looking to fill. She'll get into it. Oh, tell her husband, though. You put a smile on my face, everyone. Thank you, Sassy, my darling. Thank you very much, my darling. Oop, I want a song. Well, here you go. There's a song for you in case you come in at the wrong time. So here you go.
Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. There you go, Daffy. Dill. Glad you added me on the end. I have to add you. There are rules sometimes here. Wayne, I'm not sure if Wayne is here now or not. Bill might be around, I'm not sure. But I know you're around, Gary, so that's why I added you in there. Something lovely about you, Dylan, is that you have no idea how much love and joy you bring so many people. Oh, thank you, Steph. Aussie, 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 oi, 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 Aussie, oi, Aussie, oi, Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi. Thank you, my darling Steph. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I love it. I love it. Steph, 100%. Love it, Dylan. Thank you, Daffy. And thank you, Sassy. Right on, Steph. There you go. As long as I make some people happy, then I'm happy. Right, let's get you guys on to. Oops. This is the best community. Thank you, Evan, for your love and kindness. It means the world. Well, no worries, Lou. You know where we are, and you know where I am if you ever need to email or something, message or anything like that, Lou. Feel free. Oh, also, people, if you're on Facebook, people, join our group on Facebook as well. Not that we use it after shit. I forgot to post today. Forgot to post a link today. I always forget. To be fair, Josie normally saves me, but I don't think she saved me today. I think this is the group. If you're on Facebook, there you go. That's the link there. True Steph. Who you believes Ashley can see? I'd be honest with you, Vivian. I don't. I can sort of understand why some people would, but I don't believe. Now, do I think she's totally innocent and everything? No, but I will give her the benefit of the doubt purely because I think the state did a horrible job. Horrible job. So there's the link to Facebook, people. If you are on Facebook and you want to join, there you go. Hippie Chick's in. Katie is in. Just like you both. We don't really use it that much, but I need to use it. I need to kick up the ass to use it more. Best song ever. I hear it in my dreams. As long as you don't see me in your dreams, that'll be a nightmare more than anything. Vivian, I don't. No, I don't. There you go, Stormcat 101. Happy day, Stormcat. How we doing, my darling? Hope you're well. There. So everybody, if you fancy joining the Facebook group, join it. The link is there for you to join. There's I think how many people we got there now? 174 members we have, and I need to kick up the ass to do. There you go. I'm going not the guilty. I think this is it'll be. We'll do a poll after the closings. I think for me, I think they will vote guilty for what do you call it? Okay, Karen, I'm on my way. Karen. Hang on. Oh, and there's a few of you now. Oh, is someone doing it? Terzia Van, hey, I got you. You're in. Karen, you're in. I thought someone was doing it instead of me. There you go, Katie. I got you. I think they might go guilty for manslaughter. I got it. Just done it, Stacey. I think it's not that good. All I do is post links and stuff. But hopefully, some people, we only post links. Some people can chat if they want to chat. There's lots of people in there. 174 Stacey, happy days. But she will be charged. Yeah, I think they're gonna get a guilty for manslaughter. Not on Facebook group. It's all good. It's all good, my darling. I absolutely love the sprinkles of songs you sing during that. Thank you, Debbie. I say not everyone likes them, but I do. So thank you, Debbie. Hey, Patty. I feel as though the defense has proven, with the help of the psychologist, that she's a TV victim and likely did fee for her safety. At the same time, no jail time feels wrong. No, I know what you mean.
I know what you mean. It's a little bit dirty as well because it's one of those hard things I don't really comment on because I'm not used to pew-pews. Do you know what I mean? So I get it. The manslaughter's in, so she might get manslaughter. Your problem with manslaughter is she could get prison for 30 years. So I think that's too much, 30 years. But I don't know. I just think they might, they might compromise and go, manslaughter. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's going to be hard for you to find 6 jurors to say guilty for murder. That's all. I don't know. I don't disagree with you, Patty, by the way. I don't disagree with you at all there. Gary, I agree with you. Hippie chick. Nice to see you as well, Patty. As always, I love seeing Patty. Yeah? I didn't know you had a group. I was going to ask you if you could make it this good. Oh, fuck. So we could all chat for this. Yeah, it's quite, use the Facebook group, people. Use it. Also, don't wait on me to post links and stuff. Post links in there. Do I mean, post my links in there. I always forget to post my links in there. Every day, I always forget. I'm shit. So please feel free to post my links in there as well. There's only a few people as well I don't like, but no, I'm rubbish. Ask questions and if you want, and we'll try and answer them. I mean, just woke up again. Happy day, Stormcat. Don't worry, Rukas, you're not missing anything. I'm not. I'm barely on Facebook, people. It's just I want to do a group. It's easy. Do you know what I mean? And there's a few people that have been speaking in threads and stuff, and it's been nice. No worries, Teresa. I don't use any social media. No. I don't blame you. Exactly right, Ruka. Me either. You're sensible. Debbie, love for Lou. There you go. Right, let's play this Trigos thing then because high five, sister. Otherwise, I'm not going to have time to play it. So here you go, everyone. Let me put myself down here somewhere. Lou was just not having a good day. She's not having a good day, Vivian. Had some health issues. So send our T's and P's to Lou. Send our love to Lou. Right, everyone, ladies, put your legs up in the air. Wave them around like you just don't care for Peter. Peter Tragos. Debbie, I'm on the way. Right, here you go, people. Enjoy.
What's up, everybody? We are officially done with the defense's case in chief. We heard from experts today. Did they prove self-defense? Did they prove Ashley Benefield was in fear for her life or serious bodily harm the night of the incident? Did they prove it based on domestic violence facts, based on specifically Ashley Benefield's situation with Doug Benefield, the victim in this case? What do you think? We are going to react to and go through and break down all of the testimony from the defense's last day of putting on evidence. Tomorrow we've got rebuttal, closing arguments. This case will be to the jury late tomorrow, early Wednesday. Let's get into it. So make sure you guys hit the like button if you haven't done that yet, and make sure you are subscribed to our page. We are so close to 415,000 subscribers, and we are working our way, fighting hard to get to 500,000, which is crazy to think about for a channel like this to get there. So thank you guys for coming, for hanging out, for watching these cases, for bringing your questions and making the content interesting, truly. But today we're going to start out with the witness that a lot of us have kind of seen some of what he's going to testify to, especially his background and his information, is the domestic violence expert. He's a mental health counselor, not a doctor, and the state kind of makes sure to say, is it doctor or is it Mr. in the beginning of their cross-examination of this witness, just so everybody knows. But he is the one that is going to lay the background, lay the foundation. Is Ashley Benefield a victim of domestic violence? Does she fit into the battered spouse syndrome? If you're wondering what it might look like with Sarah Boone, if she had a great expert or all the money in the world to hire whatever expert she wants to as a private defense attorney did in this case, well, it may sound and look something like this. And to start off, we're just going to listen to him. He talks about how 2/3 of abusers are men and 1/3 of victims are men, and obviously vice versa with women. But he explains this wheel of domestic violence and different things, and he explains how long lasting it can be. And so let's just listen to some of the foundation, and then we're going to hear him apply it specifically to Ashley Benefield.
On the screen. I will. So this is what's referred to as the Duluth power control wheel. And so there's physical violence and sexual violence. Those are the criminal things I talked about. And then there's these power control aspects. And the nature of the power control is repetitive. It's a way to get control. So up at, we'll call it 1 o'clock, using intimidation, making her afraid by using looks, actions, gestures, smashing things, destroying her property, abusing pets, and displaying weapons would be an aspect of intimidating your partner, again, to gain control.
So these are things that are in textbooks that when he teaches classes on domestic violence, this is what they teach, just generally speaking. They are not talking about this case specifically right now when they're talking about firearms and hurting yourself and asserting dominance and the victim placating. They're talking about prototypical, stereotypical domestic violence. What do victims look like? What do abusers look like?
Emotional abuse, putting her down, making her feel bad about herself, calling her names, making her think she's crazy, playing mind games, humiliating her, making her feel guilty. Then isolation, controlling what she does, who she sees and talks to, what she reads, where she goes, limiting her outside involvement.
So, and again, if you just think about isolation, that's not as much one in this case. I guess you could maybe argue, he sent her away, but he wasn't controlling who she was hanging out with as much. I mean, I guess you can try to argue he is, but the state does a good job to point out a couple of these differences in this case, but then they kind of step in it as well on cross when we get there.
Jealousy to justify actions. Then a big one that I see often is minimizing, denying, and blaming, making light of abuse, not taking her concern seriously, saying abuse didn't happen, shifting responsibility for the behavior, saying she caused it. Another one is using children, making her feel guilty about the children, using the children to relay messages, using visitation to harass her, threatening to take the children away, male privilege, testing, treating her like a servant, making all the big decisions, acting like the master of the castle, being the one to define men's and women's roles, using economic abuse, preventing her from getting or keeping a job, making her ask for money, giving her an allowance, making her ask for money, not letting her know or have access to family income. And the last one is coercion and threats, making her carrying out threats to do something to hurt her, threatening to leave her, saying that they'll commit suicide, reporting her to the government, making her drop charges, making her do something legal.
So that is the wheel of control, basically, that is, normal in domestic violence cases. And I just feel like the defense lined it up and is giving us the step-by-step evidence like you would expect the prosecution to prove their theory. Okay. He talked about, like I said, introducing the child, ups the ante. She doesn't want to poke the bear. She's afraid, things like that. But then also I felt like some of the characteristics they would describe as like, oh, they're usually charming and they can trick people, but not all of them are charming. It's like, I mean, you could describe like any personality. I don't think one personality makes somebody an abuser, right? Just because this guy was charming, or that people didn't see it outdoors doesn't make me think, oh yeah, he must be. It's the specific acts and incidents of violence, which is exactly why they are admissible in these kinds of cases. That is what really kicks it up a level, is the things that he did physically to the pets with the firearms, to her, to the house, right? Punching holes, shooting holes, things like that. That's the much bigger difference to me than like that he was charming or people didn't necessarily see it from the outside world. Somebody said, did you see the prosecutor in Baldwin was disbarred? Holy cow. No, I did not see that. I'll have to take a look at that. Azam said, I'm so sorry if I'm wrong. Didn't she invite him that day? Her mom wasn't home. I don't remember if she did. She wasn't afraid of him. So does the battered spouse apply here? I'm confused. So they plan on packing the U-Haul together. Yes, her mom was there, but her mom left to go to the park. And that's part of this bigger picture. In order to be a victim, do you have to always be afraid? Do you have to never be in the same room with them? Do you have to never be in the same room with them unsupervised? Do you have to never let them in a room with your child? Because she was Googling and trying to figure out how to co-parent with an abusive partner. That's what she was Googling. So it seemed like she did everything, and this is the defense's theory, right? That she did everything she could, legally speaking, to try to get him away from her and cut him off. She lost at every turn, so she had no choice but to be around him. And this was one of the ways she was going to be around him. But I think if the jury thinks like you did, she invited him over there that day, which proves she wanted him there. She wasn't afraid of him. And this is not a battered spouse case. I think that's a discussion that's open for discussion as these jurors go back and deliberate. The next part, the defense is going to go through what they call a bunch of hypotheticals. Let me get my air quotes out. Hypotheticals that are very clearly the same set of facts that we have heard them discuss in this case, and actions that Doug took that seemingly are confirmed with physical evidence and other people's testimony. And they ask this expert, is this abuse? If somebody who's been through this, are they a victim of domestic violence? And I got to be honest with you, every time I hear the defense read or list off all of these prior bad acts by Doug, it's really hard to get over. And the prosecutors have to be sitting back there thinking, how are we going to get past this with the jury? What do you guys think as you hear the defense list this off?
So, Mr. Ferris, I'm going to give you a series of hypotheticals, and I'd like you to tell us if it's consistent with abuse.
Yes, sir.
Shooting a gun in the kitchen of a home in an effort to intimidate the victim to stop speaking. Throwing the loaded gun at the victim. Cruelty to pets. Punching a dog in the face hard enough to knock the dog unconscious. Throwing a cat down the steps. Placing a tracker on the victim's car, an illegal tracker. Throwing things, breaking things, yelling, screaming, belittling, cursing, humiliating. Declaring such statements as rid the earth, being in a murderous mood, kill all the bad people, take them out, being caught at night, peering into windows of the victim's home, violating a no contact order by sending a package, driving from South Carolina to Florida to be able to follow the victim, suicidal threats if the victim leaves, more than 30 years age difference, and finally, prior marital history whereby the prior wife explains how she was beat up on the honeymoon. Would that be consistent with abuse?
Absolutely. And not
like, well, when you put it like that, and he's basically asking this guy the ultimate question for the jury. Was she the victim in this case? Was that her mindset? That when he lunged at her, when he blocked the door, when he grabbed her, when he hit her in the face, when he bumped her in the hallway, is that why she thought the way that she did? That's what he's trying to present with this expert. And this expert's now going to explain exactly how that works.
absolutely, but those are checklist points right off the Duluth power and control wheel, and right off my experience, they're stereotypical abuse techniques.
All right, and now my last question for you, Mr. Ferris, is I'm going to give you a hypothetical. You tell me if this would be consistent with someone who suffers from abuse. Sending texts that are conciliatory with friendly emojis, accompanying the...
So now he's going to list off how Ashley Benefield has acted in their relationship, and if this is indicative of being a victim.
Abuser during child time sharing ventures, acting deferential and subservient in joint therapy sessions, but decisively different in individual sessions, fearful of the abuser finding out the victim described him as controlling, manipulative, and abusive, and being exposed to threats, intimidation, pushing, holding down, humiliating, cursing. Would that be consistent with a victim of domestic violence?
Without a doubt. These are, again, techniques of compliance, not wanting to poke the bear, walking on eggshells, trying to minimize harm to themselves and their children. They'll put up a front. They don't want anyone to know, and they don't want their abuser to be angry by them disclosing. So, yes.
Lastly, one other factor I neglected to mention, would a video of the abuser and the abused at a restaurant with the child and another adult, whereby they are all acting happy, be consistent as well?
Well, certainly, if you're asking, they're acting happy, is she still a victim of domestic violence? Definitely. And it also fits with this whole idea of appeasement. We have to remember that the domestic violence comes in layers through the years of events. So one incident...
Judgment object non-responsive.
Ooh.
So that behavior isn't just a spot image right then. What's going on inside her? Why is she acting that way? That's what I would ask clients. That's what we're looking for. And if it's truly a victim of domestic violence, she'll be in this appeasement mode to try to please him and not disclose the abuse to get along sort of description.
My final question as it relates in...
Before we get to his final question, Mo said, Peter, when Ferris said sometimes they have great, nice personalities, he didn't mean just one of the symptoms as an abuser, but he meant they also have those traits, right? Like, meaning they can't, just because they have that personality doesn't mean that they're not an abuser. But I do think there's a certain thing where you can go too far to be like, anybody could fit into this, right? But when you have those specific instances of violence to pets and with firearms and things like that, that's the biggest differentiator that then we can look back and see how somebody may manipulate, how a victim may act, how it might not look like that on the surface. And that's, I think, what they had in this case, the facts that they developed that you don't just have in every case. You can't just say every guy's an abuser. That's not what's happening here in this case, in my opinion. They have different and additional evidence from that. All right, let's get to his last question.
General to domestic violence. Assume, hypothetically, there were several violent or semi-violent acts of domestic violence, and then there was a break in the chain of events for, let's say, as much as a year or two, and then it started up again. Does the victim remember, and is the victim affected by the earlier acts of abuse?
Without a doubt.
This is an important question. If the abuse happened in the past, does it still affect them in the present or even in the future? And this is going to be important when you hear the cross as well.
The victim remember, and is the victim affected by the earlier acts of abuse?
Without a doubt. I've got clients who tell me about So yes, definitely they don't forget the abuse that's occurred to them, trauma lasting. Adults remember childhood trauma, let alone something from several years ago. Like I say, layers of impacts of behavior.
Thank you very much. No further questions from Mr. Farrell.
So that is the end of direct. It was kind of short and sweet. And Ted found that interesting. I have felt the prosecution's presentation of this entire case to be kind of baffling. Like I don't understand. And we are pretty much going to listen to the entire cross, 15 minutes of cross, because this is the defense's big expert. This is who's saying that which way the domestic abuse went, right? And listen to this cross. I was like, what are they saying? What are they trying to prove with this cross? Before we get to it, let me answer a couple questions. Pity Mom, when you get there, can you explain why the judge didn't allow the DNA swabs from AB and DB in? I'm confused. Yes, I'll give you my best guess as to what happened, and parts of it I agree with, parts of it I do not. And I think the defense ended up agreeing also with what I originally agreed with. I'll just say one of the biggest issues I agreed with the judge on was they didn't really have an expert to explain what all that meant. And without that, you can't really bring that stuff in. I did not agree with the judge at all in the chain of custody. The state's definitely not objecting to their own chain of custody. If the defense isn't objecting, the judge should not keep it out because of that. Everybody agrees it's reliable and the chain of custody is fine. So if both sides agree, why are you going to jump into that? But I do agree you need an expert to explain what all those numbers mean. And then the defense, why I said they ended up agreeing with that is they tried to say, well, we can bring the expert in tomorrow. Judge, it seems like it's not going to allow that. John said, this doctor reminds me of Dr. Spiegel from the Amber Heard trial, who called Johnny Depp a dumb individual while licking his lips. I disagree. I didn't get that vibe at all. All right, let's get to now the cross of this expert.
Minimizing the abuse.
Now you're asking me if the victim would minimize?
Yes. Like what I mean by that, and maybe I said it wrong, is like covering or taking blame for the abuse, covering for the abuser, taking blame.
Yes.
Making excuses for him.
Definitely.
Or her, I guess, but not reporting the abuse.
Right.
Dropping charges if they were filed.
Yep.
Not standing up for themselves.
Yes.
And not leaving.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to put that wheel back up, and I want to talk to you about the I sections each.
Sure.
I'm going to talk first about the use of intimidation. Would you agree that if somebody, this says making her afraid by using looks, actions, gestures, smashing things, destroying things, her property. We talked about a break. If those things weren't occurring for years, would you, but had allegedly occurred prior to that, would you still consider that part of this dynamic?
Yes.
If it's been a distance in time?
Yeah, I think the distance can be totally irrelevant.
And
I mean, totally irrelevant is a little bit strong, but why would you ask that question if you're the state? I can't figure out why they would ask that question. The evidence has already come in through the defense, so it's not like you were the first one bringing it up, but why reiterate it? Why ask him that question again?
There's a section on here about the economic abuse.
Mm-hmm.
Would you find that if a hypothetical victim was living on her own for several years, had no monetary dependence on the alleged abuser, and lived in her own home in another state for part of that, and there was no monetary connection, that would not apply to a relationship?
Could you restate the question?
So if in this wheel,
right,
hypothetically, when I'm talking just about using economic abuse,
right,
would you agree? Would you say it still applies if the victim was living on her own for several years with family and independently sufficient economically, no financial dependence on the other person. Would you agree with me that economic abuse would not apply to that relationship?
From the scenario you give me, it doesn't sound like it would apply.
You know what's crazy about that, right? So they say the economic abuse doesn't apply here because, you know, she was living with her mom and he had kind of run out of money or whatever. Yet they talk about how economics was such a big deal, about how she was manipulating, why she wanted to be into this marriage. I just thought that was kind of weird. I was like, so wait a second. So how did that all work in this relationship as well?
And for isolation, would you agree that if it's the same facts, living on her own for several years with family, so I know it says isolated from family, I think. Living on her own with family and having some periods of no contact for over a year, and then being back in contact, but living separately and having her own cell phone, having her own car, having her own home. Would you agree with me that that's not a situation where there was isolation?
Well, you have to remember, under the isolation also comes jealousy and justifying action. So in terms of isolating, not letting their partner or the victim go to work or see family, in that sense, what you're saying is true. But a component of isolation could also be extreme jealousy, possession, your mind, those sort of things.
And
I think that was a punch that landed for the state. That made sense. We didn't have isolation in this case, but, you know, I think it's also something that he explained that you're not necessarily going to see every single one of these in every single case, which I think most people understand as well. But I do think that was a good argument by the state that we don't have that isolation. Those are the kind of points you want to make. We don't have isolation. We don't have this. We don't have that. We don't have that, right? We just have kind of couples that argue and stuff he did in the past, but not in the present or whatever. You know, some kind of an argument like that is what I would have expected to see from them. D-Dub said, what's the total time of meeting each other to the shooting? A couple years. Because they got married, had the kid, and then it had been a couple years. I want to say, I don't know, 2-3 years, something like that. I don't remember. I'm sure somebody in the chat will. Why do they call it DV when there's no violence? We need another term, DA, domestic abuse, and it does not justify killing. So I'll disagree with you a couple different ways there. Violence does not have to be, or DV does not have to be physical touching. I mean, if you think about assault, right? Assault in most states can be assault without touching. Right. And literally firing a firearm to scare somebody or to threaten somebody is assault. So I think there are these kind of violent crimes, even without physical touching. And I think there is also emotional abuse. And I mean, we have seen like children in some cases we've covered that have been emotionally just abused. And there's no other way around it. And it can cause horrible, horrible things. And it can cause people to get into situations where they are fighting for their lives. So I'll kind of agree to disagree with you about this. And then a bunch of other people are really, you know, sharing their stories and how abuse can look different and victims can look very different and deal with it in different ways. And it's not always rational. It doesn't always make sense. Now that can make it hard to prove in court. And we want legitimate facts. We want legitimate proof and not just, you know, a he said, she said at the right moment and at the, you know, time where it's good for one person or the other, which sometimes it still is true, but it looks that way. We've got a lot more than that in this case. A lot more than that.
Didn't add those facts. You're adding those facts, right?
Well, under the power and control world, the last item, I don't know if you actually mentioned it, using jealousy to justify actions.
And if that was not a factor, that's not a factor.
Then isolation component may not be part of that, you know, component for the scenario we're looking at, the couple we're looking at.
And why do you say may not? What part of that would apply?
Well, would not be.
Okay, thank you. Using the children. If the hypothetical victim had custody of the child and attempted to terminate parental rights, and the hypothetical abuser had to seek court intervention to get the child,
right,
would that be a factor in your consideration of whether children were being used? If she had sole control of the child.
So you're asking me if I could just reframe that the alleged abuser is not he's not using child against their alleged victim, then they're not necessarily guilty of using the children.
I'm not asking if it's guilty. I'm just asking if that would apply. We talked about how these things apply.
It may not apply. It would not apply. But I think if I could mention, you're missing the point of the power control wheel. This is about pattern of behavior.
I'm not missing it. I'm just asking hypothetical questions. How about using a male privilege? If that hypothetical abuser was not having any control over her big decisions or did not live with her, so was not being the master of the castle, was not treating her like a servant because they lived separately, and was not defining their roles, in fact, was offering to purchase things, get her anything she needed, those kind of things. Would you agree with me if those were the facts of a relationship, male privilege would not apply?
No, I wouldn't agree with you.
Okay, can you elaborate?
Yeah, the men's roles. And when you say purchasing things, I would want to look in.
Never would I ask an expert like this to elaborate. If he said no, he disagreed with me, I'd move on to the next one. The jury heard my question. They should understand where I'm going. I would never ask this guy to elaborate.
to what is that a concept of what the role is. I'm the man. I purchase things. I control things for you. I decide what to get, et cetera. So that could be a male privilege issue.
Okay, and I understand that, and that was 4 facts scenario in mind. I think it kind of goes with the economic abuse. And what I should have asked is, if she's asking for, can you stop and get me boxes, or can you stop and get me tape, or can you stop and get me something else? And he is, yes, of course, and he does it. That's what I'm talking about, not him telling her what she may have.
So in terms of him buying things for her that she's asking for, I wouldn't consider that to be domestic violence.
Okay, you would not.
No.
Like, yeah, duh. He's basically thinking in his head, that's a bad question, and it gets worse.
So that's, other than that caveat, then male privilege wouldn't necessarily apply to the cycle that we're in, under my facts.
The facts are not complete enough for me to come to the conclusion.
Okay. How about minimizing, denying, and blaming? What you said that was present in 90% of the cases.
Quite a bit, yes.
Right. I think you said 90.
I did.
What if the hypothetical abuser says, I was wrong. I lost control. I shouldn't have done those things, and never says it was your fault you did those things? Would you then feel like that's not minimizing, denying, and blaming?
No, I wouldn't agree with that, because it could be that part of the strategy of minimizing could be that I'm sorry I didn't do it. That could just be minimizing.
I'm sorry I didn't do it. I'm sorry I did it.
Right.
That's part of minimizing?
Yes.
So now they're wading in the waters of, he even apologized for his violent behavior towards Ms. Benefield. He didn't blame her. He just apologized and said he wouldn't do it again. And this guy's like, yeah, sometimes that's part of their strategy. They don't always blame the victim. Sometimes they just want to, bring them back or manipulate them or whatever. So they'll apologize. They'll say they'll never do it again. It's like, I think a lot of people know that about abusers, that they apologize and say they'll never do it again and promise, and then it happens again. But she's now, in her questions, in my opinion, in her questions, she is starting to admit that at least at some point, Ashley Benefield was a victim. Correct me if I'm wrong. I know you guys will, but that's what they start to sound like to me in some of these questions.
Well, certainly not denying or blaming, right?
I would need more definitive facts.
I need an explanation on if somebody takes responsibility for accusations against them,
right.
That is minimizing. Just to say, yes, you're correct, and I'm sorry.
It could be a way to dialogue or to minimize what occurred by accepting blame for it, and that could be part of their scenario.
Could it also be the opposite?
Yes,
that person
it could
is taking responsibility for their actions.
Right, certainly it doesn't deny that it happened. That's for sure.
Right, and no blame being set forward if they say it's my fault.
Well, just because someone apologizes doesn't mean they weren't abusive.
I'm just talking about the factors.
And it sounds like they were abusive if they're apologizing for being abusive, right?
Right.
And whether or not, if somebody, under my hypothetical, admits to responsibility for the accused abuse and apologizes for that, whether or not you would consider that denying and blaming.
I would need more information on the relationship in the scenario to decide that.
Is there a scenario? Okay. How about using emotional abuse? If there's no accusations of any name calling or telling her what to wear, this hypothetical victim, in fact, she's comfortable enough to wear a sports bra and shorts around him. There's no displaying weapons. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. No evidence in their relationship of playing mind games or humiliating her or making her feel bad about herself. Would you agree with me that that might not be a factor?
Well, you gave me a discrete list, but emotional abuse also includes name calling, putting someone down, affecting them emotionally.
I guess, is there a scenario, Mr. Ferris, where you will agree with me that a relationship might not include emotional abuse? Because I don't know how to give you enough factors for you to say, no,
yeah, I can't help you with that. I'm not asking the questions.
Oh,
That's never a good sign when an expert says that. I can't help you with that. I'm not asking the questions. I mean, her hypotheticals just are making no sense. She's not putting all the facts in there. If the jury is paying attention, they're like, what is happening? It's not going well. It's not going well. And I feel like she's making admissions that at some point Ashley Benefield was a victim, but no longer was the night of the incident because she could wear sports bras and invited him over, which some of you guys are saying in the chat. I mean, it's interesting. And I see some people disagreeing in the chat, and that's fine. We can disagree. I also see people saying, let's not rip each other's heads off. Let's not do that. Okay. Let's not rip each other's heads off. Let's disagree with facts and explanations and logic and how we think the jury's going to view this.
I give you enough factors for you to say,
no, I can't help you with that. I'm not asking the questions.
Oh, I was asking you one.
I know I'm not, you are.
Would you take into account, based on with these factors such as emotional abuse, economic abuse, male privilege, using children, all of these, if the alleged victim, or let me give you a scenario, she does not live with him, She's actually in another relationship, potentially engaged to a new man.
Okay.
She tells him that she does not want to be with him.
Okay.
And she plans to move away without him. Would those be factors that you would have to take into account when deciding if that relationship fit this power and control?
Well, that would be factors of the relationship, but I haven't heard you say anything about what their history is, what trauma she's experienced, what's going on with children in their lives, all sorts of other dimensions of the relationship.
I guess, so are you...
And he's not bringing in, he's not saying, and this is why I would say, if this guy was my expert, I'd be like, did a good job handling this, because he could have pulled factors like, well, we don't know if she was from the moon, or, you know, if her parents were abusive, or if she witnessed an abusive relationship between her parents. He's not bringing in factors that this jury hasn't heard. Instead, he's bringing in factors that apply to this case. Like, what was their past? Did she have trauma in the past? Was the child part of that trauma? Because you remember Ashley Benefield, her mindset, he was abusing the child as well. And if you want to say those allegations were total BS and unfounded, okay. But he's talking about Ashley Benefield's mindset and what that was at the time of the incident.
Is there no scenario where there can be abuse in a relationship and then there no longer is abuse, where they are no longer in this wheel? Because the way you're answering your questions, that's the impression I'm getting.
So there, I have come across situations where there's an emotional abuse or a physical abuse, but it's not a pattern or behavior. It doesn't go on over a period of time in an attempt to control someone. So if I may, if someone pushes down their girlfriend on a night out and he gets arrested for domestic violence because they live together, it's a battery, that's domestic violence. But that's it. She's not appeasing, she's not put an emotion, the whole power control dynamic isn't happening. That is domestic violence under criminal law, but it isn't domestic violence in the sense of a pattern or behavior to try to get the appeasement or the sort of consensus out of a victim where they're afraid to poke the bear, all the things I've already talked about. So,
but he would testify that it can start the ball rolling towards that. That can be one of these incidents that does grow into domestic violence. And that's why he's saying we have multiple things here that layer on top of each other. And Finkel wide right, great reference. I agree. It's tough. It's very difficult.
If that answers your question.
It didn't. Is it your testimony?
Did that answer your question? She said it didn't.
That once a relationship has these power and control aspects, that is forever, even if there's no continued allegations of abuse for years, no continued allegations of abuse, no continued allegations of emotional abuse, never any allegations of sexual abuse. The parties are living apart. They're independently, I keep saying independently wealthy. That's not what I mean. Independent, economically independent. They are, the female is telling him she doesn't want to be with him and has moved on to a new relationship. Is there no scenario, in your opinion, where people can get off this power and control wheel, even if they were on it at some point in their relationship?
I think it's possible, but it's not likely, and it's not the typical thing that I see. Usually there's still a dynamic of emotional abuse.
So even under my facts,
yes,
with no allegations of emotional abuse in years,
no.
It's your opinion that not good enough. They're still in this power control.
Well, I can speak from my critical learning and studying this, and also my practice, and I have custody issue couples where they're domestic violence, and 10 years later, there's still abuse taking place, even though they're remarried and don't live together. So by example, I see continued abuse.
I mean, everybody knows that. I shouldn't say everybody knows that. That was maybe condescending. I have people in my life, whether it was a parent-child abusive relationship or an abusive relationship they got out of, that whenever you see that person or you're around that person or that person gets brought up, there is still something going on and feelings there. It's not like it just went away because you haven't seen each other for a couple of years or because you're married to somebody else. So I don't think that's that far-fetched personally for victims to continue to deal with it after the fact.
Could there be a couple that don't? I'll say it's possible.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's possible for it to go away, but it doesn't mean it always goes away just because of time. All right, and that was it. That was Cross. I'm going to hit some questions here. Brendan, what is your overall impression of the judge? I really admire his demeanor, but sometimes his decisions feel narrow, cuts defense, no breaks fairly. I think I like his disposition. I like his demeanor. I like that he's not afraid to make a call. I like that he says, you argue, you respond, and that's it. And he kind of cuts him off. I haven't agreed with some of his decisions, though, either. So I get where you're coming from there. Tangling with Gina, does the defense have to prove she was in fear for her life for her to be not guilty? So no. The state, once the defense raises and puts evidence on of self-defense, the state has to disprove. They have to prove she was not in fear for her life that night beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. So the state has to prove. And I see a bunch of people in here saying stuff like, Kathy, Peter, I'm still over here wondering why she killed him that day. I currently see it as M. I don't see self-defense. So that's fine. That's fine. Did the state prove to you that it was M? Did the state prove why she did? If you really want to know why, the defense has given you a reason why. What's the state's? Why did she choose that night? Do you believe it was about, protecting that report from never coming out for 3 days? And if it wasn't that, then what was the reason? Why did she pick that night? Why did she pick then? Because maybe neither side has proven it beyond a reasonable doubt. And then, exactly like Azam said, based on your video title, if the jury thinks both parties failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, they should still vote not guilty, right? Yes. The defense doesn't have to prove self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. They have put it forth enough, in this case, for the state to have to disprove it beyond a reasonable doubt. Melanie asked for a poll at the end of the video. Yes, we will do that. At the end of the defense's case in chief, we will put up a poll, but realizing there's still one chunk of evidence left with the state's rebuttal case where they're going to try to disprove this self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. Zezla, can you explain why Doug admitting to everything through text wasn't enough? Going through something similar, and I just don't understand, wasn't enough for what? Sorry. I think it is enough to prove that there is some domestic issues. It's not necessarily enough to prove a crime. If, I guess it could be animal abuse and things like that, or it could be assault. But I guess I don't know how they relitigated it. To me, if I was a prosecutor and I saw these texts, I would at least investigate and see what's going on. The expert even said, ask better questions. I feel like he was trying to. Jilly, her cross sounded like, yeah, these are the facts, but what if they weren't? And then you would say, and then he was still like, I would need more facts, honestly. John, is he qualified to use the SM5 evaluation or whatever it's labeled as? They didn't ask him about this. So this was reliable enough to cross the bar because they did a Daubert challenge and the judge felt he was qualified enough to answer these questions. And this is the evidence that went before the jury. Such is the wheel of abuse. It's a wheel, prosecutor missing the forest through the trees. I mean, I don't even get the trees that she's looking at, Finkel. I honestly don't. Nikki, 50-50, but state not proved this wasn't self-defense, in my opinion, it's not guilty. Yeah, I'm not saying that they have proved this self-defense case perfectly or that it all makes sense and it's all perfect. But to me, they have enough to where the state needed a better case to win. That's kind of where I'm at. The state needed to do a really good job to win this case. And I don't feel like they've given us any, and we're about to go through other experts for the defense. And all I was thinking is, why didn't the state have any expert like this? Why didn't they give us this explanation to at least give us something to compare? Because it's not supposed to be comparing apples to apples, right? The state's got the burden beyond a reasonable doubt. But at least, some juries think, okay, who's more likely right? We hate that as criminal defense lawyers because that's not the burden. But if you have two stories and you can pick one that's usually right and one that isn't as right, sometimes they'll go with that. I don't feel like the state provided us that story in this case. Christy, Peter, is there a lesser charge that might have been more appropriate, even for those that don't believe her story? Second degree definitely was not proven here. I think they're going to end up having manslaughter as a lesser included. In this case, Florida usually does that. So that's what I would expect here. I think the prosecutor should go to law school. I think they have gone to law school. Daybreak, on another case claiming self-defense, will you be covering Susan Lorenz? So I know nothing about it. The way I found out about this case, I knew nothing about it, even though it was literally in my backyard. You guys asked. Whoa. Fireworks. These like automatic things that happen sometimes when I thumbs up, it does like a thumbs up emoji. That was cool. I don't know why that happened. But if you guys ask me for it, I will do it. So if enough of you want to talk about this case or whatever case is coming next, you guys let me know. You choose the content here. All right. Let's jump to the next witness, which was Stephanie Murphy's old employee who read an email from the JA that basically told them the detective was telling them the no contact order was in place on November 3rd. But on cross, she was like, yeah, there wasn't enough there to make an arrest. It wasn't in the system right, some weird stuff. So I don't know how hard that one hit for the defense. Next was Vincent Vizzacaro, who was a realtor who, after a bunch of sidebars, ended up testifying that Doug was looking at the house very close to Ashley's house, like right behind it-ish. And while the no contact order was pending, and he was saying he was going to try to buy that house or rent that house. But I thought the state did a good job on cross to say he said he was going to ask Ashley first and check with Ashley first. So I thought it seemed like a good point by the defense, but I thought it was mitigated well by the prosecution with their questions. Then Dr. Quintel took the stand again. And it's not surprising that he's back. And I was wondering if he was going to be a home run witness for the defense. And we're going to listen to a big chunk of his testimony here. And you tell me how good he really was for the defense, or if it was kind of a nothing burger or fell a little flatter than potentially it could have.
I reject that.
Same objections?
Same objection.
All right, I will rule the objections goes to weight, not admissibility. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So, Dr. Cattell, all right.
This guy was already called during the state's case. He seemed to be friendly for the defense. Defense calls him again to basically talk about the relationship dynamics. He's a mental health counselor as well. This is expert testimony.
We're rolling.
Okay.
Did you reach any conclusions with respect to Douglas Benefield?
Yes.
Would you tell us what those were?
Based on the conversations with both Ashley and Doug occurred as someone who was domineering, and the terminology that I would use at times would be super controlling. He was very dedicated to wanting the relationship to work. He was very interested, despite conversations with some of the disparaging things that Ashley had said to him. He was very much still wanting this to work, and their plans were to move to Maryland.
So I will tell you right now, after listening to this a second time now with you guys, I would have stopped asking him a question. I would have been, okay, thank you, sir, nothing further. I would have been done. He keeps asking, and I feel like it starts to fall flat. But that was the only answer he really needed. Super controlling, you know, all of those things he said about Doug. That's really all he needed.
Right. Did you reach any conclusions with respect to him being a real alpha male? Do you recall?
I would say that Doug occurred as somebody who was very built and well put together. And yes, I would say that he would fit the stereotype of an alpha male, in my opinion.
Did you conclude whether there was an intimidation issue present?
Ashley stated that she was scared of Doug.
And so he seems like he's a straightforward witness. He's like, I mean, the only way I would know about intimidation and that stuff is what Ashley said. And that's what the state gets out across. That I think they did a good job. That a lot of this information just came from Ashley. Which is what they said in opening would happen with every witness. I definitely don't feel like it's happened with every witness, but they did get that point across well with this witness.
Reach any conclusion, Dr. Cattell, about whether Doug's depiction of himself as being godly was reliable?
Objection outside of expertise.
You can answer.
Can you say that again, please?
Sure. Did you reach any conclusion with respect to Doug's presentation of himself as being particularly godly?
Yes, I think it was over the top.
All right, and did you reach any
I
conclusion
don't understand how this helps you as the defense, and it's just it was kind of clunky.
as to whether it was genuine?
I did not think it was fully genuine, no.
Did there come a time when you inquired of Doug why he would want to remain in this relationship?
Yes, I did.
Why did you do that?
Ashley had a lot of disparaging comments, stuff with CPS, claims of abusing their child. And I was concerned and curious why, with all of that negative stuff that may even negative affect his job and career with government, why he wanted to stay.
And was it true that you felt he was hell-bent on being together?
I know that he really wanted the relationship to work.
Did you conclude that he was never going to let her get away?
I don't know whether that's true, whether or not. I don't recall that.
All right, let me pass this to you and see
Please.
if it refreshes your recollection.
Thank you. Yes, I said that to the detective. I said it seemed more like I'm not going to let her get away from me.
Referring to Doug.
Yes, sir.
All right, and lastly, Dr. Cattell, did Ashley have anything to say to you about Doug's interest in Emerson and whether or not it was just as
Objection hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you reach any conclusions, Dr. Cattell, about Doug's interest in the child as opposed to Ashley?
Objection, Judge.
I'm going to sustain this to the opinion.
Was there an incident on one of these occasions when Doug was in your office that you thought was very strange as it related to the child?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled, as long as it's factual.
Yes.
Can you say that question again, please? Thank you.
Was there an incident that you observed that you found particularly puzzling between Doug Benefield and the child, Emerson?
Yes, at the time that I spoke with the detective, I had an appointment and Doug had waited in the reception area, and it was a couples counseling, and Ashley was out in the car with the child. And I thought it was unusual that he didn't go out and see her. Given that they had the relationship they had, it may not be as unusual as I thought, but I was coming from having two little girls and what would be in my mind to do.
And how long was Doug sitting in your office at the time? Do you recall?
Well, it would have been at least an hour. I don't know how long I was in the appointment before.
And in that hour, from what you observed, with Emerson and the child outside in the car, but Benefield never once went out to say.
I wouldn't have been able to observe that because I would have been in session. I just knew that he was waiting in the lobby. I don't know whether anything other than that.
Again, I just thought that kind of fell flat, and that's kind of where they ended. Peter, people asking, will you cover the Apple River sentencing? Yeah, Kelsey put that on the list. We'll see if that works out in our schedule to cover. Somebody else said Madeline Soto. And again, if these are the cases you guys want to see, let me know. And then Alexa Treviso, we have already covered some of that, and we'll probably very likely continue to cover that case. Andrew, hi, Peter. Does the prosecutor get to recall Ashley to the stand again? No. They got to cross-examine her. That's it. They don't get to recall her. How could he ask Ashley with the restraining order? So, again, I represented a bunch of people in criminal cases that violated restraining orders in relationships like this. And usually the victim's like, okay, fine, we can talk or whatever until it goes bad. And then they call the cops and you violated the restraining order. I don't know if they had that kind of a relationship, but maybe he meant after the restraining order was not in place anymore. Maybe he would say he didn't know that the restraining order was in place. I don't know, but obviously he shouldn't have been contacting her. But it seemed like he was sending her packages, planning to move near her, all while there was a restraining order in place. He said he needed to ask Ashley first. Why didn't he ask her before he wanted the house in her backyard? Obviously, she said no. Okay. Again, there are multiple ways to look at all this. I just think it's better to have said, I was going to ask Ashley, then I'm just going to surprise her and move in back behind her. But not good either way if there's a restraining order. No contact order. Hot Honey. The proof as a juror I'm still looking for is that he abused their daughter. That was what her fear was, and all her injunctions, was it not? So no, I don't think that is what she would say her fear was that night. She didn't mention anything about it that night, the night of the incident. He shoulder checked her, hit her with the box, hit her in the face, grabbed her by the hand, blocked the door, wouldn't let her out, lunged towards her. That's her testimony. You don't have to believe it. And by the way, people in the chat, if you don't believe her testimony, that's part of a juror's job. If you don't find her a credible witness and you start going down the road of thinking that she's guilty and the state proved it, that's fine. But I'm just saying she did say those things. And the defense is putting forth the case that she was in personal fear for her own life, not her daughter's life that night. Allegations in the past, sure, but not that night. Donna said, I would have been scared of this bloke because of his behavior. I mean, the defense is certainly painting him that way. I will say, the defense is definitely painting him that way. So if it's not true, it really sucks and is sad. But they're definitely painting a picture where I agree. He definitely seems like the aggressor here. Yeah, I see a bunch of people saying Adelson as well. We will definitely be covering Adelson like we did last time for sure. Fishy, women not believed is the crux of this case and the reason Doug is dead when he maybe could have received help. And Brian said, hey, Peter, how is it possible for the prosecution able to not use the lead detective and then not allow the defense to impeach him on his bias reputation? So is that the next witness? Yes, that's the next witness, the lead detective that the defense wanted to call to just basically say he thinks every homicide is an M and he did all this stuff wrong and they just want to impeach him. And you can't just call a witness to impeach him. You can ask him facts. You can talk to him. And if you impeach him, you impeach him. He did get to ask that, I think it's strange that the state didn't call you. I think that argument's appropriate in closing argument. It seems like the judge was not going to allow it. This guy did ask, even though the judge kind of said not to, and the state asked for sanctions, saying the defense lawyer continuously disregards what you say, judge. So sanction him, which I found to be, okay, a swing at him. He doesn't seem to be bothered. So we'll see if the judge sanctions him later. The cop ended up being kind of a nothing burger. Tried to talk about how bias meant that Ashley didn't have a depraved heart because he didn't check the box for bias. State brought up that bias is usually for hate crimes. The cop basically said, I never use that bias box. I don't even really know what it means. I thought he was kind of a nothing burger because the jury obviously didn't hear any of the arguments outside their presence. So it was a little bit different. This subject matter can trigger big emotions. Trauma is real. Be kind. Looking through a legal lens, definitely reasonable doubt. Karen, I agree. And I really hope the chat can continue to do that. I know some people don't like when the chat disagrees with them, and they don't like if people are direct, but I also realize people are sometimes nasty in comments. So let's not be like that. I don't think it does anything to prove your case or open conversation or learn anything if you're nasty in the comments. So just don't be, okay? It makes it more educational and uplifting for everybody, even if we disagree, and especially when we're talking about very difficult topics like this. All right, next, let's listen to, okay, Michael Haig, forensic scientist, talks about his background. He testified at the Aaron Hernandez trial, and he talks about how he does shooting reconstructions. So once again, an expert I wish the state had. Show us what the trajectory of the bullets mean. If I have to hear another, side eye from the state about the bullet wound in the leg, as if it's, disproving the defendant's case, but what does it mean for your case? Why is that good for your case? What is your theory as to why the trajectory of the bullet was like that in the leg? The defense has an explanation. Do you believe it? Maybe, maybe not. But what's the state's explanation for that trajectory? Somebody maybe can explain it to me in the chat. But let's listen to some of his reconstruction of these events.
We make assumptions in science all the time. It allows us to make further steps. So, for example, we have two trajectories through the body. We have two trajectories into objects in the crime scene. If I look at the trajectories just within the crime scene, one that has to go through that long hallway, and one that we actually do have some data for to figure out where the firearm was that just goes into the wall within the bedroom, and we look at those two trajectories, they don't overlap, meaning there's not a physical possibility for the firearm to have been stationary between just those two shots. I can't tell you, with regard to sequencing, which one was first, but if you make an assumption that the firearm, if you're the firearm, I mentioned right to left, moved from right to left, then the one down the hallway would have to have been before the one into the wall, if that's the hypothesis. If we take the opposite hypothesis, it's opposite left to right. That's where witness statements come into play to evaluate whether or not the physical evidence supports or refutes a witness statement. You never take a witness statement and, in my line of work, believe it. You look into what the physical evidence supports and then cross.
I mean, how about that? If you're the jury, you never just take a witness statement and believe it. That goes right in the face of what the state said. And maybe the jury can be like, forget about what everybody said, including Ashley Benefield. What does the evidence tell us? And the defense is presenting a theory backed by science and backed by the evidence and the crime scene photos with an expert to say that all backs up this story in self-defense and corroborates. That's what I'm saying. You don't just believe Ashley Benefield just because of what she said. And it's hard for me to say somebody's lying or somebody's telling the truth. But this is the type of corroborating evidence that usually helps me make a lean in a situation like this. And once I'm starting to lean that way, the state's got to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. So it becomes pretty hard. And I'm sure there's going to be people saying I'm always on the defense side and whatever. But I mean, I got to be honest. So let's just, for a second, take a timeout. Timeout like Zach Morris used to do in Saved by the Bell. The most interesting cases, in case you haven't wondered, and the ones you guys ask me about the most, are the hardest ones for the state to prove. When it's a slam dunk, the state's going to go in there and bulldoze somebody. Usually there's not a lot of questions. Usually you guys don't ask for me to cover those cases. I will if you wanted to. That'd be fine. Like we have done it, like Chad Daybell, Letitia Stock. Those were kind of bulldozing, in my opinion. And you guys had questions. But the vast majority of cases you find interesting have some kind of an element that makes you say, is this really what happened? And so those are the more difficult cases to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So that just might be why you feel there may be liens on certain cases. If proven self-defense is life insurance payout, only asking because couldn't that be a motive if the claim of self-defense due to their lack of track record? No, usually that's not in there. I don't know that there was a life insurance policy, that she was the beneficiary on it. I haven't seen any evidence like that come out, so I don't want to mix that in too much into this discussion.
Let's compare them. So if you have information or an opinion or a statement that the firearm was indeed in motion from right to left, the physical evidence for those two trajectories would support that. As far as the body, for me, this case doesn't help too much because I focus more on the scene in this case. The others are focused on the body. But with regard to the scene itself, or the body itself, certainly we have an idea of where the firearm was relative to that body. But because those bullets don't then continue on to hit other things within the scene, I don't particularly have an opinion there that would lead me to allow me to then say sequence those in order.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the deceased was stationary or moving?
If we assume that the firearm was relatively stationary, and by that I don't mean a matter of 3 or 4 feet, I mean the firearm is not circling about the room, going out in the hallway of this incident or otherwise. If we take the position that the firearm is generally just in the bedroom and is pointed in the same relative direction as the two trajectories that I described for you, then it would have to be that the decedent was in motion because we have trajectories in the decedent's.
Now we're starting to talk about Doug was moving. And again, this is layering on top with what we're going to get from the medical examiner next. But we know kind of Doug was moving, and she gives us some explanation of to where Doug was moving and how he was moving. And the defense is really putting these pieces together. I got to be honest. They're putting it together better than I expected. So LC3, my only pushback here is maybe they don't understand it the same, right? It doesn't mean they don't understand it at all. But I will say that's not a prerequisite to being on the jury. So you don't have to have experienced it to be on the jury to make this call in this case. So while I do agree different perspectives are important and you know, people understand it differently for sure that have experienced it, but that's not a prereq to be a jury on this case. Ted said, I'd like to point out that during this expert testimony using the state's report, the ticker, I don't know what the ticker means. The ticker still says the medical examiner believes he was shot in the back. So we watched the medical examiner, the state's medical examiner testify. It was like right here, like by the nipple or something, like side front, definitely not in the back, but also not, you know, center mass in the front. Kelly D said, I became a member, couldn't wait for a random gifted membership. Watched your video for 4 months ago with your beautiful wife. It was great. Your dad did too. Going to have to talk to you about your view on dogs. Oh, I know. I'm a disappointment. Kim R, his dad, Luke Cake, testified in Rust. That is a great connection. Love it.
Body that are almost opposing. We have one that goes from, as described in the autopsy report, and this is how it's commonly described in such things, front to back, right to left, and as I recall, relatively flat. I think it was maybe slightly downward, but I've forgotten the vertical component. But the key factor is that one goes this way, and as I read the autopsy report, the other gunshot wound enters the inside of the right leg and comes out the exterior outside of the right leg. These are basically two relatively opposing trajectories on an object that undeniably, in my work, regular objects' bodies regularly move in between shots for one reason or another. So given that, to me, those trajectories in the body indicate to me that the body was in motion.
All right, and with respect to the firearm itself, are you able to draw any conclusion whether or not that was in motion as well?
Certainly within the degree I've described before with the two trajectories that I can show you, the one that goes in the wall, for those that I can demonstrate by physical evidence, there was some motion. And as I recall from my measurements in the 3D scan data, it's something like 4 or 5 feet, at least from one position of one trajectory's area over into the area of the other. As an approximation, again, because again, trajectories are approximations. Otherwise, beyond that, no.
So would it be safe to say that your conclusions support the fact that both the deceased as well as Miss Benefield would have been moving from right to left?
I can't tell you that the firearm moved from right to left of those shots. A statement of such would be supported by those two trajectories that I mentioned.
So the science and his reconstruction support Ashley Benefield's version. That's corroboration. Then they get into kind of where the shots went. I don't know personally if I thought these demonstrative aids were great. You guys tell me if you thought they were. I could picture some of it, not others, but I did think it was cool how we used the actual photos from the scene and stuff, but I thought this was kind of mid, but I want to play and see what you guys thought. And then we're going to continue playing to listen to the cross as well by the state.
And from this vantage point, you can see how there is a downward component to these shots as well, going into that, I believe, again, number 11 hole within the bedroom.
Would that be consistent with Miss Benefield firing the weapon while she's standing in the upright position?
There are certainly multiple places along these cones where a shooter could be standing. So basically any hypothesis or any scenario that puts the gun in those cones, including that one, would be on the table. So we've seen the up and the down, the vertical component here. We've looked at the azimuth, the left and the right from above. What I'll demonstrate for you now with the data is I'm going to take you to the right.
If I may,
please. Yeah.
As to that bullet, for the trajectory that you've just shown us, there was no indications that it had struck tissue. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I'll show you that picture of that bullet eventually. But this bullet, based on the damage that the bullet shows, as well as the nice round hole going into the wall, this is a miss of the decedent. This did not strike the decedent. If I take you to the side of the cone here, the far right side of the rightmost cone, our most right option, from that position directly over it, if you look down the hallway area, you actually, fill in, you actually cannot see where that bullet struck the wall. This area right here is to the right of the bullet's impact site. We actually have to move, as I will now, over into this area.
And like, while this wasn't perfect, Jamie's point is well taken. Like, I don't even know what the prosecution's theory is. I guess they're just trying to go common sense. Like, she didn't like him. She wanted to take him out. She wanted to be a single parent. So she fired the weapon that day at him. And it's just as simple as that. And nothing else really Because there was no text that I saw where it was like, I hate you, I'm going to hurt you, I'm going to do this to you from Ashley to Doug. No past acts of violence from Ashley to Doug. No threats in the past. She never pulled out her firearm in the past. She never shot a hole in the ceiling. She never threw a loaded weapon at him. So all those times in the past, she never did that. Why did she do it now if she was just going to, she hated him so much and she wanted to do it now? All because that report. I just don't buy that report, in case you can't tell from my tone. I just don't buy that report. And I just don't feel like the state has put together the picture for us, even as well as the defenses have. And that's not how we're supposed to not compare them. But even if I do compare them, they come up short to me. We'll see if, so people said, Peter, she wanted him gone, bottom line. Okay. I mean, that's, you're, in my opinion, you're taking a leap on that based on what the evidence has shown, which is not, you're entitled to do that as a juror.
I'll get us right at the edge of the wall. We have to come all the way over here in order to get to the impact site, which from my examination of images is more in this area. So somewhere on the tile in here is a bullet impact site, a ricochet off the floor. That bullet goes on and then barely perforates the drywall, or penetrates the drywall up in this area. So,
And that's another bullet, is that correct?
correct. Sorry, I'm on to bullet 19, as I recall, was its designator for those two.
Let me recap for just a minute. So one goes in the wall, and then one goes down the hallway.
That's correct.
And again, you can't say which shot was first or second.
I don't have physical evidence that would allow me to establish that, correct. But that bullet in the wall down there also expresses no soft damage. It is also one that did not strike the scene.
A miss.
A miss.
All right.
So from the 3D laser scan data, and I don't have a good trajectory or a good impact site to look at here. I was unable to go in and examine the floor. If I'd been able to find that impact site, I might have been able to refine that trajectory into the wall a little bit better and give us a more defined trajectory.
So, Banana, Doug is not here to say that, but other people are corroborating these comments from her, and Doug said it in texts. So they have all the texts between Doug and Ashley. So if she ever admitted to it or said it, or he said it to her, that stuff would have come in. If his daughter would have seen it, that stuff would have come in. It's not just one person saying this happened.
But other than the ballistic accessibility aspect of going down that hallway, I can't do that here. Just they're two separate trajectories that have some slight divergence in the lateral aspect.
Did I ask you what the degree of accuracy is for trajectory reconstruction?
I think we covered that, Turf, just that plus or minus 5 degrees is an industry standard. And based on having shot a lot of stuff, including walls, for a trajectory like that, assuming the trajectory rod was placed properly, about plus or minus 5 degrees is appropriate.
Did you have an opportunity, Mr. Haig, in preparation for your responsibilities in this case to interview Ms. Benefield?
I wouldn't describe it as an interview by me. I was certainly present while she described the incident.
And with respect to her
I
description
like experts like this that correct the lawyers even they work with to make sure they're precise.
of the incident, is there anything at all in your conclusions that was inconsistent with Ms. Benefield's description?
I can't think of anything that would necessarily be inconsistent. The key points that come to mind, where I remember her saying she stepped from her right to her left during the course of fire, that the decedent was moving rapidly in all sorts of patterns or manners, which would fit with the gunshot wounds entering the body in different angles. So from that perspective, no.
Give me just a moment, Your Honor, please.
Yes, sir.
So now we're going to get to cross, okay? So he just explained all of that, and this is how the state crosses him. So Rochelle said, why didn't the state have the lead I think you mean the lead detective. And I think it's because the defense had stuff to tear him up on, and they just didn't feel like they needed it. So it was a Proctor light, not necessarily to the Proctor level, but they just decided not to call him. I feel like I'm still confused and not convinced, which I believe as a juror, that means I'd have to vote not guilty. Is that correct? Yes. If you don't know what to believe and you don't really know what happened and you feel like it could go either way, that's a pretty strong not guilty stance in the American criminal justice system.
Quick questions. So you were able to give opinions about where the trajectory would be for the two shots into the walls, correct?
That's correct.
But as for the injuries into the human, you cannot opine about that.
That's correct. I don't have any other sort of anchors to bring the decedent's body into play with the scene because of the lack of perforation.
Okay.
So that's good. That throws a little shade on the precise level that he did this. He couldn't really take it into account the body as well for some of these measurements, it sounds like.
And with reference to the chest wound, I saw you kind of turning it several times. So, and we've had terms used such as front and side. So if you could just show the jury, where was this entrance wound?
To the best of my recollection, and of course, I can refresh my memory with images if it's helpful, but to the best of my recollection, it's in this general area on the side of the chest, and then it goes in, is recovered just under the skin in the back. So if you're sort of the firearm location, it would place the upper body in a vague general orientation like this.
So if you turned your body
The,
straight,
this way?
right, can you keep turning until you get to the point where, okay. So that's approximately the positioning of the gun to the body.
For the upper body, yes. I'd have no way of, correct, yeah.
Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect? No, sir.
That was it. So she had him stand, basically. She's holding the firearm with her hand, and that's how he's standing. Okay? That's not the front. That's not the back. How do you describe it? Does it look like somebody that's lunging, that's dodging out of the way maybe of the firearm? I don't know. I don't know. What does that prove? What does that make you think? Then we get to the medical examiner who has done 5,000 autopsies. I could tell based on her background, she was mostly a prosecution witness, and I was waiting for the defense to get there. And at the very end, he's like, the vast majority of the 500 plus times you've testified, which side has it been for? And she said, usually the state attorney, which makes sense because she's the state medical examiner, or down in Broward County, I think she said. She said again, 3 gunshot wounds, explains the entry and the exit, front-sided, but not exactly straight on. Everybody seems to kind of agree with that. But the graze of the arm was the interesting part to me with how she used it, and we'll listen to some of it on cross. But once again, with all of these experts, when they're looking at the science and they're looking at the pictures and they're looking at the actual evidence in the case, the defense does a good job of asking, is that consistent with what Ashley Benefield said? And so far, they've all said yes, and he asks the medical examiner as well.
Dr. Lou, did you have an opportunity prior to your testifying here today to meet and observe and listen to Miss Benefield explain the events that took place on that day?
Yes, I did. It may have been last year that I did that.
Is there anything at all with respect to your findings that is inconsistent with the explanation Miss Benefield gave?
I believe that Mrs. Benefield's account is consistent with the evidence on the body, and I can demonstrate that.
So she believes Benefield's take is consistent with the body. She has multiple posters. She uses his law clerk as a demonstrative aid. We can't really see it perfect because it was kind of near the jury, but she goes through line by line where it went in, where it went out, what it's consistent with, and it's consistent with Ashley Benefield's story. Kathy, Peter, how does the stand your ground hearing get denied, but there's a possibility for not guilty self-defense trial? Wouldn't that be the same? Thanks for helping to understand all this. So it's very different. It happens all the time. It happened in the last self-defense trial in Florida that we saw. Stand your ground, they lost, and then they won at trial and not guilty verdict. Different things happen. It's the difference between a judge and a jury. Different standards. It's not proving beyond a reasonable doubt. The state doesn't have to disprove it beyond a reasonable doubt. It's completely different standards, different rules, and it's a judge versus a jury. So it's actually very different. And it's really uncommon for them to win a stand your ground hearing, for a defendant to win a stand your ground hearing. Ashley, first super chat, Peter, is her explanation about the events that night enough to reasonably fear for her life, also admitting he'd never been physical? So here's what I would say. If you believe that he body checked her, he slapped her across the face, and he blocked her exit door, told her she's effing done and she's not leaving, I think if you believe that, that is absolutely enough to put a woman in fear for her life, an imminent fear of serious bodily harm or death. If somebody who's bigger and stronger than her, who has training, is in that position and has done those things, especially with the context of what she knows he said and has done in the past. That's my opinion. Now, I think the only way you find guilty is you just do, and I think the chat that thinks she's guilty will agree with me. They just do not believe her. They do not believe that's how the night went. And that's where it kind of teeters. So I would also ask for an explanation of the actual physical evidence as well. Unless you've been a victim of abuses verbally and physically or emotionally, you just don't understand the fear, in my opinion, not guilty. Dana said, the media is terrible about creating stories pre-trial. People get attached to a side not knowing admissible facts. I no longer watch pre-trial media coverage. Thank you for being you. Yeah, I have no idea. Honestly, I have no idea if the media was saying, let's get her, she did it with pitchforks, or if they were saying she's innocent and we're going to prove it. I had no idea. Same thing with Karen Reed. I had no idea. The state didn't prove self-defense to me. but he's gone and she did it. I guess I'd have to vote not guilty, yes. So she literally gets away with M. Potentially, if you think that that's a possibility, but again, you've got to hold the state to their burden, or else what's from stopping them from any other case being like, we're going to charge them, we're going to throw it out there, and we just hope they convict because they're the state, or we're the state. And we tell a story and we hope they kind of believe it enough. It's just not the way our system works. Okay. Then she talks about the leg position again and how it got there, and they have an explanation, right? And there's also an abrasion on his head that she says is evidence that he fell backwards potentially, which again would corroborate Ashley Benefield's story. The state has given us no explanation. On cross, the state's like, well, the EMTs could have just dragged him out of the house and hit his head on something. It's like, what? That's what you're saying? They just took him by the legs and dragged him out of the house and dragged his head on the ground? Like, that's wild that's the explanation the state has on cross. And then the last thing I want to play is redirect. Is this redirect? Let's see if this is the redirect.
This report corroborates that to the extent of, I think, 700. Ms. Benefield testified.
Let me see if I can find the redirect here of that witness. There were so many sidebars today and different evidentiary issues.
Maybe what movement they're braided.
And you would.
Benefield.
All right, here we go.
Dr. Lou would
This
be.
is the redirect. This is the last thing we're going to listen to. So hit the like button if you guys haven't already.
Abrasion wound to the. Dr. Lou, would the abrasion wound to the right arm of Mr. Benefield be consistent with him lunging towards Miss Benefield?
Remember, the pathway is from front to back and upward. So if he was lunging and you were the shooter, you can see how that would be consistent.
That's all. Thank you.
Do you have any questions on that?
No.
All right, can this witness be released?
So, I mean, that's pretty good. So Deb said this doctor testified according to what Ashley told her. So Deb, it's important that we see the whole picture, okay? So this doctor is the medical expert. She has been a medical expert, done 5,000 autopsies for the state. She looked at the body. She looked at the entry and exit wounds. She read the reports. So if Ashley Benefield would have made up a story that did not make sense with the evidence, she wouldn't have said it made sense with the evidence. If there was no gunshot grazing wound, she wouldn't have said, yeah, that grazing wound can happen with somebody lunging at you. If the entry was not here, she wouldn't have testified that something of being consistent with the entry here. She took what Ashley Benefield said and she applied the actual physical evidence she had. Now, did Ashley Benefield lie to her? Maybe. But this witness looked at the actual physical evidence as well and applied her expertise that she knows that I don't know. You don't, I mean, you may be a doctor, so I don't know. But that we as lay people don't know. She used her expertise to apply it and determine, does it fit in or does it not? Brenda said reluctant, not guilty. So reluctant, not guilties happen all the time. And sometimes it sucks because you're like, maybe I think she did it, but the state just didn't prove it. And that is the state's job, or else it's not just. And it's really hard. I mean, the old Franklin quote that 100 guilty people should go free, that's better than one innocent person going to prison. I just gave a speech or a presentation, and that was in it. And it was with young, like, college students. And they were like, no way, I don't agree with that. And we started talking. And then eventually I was like, what if it was your brother was the one person? He's like, all right, yeah, I would. I'd rather, 100 guilty people go free than him being innocent and sent to prison. It's tough. It's tough. I don't pretend this stuff is easy, guys. And I really respect you going through the thought process with me and trying to think through this stuff logically. I really appreciate that because I know it's not easy. Oh yeah, let's throw up a poll. Kelsey, throw up a poll after the defense's case in chief. How would you vote? Guilty or not guilty? And then we'll do one more after rebuttal. I've got a couple questions, then I got to take off. Is previous DV a question they'd ask when choosing the jury? Thanks. I didn't watch jury selection. I'll just tell you, if I ever do a trial like this, yes, that's a question I ask. Regardless of what side I'm on, I want to know that. Maybe she provoked him that night. We will never know. Maybe he was fighting for his life, trying to get the gun from her. She will get away with it. So I agree. Maybe that is what happened. I really don't know. But I don't feel like the state has painted the picture to me to where I can really feel confident with an abiding conviction of guilt at this point. That's where I'm at. But I'm waiting because the state still has rebuttal. They go first and last. They have the burden, and they You can put hung in there too, Kelsey. They have the burden of proof. And then undecided is fine. You don't have to vote yet if you're undecided. Don't vote hung if you're undecided. So the last thing I'll mention is the state said they're going to have kind of a quick rebuttal. It seems like only half the day tomorrow. Each side asked for an hour and a half, but thought they wouldn't actually take the full hour and a half for closing arguments. But those are going to happen tomorrow afternoon. And I don't know how this judge works. Either it's going to go straight to the jury at 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, or Wednesday morning. And I'm actually playing golf Wednesday for the first time in a while for work stuff, with different vendors. So I'll be reacting to it if the verdict comes out on Wednesday, probably afterwards. We all know she did it. The state didn't prove it was M. So I don't know that I would say we know that she did it. I wouldn't say that. I feel if I had to choose, like by a preponderance of the evidence, I would say it was self-defense, but I don't have to do that. The state has to disprove self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt, and we'll see if they can do that. Welcome to Mary and all the new members that joined today. That's awesome. And all the gifted members. Go back and watch the last Members Only live we did. It was cool. It was a draft of your dream legal team. And we're going to announce the winning team here soon. If you haven't voted on it, go to the community poll and vote what your favorite legal dream team is. I drafted one, the chat drafted one, and John and Kelsey as kind of the behind the scenes team drafted one. Frank Muir was found guilty, and that was pure self-defense. All right. So we've got, over 1,000 votes. We have 13% saying guilty, 7% saying a hung jury, 80% saying not guilty at this point. That's been pretty consistent. That's been the percentages both times that we have done this vote. So we'll kind of see what happens from there. But I will be back tomorrow. Hopefully you guys will be back tomorrow. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe to our page and hit the reminder bell so you don't miss out on any future videos. And if anybody else is watching the trial, tell them to watch and get in the comments. I'd love to see more people's opinions and thoughts on this case. But for tonight, that's all we got. Until next time, I am out of here. Thanks for watching another.
Hello. How we doing, everybody? How you doing, Mark? How you doing, fella? Hope you're well. Katie, is Alexis Treviso in New Mexico our next trial, if anyone knows? So I think that's been moved on. It was scheduled, I believe, for the 6th of August, and it was going to be my next trial, but I think it's been moved on. I think there's a hearing now on the 6th instead. So yeah, it won't be, I don't think, Katie, but I want it to be, but I don't know when the trial is. It's been moved on, I believe, out of August now. So we'll see. A lot of it depends on next trial. Depends on who's covering what, So if there's no trial coming up, then what we'll do is we'll just watch some like Judge Boyd or something. Hang on, share screen. It's interesting what they were saying there as well about the Peter had 80% not guilty, and we were, I think, as a group here, we're about 80 to 85% not guilty. So I think that's pretty, it's pretty standard. The majority of people, I believe, have it as not guilty. It goes back to what Peter was saying, that he doesn't believe the state proved that it wasn't self-defense. I don't think the state proved anything. So yeah, whether you believe it was self-defense or not, I mean, the state have got a job to do, and they didn't prove it, in my opinion. Hey, Mark, what's good, everyone? Hey, nice to see you, buddy. Nice to see you, my friend. There you go. Steph says 2:33 a.m. Jeepers, Steph. Time for bed, yeah? What time do you normally get up in the mornings then? Is it like, do you get up later or something? Is that why you're able to do this? Or are you like, no, I'm up at like 6 a.m., 7 a.m.?
You're just like a night owl. I don't think I could survive that anymore. Before, I think, when I was in my younger days, I could, go to bed at 3, 4 o'clock and get up at like 7, no worries. Now I need a minimum of 8 hours sleep now, and more. Old age catching up with me. It's tough, isn't it? It's tough when you're old, getting old. So yeah, I mean, interesting now. See the closings. After the closings, we pull a poll up to see will be guilty from manslaughter. Sorry, guilty for murder 2, guilty for manslaughter, not guilty. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to figure it out. We'll have to figure out how we do it. Well, it's not guilty. Yeah, I mean not guilty all round. So there we are. It'll be guilty of murder 2, guilty of manslaughter, or not guilty. Hey, Stonecut. Nice to see you. Nice. Hey, and whilst we're waiting here, hang on. Let me play this because I know everybody loves it. Press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. I need to do one for ole, 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 ole. Ole, 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 ole. Erin ha ka ka kuli. Erin ha ka ka kuli. I need to do one of those so it's ready. Because I got it on there ready to go. Hello, Marsha. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well as well. I'm not working currently. I've had a couple of years off social work, recovering from being diagnosed autistic. Okay, and ADHD at age 28. Big burnout, reblooming, night owl, so indulgent tonight. Oh, there you go. That's fine. I mean, yeah, I've I don't have ADHD, but I've got lots of other stuff myself. Autistic. I'm learning stuff about autistic people now because I think there's part of me that's autistic. So yeah, it's interesting when you learn these stuff about yourself, isn't it? I know a couple of people who got ADHD, so I'm reading up a lot about it, or have been, to see and to learn more and to offer that support. But yeah, it's still hard. I was discussing it with one person, but they're sort of disengaged from it now, which is a sign of ADHD, they say. So we'll see. Need to learn more. So the manslaughter might stick. I believe my belief is that manslaughter's in, lesser charges in, manslaughter's in. So I believe we'll know more once we hear the. It is in. So it'll be murder 2, manslaughter, not guilty. So yes. It's gonna be a little bit interesting. I think some might lean again. Let's listen to what the manslaughter charge is. Did they cover that bit as well and stuff? So it's gonna be very interesting to hear everything that we're gonna hear. So so I think some might lean towards manslaughter. I don't know. I just think they should be not guilty across the board, but only because the state did not prove it. I'm back. Guess who's back? Gary's back. Went and had a beef sandwich with Mr. Nice, a nice cup of tea as we was on break. Happy days, Gary. I've not had my dinner yet. Spag ball. It's been a crazy, but amazing ride. I think the biggest thing for me is like, oh wow, the world really hates the disability. It's crazy because, as I say, the one person I've been speaking to disconnected from me now, but our minds were very similar, but different, but similar, and we sort of clicked. and they had ADHD. So I was like, whoa, this is a normal conversation. So. Steph, I'm in the same boat, but only diagnosed at 48. Had to give up my job in mental health in January. I was totally burnt out and overwhelmed. Well, at least been diagnosed. I believe you said you diagnosed with being autistic, which, back in the day, Lou, that was a bit like, what? What? Now it's, I would say it's normal. I'm intrigued by it all now. Just, I know I was reading what you're saying, Steph. Stigma. I know stigma's out there, I get it. I get it, but it intrigues me because when I'm starting to learn stuff, I have not got ADHD, but when I'm learning about these stuff, I got OCD and I suffer quite badly with OCD. But learning about all these things makes me feel more normal. So, but it is also hard for people to understand that I got the stigma element of it. I get it. Is the only one less charge being manslaughter? I believe so. I believe so. Don't think it's fair to add. I hate it. If you're going to put manslaughter in, then take murder away. I mean, I don't agree with it. Disability, so much stigma, but it's been good going from I'm fine but eccentric to, oh wow, I understand myself now. Let's go. Yeah, that's the beauty of it. It's an up and down roller coaster, isn't it? I get it. You could do so many of those cute singing videos to throw in during those awful sidebars. I know. I need to do more. I know. Sidebars. I know. Spaghetti bolognese last night, and I only did a small portion. There you go. I've not got a big portion, I don't think. That's what she said anyway. I'm 50-50 in this, Marsha. I feel it if she was that afraid of him, she wouldn't ever be alone with him. Her mum walked the child that day suspicious. Well, so he phoned to come over as the mother was going away. And I think she just wanted to like, all right, let's just get everything done out the way. So I don't think he phoned her as the mother was outside, and I don't think it was that long she was away for. But anyway, yeah, entitled to your opinion. The main thing for me, I'm not going to judge her on her state of mind. I think that, well, not that I think, I know that the state have to prove that it was not self-defense, and I don't think they did that. So that's where I'm at with it. That's why it's a not guilty. Now, am I suspicious a little bit? Yeah. Does it sit comfortably with me? No. But as Peter Trigo said, it's better to have 100 people, 100 guilty people out on the streets than one innocent person in prison. And I take that quite seriously. And I could never, ever find her guilty to go to prison based on maybe, type of thing. So that's where I am at on it. Steph, there you go. It's often missed in girls and women as we present differently, and I'm an invisible disability, so I think we could feel judged 100%. I got you. I got you, girl. I know, Lou. I know exactly what you mean. I do, genuinely. It's only recently that I'm learning all this stuff myself. Hi, Amy, my darling. How are you? Nice to see you, my lovely. Just say, Dylan, yes. That feeling, it's so amazing to realize you've just been looking at the wrong map. Yeah, it is. I the person I've been discussing stuff with, I miss her. But that is part of ADHD. They wane off. So anyway, doesn't matter. But yes, I think it's amazing. Lovely. We embrace everyone here. You beautiful, talented, and inspirational. Never quit. Don't let anyone or anything stand in your way. This lovely Donna. That's lovely. That is. Amy, hi girl. Steph says, "Oh yeah, totally. OCD is the same wavelength as ADHD, so I totally get that." Convo flows. Hey, oh, love you, Donna. There you go. There you go. Everyone's being nice in chat. Toots is here. Also, housemate Andrew and I are gonna film your our own little song jingle. Anima to you. Happy days. Hello, Andrew, as well. Right back at you, love. Very suspicious to me. There you go. This is the beauty of it, isn't it? It's going to be 6 people that will think differently. But again, for me, suspicious is not a reason to put somebody in. Like, I couldn't put her in prison, but my threshold's different. So it's the beauty of it, Marsha. We all have different, like we always say, what do we normally say? Opinions are like our souls. We all have one. So a lot of people don't realize that not all disabilities are visible, as I know this from experience. Yeah, true, 100% true, Gary. Women totally ignored on ADHD and autism till like 10 years ago. We're going to change the world. There they go. How are we feeling about it? I've been looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. Josie, talking about dicks earlier on, Josie was like, what the fuck's she on about? Major dicks. Hey, Josie, my darling. It's hard as well when loved ones don't understand and think you just have to try harder. I lose touch with friends often as we forget the world exists sometimes. Yeah, no, I got you. I understand. I do understand. It sucks, I know. To say her mum walked baby is suspicious would mean that she set out to murder Doug, that she planned it. I don't think she did. No, I don't think she did either. Can't keep up socially is a massive thing. I realised they'll float background. It's so sad because ADHDers don't realise people miss them. Yeah, definitely. Definitely miss them. Definitely. So yeah, I'm hoping the person that I was engaging with gets in touch and I can understand more about ADHD, you know. But I think that once you lose contact with somebody, you then get a little bit frightened and go, "Oh, I can't message them anymore now because it's been too long." But too long is never too long. Yeah, always reach out, take a chance. If that person doesn't want to understand, then it is what it is. Hi all. Hey Dawn, how are you doing, my darling? Back again. Hey, Josie says, "Oh, here we go, blaming me again. Here we go. You said the prosecutions were being a dick, and I said major dicks. Oh, always my fault, Josie." We were conversations like, I think Josie's behind you. She talk about dicks. What? I knew it was something like that, though, Josie. I knew it was. I was watching women's. Oh, here he is. I was watching women's beach volleyball in the Olympics. Of course you were, Dave. Of course you were, David. Does anyone know anything about Ashley's dad? I don't. I don't, to be honest with Stormcat. There you go. Amy Lynch. Lou, oh my god, me to appearance at 22. Hi, I'm bisexual, 25. Hey, I'm also gender queer, non-binary. Yes, I'm autistic and have ADHD. Well, I'm very lucky they have stayed with me. It's been tough. Yeah, the parents love you. Do you know what I mean? Parents always stand by you or should always stand by you no matter what. Mum walking the baby to the park is getting her out from underneath them while they pack. In my opinion, it's not sus. I don't disagree with Mama Ames. Plus, I was probably behind. Like, yeah, you were. But also, you know how behind I get. If I get 1 minute behind, then I've lost the conversation. So I knew I probably did say something about dicks. Here we go. Right, here we go. Why is there no volume in court? Right, hang on. Hey Vicky, you missed Tragos, so you don't need a shower now. You missed him though. Yeah, court is on mute, not me, people, before anyone starts. Hey Vicky. Plus the mother testified that she took the child to park several times a week, so it was uncommon for that to occur. There you go.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. We're back on the record in State versus Ashley Benefield, case 2020 CF 3014. We're ready for closing arguments and jury instructions.
No.
However, I've been informed that there may be a change or an error from earlier.
Let me just pause it for a second. There's no limit. It's an hour and a half estimated. Obviously, if they go above that, you'll say something. Both said an hour and a half each they need for closing. The state to going first, then the defense, then the state to finish. an hour and a half roughly, but both sides don't think they will. Let's hope as well. Thank you for asking, Amy. No one else has asked, but thank you. It's bruised. It's bruised.
On 3.6, where it's the false imprisonment, I think your instruction said forcibly or, and you crossed out by threat, then you circled it, and I think we thought it was supposed to be left out, and so it's typo. It says Doug Benefield forcibly or confined or restrained, because you've written or, I didn't catch it. So it's on the second page of 3.6F, and it's the first element of false imprisonment. And I don't know if we were supposed to say threat or not.
Okay, let me hand out, thank you for doing those and sending them. The reason I'm late coming back, I apologize. The copier upstairs is moving just as slow as the internet today, so it just took forever to make these copies. There's one for each the state and the defense, and I want you to check. I saw that, and I think I fixed it.
We printed them thinking if you found it, we could at least just print that page, so.
Look and see. There was also a few punctuation issues that I changed, so a couple of commas.
She was typing away as best she could.
Listen, I really appreciate you guys putting that together for the standards. But look at 3.6F. I did.
We kind of feel like they lose their individual identity because they're not separated at all. And we were wondering if we could label them. For example, the elements of the forcible felony of false imprisonment are 2 dots, and then do the same thing with the elements forcible felony of aggravated assault are 3 dots. If you look at the instruction, the way it's printed, knowing that they're going to take it back into the jury room with them, it doesn't seem to have an individual identity. It just kind of is all lumped in there. So what I am proposing, may I approach?
All right.
I've shown this to Rebecca. Perhaps if we could just number them to give the jurors some sense that they're individual crimes. The only other thing we had, Your Honor, is the last paragraph on that page in deciding whether or not Ashley Benefield was justified. That refers to subparagraph A, and we were thinking it should come after subparagraph A, and then the rest applies to subparagraph B.
All right, State.
I don't care about the numbering. I think that they're fine. I think Mr. Taylor's welcome to explain it in closing. I think it's clear they're each labeled what they are, and you have them in a sentence. We have them in a sentence. As to that paragraph, I don't think that paragraph actually goes to A or B. It's for the self-defense instruction altogether. It's not as to that one section A or B, the last paragraph on page 2 of 3.6F. So I just ask that it remain where it's at.
All right, final thoughts. All right, I think that how we have it is, how I prepared it is correct. The elements of the forcible felonies are laid out as discussed previously. They're not misleading. It's one solid instruction referring to the various forcible felonies. I'm going to read it to them. And I think when they hear it from me, read to them, it's going to be eminently clear that these are separate forcible felonies. So I think they're ready to go. Any other objections?
No, sir.
All right, you ready to bring the jury out?
Yes.
You ready?
Yes.
Before we do that, All right, I want to speak directly to the observers that are in the audience. We are now about to begin closing arguments. This is when the attorneys are allowed to tell the jurors what they believe the evidence was, discuss how the law applies to this case, and explain to the jurors why they should vote one way or another. You will likely agree with one side and not the other. However, you are instructed not to behave in a manner that is distracting or in any way attempts to influence the jury using threats, intimidation, or sympathy. If the court determines that your behavior is distracting, you will be removed from the courtroom and prohibited from returning until closing arguments have been completed. This includes coming in and out of the courtroom during closing arguments if the court determines it is distracting to the jury. All right, I've got 9 copies without verdict forms. Just check. The ones I gave you should have the verdict forms, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yours does? Okay, perfect.
And Judge, I will need the screen. So I don't know when you want to put it down.
Yeah, Ava was on, Carol, but she was only on for like a minute tops, and then they were just discussing jury instructions. So start now.
Get going just to make sure one final time. Did anybody discuss the case amongst yourselves? Did anybody do any research on people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about? Did anybody talk about the case without anybody outside of this jury? Members of the jury, both the state and the defendant have now rested their cases. I will now give you the initial jury instructions, after which the parties will give their closing arguments, if they wish, and then I will give you the final jury instructions before you retire to deliberate. The courtroom deputy will now hand out a copy of the jury instructions for each of you to review as I read them. The jury instructions are like your notes. You may write on them. After the trial, the deputy will collect your notes and jury instructions and return them to me to be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. I will also add that I am confident that you can all read a lot faster than I can speak these jury instructions. Sometimes I've said to Miss Sarah that I'll take that as a challenge, but we want a good, clean record. So I am going to ask also that you stay with me as I read the jury instructions. There's also a point, like I said, where I'm going to stop, turn it over to the attorneys to do their closing arguments. So it's just be better if we all stay together. Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I'm about to give you. Ashley Benefield, the defendant in this case, has been accused of the crime of murder in the second degree. Ashley Benefield is accused of murder in the second degree. Murder in the second degree includes the lesser crime of manslaughter, which is unlawful. However, a killing that was excusable or that was committed by the justifiable use of deadly force is lawful. If you find Douglas Benefield was killed by Ashley Benefield, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing in deciding if the killing was murder in the second degree or manslaughter, or whether the killing was excusable or resulted from justifiable use of deadly force. The killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following 3 circumstances. 1, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune and doing any lawful act by lawful means with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent. Or 2, when the killing occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. Or 3, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from sudden combat, if a dangerous weapon is not used and the killing is not done in a cruel or unusual manner. A dangerous weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. An object not designed to inflict bodily harm may nonetheless be a dangerous weapon if it was used in a manner likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means great, as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Ashley Benefield may be found guilty of murder in the second degree or any lesser included crime. To prove the crime of murder in the second degree, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. Douglas Benefield is dead. 2. The death was caused by the criminal act of Ashley Benefield. 3. There was an unlawful killing of Douglas Benefield by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that 1. A person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and 2. Is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and 3. Is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict of murder in the second degree, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. An issue in this case is whether Ashley Benefield did not have a depraved mind without regard for human life because she acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation. In order to find that the defendant did not have a depraved mind without regard for human life because she acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, A, there must have been a sudden event that would have suspended the exercise of judgment in an ordinary, reasonable person. And B, a reasonable person would have lost normal self-control and would have been driven by a blind and unreasoning fury. And C, there was not a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off. And D, a reasonable person would not have cooled off before committing the act that caused death. And E, Ashley Benefield was, in fact, so provoked and did not cool off before she committed the act that caused the death of Douglas Benefield. If you have a reasonable doubt about whether the defendant had a depraved mind without regard for human life because she acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, you should not find her guilty of murder in the second degree. If you find that Ashley Benefield committed murder in the second degree, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime, she discharged a firearm, and in doing so caused the death of Douglas Benefield, you should find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree with discharge of a firearm causing death. If you find that Ashley Benefield committed murder in the second degree, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime, she discharged a firearm, you should find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree with discharge of a firearm. If you find that Ashley Benefield committed murder in the second degree, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime, she actually possessed a firearm, you should find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree with actual possession of a firearm. A firearm is legally defined as any weapon which is designed to, or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. To actually possess a firearm means that the defendant A, carried a firearm on her person, or B, had a firearm within immediate physical reach with ready access with the intent to use the firearm during the commission of the crime. In considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you that the defendant committed the main crime of which she is accused, there may be evidence that she committed other acts that would constitute a lesser included crime. Therefore, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if the defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser included crime indicated in the definition of murder in the second degree is manslaughter. To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Douglas Benefield is dead. 2, Ashley Benefield intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Douglas Benefield. Every person has a duty to act reasonably towards others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to do harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I have previously instructed. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused death. If you find that Ashley Benefield committed manslaughter, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime she personally used a firearm, you should find her guilty of manslaughter with a firearm. A firearm is defined as any weapon which is designed to, or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. If you find that Ashley Benefield committed manslaughter, but you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that she personally carried, displayed, or used a firearm, then you should find her guilty only of manslaughter. It is a defense to the crime of murder in the second degree, including manslaughter, if the actions of Ashley Benefield constituted the justifiable use of deadly force. Deadly force means force likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means great, as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm. Ashley Benefield does not have the burden of proving that she was justified in using deadly force. Instead, for you to find the defendant guilty, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was not justified in using deadly force. The law on justifiable use of deadly force is as follows. If Ashley Benefield was in a dwelling in which she had a right to be, she had no duty to retreat and had the right to stand her ground and use force, including deadly force, if she reasonably believed that such conduct was necessary to prevent A, the imminent death or great bodily harm to herself, or B, the imminent commission of burglary, false imprisonment, or aggravated assault against herself. The elements of the forcible felony of burglary are: 1, Douglas Benefield had permission or consent to enter a structure owned by or in the possession of Ashley Benefield. 2, Douglas Benefield, after entering the structure, remained therein, A, after permission to remain had been withdrawn and with the intent to commit an offense other than burglary or trespass inside the structure, or B, to attempt to commit a forcible felony. The intent with which an act is done is an operation of the mind, and therefore is not always capable of direct and positive proof. It may be established by circumstantial evidence like any other fact in a case. Even if an unlawful remaining in a structure is proved, if the evidence does not establish that it was done with the intent to commit an offense other than burglary or trespass, then a burglary has not occurred. Structure means any building of any kind, either temporary or permanent, that has a roof over it and the enclosed space of ground and outbuildings immediately surrounding that structure. The elements for the forcible felony of false imprisonment are: 1, Douglas Benefield forcibly or by threat confined or restrained Ashley Benefield against her will. 2, Douglas Benefield had no lawful authority to do so. The elements of the forcible felony of aggravated assault are: 1, Douglas Benefield intentionally and unlawfully threatened, either by word or act, to do violence to Ashley Benefield. 2, at the time, Douglas Benefield appeared to have the ability to carry out the threat. 3, the act of Douglas Benefield created in the mind of Ashley Benefield a well-founded fear that the violence was about to take place. 4, the assault was made with a fully formed, conscious intent to commit false imprisonment upon Ashley Benefield. The elements of false imprisonment are as I have previously explained to you. If the circumstances were such as to ordinarily induce a well-founded fear in the mind of a reasonable person, then Ashley Benefield may be found to have been in fear, and actual fear on the part of Ashley Benefield need not be shown. In deciding whether Ashley Benefield was justified in the use of deadly force, you must consider the circumstances at the time the force was used. The danger need not have been actual. However, to justify the use of deadly force, the appearance of imminent danger must have been so real that the defendant actually believed the use of deadly force was necessary. Moreover, to justify the use of deadly force, a reasonably cautious and prudent person under the same circumstances would have believed the use of deadly force was necessary. If you find that Ashley Benefield, who because of prior threats or difficulties with Douglas Benefield, had reasonable grounds to believe that she was in danger of death or great bodily harm at the hands of Douglas Benefield, you may consider this fact in determining whether the actions of Ashley Benefield were those of a reasonable person. If you find that at the time of the alleged murder in the second degree, Ashley Benefield knew that Douglas Benefield had committed acts of violence, you may consider this fact in determining whether Ashley Benefield reasonably believed it was necessary for her to use deadly force. In considering the issue of self-defense, you may take into account the relative physical abilities and capacities of Ashley Benefield and Douglas Benefield. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the information through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if, after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all of the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial, and to it alone, that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, the conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: Did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's question? Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and the other evidence in the case? Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony they gave in court? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend on the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that their testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses, with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give their opinion. However, an expert opinion is only reliable when given on a subject about which you believe them to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. The defendant in this case has become a witness. You should apply the same rules to consideration of her testimony that you apply to the testimony of all of the other witnesses. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about their testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusions about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. Now, at that point, if you would please mark that spot, that's where I'm going to ask you to stop. And I'm going to take a brief moment and explain the verdict form to you. The attorneys will now be given the opportunity to do their closing arguments if they wish. Sometimes they'll show the verdict form to you. So I want to take a minute to explain it and how it works. So, and I know you can't read it from there, and there you do not have a verdict form in your packet. I have the verdict form that I'll be giving you. In the Circuit Court of the 12th Judicial Circuit in 4 Manatee County, Florida, State of Florida versus Ashley Benefield, case number 2020 CF 3014AX. Verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as to the defendant in this case. Check only one. When it says that, it means as to A, B, C. So as a jury, you will deliberate, and you must agree on either A, B, or C. A, the defendant is guilty of murder in the second degree as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser included offense. C, the defendant is not guilty. And what I meant to say earlier is you must agree unanimously. That is, all of you must agree on what the verdict is. Now, if you, as a group, you debate, deliberate, and as a whole, you find either A or B, then you must go down here to this series of questions. If you find the defendant guilty of A or B above, then you must answer all of the following questions. 1, did Ashley Benefield actually carry a firearm? Yes, no. 2, did Ashley Benefield discharge a firearm? Yes, no. 3, did Ashley Benefield, as a result of discharging the firearm, cause death to Douglas Benefield? Yes, no. So say we all this blank day of July 2024 at Bradenton, Manatee County, Florida, and then it'll be signed by the foreperson, and the foreperson will print their name. And I'll talk about that when I give you the final instructions. Members of the jury, the attorneys will now present their final arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, you should listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. State.
Can I have the screen, please?
Yes. And how much did you want to reserve?
Are you going to give a warning?
lights down?
Yes, if we could just do the ones back there. Domestic violence is absolutely a real problem. There are many, many women around that are in horrendous situations. Women, and sometimes men, that are in situations where they're being abused and beaten horribly on a regular basis. People that feel like they cannot get out, they have no way to get out. That is not this defendant, and it never was. Now, some of those women who are victims of horrible domestic violence may be justified in a situation where they have to use self-defense to kill their abuser. Absolutely, there can be situations where that might be a valid point, but not for this defendant. This defendant used domestic violence and allegations of it to make progress on her goal. And her goal was she wanted sole custody of that child at all costs. And to understand that, I think we need to go through the background, even though this case really is about what happened in that house. What happened in that house, the last moments of Doug Benefield's life. But we need to go through the timeline to see the tenor of this relationship and to see how it unfolded. The bottom line is you have to decide at the moment that she pulled the trigger in that bedroom, was it reasonable and was it necessary? That self-defense instruction, it's called justifiable use of deadly force, is very complicated. But there are two words that are very, very important: reasonable and necessary. And those are the words that you have to evaluate everything this defendant did. So let's go through the timeline. In September 7th of 2016, this couple was married. After knowing each other 13 days and a 30-year age difference, they married each other. According to the defendant's testimony, very shortly after, there starts controlling behaviors and name calling. Then, 4/15 of 2017, Doug Benefield has a vasectomy reversal. They decided, in less than a year of marriage, they wanted to have a child. This is about the time where the defendant says that there are these angry outbursts in South Carolina by Doug Benefield. And the state is not trying to say to you that Doug Benefield was an angel. The state is not trying to say that his behavior in South Carolina was appropriate. Not at all. His behavior was unacceptable at the time. But he also apologized for it. If you look at the emails, the text messages between him and Ashley, he says, "I'll spend the rest of my life making this up." And he says how wrong he was and how stressed out he was. And he apologizes. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is what happens after that. Does any more abuse happen after that? Within days of these anger outbursts in South Carolina, there's a lavish wedding reception where everyone seems to be happy. And then within about 3 months after that, the defendant gets pregnant. In the midst of all of this, she gets pregnant. The very next month, she moves to her mother's house in Florida because she's so sick and needs someone to take care of her. That is the last moment that this defendant ever lived in the same house with Doug Benefield. was August of 2017. Very, very important date. Within a couple of months after getting to Florida, the defendant starts this campaign of complaints against Doug Benefield, all with the idea to get sole custody of her child that she was pregnant with. So she filed for a South Carolina injunction while she's in Florida. She doesn't even live in South Carolina. She doesn't even live with the person that she's trying to get an injunction against, but finds it appropriate to get an injunction in South Carolina. It is a mutual injunction. Don't mistake that. The judge did not make any findings of fault. There was no evidence presented. No one was ever found at fault. The two parties, Doug and Ashley Benefield, agreed, fine, we just won't contact each other. That is not what we are used to probably in Florida for injunctions. Then December 2017, so that's within a month, Ashley starts the series of allegations in Florida. So she files for this injunction in South Carolina. They mutually agree, okay, we're not going to talk to each other. We're not going to be around each other. But she starts a series of complaints in Florida. She starts saying he violated the South Carolina injunction, and she claims he's poisoning me. He's poisoning me and my unborn child, and also goes back to things that he supposedly did in South Carolina when they don't even live together. So on March of 2018, she gives birth. She gives birth after Doug Benefield has a lawyer contact her, because they're not really supposed to be talking to each other. The lawyer helps him write a letter where he says, I want to be a part of this child's birth. Please, I'll honor your wishes, but please let me be a part of this child's birth. Not only does she not respond, when she goes early to give birth, she doesn't tell Doug. She doesn't tell him once the baby's born. For weeks, he didn't know this child was born. Then she does not put his name on the birth certificate. Now, alleged behavior or not, she knows who the father is. Why is she not putting the father on the birth certificate? And then she gives this child her maiden name instead of her father's maiden name. Or I'm sorry, her father's last name. Then 1 month later, she starts complaints to law enforcement. She says he violated the injunction in South Carolina. She files for a new injunction in Florida based on all of the same things in South Carolina. This is all based on the same information that she had already spoken about in South Carolina. And when she went to law enforcement trying to get them to file criminal charges against him for violation of an injunction, law enforcement was not on her side. And you heard from Detective Gillum about the conversations that they had. And the conversations that she had with Detective Gillum are the entire crux of this case. It is her motive, it is her plan, it is what she did everything for. He said her true motives were to use the criminal system to affect her family court case, to get sole custody of her child, which is what she wanted from the very beginning. He said it was very clear that she was trying to use the criminal system in that way, and he was very uncomfortable with that. He had forwarded charges to the state attorney's office, let the state attorney's office decide, which they end up not filing, by the way. And she did not think that was good enough. She was furious. She said, and I quote, "If the judge sees him arrested, it will help me keep my baby." She wanted him arrested in family court in front of the judge and made that very, very clear. That was what was important to her. The detective said in 20 whatever years that he's been doing this job, he has never had anybody ask him to do that. Never. And she was very adamant, and they talked for 15 to 20 minutes. And she went from crying almost hysterically to aggressive and yelling at him and then screeching at the top of her lungs, all because she could not get him to go with her plan. She also said to him, "You will fucking arrest him in front of the judge, and I will make sure that you do." Then she said, "I will do anything I have to do to keep my baby, asshole." She wasn't saying, "I'm so afraid of this man. Please help me. I'm a victim of domestic violence. I need help." Not at all. She's saying, "I want to keep my baby." And she's afraid that this man, who is 30 years older than she is, and a lot more established, has a lot more money, has a lot more resources, she's afraid that this man is going to get custody of her child instead of her. So after this discussion with Detective Gillum, in about September 17th of 2018, the second hearing for the injunction happens. Remember, this injunction hearing was in two parts. One was in July and one was in September. All of the same allegations. He's poisoning me, the stuff in South Carolina. Again, they're not even living together. And she fails. The judge in that case says, no injunction. And this man will have immediate visitation with his child, who, by the way, was 6 months old and he'd never met her. It wasn't for lack of trying. There may be a lot of deadbeat dads out there that don't care about seeing their children and don't want to be around. This man tried everything to be around for his child, to be there for the birth, to visit the child, to see the child. And she kept the child away from him for 6 months. And the first visitation, you heard from Stephanie Murphy, the first visitation, all of a sudden, everything's glorious again. Now, all of a sudden, the defendant wants to go with him. I'll go with you. And now we're in a stage where we're acting like we're going to get back together. Because she knew the court system was not working, and she was afraid that if she didn't buddy up to him, he was going to get this child away from her. So it begins the charade of her telling him, we're going to get back together. We're going to be a family. She played on Doug Benefield's wishes. He wanted more than anything to have a family, his family together, to have his wife that he loved and this child all together. And she kept telling him, yes, that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to work towards. So that starts about a year of them kind of getting along, right? And then September of 2019, which is about a year later, Doug finds out she's dating someone else. He files for divorce. And a series of complaints start against Doug Benefield for now abusing the child. Which, by the way, were investigated by law enforcement, and not one of them resulted in any charges. And May 1st of 2020, the defendant, having failed in the criminal system, again, files for another injunction based on these allegations that fail in the criminal system. Do you see a pattern here? May 4th, only a few days later, after she files for another injunction, Doug files for sole custody of the child. This is Ashley Benefield's biggest fear, that this man is going to get sole custody. But she's making all of these grand allegations against him that he knows are not true. There's got to be something wrong, and it's probably not safe for this child to even be with her. So he files for full custody. And what happens? All of a sudden, she sidles up to him, and now we're getting back together. And we start to go to marriage counseling, and we go see Dr. Forrest, who referred them to Dr. Quintel. And they're going to marriage counseling about how they're going to get together. And to Doug, she's saying, yes, I want to reconcile. Let's get back together. But behind his back to the doctor, she's like, no way, no how. I'm not getting together with him. Then she goes on all these social outings with Doug and the child. Goes to the beach, goes to the movies, goes out to dinner, to lunch, swims at the pool in his apartment complex. Giving Doug all of these mixed signals. We're gonna reconcile. We're gonna get all this back together. And in the back of her mind, she knew all along. She was just waiting for an opportunity to strike. And then 6/1 of 2020, the system sends them for an evaluation with Dr. Broder. And they're like, what is going on here? Someone needs an evaluation. So they go to this evaluation with Dr. Broder, and this deception on the part of Ashley Benefield continues. She does the same thing. We're going to reconcile, we're going to get back together, and then when she's not with him, she's saying that that's not true. And then towards the end of September 2020, but before the 21st, there's a last meeting between Ashley Benefield and Dr. Broder. He said it was in his office. She was leaving. She was walking through the waiting room and going to the door, and she's upset because this is not going fast enough. I want the report. I want this to be done. We need to move to Maryland. Why do you think she's moving to Maryland? We need to move to Maryland. This is taking way too much time. And she says to him, I'll take matters into my own hands. And that was 7 days, up to 17 days before, depending on about what time it was, he gets murdered. On 9/21 of 2020, after this comment to Dr. Broder, she goes to mediation with Doug Benefield, and they end the mediation saying, everyone's going to drop everything. Because at this point, Doug had filed for a divorce again. And Ashley had filed for an injunction again. So at this hearing on the 30th, those things were going to be heard, as well as a joint motion to release a report by Dr. Broder. But they go to mediation, and at the end of mediation, it's very fast because they all agree. We're dropping everything. We're going to Maryland. So that was the plan. Ashley Benefield had no intention of dropping that injunction. Look at the text messages between her and Doug that were introduced by the state for the week before this homicide, murder happened. They're talking to each other about the fact that everything's going to be dropped. Give this attorney a call. Okay, I'll give that attorney a call. Ashley's telling him we're going to drop everything. And she knew that was not true. Her attorney testified, we were not dropping that injunction. We were ready to call witnesses. At that hearing on the 30th, we were going forward. Ashley Benefield knew that day it was over. It was going to be over. Her entire charade was going to be done. This entire get along, go along that she's trying to say was because of domestic violence. She was just trying to fake Doug out. And she knew that on the 30th, her ruse was up. Because if she goes forward with an injunction, what better way to tell someone you're not going to reconcile than trying to get another injunction? So what does this timeline tell us for what happened at the time of the shooting? Okay? It's background, yes. But also, it tells you they did not live together for 3 years before the homicide. And if there was violence towards Ashley Benefield in South Carolina, that was 3 years before. And they hadn't lived together since. And is that something that justified her being in such fear of Doug Benefield that it was necessary to shoot and kill him? The answer is no. I do want to talk a little bit about domestic violence, and Mr. Ferris testified a lot about this wheel, this power and control wheel. So I want to put it up there. First of all, the overarching umbrella right here is physical and sexual violence. There is no physical violence in this case. There is no sexual violence. There's no allegations of any of this, unless you believe the defendant that the day this happened. But there was never any allegations of physical or sexual abuse. However, it's a power and control wheel. So let's go over some of these things. One of the first categories, using intimidation. So this is, did Doug Benefield use intimidation to control Ashley Benefield? They hadn't been together in 3 years. The first year they were apart, they barely even saw each other or spoke. So how exactly was he using intimidation to control her? And there's no allegations of threats during this time. The defendant testified she didn't say that there was anything going on during this time. One of the other prongs is using emotional abuse. Same answer. They weren't together. There was no allegation of emotional abuse. The defendant didn't talk about anything that was going on during this 3-year period, that he was emotionally abusing her. She felt comfortable enough. She even said, I told him when he thought he was going to move in with me, I told him I didn't want to do that. She felt comfortable enough to say, no, you're not moving in with me. But yet somehow he's emotionally abusing her. Then using isolation. How can that even apply when they're not even together? He has no influence over her comings and goings, over her daily routine, and she even started a new relationship with someone else. So how is it that Doug Benefield is exercising control over her by using isolation? And then minimizing, denying, and blaming. Well, nothing had happened in 3 years. So was there even anything to minimize, deny, or blame? Nothing had happened. And there was no evidence of anything happening other than maybe some things that the defendant said happened, but did they really? For instance, Doug Benefield's peeking into my windows. My neighbor told me that Doug Benefield was peeking in my window. Okay, let's think about this. She said it was her across the street neighbor. Okay? So these houses face each other. Their backyards are behind the houses. The neighbor said, I saw somebody walking in my backyard that had a ball cap on. It was dark. I couldn't see what he looked like. And when I asked him what was going on, why was he there, he said he lived there. And somehow this translates to this person is looking into your windows across the street. And the neighbor couldn't identify who it was. And here comes Ashley with her recording. Here, let me play this. Did you recognize his voice? Does that sound like him? Okay, it was Doug. Doug was peeking in my window. Really. Then the next spoke on the wheel is using children. This man did nothing but try to see his child over and over and over. Ashley Benefield kept his child from him. So if anybody was using power and control, it was Ashley Benefield against him. And I think if you look at a lot of these folks, you're going to see a lot of behaviors on the part of the defendant that were actually using power and control instead of being a victim of power and control. Then male privilege is the next spoke. There was absolutely no evidence of male privilege. There was an email to the realtor to get a house, just as one example. And if you read that email, he says, okay, but I have to check with Ashley first. How is that male privilege? He's telling this guy he's going to talk to his wife. Using economic abuse. Again, they didn't live together. Ashley Benefield's financially independent. She has her own home. She's completely separate, has her own car. That doesn't apply. Using coercion or threats. No threats. She didn't say there were any in those 3 years. None. There were no allegations that he threatened her or hit her or did anything. He didn't make any reports or threaten to report her to Department of Children and Families. He didn't say, oh, you better do what I say or I'm going to call DCF and tell them you're a bad mom. No, no, no. That was the other way around. That's what she was doing to him. There were no allegations that he was trying to get her to drop charges. Quite to the contrary, she was not dropping any charges of anything. And Mr. Ferris talked at the end of his testimony about domestic victim mentality. So let's talk about this. One of the things in the domestic victim mentality is covering for the abuser. You know, like making excuses, covering for them. Did you ever hear any evidence of the defendant doing that? Never. Making excuses for the abuser, making excuses for their behavior, not once. She was telling everybody, anybody that would listen. Not reporting abuse, same answer. She was telling anyone that would listen and a bunch of people that wouldn't listen. Dropping criminal charges. That certainly didn't happen. The domestic victim mentality, she won't stand up for herself. Never saw that with this defendant. And she won't leave the relationship or the home. She left. She left the home, she left the relationship. They were not together for 3 years. So how does this domestic violence mentality, domestic victim mentality even apply to her? It doesn't apply to her. And don't be mistaken about what applies to her and what does not. Even, like I said before, even if you think that Doug Benefield's behavior was inexcusable and abusive in South Carolina, you have to remember that we are talking about 3 years later. After all of this, time has gone by and there are no allegations of anything else in between. So I want to talk to you a little bit about the jury instructions that the judge talked to you about. I just have a few on here that I want to go through. It's got to be overwhelming, I know, when you read the packet. There's a lot of words. So I try to help break it down a little bit. So the defendant is charged with murder in the second degree. So I would recommend the way you go through this is check off the things that you don't have to argue about. If everyone agrees to one of these, just check it off. So number one, Doug Benefield is dead. That should be easy. Check it off. There's no dispute. Number two, the death was caused by a criminal act of Ashley Benefield. Check it off. She shot him. Number three, there was an unlawful killing of Doug Benefield by an act eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. Now that's a lot of words. So what does that mean? The next slide explains what that means. An act eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that, and again, check off things, okay? So a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another. Shooting a gun, firing a gun into someone clearly qualifies. A person of ordinary judgment would know that would kill someone. Check. Let's go to number three. That this act is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. Pulling a trigger, pointing a .45 caliber firearm at someone and pulling the trigger 4 times shows an indifference to human life. So then we go back to number two. If the acts are done from ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent. Now notice, this is or. It does not have to be all of those. Ill will is a pretty low threshold. What is ill will? Devising a plan to keep this man away from his child. Is that ill will? Sure. Filing complaints against him that are unfounded and nobody ever files, fictitious complaints, that's ill will. Trying to do anything she can to keep this child to herself is ill will. Everything she did was for this goal, and everything she did was to get Doug Benefield out of the way. And unfortunately, the way she did that was by killing him to get him out of the way. That is ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent. Now, the judge read to you that there's something called a lesser included offense. And what you may have heard, but it's in your packet, is the way you should handle a lesser included offense is such. So if you agree as a jury that the state has proven a charge beyond a reasonable doubt, you should start with the highest charge. So start with second-degree murder. And if all of the jurors agree unanimously that it's beyond a reasonable doubt that the state has proven their case and the defendant is not entitled to self-defense, then you don't even get to manslaughter. You don't have to go and then review manslaughter. You stop at the highest charge. You only get to manslaughter if you don't agree on the top charge. Then you get to the description of manslaughter. And again, check off the things that you are not arguing about. Doug Benefield is dead, check. Ashley Benefield intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Doug Benefield. Yes. There's no question as to that. Now, the state did prove this, but the state also proved the added element of ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent. So we have proven manslaughter, but we have also proven above manslaughter. And I want to show you the verdict form, and then we'll go back. This was the verdict form that the judge showed you, just to let you see it ahead of time. And this is the heading that the judge read. We, the jury, find as follows. As to the defendant, in this case, check only one. And here's A, B, and C that the judge talked to you about. Defendant is guilty of murder in the second degree as charged. Defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser included offense, or defendant is not guilty. And then if you find A or B, then you have to answer all three of these questions. And then the foreperson will sign it and print their name. So the real question in this case is, was there self-defense? Was there justifiable self-defense? And the self-defense instruction is long, and you'll have it to review in the back. However, what you will notice are two words that come up all the time in that instruction. Self-defense, justifiable use of deadly force, would be Ashley Benefield was justified in using deadly force if she reasonably believed such force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm or a forcible felony. You're going to see those two words. And like I told you a little bit earlier, that's what you need to think of each time that you're trying to evaluate whether she used force appropriately. So let's get to the date of the offense, okay? Clearly, these two are getting along, at least according to Doug Benefield. He thought they were getting along. If you look at the text messages between the two of them, if you go by the information that you had from the witness stand that Ashley was acting nice, she was acting like they were going to try and reconcile in Maryland. They were moving together. They were using the same truck. He was coming to her house to help her move the heavy things. So they were getting along. They actually went to the mediation during this time. It was about 3 days before she killed him. They had mediation where they said they were going to drop everything, move into Maryland, everything's going to be fine. But obviously that was not Ashley Benefield's plan because she knew she wasn't. going to drop the injunction. Obviously, the day of the offense, Doug Benefield had a right to be at the house. She invited him over. They had text messages back and forth, trucker on the way, you know, he's taking a picture of the stuff in the back of his truck. And she'd let him in the gate numerous times before. So he had a right to be at the house. She clearly was not afraid, but she had him over. And then her mother clearly was not afraid for her, because then as soon as he gets there, she goes to the park with the daughter. So nobody's afraid at this point for Ashley Benefield's safety. And there's only one person who knows what happened in that house that is still alive. And that's Ashley Benefield. And you heard her story. And she made herself a witness just like any other witness in this trial. And you will judge her credibility and the truth of what she said just like you do any other witness. And see if it matches the evidence in this case. If you notice, when being asked questions, she became evasive. If questions got a little too difficult or she didn't really have an answer for it, specifically on cross-examination, she would use methods to avoid answering the question. One of the methods that you saw over and over was, I don't know, I just don't know, I don't know. The other method was crying. Started crying. Did you ever see one tear come out of her eyes? Did you ever see one drop of liquid? One red eye? One swollen eye? She had a breakdown. We had to take a break. Crying hysterically. Takes the stand right after that. Eyes are just fine. Makeup's just fine. That goes to her credibility. What is she trying to convey to you? The truth or her version of events? Let's look at what she did say. She said, during this move that Doug bumps her on the shoulder a couple of times, body check or something. She didn't really act that out very well. Who knows what that was. Doug, carrying a box, rammed a box into her stomach and scratched her. But did you see those pictures? Does that scratch look like a scratch from a cardboard box? Does it, I mean, wouldn't you expect a bruise to be there as well? You'll have the pictures in the back. So look at those pictures and see. There's no bruising. They look like cat scratches. The defendant also said when they were by the front door to the house that he grabbed her by the wrist and hit her in the head. So when I asked her, okay, what do you mean hit? Well, I don't know. Okay, was it an open hand? Was it a closed hand? What was it? I don't know. She should know if a grown man balled up his fist and punched her in the side of the head. And there would be a lot more damage than what she claimed she had. But she didn't know. He just hit her. Now, 4 people testified that they saw her after this incident, very shortly after this incident. Well, one of them was 3 days later, but the rest of them were very shortly after this incident. John Sands, the neighbor, he didn't see any swelling. He didn't see any injuries. He didn't see any disheveled clothes like there'd been a, rumble. Detective or Officer Burrell, Deputy Burrell, was the one that put her in the back of the squad car. No injuries. Didn't notice any injuries to her head or swelling to her face. Crime scene tech Dvorak took pictures. Didn't notice any injuries, any swelling to the face. 3 days later, crime scene tech Conlon takes pictures just to make sure, because bruises don't always come up right away, that she's not bruised. No bruises, no swelling, no nothing. But yet the defendant sits right here and tries to tell you that her eye was droopy and the side over here was swollen. Let's look at these pictures. These are 4 pictures that were entered into evidence. The first picture was, the defendant said it was before she even knew Doug Benefield. She thought it was before she even knew him. The second picture over to at the top, over on the right, is the night of the shooting. Down lower left is 3 days later. And then one over is about 5-6 weeks later. Does it really look like her face is swollen? She said the side. She said right here. On the right side. Or, I'm sorry, the left side. Right here. The left side of her face doesn't, it actually looks slimmer than it did in the picture taken before she even knew Doug. So let's talk about what she did when she claims that Doug grabbed, I think she said she was going for the front door. He grabbed her arm. She kind of spun around. He hits her in the head, although she didn't know if it was overhand or not. And then she said, I just wanted to get away. I just wanted to get away. Right? Here's the front door. Right? She went this way and could have gone right out the door. But she just wanted to get away. She didn't go right out the door. She turned to her right and went into this room. This room that has nothing in it except for a mattress, a broom, and a hamper, and 2 handguns. It's hard to see in this picture because of the lighting, but I just want to remind everyone, here's the mattress, here's the broom, nothing else in this room, but there's a hamper right here with a gun on it, and there's a gun in this closet right here. And that's where she runs. And this is a better picture of the hamper and where the murder weapon was. So she just wants to get away, but she runs into the very back corner of this room and grabs a firearm. Now, she claims that as she's retrieving this firearm, he slams the door open and she turns around, right? And she sees him standing there. When I asked her to get down and show me what he was doing, that was another one of those evasive talk. I don't know, he was in a fighter stance. I don't know what fighters do, but I know it's a fighter stance. Okay, well, show me. What do you mean a fighter stance? I don't know, kind of like this. Okay, well, what are his hands doing? Just kind of moving around. Okay, so his hands are kind of moving around. And it didn't look a lot like a fighter stance. And then she said, I'm standing there with the gun pointed at him, and he lunges at me. He lunges at me. Let's think about this. So if she's standing in the room, she has the gun in her hand, and he just came in the door, and she's pointing the gun at him. She says he takes a fighting stance. First of all, he's right-handed. Do this yourselves when you get in the back. If someone told you to get in a fighting stance, what would you do? And determine for yourselves. Use your common sense. Which side would be bladed away? I think you'll find that your strong hand is going to be the one that's bladed away. So if he's right-handed, he's in a fighting stance, he's going to be like this. Interesting, because he's shot from this side. So he's like this. And then she says he lunges at me, right? So if he lunges at her, he's head on, straight on to her, lunging. That bullet hole would have been here and out here. Would have gone straight through him, front to back. That is not the way that bullet went. That bullet went side to side. And if he's in a fighting stance and he's right-handed, why would he have this side towards her? And Mr. Haig, the expert, the firearms expert, displayed when I said, okay, I'm going to point a gun at you. You show me where your body would have to be in order to get that trajectory. And he turned sideways. So his body in his fighting stance would have to be completely sideways. And what? He's skipping to her to lunge? I mean, how is that trajectory going to happen based on what she said? More than likely, the hands that were up was a defensive stance. He probably came into the room and said, whoa, she's got a gun, and started to turn around. He had his hands up like, whoa, what are you doing? It makes no sense to be in a fighting stance. So I want to talk a little bit about this trajectory just because there's sort of some misconception that this shot was front to back. That is just the planes with which the medical examiner uses. So it can be a little confusing. But if you look at the way this arrow is, the bullet goes in right by the right nipple and then lands right here. So it is side to side. Now, once it went in where the nipple is, did it curve a little bit to the back? Yes. That's why it's like in the back. That's why they say front to back. So it went side to side and a little bit to the back. There is no way he was facing her when she shot him. No way. Here's another angle. This is from the back. So if it went in on the side, the right-hand side, and that red dot is where it landed in the back. And let's talk about the leg wound. It's very hard to determine exactly how this leg wound happened. And we may never know exactly how it happened. But this is the basic trajectory of it if a person were in a normal standard anatomic position. This is the medical examiners said that. This is a standard anatomical position. So in a standard anatomical position, that is the way the wound path went through his leg. So you can figure out for yourself different ways that might have happened. Now, Dr. Liu said, based on information that she got from Ashley Benefield, by the way, that it must have happened this way. That once he shot the first time, somehow he falls and his legs go way up in the air and he shot like this. Where did that bullet go? If he was shot like that? The expert testified about the two that went into the wall had not gone through a body. He said the one that hit the leg was in the room. Might have been kicked, and that's normal when you have emergency technicians in there and they're kicking things around. But the projectile was in the room. It was not in the wall. So if he's falling back this way and his legs flipping way up, and by the way, Dr. Vega said the only way your legs flip up like that is if you're falling over a rail or, falling over something and your legs come up that high. So that just does not make sense with the rest of the evidence. Now, this may not be the way it happened, but it is also another way that it could have happened. He is turned away, leg up, and that bullet could have gone in and come out his knee, but his leg was bent. So you use your own judgment and decide what you think about that leg wound. What's important is this wound. This was the wound that killed him, and he was not facing her at the time. The defendant trying to say he was in a fighting stance, he lunged at me, that is just her, once again, trying to manipulate the system. She's trying to manipulate you to believe that this was necessary, he was coming at me, but the physical evidence does not bear that out. It does not show that he was coming at her. and that she had to shoot him. And afterwards, she runs over to the neighbor's house. Not once do you hear her say, get an ambulance. I don't know if he's still alive. You know, I had to do it, but somebody help him. Not once. Not once did you ever hear any concern that I just shot another human being, regardless of what the facts are. No. And then she sees her mother come by the car. Not once does she say, Mom, he just came at me. Like, I had to shoot him. It was awful. Nope. Not a word. She goes back to her mom that night. Not a word. Really? You're not going to tell your mom exactly what happened? And then this lady, Russell, Barbara Russell, that she lives with for 9 months after the shooting, never tells her what happened. Not once. Remember, the defendant sat right there and said the defendant never punched her ever. Never choked her, never kicked her, never came at her with a knife, never came at her with a club, never came at her with a bat. And she was the only person armed in that room. Doug Benefield was not armed. He had no weapons. He was laying on the floor dying. And she goes to the neighbor and not once asks for an ambulance. And he dies, either on the way to the hospital or in the hospital. She was the only one armed, and it was not necessary. She did not have to shoot him. It was not reasonable. She did not have to shoot him. She had an agenda, and it worked for what she wanted, and she got what she wanted. Because after she killed him, what did she get? Sole custody of the child. And that's murder. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Taylor, do you need the screen?
I do not.
I'll turn that off for you. Yes, sir, when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have a bit of a cold. I tested 3 times and it's not COVID. Don't need to be concerned. I've just listened to the state's closing argument. I have to tell you, I think there's obviously some real different perceptions of what the evidence is. I think perhaps there's even been some distortions. You all have taken, we've observed, pretty careful notes. If I say something that is not reflected in your notes or is not as you recall it, I want you to trust your own recollection. But I think if you check your notes, you will find that what I represent to you is accurate. This is and has been a fundamentally flawed prosecution. And I think we can demonstrate that through the testimony of 2 of the state's witnesses. The first is Stephanie Murphy. And you may recall she was the attorney who was representing Douglas Benefield. In my cross-examination of Stephanie Murphy, I served up for all of us, but especially for you, the members of the jury, what the state's theory of prosecution was. And I said, so Miss Murphy, let's be clear so that there's no misunderstandings. It's your belief and the state's theory that Ashley Benefield killed her husband because the Broder report was scheduled to be released 3 days later. She said that's correct. Check your notes. Now, the state, in their opening statement, even made it dramatic. They said to you, this report by Dr. Broder was to be released on the 30th of September, but she killed him on the 27th to avoid that. If you look at the emails that had been introduced into evidence that reflect the conversations back and forth between Stephanie Murphy, Faith Brown, Miss Benefield's family court attorney at the time, and the judicial assistant for Judge Moreland, you will read in no uncertain terms, black and white, the Broder report was not set to be released on September 30th. Not only was it not set to be released on September 30th, there was not even a day for it to be released scheduled. Stephanie Murphy was attempting to have it scheduled. The JA wrote back in no uncertain terms, Judge Moreland will not hear that. The only thing being heard on September 30th is the domestic violence injunction. The other witness that I think reflects what a fundamentally flawed prosecution this is Detective Gillum. And you might recall that Detective Gillum, check your notes, said that the South Carolina domestic violence injunction that required no contact by either one did not go into effect until November 27th. But if you look at the written email that we introduced into evidence, where Detective Gillum is contacting Gina Torsha, Miss Murphy's assistant, Detective Gillum tells her, wait a second, he's helping them. Wait a second, this injunction, unless I'm reading this wrong, this injunction went into effect on November 3rd. The judge signed the order on November 27th, but on November 3rd, he announced it in open court, and Doug was present, and so was Ashley. So unless I'm reading this wrong, I want you to be aware of that. This is Gillum trying to help them. This is the same Gillum who gives you quotes of exactly what Ashley Benefield said 2.5 years later without having one word of it written in his earlier report. The same Gillum who I asked the following questions of. Detective Gillum, do they teach you in police academy about the importance of writing reports? Sure. And is the reason why the reports are so important is because it preserves important facts about a particular incident? Yes. So how many cases do you handle, Detective Gillum, in a month? You might recall he said, oh, probably about 20. And then we multiplied that out by 2.5 years. I think we were into about 600, 700 cases. Yet he remembers the exact words she had to say, despite the fact that on the day she said it, not one word of it appears in his supplement 2.5 years earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, Detective Gillum, you might also recall, countermanded the capias, the arrest warrant that the other deputy issued for Doug Benefield when Ashley went down there and explained that Doug Benefield had mailed her this package in violation of the South Carolina restraining order. Detective Gillum said he remanded it, he reversed it, and he was going to refer it over to the state attorney's office. This was a good old boy network. They liked Doug, and they never looked back. And that's the truth of the matter. Do you not find it astounding that Detective Gillum, 2.5 years later, could remember such things as Ashley Benefield saying, "If the judge sees you arrest him in front of her, it'll help me keep my baby"? Isn't that something that you would put in a report? I think perhaps the most disturbing thing about the testimony of Stephanie Murphy and Detective Gillum is the following. Remember that common sense I told you about that you're going to be able to take with you back into the jury room, and that without offending anybody, there would probably be more than 100 years worth of it, which there is. Does anyone believe that either side calls witnesses that they don't know what they're going to say? So how do you reconcile the state calling Murphy and Gillum knowing that they're going to testify inaccurately? Read Gillum's written email about how he misrepresented his knowledge of when that South Carolina domestic violence injunction went into effect when he testified in front of you, and read the emails between Stephanie Murphy, Faith Brown, and Judge Moreland's judicial assistant. Okay, so what happens after that testimony? I want you to remember that the state's theory of prosecution up to that point is that Ashley Benefield killed Douglas Benefield to stop the release of the Broder report because she was so afraid of what was in it. And right in front of your eyes, I've never seen it before, right in front of your eyes, the state changes their theory, and the next thing you know, their theory of prosecution is she killed him because the domestic violence injunction was scheduled 3 days later. Check your notes. See if what I'm telling you is not accurate. Both theories, honestly, are ridiculous.
Objection, Judge.
Sustained on that.
Both theories are not supported by common sense. Let's look at Broder. What exactly was it in Broder's report that Ashley Benefield was so afraid of that she killed Douglas Benefield? Check your notes, but try to think back to Broder's testimony. I think your notes will reveal that Broder never had one thing adverse to say about Ashley Benefield. In fact, the only thing that Broder had to say was that after evaluating Ashley Benefield, he found that she had no violent tendencies. She was not prone to impetuous acts. That's it. Her only concern, according to Dr. Quintel, was that she was afraid if Doug found out what she had to say about him, that he would take it out on her or on the child. Okay, let's look at the theory then when it shifts to it being the domestic violence injunction that was scheduled for the 30th of September. What kind of reason exactly is that for her to kill Doug Benefield? If that was a reason, wouldn't she have done it before? There was already a domestic violence injunction the first time. It was denied. It was not only denied, but Judge Moreland ordered shared custody of the child. Why wouldn't she have killed him then? For 4 years, Ashley Benefield did what any law-abiding citizen can be expected to do. She filed complaint after complaint after complaint, calling Doug Benefield's behavior to the attention of the authorities with no result. Over and over again, no relief. So she kills him? Really, that's quite a leap, ladies and gentlemen. You need evidence to support such an inference. You know, you can't take innuendo and wrap it up in an inference and call it a fact. You got to have evidence that supports a theory. For example, you know, in the reasonable doubt instruction, I'm going to show you in a minute, but it says a reasonable doubt can arise from the evidence, from the lack of evidence, and from a conflict in the evidence. So what evidence would you need to show to support this theory that flies in the face of common sense? Well, how about somebody who comes in and testifies, yes, I heard Ashley, I overheard her say, you know what, I'd kill this SOB before I'd let him be alone with my child. Or how about this? How about downloading from Ashley's phone when she's sitting there in her most private moments, never expecting it to be revealed to the world, searching on the internet how to kill an abusive spouse. How about that? Instead, what you saw in her most private moments, 6 months before this happened, was her searching on the internet how to co-parent with an abusive spouse. Am I making this up? Check your notes. How to get along with an abusive spouse. In my opening statement, I told you two things. I said that at the conclusion of the case, those were the only two things that would be established beyond the reasonable doubt. The first one was that Doug Benefield was a very sick guy. I think there's no doubt of that. The second thing was that Ashley's action on that day, September 27th, 2020, was absolutely justified. Let's take a look briefly at Douglas Benefield's behavior. And I want you to keep in mind Bruce Ferris's testimony, who's the former cop who specialized in domestic violence, ran a domestic violence department, and then was so fascinated by it, went back to school to become a licensed mental health counselor. I thought he was a pretty persuasive witness. Doug Benefield shoots a gun into the ceiling of their kitchen to intimidate Ashley to stop speaking. Now, those are easy words for me to speak. And they fall on ears and you move on to the next thing. But I want you to try to imagine how it would feel.
Objection.
Sustained.
How would one feel sitting in their kitchen, having their husband pull out a gun and actually fire it into the ceiling of their kitchen? Can you imagine the trauma of such a statement? Do you think that that's something that you forget about after 6 months, after a year? I think that's something you remember for the rest of your life. You never forget it. Throwing a loaded gun at Ashley Benefield, threatening suicide, not only to Ashley, but to his former wife, Renee. You've got a copy of her text message that she wrote to Doug, kicking her on their honeymoon and threatening suicide. So this is twice now, not only with Ashley, but with his prior wife. Punching the dog so hard that he knocked the dog unconscious. Bruce Ferris on the wheel. Now, I'm not an expert on the wheel. I don't pretend to know it anywhere near as well as apparently Miss O'Donnell does. But I can tell you with certainty that it has a provision, and Bruce Ferris elaborated on the fact that abusers tend to hurt pets because they have no empathy and because, check your notes, they can control the victim because the victim loves the pets. So hurt the pets, you keep the victim in line. You get compliance, control, and compliance. That's what they seek. Threw the cat down the stairs. Put a tracker on her car. The neighbor catches him in the yard at night. It wasn't in the house across the street. You've got the schematic of the houses in the neighborhood. You see Mr. Sand's house is right next door, literally, to the left of Ashley's house. Ashley's house has got the red dot on it. Cursing, yelling, screaming, belittling. Text messages. I'm in a murderous mood. I want to rid the earth of them. Take them out. That was about two guys having a conversation while Ashley was on a cruise. Doug Benefield was so demented that just hearing in the background two men speaking while Ashley was on a cruise makes him say he wants to take them out, rid the earth of them. That puts him in a murderous mood. Of course, Ashley at the time at 24 thinks, well, gee, that's kind of flattering. I guess this guy really loves me. Oh, that was just a little tip of the hat to what was to come. The South Carolina injunction, he violated it. There's no way around that. How about driving from South Carolina to Florida so that you could follow Ashley in the car? I mean, if that's not determination, what is? If that's not fixation, what is? If that's not obsession, what is? And most chilling, I thought, was Mr. Vincicaro, the realtor, who, while the injunction is in effect from South Carolina, look at the email between Doug Benefield and Vince Vincicaro. I asked him, did you have any dealings with Douglas Benefield? Yes, I did. What was it? He was a customer looking to buy a home. Where was that home? It was the house immediately behind Ashley Benefield's house. This is sick, ladies and gentlemen. This is while the domestic violence injunction is in effect. Not only that, but then he says to Mr. Vincicaro, well, I have to first check with Ashley. Well, you know that's a lie. He can't check with Ashley because the injunction doesn't allow him to communicate with Ashley. So what's the basis for that conclusion that Doug was that disturbed? Well, how about Doug's own admissions? You have the text messages where he admits to Ashley, you know, I'm sorry, I apologize. And according to Miss O'Donnell, well, that should be the end of it. You apologized, it's over. Unfortunately, Bruce Ferris explained to you that that's the MO of an abuser. Oh, baby, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. It'll never happen again. And it happens again. Time and time and time again. That's their pattern of behavior. And Bruce Ferris told you that. He explained that to you. Ashley Benefield got on the stand and told you about all of that. And I have a great discrepancy. I'm wondering if we were at the same trial between Miss O'Donnell's evaluation of Ashley's testimony and ours. But how about this, in addition, as a basis to establish how disturbed Doug was? How about the letter that Ashley Benefield leaves for Doug on November 17th?
Objection, not entered into evidence.
Sustained.
Judge, I was testified to by Miss Benefield. I'm just speaking to the letter, not quoting from the letter itself.
Okay.
So she told you that she left him a letter. She told you what she put in that letter. That letter recounted some of the things that he did. Some of the things that you heard about in the trial, such as shooting the gun, punching the dog.
Objection, content of the letter.
Oh.
So, how about that as a basis to support it? She described them as controlling and manipulative. You're putting me and my unborn child in danger by the way you drive. You drive crazy when you get angry. How about Dr. Quintel? He doesn't even have a dog in this fight. He's got absolutely no reason to shade his testimony one way or the other. What did he tell you that he concluded about Doug? That he was, quote, super controlling, unquote. That he was jealous. That he was intimidating. That he was a real alpha male. Dr. Quintel's description, not mine, ladies and gentlemen. And then we have Ashley, who's the victim of domestic violence. We have the history of the prior acts of domestic violence by Doug. According to Dr. Broder, the state's witness, and Bruce Ferris, our witness, victims of domestic violence look for appeasement. Dr. Broder, I even asked him, I think that word appeasement appears in your report about at least 4 times. They go along to get along. They walk on eggshells, always afraid that something they might say will set them off. And according to Bruce Ferris, what the abuser wants is compliance. That dynamic changes very significantly once a child is introduced into it. And why is that? Because the abused woman is going to look to protect her child. That's what mommies do. So she will put herself in danger in order to stand between the abuser and her child. Yet, Miss O'Donnell argues Well, when they first exchanged custody, as Stephanie Murphy said, Ashley looked happy and very content. Well, we know from Bruce Ferris that that's the compliance mode. That's what you do to protect your child. She knew how Doug was. He went off on her. The only thing worse than that would be him going off on Emerson, the child. You keep the beast at bay. Those were the words of Broder and of Bruce Ferris. Importantly, Bruce Ferris told you that victims of domestic violence appear to act happy. So you have these text messages in the week leading up to the shooting where they're saying nice things to one another with emojis and smiley faces. And you have the video of the restaurant where Ashley and her mother and Emerson are present. And Ashley appears to be acting happy, when in fact she's actually quite scared, according to Bruce Ferris. But you go along to get along. You might recall in the voir dire, I asked you about the presumption of innocence and how many of you had ever seen the cop car on the side of the road with somebody sitting in the back. And the first thing you thought to yourself was, gee, I wonder what they did to cause them to be in the back of the squad car. And I told you that the issue to be resolved in this case was going to be, was the force used justified? All of you pledged that if the state failed to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, your verdict would be not guilty. All of you took an oath that said, at the end of the case, if you were unsure, if you did not know what happened, if you did not have an abiding conviction of guilt, you'd vote not guilty. I want to show you the beyond a reasonable doubt instruction. Deputy, if I could have the easel, please. This is in your packet of instructions. You're not going to have to memorize it. I want to just go over it, though, for a moment. I think we can agree it's pretty important. It reminds you that the state has the obligation and the burden to prove the case, to overcome the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. And here's how they define reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if, after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, goes back and forth, gee, I don't know, I'm not sure, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must, not you can, ladies and gentlemen, not you may, you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. Thank you, Deputy. Let's take a brief look at the facts rather than theories. Because once again, the prosecution could not have been more clear. Ashley killed Doug to prevent release of the Broder report. So where was the evidence to support that theory? You can't simply say it and make it so. Ms. O'Donnell comes up, and the evidence that she presents to you to support that theory is that Ashley said, "I'll take matters into my own hands." Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Broder testified that Ashley made that statement on her way out of his waiting room. And I asked him specifically about it. Please check your notes. What was she referring to? And he said, going to the authorities in Maryland to seek relief from them because the system here had failed her, and she was very frustrated. Ms. O'Donnell also told you that Doug Benefield filed for sole custody of Ashley. Please check your notes. No one ever testified to that. There's absolutely no evidence in this case that such a thing was done or a statement was made. Other evidence in the case? Justin Warren, the lead homicide detective. State never even called him.
Objection.
We called him. What did he tell you? He told you that in his arrest warrant, he said it did not appear that Douglas Benefield was facing Ashley Benefield when shot. Now look, Dr. Vega came in here and testified that the shooting in the chest, the shot to the chest, was from front to back. Yet Miss O'Donnell comes up here and distorts that and tries to tell you that it wasn't from front to back. It was from side to side. Dr. Vega told you the trajectory of the chest shot was front to back, right to left. Now, not only did Dr. Vega tell you that, Michael Haig told you that, front to back. Dr. Liu told you that, front to back. There has never been any evidence introduced in this trial that the chest shot or the arm was anything other than front to back. Detective Warren told you he did not speak with the medical examiner before he submitted his arrest warrant. I showed him his report to refresh his recollection. Oh, yes, I did speak to the medical examiner. And finally, I asked Detective Warren about a supplemental report that he wrote where there's a section that provides for any bias that he was aware of that Ashley would have had against Doug. And the form was written none. And I asked, is that not where you would write in things like ill will, hate, or spite. Mike Hague, let's look at his testimony for a minute. I think you'll remember him. What he said, I thought, really presented it well, was in explaining what forensic meant. He said it's the juncture where law meets physical science. Okay? So he told you there were 4 shots. He gave you a 3-dimensional diagram, and it showed you the room and how the shooting took place and where the shots went. One shot, according to Michael Hague, went out the door and down the hallway and lodged in a book. He described it as a miss. One shot was in the wall. Told you it was a nice round hole in the wall. They put a trajectory rod in it. One shot was in Mr. Benefield's chest. It was lodged in his back. Dr. Vega removed it. And one shot was in the leg. The state's own witness, crime scene people, told you that the shot to the leg was on the floor in the room and that a piece of it had broken off. And Hague told you that as well. According to Miss O'Donnell, if you completely suspend the explanation that Dr. Liu gave you about the shot to the leg, if Douglas Benefield was running away, that's how you could get the shot in the leg. You might remember that the trajectory or the wound path to the leg was up. Ashley would have had to have been lying on the floor to shoot up so that the bullet would go in her calf. Dr. Liu explained to you exactly how that happened. We even had our summer law clerk, William Galvano, come here and demonstrate.
It's a proper argument.
What else did Michael Hague tell you that was significant? He told you that they were moving. He said both Douglas Benefield and Ashley Benefield was moving. And he even showed you how it went from right to left in that 3-dimensional diagram, with the first shot out the door, the second shot in the wall, or one shot out the door, one shot in the wall, one in the chest and one in the leg. He showed you the 2 different cones. That would be consistent with what Ashley told you about trying to get more distance to move away from him. There was only one way to go in that room. She was already back to the back of the room, so the only way she could go was sideways to her left. Finally, he also told you that Ashley's explanation was absolutely consistent with the physical evidence. Then we had Dr. Liu, Emma Liu, former medical examiner for Miami-Dade County, who has always testified for the state, except here, she came in and testified for the defense. Why do you think that is? Dr. Liu told you that the abrasion to the arm, she believes, was from front to back, and she believed it was the shot that went out the door and down the hall. And the bullet would not have mushroomed or expanded, as you heard Michael Hague explain, that bullets are designed to be able to expand. Because the wound was so superficial, there would not have been enough tissue in the hollow point of the bullet to expand it. She also told you it would be consistent with Doug lunging at Ashley Benefield. And she showed you with rods how the abrasion to the arm would take place, as well as the shot to the chest. Now, here's something interesting that maybe everybody's forgotten. Miss O'Donnell did not address. Who was it that told us that Doug was skilled in martial arts and trained to take the weapon away? Why, that was his daughter, Eva. So here's Doug, who gets into his fighting martial arts position and lunges at her to grab the weapon, and Dr. Liu explains the abrasion shot. All four of these shots had no pattern at all. These are four random shots, no association whatsoever, indicative of somebody who's in an absolute panic firing a gun. What's more, as not only Mr. Sant told you, Mr. Haig told you, and as the state's own witness told you, if you don't hold the weapon properly and give it the pressure that it needs, it will result in a jam from one of the cartridges, just like what happened here. So I want you to please consider something. Before evaluating the defense case, you have to first determine whether or not the state failed to prove that the shooting was unjustified. That's your first order of business. Because if the state failed to prove their allegations beyond a reasonable doubt, it's over. You don't need to evaluate the case that the defense presented. We weren't obligated to present anything, but we did. And I think we can agree that if the state's case does not meet that threshold of beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt, your verdict must be not guilty. Ashley Benefield got on the stand and endured over 2 hours of cross-examination. It was our perception that the state never landed a blow in over 2 hours. That's 2 hours in addition to the hour and a half that I had her up there on direct examination. In the world in which we live, it sounds strange to try to reduce an event like this to an explanation within an hour and a half. But this is the only forum that we have to resolve things like that. So we did it. And Ashley got up there and she explained to you exactly what happened. And she did it well. And the state never touched her. Look at the crime scene photos that were taken, not at some modeling presentation, not at some outing. Look at the crime scene photos that were taken by Miss Dorvac. They're in evidence, and you see if you don't see swelling and redness on those photographs. So it's September 27th, 2020, the day of the homicide. Doug arrives at Ashley's house late that afternoon, and he's already simmering. He's on a slow boil, ladies and gentlemen. Why? Because he knows she's leaving. She's leaving. He's not going with her. He's going to live somewhere else. He knows that. This was his last hope for any kind of reconciliation. And Bruce Ferris told you that the most dangerous time for a domestic violence victim is when the abuser recognizes that she's leaving. So how does Doug respond? With threats and intimidation. He would not leave. Ashley tried to de-escalate it. She could see how he was starting to build. She wanted to avoid a confrontation. Gee, you know, Doug, we pretty much got everything done. Why don't we quit for the night and we can continue tomorrow? He ignored her. Instead, his hostility starts increasing. 2 body checks where he bumps her shoulder passing her in the hall. And it's not a bump that's an accident. It's a bump to intimidate her. She told you she almost lost her balance. Then we have the cardboard box incident where he slams that into her. Once again, she tries to de-escalate it. She even apologizes to him. And I asked her, why in the world would you apologize when he was the one who hit you with the box? Well, shortly after that, Ashley's had enough. What does she do? She tries to leave. She tries to flee the house. He catches up to her, grabs her by the hand, whirls her around. His back is now at the front door, and he's got her blocked. Somehow, Ashley finds the inner strength to yell, I'm done. You need to leave now. I'm done. You need to leave now. Please check your notes. That's going to be real important. Why? Because that revoked Doug's permission to be in Ashley's home on that afternoon. And here's what the instruction is going to tell you about that. It's in your packet. It's going to say the law and justifiable use of deadly force is as follows. If Ashley Benefield was in a dwelling in which she had a right to be, I think we can all agree this was her home. Doug did not live there. He was there by her permission on that day to help pack things. She had no duty to retreat and had the right to stand her ground and use force, including deadly force, if she reasonably believed such conduct was necessary to prevent A, imminent death or great bodily harm to herself, or B, the imminent commission of burglary, false imprisonment, or aggravated assault against herself. The elements of the forcible felony of burglary are: 1, Douglas Benefield had permission or consent to enter the dwelling or structure owned by or in possession of Ashley Benefield. 2, Douglas Benefield, after entering the structure, remained inside after permission to remain had been withdrawn, and with the intent to commit an offense other than burglary or trespass inside the structure. The offense was false imprisonment. Ashley tried to leave her home. Doug stopped her, spun her around, and held her trapped inside the house. Or B, attempt to commit a forcible felony. Forcible felony is aggravated assault. Through threats and intimidation, Doug committed the offense of aggravated assault. It's in your packet, read it. The important point is that once Ashley says, I am done, you need to leave now, he becomes, in essence, a burglar by remaining in that house after she tells him to leave. Not my words, not my law, the law that Judge White has given you. The last witness that we saw was Amy Carlton. And you might wonder how Miss Carlton fit into all of this. Well, actually, she played a very significant role. We called Amy Carlton for you to show that this was anything other than a staged event. If you accept Miss O'Donnell's interpretation of this, it was a staged event. It was a setup. Miss Carlton told you that she was out walking her dog with her husband. They heard a series of shots. And less than 30 seconds later, Ashley emerged from the house, hysterical, screaming, holding the gun, and ran right next door. If you're going to stage an event like this after the shooting, you're going to certainly check the scene to make sure it's going to support your version of the event. Because if it doesn't, you're on your way to prison. It's going to take you longer than less than 30 seconds to do that. The state has failed to prove anything here beyond a reasonable doubt. We prove self-defense beyond all doubt. But the burden is not ours. It's theirs. And they must prove it beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt, which, ladies and gentlemen, they just have not done. So, for the last several years, I've walked hand in hand with Ashley.
Objection.
I'm now going to surrender her fate to you. I've presented to you everything that I possibly could to show you the dynamics of what took place on that day and why they took place and what Ashley knew about Doug at the time they took place, to show you that her action in using deadly force was reasonable. The judge is going to tell you in your instructions you can take into account what she knew about the domestic history with Doug, the size differential between Doug and Ashley. Ladies and gentlemen, Ashley Benefield is not guilty of murder in the second degree. She's also not guilty of manslaughter. When you read the manslaughter instruction, it tells you that it is not manslaughter if the shooting was justifiable, if it was in self-defense. The manslaughter instruction tells you that as well. You all promised in voir dire that you would stick to your guns and not be intimidated by the majority or the other jurors. Manslaughter is a compromise. Ashley's not looking for a compromise. She's entitled to more than that. This is either second-degree murder or it's not. If you follow the oath that you took and you read the instructions, we're confident you will return a verdict of not guilty in this case. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Judge.
Rebuttal?
AB had enough. The defense just said that. AB had enough. She did have enough. On September 27th, 2020, she had enough. She took out a .45 caliber gun and shot Mr. Benefield 4 times. At Mr. Benefield 4 times. And why did she do that? Why had she had enough? I will do anything I have to do to keep my baby. Asshole. To a detective that she demanded arrest somebody in a courthouse because that will help her keep her baby. It is not surprising at all that Detective Gillum remembered that. That is an outrageous statement to say to a law enforcement officer. You will arrest him or I will make you. That's what she told a law enforcement officer. You think she'll tell a law enforcement officer that and she won't shoot Doug Benefield when she's had enough? No, she would and she did. Time is running out. Within a week of murdering Mr. Benefield, time is running out. She said that I will take matters into my own hands. She said that to a psychologist who was doing reports for the state, for the court. I will take matters into my own hands. And she did, with 45. And let's talk about what we've heard. And it's my job to rebut the defense's argument. That's what I'm here for. And I think we can. And I do ask you to depend on your memory. But I want to set some groundworks. Number one, Ms. O'Donnell and I are clearly part of an old boy network. No, this is not an old boy network. This is law. This is the law. And if those law enforcement officers did not find that they had the sufficient basis to arrest Mr. Benefield, then they wouldn't have. And that's why they did it. That is not an old boy network. That is how our country works. That is what the law is for. Otherwise, any woman could walk into any police station and say, my husband did X, Y, Z, and they're just going to arrest him? No. It requires evidence. It's the same reason that law enforcement took a long time between this murder and her arrest. They were investigating it. They were making sure they had everything they needed to have. And when they did, they effectuated an arrest. And the prosecution, you heard a lot. You heard Ms. O'Donnell's name more than Ashley Benefield's name during that closing. It's not about Ms. O'Donnell. It's not about Ms. Friel. It's not about either of us. It's the state of Florida, and we have the burden. And we've overcome it. It's not a flawed prosecution. Our job is to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the elements in this case occurred, that manslaughter occurred, which it did. Manslaughter is an intentional act that caused a death. She intentionally shot him and he died. That's a manslaughter, no doubt about it. But that's not enough. She did it because she has ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent. She had a depraved heart when she shot and killed Mr. Benefield so she could keep her baby. And does it matter if the report was coming out or if that injunction hearing was happening? No. Clearly, Miss Murphy and her client, who was murdered just a few days later, thought that Mr. Broder's report was coming out. Clearly, Faith Brown and Ashley Benefield thought or knew that they were having an injunction hearing on that day. The jig is up. She has wanted this man out of her life. She has wanted her baby to herself. And what is she doing? She's so scared of him, she has him doing her manual labor. You can come over. You can move my stuff. You can get the heavy stuff. You know what? Can you stop and buy me boxes? Can you stop and buy me tape? Do you want to go to the gardens? She told you that she couldn't dress a certain way. She was in a sports bra and shorts when he showed up. You didn't hear that he said a word. You didn't hear that he had insulted her in any way. She would have you believe all these things about Mr. Benefield. And mind you, Mr. Benefield is not on trial. Ashley Benefield's on trial. Ashley Benefield's the one that committed a criminal act on 9/27, 2020, when she murdered him. Don't be confused or distracted by emails and questions that showed you nothing. The question is, were the facts, did you learn whether or not she shot him and at the time she had a depraved heart? And There was no dishonesty by Stephanie Murphy. Don't be confused by that. I think they just had a different understanding of what was going to happen. There's certainly no dishonesty by Detective Gillum. Not remembering something or Detective Warren and being dishonest are two wholly different things. And nobody's expected to remember everything. The question for you, as Miss O'Donnell said, is whether or not it was reasonable and necessary for her to kill him, for her to shoot him that day when he's in a shorts and a t-shirt and flip-flops doing her work for her. And keep in mind, this ninja we've heard of, 5'9", 169, adult small t-shirt. Adult small t-shirt, size 30 waist. We know what that means. This is not a huge man. This is not a hulking beast of a man. And the state is not contending that he didn't make mistakes. He certainly did. One of the biggest being trying to maintain this relationship. It ended in his death. But was it reasonable? Never hit her. She said he never hit her. He did some outrageous things, but never hit her in any sort, way, shape, or form. In 3 years, they'd been apart. 3 years. Reasonable. Is it reasonable? She would have you believe that, and look at those text messages. Look at the text messages going into that week, that whole week. And look at, I would ask you to read the state's version because that is the complete conversation. Oh, I'm sorry, those are the older text messages. When you look at the older text messages, this murderous intent, he's talking about her old boyfriends. She admitted that. And them choking her during sex. He's not talking about wanting to go out in the world and murder people. He's certainly not talking about her. It may not be what the average person thinks of a way to express your love, but apparently to Doug Benefield and to her, it was. So she's like, I know, baby. Don't talk like that. She never checks him, right? She never says, oh, don't. She says, I think she says, it was just a fight. These men that were just talking, she says it's a fight. So don't be confused. Look at the evidence. But in the text messages leading up to that week, look at them. You have them. They're the ones Ms. O'Donnell did that had the video of them playing a game at Panera where they're all yucking it up. I would dispute that she was afraid. I would dispute most of what Mr. Ferris said, but we'll come back to that. So she would have you believe that this man who has never struck her, who in 3 years she reports no abuse. 3 years, he's done nothing. She left him while pregnant, did not tell him that she birthed his baby, did not give that baby his name, and then files before he ever meets his child to terminate his parental rights. And no allegations that he insulted her, came to her house and hit her, did any of those things. Shot any guns, had any guns, none of that. Right? So she did all those horrible things. If you want your baby, those are horrible. To Doug Benefield. She did all those things, and nothing happens. But this day, when she has been dictating for a week when he could come over, when he could help her, what they would do, she would have you believe that he got so enraged because she was done moving and she was tired that he hit her for the first time ever. And you get to decide if you believe her or not. I would submit to you that did not happen. There's no evidence of it, and you know it. You can see by those pictures. I don't care what Barbara Russell, who's clearly biased, right? Barbara Russell is a clearly biased witness. That's her. They have some kind of relationship that is clearly not professional. And she sat there and told you that she saw swelling. Keep in mind, she saw her the night of. This is somebody who she had a professional relationship with and then moved in. The night of, that's who comes to her, this woman. She tells you that she has edema on her face. I don't know what edema is. I assume it's swelling and bruising. It's not there. You can see in those pictures. You're going to look at them. You can look at them till the cows come home. You won't see swelling. All those law enforcement officers who are trained to look for that, crime scene techs who went there for the sole purpose of finding injuries and had some lawyer pointing out that her ear was red. Look at that picture. There's no redness. No redness. So he becomes so enraged that he hits her for the first time. She doesn't go down. She didn't say I fell. This man is a trained fighter who's a ninja, and he hits her and she doesn't go down. And she can't tell you if it was a slap or a punch. There's a big difference. There's a big difference. And if he punched her in the eye, her eye would look way different than it does. There's no swelling on the side from a punch. She'd have a black eye. Not a bruise, not a swell, nothing. So let's say it was a slap. Let's believe her. It was a slap. There's no redness, no swelling, no bruising, no scratching, no evidence in the photos. I mean, if somebody slaps somebody in the face, there's a red mark. Nothing. Within minutes. Stop. And even if you don't believe law enforcement, which I submit there's no reason to not believe them, Mr. Sand, that sweet old man who she brought this drama into his home, said, I didn't see any injuries. Wouldn't he be the one in the best position to see if she had been slapped in the face moments before? Certainly. He didn't see it because it wasn't there. It's an attempt to manipulate the system, which is exactly what she continues to do. And keep in mind, he's flipped out to the point of hitting her for the first time because she's tired and doesn't want to move anymore. That's what she told you. She didn't say she had tried to break up with him. She didn't say she had told him she didn't want to see him again. She didn't say any of those things. She told him she didn't want to live together when they were alone together, and it was fine. It was fine. So he gets so enraged and pops off and hits her or punches her in the face when she's tired, but not when she says she doesn't want to be with him. Is that reasonable? It is not. And I'm trying to think of a way to say this nicely, but I would submit to you that everything that Dr. Quintal said about Doug Benefield was basically Dr. Quintal talking with Ashley Benefield's voice. She's a manipulator. She manipulated him the same way she tried to manipulate everyone else in the world. He said he met with them 9 times, and Ashley Benefield was present for 7 of them, and alone for 5 of them. So every bit of information he got, except for 2 sessions, comes through the voice of Ashley Benefield, the way she wants him to think things are, right? He's very controlling. He's very alpha male, which is apparently a bad thing now. He's super controlling. He's jealous. Keeping in mind, she's the one that asked Doug Benefield, are you dating her now? When he's there with her lawyer. But Doug Benefield's the one that's super jealous. And what did he tell you? Other than he thought all those things he conceded that they were all based on what Ashley told him, not based on anything he observed. He conceded that, which I appreciate. But the weird thing was that he had this weird encounter where he thought that Doug didn't want to see the child. And what did he say? I saw him for a few minutes in my waiting room. I went into a session for an hour, and then I saw him for a few more minutes, and then we started their session. So what happened in that hour? Dr. Quintal doesn't know. For him to make any assumptions on what the relationship was between Doug Benefield and his child based on seeing him for those few minutes is not reasonable. There was no basis for that. And keep in mind, through all of that she's dictating when Doug can see that baby. We don't know if he knew she was out there. He's sitting in the lobby of a psychologist or a therapist's office. We don't know that he knew she was out here. There's so many assumptions that Dr. Quintal jumped to in order to say those things, and they're just not reasonable. Despite a court order, she's dictating when Doug sees that baby and how, and then you're supposed to believe that it was something weird about Doug that he didn't go out to the parking lot. He could have been in the parking lot for an hour for all Dr. Quintal knows. And the one thing he did say that was interesting was Ashley said she was frustrated with the system, which sounds familiar. Time is running out. I'll take things into my own hands. I'll do anything I have to do. She's frustrated because she's trying and trying and trying to do these things based on things that are not happening or not true, and it's not going her way. She tried to terminate his parental rights. Judge said, he can see that baby. That 6-month-old that he's never seen. So what did she do? Well, I don't really want him to do that, so I'm going to dictate how he sees the baby. I'm going to be sweet again. Now I'm going to go back. I think the only person that was in a cycle was Ashley Benefield. I'm not going to talk to you for months, but once somebody says you can have my baby, now I'm your best friend again. That's not Doug Benefield. He acted the same way in those text messages as she told you he did for 3 years. No violence, no threats, no manipulation, no emotional abuse. And that brings me to Dr. Ferris. Mr. Ferris. Mr. Ferris has never seen a relationship he wouldn't say is a domestic violence relationship. He would not concede anything. On direct, Mr. Taylor was giving him hypotheticals that had 6 or 8 aspects to them. And he was able to just answer. Oh yeah, sure, that's domestic. Goes right on the wheel. I'm asking him simple questions, and he would not concede. The only one he conceded about was that if she was living on her own, he couldn't have been economically controlling her. But how do you not concede that one, right? That's common sense. Every other thing he refused to concede. And this is one thing I will agree with Mr. Taylor. We have different perceptions because I think Dr. Ferris was clearly biased based on his inability to answer my questions when he clearly could answer the defense questions. It's clear from what was happening in this relationship that Ashley Benefield was not a victim of domestic violence. Doug Benefield's the victim in this case, not Ashley Benefield. And that there was not this power and control wheel that Doug Benefield was on. And keep in mind, Mr. Ferris would have you believe that somebody could be violent and then never be not violent again. That's what he said. I said, are you telling me that once there's violence in someone, it can never be changed? Well, if that's true, why does he teach CBIP? He makes his money on CBIP, right? Certified Battery Intervention Program. If what he told me was true, he's wasting people's time because he doesn't believe anybody can get better. And we all know that's not true. People change. People learn. People realize what they've done. People apologize for what they've done. And while saying the words is not enough, 3 years of not being in any way violent or threatening or abusive, that's an indication that Mr. Benefield was trying to change. He was trying to do anything he could to be with his wife and to be with his baby. And Mr. Taylor the defense kept saying trauma. She was so traumatized by this gunshot in the ceiling. So she had a baby with him? She testified to you that happened before they reversed or around the same time they reversed his vasectomy. That's a big deal. That's a decision. That's not it. I think Mr. Taylor said, you found yourself pregnant. She didn't find herself pregnant. She planned to have a baby. They planned it together. They went through medical procedures to do it, and they did it. All the while, she's so traumatized. I would submit to you that is not the case. She wanted a baby, and she got one. But Doug was in the way. And as to that neighbor thing, it wasn't Mr. Sant. I don't know where that came from. There was no allegation it was ever Mr. Sant. It was some neighbor across the street. And Ms. O'Donnell told you exactly what was in evidence. Somebody across the street saw some man in her backyard wearing a baseball cap. And clearly that must be Doug Benefield looking in Ashley Benefield's windows. That's ridiculous. That's a jump you cannot make. That man could have been looking for his dog. We have no idea. There's certainly no evidence he was looking at anybody's windows other than the defense counsel saying that. And even if he was, does not make it reasonable and necessary to shoot him. Is not a basis that would cause you to believe he's going to kill you. Going to kill you. Not a basis. I would submit to you he never was in that yard. He was never looking in the windows. But even if he was, a tracker, not a basis to believe he's going to kill you, if that even happened. The house, buying the house, I read that very differently. First of all, he wasn't trying to buy, he was trying to rent. And if you don't believe that they were talking while they had this mutual injunction, they were, I'm sure. Miss Benefield was lying to him, telling him they're going to move to Maryland and live in separate houses, but co-parent. And she was all the while planning with her attorney to have an injunction hearing in a matter of days. It's reasonable to believe that mutual injunction was, I'm sure, Miss Benefield was speaking to him when it was convenient for her, when she could get something out of it. It only goes with the rest of it. This letter we've heard about that Miss Benefield testified all these things, it's another effort at manipulation. We don't know when she wrote that letter. We don't know what she put in it. We don't know if any of it was true. I can write a letter and tell you that I'm the Queen of England. It doesn't make it true. And just because I say I wrote it 3 years ago doesn't mean I did. I keep saying manipulation. And the reason is because this defendant attempted to manipulate the system. It didn't work. She attempted to manipulate the experts. She kind of did, right? Because what did we hear about Dr. Liu and Mr. Haig? They talked to the defendant. She told him what she says happened, right? I don't even think she told him the same story she told you based on what they said. But what do we know? So Mr. Haig, I will submit to you, I think Mr. Haig was great. I loved it. I thought he was very interesting. I thought he shed a lot of light on how this murder occurred, right? And I would submit to you that you should believe him over Dr. Liu when it comes to trajectory. He's an expert, no doubt about it. That's what he does all the time. Dr. Liu, the medical examiner, she seems like a well-qualified medical examiner who did testify mostly for the state because she worked for the state and is now testifying for the defense. And the defense asked you, why would she do that? She did that because she's getting paid. She's got paid to be here. That's why she's here. That's why she's saying those things. And most of them were probably very accurate. So Mr. Haig tells you there's 4 shots. We know that, right? We had 4 casings. We have 4 projectiles. One is in Mr. Benefield's chest or back. And I think there was some misunderstanding of what Ms. O'Donnell was trying to show you. What she's trying to show you is that if it was from the front, because say I'm lunging, it would go in my chest and out the back. That's not what happened. It went front to back because it hit him here and came out here. Well, that's front to back. That's not front to back like it goes in my chest and comes out my back. That's front to back because it didn't end up here, right? Or she didn't shoot him in the back, it ended up in the other side of his back. It goes across his body, destroying his lungs, destroying his spinal cord, damaging his ribs. And what did Dr. Liu say? He dropped. He dropped. I think that's important. So Mr. Haig said there's 1 bullet, right? We got 4. 1 is in his chest. So we know where that one is. 1's in the living room wall that Mr. Haig said he believed was going down and struck the tile and then bounced up and hit the wall. He knows better than me. Seems reasonable. 3 is in the wall, number 7. Perfectly round. Typical gunshot. Nothing in its path, because what did he say? Something was in its path, it would begin to tumble. It wouldn't be that perfect hole that we picture as a gunshot in a wall or a target or anything else. And then through his leg. So which bullet hit his arm? And I think Dr. Liu might have been correct when she had that young man laying on the floor. It probably went through his leg and he was on the floor. Because Ashley Benefield told you something. She said she's shooting down. We know that's not true, right? Because his chest is way up here. His chest isn't down here. But she told you that I had stopped shooting when he fell. That's also, I think, untrue. Dr. Liu told you he would have dropped. So he's paralyzed, laying on the ground, and she continues to shoot at him. Otherwise, if you believe that she's moving from left to right to get away from him, he's dancing around dodging bullets. I mean, they would have you believe this is a very tight room. I don't know how tight it is, but you can see there's either a full or a queen size mattress in that room, and there's plenty of other room. This is not a broom closet. This is a full size bedroom. And what else do we know? Dr. Vega said that they had been at least 3 feet apart. 3 feet apart. Uncontroverted. Nobody said anything different. Except for our firearms guy, who talked very fast, but said he looked chemically at the shirt and found nothing. 6 to 7 feet. 6 to 7 feet. Even if we go 3 feet, you have to keep in mind, that's from the end of the gun. She is pointing a gun at him. Here to Mr. Benefield is at least 3 feet, if not 6 to 7, when she hits him in the chest. At least 3 feet when she hits him on the leg, because Dr. Vega said there was no stippling on the leg. They're not in close combat. We keep hearing about this. They are not in close combat. They're a whole grown-sized man apart, 6 feet, from the end of her gun to his body. And we know that. That's from the science. That was uncontroverted. You heard nothing to question that. You can take that one to the bank. And I would submit to you that those 2 experts, Mr. Haig was the one you should be depending on, even though he's also spoke to Ms. Benefield, so clearly got one side of the story, or a made-up story. And that Dr. Liu is not the expert that Mr. Haig is on trajectory. So if you go in the back and you're curious about the trajectory, I would say you should depend on Dr. Vega's testimony about how the bullets entered the body and exited, which Dr. Liu did not contest. And as for the other bullets, you should depend on Mr. Haig, because he was clearly more suited to answer those questions. As to Detective Warren, poor Detective Warren, who gets called just to be impeached, said he had opinions. You know whose opinions don't matter in this case? But Detective Warren's. Mine don't matter. Ms. O'Donnell's don't matter. Defense attorneys don't matter. It's your opinions that matter. It's when you go in the back and you listen to the facts and evidence in this case, and you decide if we've proven our case. If Detective Warren, at the time in which he made his decisions, thought that he was shot in the back, that's not wholly unreasonable. He may have been mistaken. It doesn't make his opinion invalid, but what it does, it's not relevant to your decision making, because you're depending on the facts, and you have the accurate facts.
You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate that. And that whole bias business, Detective Warren explained what that is. That's sexual bias or racial bias. This wasn't a hate crime. This wasn't a crime because somebody hates somebody else because their sexual orientation. That's not what this is. That's not a place to put ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent. Ill will, hate, spite, or evil intent is not bias. It's an element of second-degree murder. It's a depraved heart. And that's what Ashley Benefield had when she murdered Doug Benefield. A few more things, and then I want to talk to you lastly about the reasonable doubt. As to Dr. Broder, I think you should take some of what Dr. Broder said to heart. His concern, her concern, was not that Doug was gonna fly off at the handle. She said she was concerned she would make him look bad in front of Dr. Broder. I pretended that I'm moving to Maryland and going to co-parent because I don't want to make him look bad. This man that I would have you believe was a abusive, horrible man. They have defamed him up and down. No, she didn't say that. She didn't say, I was afraid that Doug would freak out on me. I was afraid he'd do this. No, she said, I didn't want to make him look bad. She's manipulating Dr. Broder, right? She's manipulating Doug for sure. She can't say in front of Doug, I'm not moving to Maryland, because then who's gonna move her boxes, right? I can't say in front of Doug, I'm not moving to Maryland with you, because then maybe he won't drop his divorce case. Then maybe he'll try to take my baby, right? She can't let him know that. She can't let him know that till he's packed her up, ready to go. It's manipulation. And that's what she does. That's what she's done. The evidence has shown it to you. And it doesn't matter if it was the report or the injunction. She knew the jig is up. He might seek more control. It probably just went in there. But Stephanie Murphy told you that when they went, she was trying to get an injunction and it was denied. And he was trying to get custody, visitation, see his baby for the first time. She said something I thought was very telling. The judge gave Doug sole medical control or primary medical control over the baby, right? So now he's already got some control. She can't do anything without him on the medical stuff, right? Of course she's worried. Of course, because she wants that baby and she'll do whatever she can do to keep it, her. And I wouldn't put anything in the fact that she didn't confess on her phone, that she didn't tell somebody that that she had shot him one way or the other. She didn't even tell her mama. Her mother would have you believe that in all these years, she's never said something to you. You think she's going to put it on her phone? No, she's smarter than that. If that's true, she's certainly not going to put it on her phone. And just because you search up how to co-parent with an abuser doesn't mean that person's an abuser. I would submit to you that Ashley Benefield is very smart. She's been working the system or trying for years. And if I say, oh, I'm trying to co-parent with an abuser, that looks good for me. He's an abuser. He shouldn't have my baby. He shouldn't have medical control. He certainly shouldn't have custody, partial custody, or anything else. Just because she said it doesn't mean it's true. And that's because, as I said, she tried to manipulate the system in South Carolina. It ended up being mutual. She tried to manipulate the system in Florida. She got turned down. She tried to terminate his parental rights. The judge gave him custody. She tried to manipulate the experts, as I already talked, and I think in some cases she did. And she's trying to manipulate you. You can decide what you think about her testimony. She's a witness like any other. But I would submit to you that that was all manipulation. There were no tears. You use your common sense. If you cry, have to take breaks, and you're racking, then you're going to have a swollen face. Your eyes are going to be puffy. You're going to have snot. I don't know what other word to use. She didn't even get a tissue until I can't remember who, either the judge or the defense attorney told her, hey, there's tissues. Oh, yeah, I should have a tissue. She'd been crying for 15 minutes. Didn't need a tissue. That's manipulation. That's her efforts to manipulate you and make you believe that she was a victim. She is not the victim. Douglas Benefield was the victim in this case. And reasonable doubt, I would ask you to read your instructions, because that board they put up was an incomplete instruction. It left out parts. And the part is that proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. You don't have to get back there and have no doubt. You have to get back there and decide, did she shoot and kill him with a depraved heart? And I would submit to you she did. And then you have to decide, was she justified in using self-defense? Was it reasonable and necessary based on what happened in that house that she shoot and kill him on September 27th, 2020? It's not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a reasonable doubt. And the state would submit to you that we have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Doug Benefield is dead. The death was caused by a criminal act of this defendant, Ashley Benefield, and there was an unlawful killing by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. And it was not justified. It was not based on self-defense. It was not reasonable and necessary to stand 6 to 7 feet away from that man and shoot at him 4 times. And I would ask that you come back and find this defendant guilty of murder in the 2nd degree with a firearm. Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
All right, can you go back to your instructions? And if you remember, we left off at 3.10. And we're going to ask when you find that, if you just look up at me and I'll know we're all on the same page. These are some general rules that apply to your discussions. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. You must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. This case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits in evidence and these instructions. This case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case at all. Your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. Whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. Your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything that I may have said or done that made you think that I preferred one verdict over another. You may find the defendant guilty as charged or guilty of such lesser included crime as the evidence may justify, or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense on the verdict form that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to the crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared for you. And of course, I explained it earlier. In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the court deputy. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the courtroom, in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberations should ensue during deliberations. These communications rules must apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the court deputy. Many of you have cell phones, tablets, laptops, and other electronic devices here in the courtroom. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. Kindly leave those devices on your seats where they will be guarded by the court deputy while you deliberate. Let me break the script to say also, these jury instructions haven't been updated in a while. And if you have a watch, a smart watch that can communicate with the internet or make calls or send and receive texts separate and apart from your phone, that also needs to go in the Tupperware container that the deputy's holding up. All your electronic devices will be there, but you can't have anything in there that will communicate outside the jury room. If you need to communicate with me, send a note to the court deputy. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have questions, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions, if I can, in writing or orally here at open court. During the trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. These exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. I'm going to stop there also. When you go back, I think there was a few electronic items or things to view on a computer or on a DVD player. There's going to be what we call the tech cart that will be in the jury room with you. There's instructions on top of that about how to work the different devices and everything. If you have any problems at all, send a note to the court deputy and I'll make arrangements for our IT department to come down and get going whatever you need to get going. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate the rules we all share. Now, as you gather up your notes and your other items, as I said, you're able to take these jury instructions, your notes, back in the jury room. Before I let you do that, though, I do want to let you know, all of you know, that in almost every case, we select the jury as well as alternate jurors in case one of the main jurors is not able to fulfill their duties. Especially as we've come out of COVID, it is not uncommon. I'd say 20 to 30% of the cases, we have somebody get sick or something happens, and an alternate juror has to step in and serve on the main jury. Alternate jurors are incredibly important, as it does happen every so often that for various reasons, jurors are not able to complete their service, and an alternate must be seated on the jury. In this case, jurors 38, 42, and 43 have served as alternate jurors. As such, I am not able to allow you to retire to deliberate with the rest of the jury. Do the 3 of you have personal effects in the jury room? You have stuff in there. Here's how this is going to work. You're going to leave your notes here. I'm going to ask you to go back in the jury room with everybody. The deputy is going to take you back. I need you to gather up all your personal effects and then come back out here to the jury, to the courtroom, so I can give you your final instructions before we let you go. But I'll need you to come back out. The other remaining 6 of you, when you go back, let those 3 jurors or alternate jurors get their things. You may not begin your deliberations until the deputy steps out, has received your electronic devices, has stepped out, and that door has closed. Then you may begin your deliberations. All right, do we have the exhibits? You got the exhibits. Deputy, can I give you the verdict form? All right, so all of you may step out at this point, and then I'll need the 3 alternates to come right back out, please. For the other 6, you may now retire to consider your verdict.
She's nervous now, and I don't blame her.
All right, you all can sit down. State defense, any objection to how the jury was charged other than the objections during the charge conferences?
None from the defendant.
No.
All right, thank you. Yes, I have the names. Best contact number for you that we can call if you want to get questions. Welcome back. You can just grab whatever seat you want. I won't keep you much longer. We've got, Deputy, we have all the notes and. Yes, sir. Thank you. I want to just take a minute and thank you for your service. I was here for jury selection, and I know that some of you missed very important work engagements that you expressed meant a lot. Some of you missed doctor's appointments, and all of you missed personal time at work, with your friends, with your family, in sacrifice of your civic duty as serving as jurors. Contrary to what a lot of people think, I find this to be possibly the most stressful part of my job, because I now sit and look at all 3 of you who have given us a week and a half of your time so willingly and so graciously, and to say, I'm sorry, I can't let you deliberate. Now, sometimes I do this, and you see the smiles come on people's faces because they're glad they don't have to be part of the deliberations. And I have received some angry calls afterwards about being an alternate and the person wanted to go back and deliberate. However you feel, relieved or upset, I just want to say thank you for doing your civic duty, for answering the call, for being here, and just being so generous with your time. I've watched the entire jury the last 7 or 8 work days, and you have been incredibly attentive, paying attention. There's been a lot of people in and out of this courtroom. You have not been distracted one bit. You are exactly what we want in our jurors. And I thank you on behalf of myself, the other judges of the 12th Circuit. Thank you so much for giving us your time. I have some certificates of appreciation that I'm going to give you to commemorate serving as a juror. Also attached to each of those is the paper for work, if you need it to show where you've been for that. If for some reason that paper is not sufficient for your needs, please reach out to my judicial assistant. My card had her direct number, and if they need a letter from me or whatever they need, we'll get it to them to show that you've been here this entire time serving as a juror. I am now going to read you your final jury instruction. I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. The law gives you a unique privilege not to speak with anyone about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your jury service, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak with anyone. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror or not. With that said, again, I offer my heartfelt thanks on behalf of myself and the other judges of the 12th Circuit, all of the court administration, and for all the citizens of the 12th Circuit for being part of this process. I now discharge you as jurors in this case and release you from any further obligations in this matter. If any of you would like to be escorted to your vehicles, all you have to do is let this deputy know, and he will make sure that you are walked all the way to your vehicle until you leave. Thank you again very much.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, you all can have a seat.
Your Honor, if I may, what's the 12th Circuit's position about approaching alternate jurors to see if they will speak?
I'm not aware of an official position on our website.
I just want to make sure. Does the court have any?
Oh, you mean like interviewing them or just walking up to them?
Just approaching them and asking if they would be willing to speak.
I would appreciate having a hearing on that.
Okay.
All right, anything else before we go?
We've got the JOA.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so on behalf of Ms. Benefield, we renew all previously made motions and objections, specifically on JOA. And now for the final, I would state that the state has failed to meet its burden of disproving self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt, and that the uncontroverted evidence clearly demonstrates that Ms. Benefield acted in justifiable self-defense. More specifically, she testified that Mr. Benefield physically intimidated her, prevented her from leaving the residence, struck her on the head, pursued her to her bedroom, and advanced on her in a threatening manner despite her warnings to stop.
I don't know what's going on. Hang on, bear with me. Bear with me. It just won't.
She reasonably believed back in DCA 1986, quote, the state has the burden of proving guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, which includes proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act in self-defense. The state's evidence was legally insufficient to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt because the state failed to rebut the defendant's direct testimony that he acted in self-defense, and in fact, some of the state's evidence corroborated defendant's testimony of self-defense. Thank you.
State.
Judge, and I would just say that the state has met its burden that a reasonable jury could find beyond a reasonable doubt that this charge has been proven. Would ask you to deny the JOA.
Any rebuttal?
No, sir.
All right, I'm going to reserve at this point. All right, if there's no other business, then we are going to be in recess until we have a question or a verdict. I would ask if you could please leave a cell number with the clerk so she has, so we can get a hold of you. Please don't be more than 10 minutes away so you can get back here pretty quick if we have any questions or issues.
What time do you think you'll let them go to?
Go for the evening?
Yeah.
I tend to let them go until they ask to leave. The issue that's in the back of my mind right now is to see if they ask for dinner. What do we have a cutoff for that? To order? It's 6, 7 p.m. 7. So, I mean, usually if they're hungry, we'll hear from them between 5 and 6. That's my experience. But if we don't hear from them, maybe by 5:30, I might have the deputies just kind of knock and say, "You guys okay? You want a menu?" And just that'll be it.
Okay.
That way, I don't have to call you all back to deal with that.
Yes, thank you.
The other thing I will not call you back for is if they ask for IT help. I don't reconvene for that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mitch.
Okay, well, they're going. Fuck. I thought they'd be finished at 5. They're going. They're going through the night. He's going to go through the night, people. I did not expect that. What is ITL? What? Terry. ITL, ITL, ITL. 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 I don't know what ITL is. Southerners work. Where you go, Mama Ames. Fair play. Oh, IT help. Okay, yeah, I got you. Yeah. Yes, because if they need IT help, because normally, so whenever there's a question or whenever there is any issues with the jury, any question, paper, anything like that, obviously he has to reconvene everyone to answer everything. But what he's saying is, any IT issues, I'm not going to call you back because that means I have to wait for everyone to come back and then all that stuff. Like so. Judge said he won't call him back for IT help. No, IT help it was. So that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. It's all good. We got there in the end. We got there in the end. The jury will have a decision within. Yeah, we could have a decision now, Mass. He's IT help. That's all good. Well, what are we going to do? What we're going to do for the next few hours? What we're going to do for the next few hours? What we're going to do in the next few hours? I have no fucking clue. I don't have a clue. I don't have a clue. I don't have a clue what we're gonna do. Ho 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 ho. There's no poll yet, unless let me refresh it. Let me refresh to see if there's any. No. No poll. I was going to say, Erin Hack, do you want to go and check? But you're banned from Lone Crime, so you can't. I loves it. I loves it. I do's. Hey, before I forget, let's do a bit of this, yeah? Let's do this. If you haven't done this, please do this. Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. I couldn't. I was like, why can't I hear that? Because my headphones are off. I can't watch the Olympics. That's a problem. I can't stream it, you see. Otherwise, because I get copyrighted. But you guys can do it. Go get a pedicure. There you go, Toots. What should we do? We'll do stuff now. It's fine. We'll do stuff. So they're in for 10 minutes. Right. Hang on. Let's look at the poll. Yes, Dylan, we need a song after all this. That's fine. We'll get some songs going. Being banned from Lone Crime is a badge of honor. That means Josie's banned as well. You see these mods, dirty mounds they got. Hello, Laura. How we doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Nice to see you. To see you, nice. Yeah, we got some songs going here, Laura. We're a bit of a madhouse sometimes. Lone Crime doesn't have a poll yet, no. Right, let's have a look to see what the votes are here. So we got, so far, well, basically 50 votes. Guilty of murder, 6%. Guilty of manslaughter, 29%. Not guilty of all counts, 55%. Hung jury. Hung anything, ladies, 10%. Disbarment Jody was the prosecutor for Alec Baldwin. We believe that she was disbarred. More corruption in mass. FBI Boston just posted. Bloody hell. Oh, hang on. So hungry. So there we go. 51 votes. Yes. So 8% think murder. Yeah, difficult one. What's weird there, right? Do you know what happened there? The judge, if you notice, the judgment of acquittal from the defense, he don't deny it. He reserved on it. I've never seen a judge reserve on it before. Has anyone else seen that? I've never seen that before. So he's reserved on it. He's not ruled on a judgment of acquittal. Do you know what I mean? So that's weird. I've never seen that before. So, right, let's have a look here. Let's have a look what's going on. Let's have a look what's going on. Let's have a look what's going on over on YouTube. Anything we can play, we will play it. Hang on. Right. Bear with me. I'll be so careful what I stream because you get copyrighted all the time. Right, hang on here. Bam ba 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 ba. Oh, what a da 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 do 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 do. Oh, do 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 do. Do 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 do. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba. Nope, nothing. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, we're officially on jury watch. 15 minutes in. Right. FBI have arrested mass attorney. Oh, Teresa M. DeJoseph. Someone else. Who's that? Hanasa Stedford. And has charged 2 inmates in connection with an alleged scheme to smuggle contraband into the Wire detention facility. Ooh. Yeah, which is fine, but I've never heard him reserve before, Amy. Did you know what I mean? Normally say, okay, I'm gonna go back and deliberate it, but he was like, no, I'm gonna reserve on this now. Can you imagine if he just comes back out in an hour and goes, right, I've just been through the whole case and yeah, we're gonna dismiss. I'd love to see that, by the way. I'd love to see it. It's fine, Amanda. You're awesome. Thank you very much. Literally just put that poll. Oh, there's a poll up, is it? All right, hang on. There's a poll on law and crime. There's a poll on law and crime. Right, what do you think the jury's verdict will be? Florida versus Ashley Benefield. I'm gonna go middle here then, right? I'll go hung jury just because. Do you know what I mean? Fairness for everyone. Okay. Okay, hang on. So guilty, 58%. There's 1,600 people voted, 58% think guilty. But the problem, what they've done, by Daffy, the problem they've done is it's just a guilty, but what? Murder or manslaughter? Which one? There's a difference. Do you know what I mean? It's I wish they'd done like I've done. Like I'm a pro at this now. I wish they'd done guilty for murder, guilty for manslaughter, not guilty hung jury. Do you know what I mean? Leslie answered that means that he could set aside a guilty. He won't find her guilty. He won't find her guilty. That's for sure. He would be shot if he got. Well, sorry, shouldn't use that word. If he found her guilty, he won't. The only way they do is to find her not guilty. Oops. Matt says, I don't agree with most of you on your decisions in this case, but I will still share a cup of coffee in my food. Master, you don't have Master account. You don't have to agree with us or anybody. I think she's. I would have voted not guilty, but I think she's going to be found guilty for manslaughter. Personally, I do not think that they have proven anything for her to be guilty of murder. And that's putting everything aside. I don't think they did. But the fact that you think she's guilty, that's fine. That's your opinion. You're allowed that opinion. I mean, as long as you're respectful and don't start abusing people because they vote not guilty, then and vice versa. As long as no one abuses you for voting guilty, that's your prerogative, man. You can do whatever you want. Do you know what I mean? It's all good. So yeah, crack up a coffee and get some muffins. It's fine. And come back tonight. Are you going to be back live? I'm staying live. Leslie, I'm not going anywhere. I'm here. I am here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not moving anywhere. This is me. I need El Chatti. I need you. El Chatti, I need you. You guys are going to be the ones that are driving me forward. So please keep coming here. Don't leave me. Keep being here. Ask me questions. Whatever. Keep me going because chat keeps me going. I need you because I'm not going anywhere. I ain't leaving. I ain't going anywhere. Mofos, you're stuck with me, mofos. Kimmy, go fuck yourself, Kimmy. We're staying here. Let's fucking go. Hang on, let me go through. So, I hate Core TV. They used to be so good years ago. Yeah, I know. I've never been into Core TV, to be honest with you. There's not a cult law. Disagreeable is good. Disagreeable, not so much. Yeah, it's fine. Laura, I haven't really seen much of this one, but to me, totally seems self-defense. Dude sounded terrible. He did. And I also can sort of understand why people would vote guilty. I think self-defense is a tough one to balance. But yeah, the main reason I think she's not guilty is because I don't think the state proved it. I don't think the state did a very good job. I think the state could have done a good job and found her guilty, but I don't think they did. I think these two were really, really bad. But we know what happens with bad attorneys. They get results. They only go for the win. So Josie says, all opinions are welcome here. Hey, when Josie speaks, you listen, okay? So all opinions are welcome here. We just don't personally attack each other for our opinions. We don't. As frustrating as it gets, sometimes we don't. There's a lot of people who disagree with what we think, and that's fine. Just please be respectful. And you know what? You all are, so it's fine. What I love most about this chat is that we do respect each other. Yeah, and it's about self moderating as well. Calling each other up. Hey, come on, chill out. Do you know what I mean? Leslie was saying if the jury finds her guilty, the judge could put that verdict aside and give a judgment of acquittal. Yeah, he could do that. He could do that, but again, I don't think he's going to do that. As soon as the jury bring the verdict back, I think that's it. Do you know what I mean? I think he would be a behest of him to do that. I think he'd be, again, slaughtered for that. If he's going to do what he needs to do before the jury gets a verdict, So, in my opinion, he can do it, but I don't think he would do it. I don't think he's the type of judge to do that. I think he's the type of judge to let the judicial process, go and do his job. Yeah, you are here. I am here. I am here for you. I'm not going anywhere. Happy days, Amy. I can rely on you. It's what time's in California? 1 o'clock, 1:10 in the afternoon. Jeepers, you're all right then. I can't do karaoke because of copyright and stuff, you see. So I can only sing. I can't play the music. That's why it's so hard sometimes for me to keep in tune. Opinions like assholes. Everyone's got one. Exactly, Gary. Exactly. He needs us. I am up for the task. I know you'll be up for the task, Hackster. You'll just be irate. You're one of those like, are we there yet? Are we there yet? And have a laugh. Oh, and Dylan's singing random words and tunes. I know, I love it. What time for dinner? Oh, we don't know what time dinner is, Linda. They didn't say wherever they wanted. Let's play this then. Hey, chat. How are you? I'm pleased to see you all today. Remember that you're all called El Chatty, even Heather, who is El Potty. El Chatty, don't be afraid to have an opinion in this chat. The minute you let the trolls under your skin, the mods will come in and make it better. Hey, Kimmy, go fuck yourself. You're not welcome in El Chatty. El Chatty will make you go fuck yourself. Don't come in here and troll Sean El Hefe. Hey, chat, how are you? I'm pleased to see you all today. Remember that you're all called El Chatty, even Heather, who is El Potty. Hey, ladies, spread out your legs and put them well in the air. Judge White wants to spread them nice and wide for his pleasure, the dirty old man. Hey, chat, how are you? I'm pleased to see you all today. Remember that you're all called El Chatty, even Heather, who is El Potty. Hey, chat, let's go, El Chatty, let's do it. Right, we're back. Crap. Right, hang on. I lost my space here. Place. If Leslie did that, then both prosecutors would immediately go full Linda Blair exorcist mode. Yes, I agree. I'm staying happy day, Stormcat. I gotta do laundry. We'll be back soon. No worries, Vicky. And a shower probably after Tree goes. I fell asleep during closing arguments. Anything good, the powerful. I mean, it's always worth watching it. But I think you can only make your own opinions on it, to be quite honest with you. Not my cup of tea. I didn't like the closings for prosecution. I thought the defense closing was okay. I don't think it was great. I thought it was okay. I thought he got a couple of points across. But yeah, it was all right. Court TV, he didn't say what time they would be sent home tonight. Any guesses? No, he didn't. So it's up to them. He just said basically up to them. They could stay there for however long they want. So potentially they might have dinner about 7 o'clock. So they might stay till 10, 11, midnight. They could stay there till midnight if they want to. Which would be, Bev. Bev would not be the only one crying if they stay till midnight. So yeah, they could come back at 5 o'clock and say we just want to start fresh tomorrow. So we'll see. Definitely go back and listen. Yeah, if anyone interested in a wrongful conviction, consider listening to Wrongful Pod. We do a deep dive into Zachary Anderson, and Josie is a narrator. Even though I take the piss and say she's sometimes a bitch, you don't mess with her. She's got such a sweet voice that she's got an angelic voice. So I like listening to Josie, and there's 4 of them that put it together. They're awesome. So go into that, and there's also an episode on Karen Reed on there, so you can listen to that as well. So there's about 5 or 6 episodes on Zach and 1 on Karen. Listen to it all if you want to. And yeah, support Zachary Anderson. There's another cause that uses the I love you sign. So yeah. Court TV, most of the hosts are like daytime TV actors, bad TV actors as well. I hate them. They'll only have me laughing, let's effing go. Let's fucking go, people. But skip Rebecca at the end, she'll have you cursing at babies. I'm painting outside, so I will be here until this heat kills me. There you go, Mass. No worries. See you in a little bit. Not guilty all the way for me. I agree with you, Dawn, for me personally, but I do think she'll be found guilty for manslaughter. Okay, Stonecat, thank you. Linda says, Florida is stand your ground, and that's what she did. So they had a stand your ground hearing, and the judge found that it wasn't deemed to be stand your ground. But obviously the jury don't know that, so they may think similar to you, that it's stand your ground. Good, he's staying, Mass. He's staying, he's not going anywhere. Due to unpopular belief, it's okay to disagree. Zach, even though you're from Essex, I still like you, Zach, and you're 100% correct. And also, we learn from each other. As long as people are respectful and not close-minded, then you can actually learn from each other. Do you know what I mean? Thank you, Josie, for the recommendation. Dylan chat, tell Baxi Jura not to watch Rebecca. Don't watch Rebecca. Josie and I have half a day left still. On Arizona, yeah. And Amy in California as well. California. Ooh. Are you in Mass? Yes. I'm here till the end, working on planning my son's couple shower while watching. What's a couple shower? Like bride and groom together, yeah? Is that a bride and groom together, like a couple thing? Because in America, you do it differently to us. Do they have like a stag and hen night, or is it just like a ceremony? Not ceremony, but you know what I mean? Like you call it a shower together. Will he have a separate shower and she has a separate shower with their friends, or will it just be a joint one? That's it. That's exciting though. Wedding September. Happy days. Being burst working and didn't catch the end of the jury instructions. Are they stopping at a certain time and going on? I think I've answered that. I hope I've answered it for you. As long as they want to go. Days young for us. Sing it and love it. There you go, Amy. How exciting, Carol. So did I hear rather 6 jurors actually deliberate. 6 are deliberating, yes. 5 women, 1 man. 5 women, 1 man. Who's the pathetic fuck in the blue mask? Talk about a Barney. I don't know who that is, Goosey. I don't know. I do not know. Amanda loves it. Yes, ma'am, Leslie. There you go. And is that about the intro? I need to change that to like the legs and the ear stuff. Don't think he said. No, he did say they go into the end of until dinner, probably about 7 if they want to. I know, but that's the part I need to take out because, like, thankfully Laura probably will take it as a joke, but a lot of people get offended by that. Oops. Even though the judge said it, not me. I agree. Hyper chick, Leslie 6. What's 6? I'm not sure what 6. Oh yeah, sorry, 6 jurors. Yeah. The landlord sing for us. Cheapers. Hang on, I will in a little bit. Sure. I'm an American. I find it so weird that every state has its own laws and ways of prosecuting people. Can't read has 12 jurors. AB gets 6. Yeah, it's Florida is 6. Florida is 12 for death penalty or something like that, I believe. If it's a death penalty like murder 1 type thing, then I think it's 12 for that. But everything else is 6. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure which one I prefer, to be honest. I don't know. Yes, quick return normally means guilty. Yes, that's what they say. So they also say this, though, right? That for every day the trial's been going on for, which this has been going on for technically 5 days. I know this is 6, but you know, technically you could probably say 4 days, right? Because there were gaps. Say 4 days. For every day, it's 1 hour of deliberation. So they could get one back tonight if they started. They're half an hour in, 3.5 hours. We could have get a verdict. Look at it like that. What will we do with a drunken sailor? What will we do with a drunken sailor? What will we do with a drunken sailor? Ask Dana Leonard, or Sea Dog, or Sea Dog, or Sea Dog. So Dana Leonard from Resistant to Silence, right? He used to be a sailor. Aye, aye, me captain. So on Sea Dog, Sea Dog's out on sea at the minute. So Bev will tell him to start. Let's start deliberating tomorrow. It's too late for her. Yeah, this is every state's different again. Some states are like the judge says you can only deliberate between these hours, and some states are like jury. Go at it. Go and deliberate for 12 hours straight if you want. The judge would probably stop at a certain point. The judge would probably step in at 10 o'clock and go, right, let's end it for the day, yeah? But there might be a verdict before then. Well, sure, I'm just going to spread my legs and wait out the verdict with you all. Happy days. Let's spread them. Let's spread those legs, ladies. He wants a verdict tonight, I believe. I think he'll get one. I think there'll be a verdict tonight. Unless it's hung. And I know you like hung. Most of you like hung, I think. But yeah, I think there'll be a verdict potentially tonight. I think in the next few hours. Because if you think about it, what are they got to talk about? One way or the other, I think they can get a pretty quick verdict here. I'd actually love that if it was you. I mean, as well. Bev's a happy hour to me. Yeah, Bev's got Jim and Bev got to go for the gin. Happy hour with gin. Typically, but Travis Rudolph self-defense Florida case only took 3 hours, not guilty on all charges. So who knows? Well, when I say quick, I mean less than 2 hours. I think 3 hours is reasonable. I think anything below 2 hours is quick. Anything above 2 hours, I think, is reasonable. In my personal, because as they say however many days there is. So I think 2-3 hours is reasonable. At that stage, I don't think you can guess what it is. The first couple of hours, like Alex Murdoch, was 45 minutes. That's a simple not guilty then. She actually rehearsed this. That's just my opinion, by the way. I don't argue with the Huxley because she'll bully me. She actually rehearsed this disconnected drivel last night in front of a mirror with a box of Oreos. Goosey, fucking hell. Where have you fucking come up from? Goosey's just coming in from the clouds. Fucking hell. And yeah, I sort of remember your name from a few streams with Karen Reed. But I don't think you haven't been here for any of the Ashley Benefield stuff. But you're from the clouds. I love it. Thanks, there is true. We could never really predict the jury outcome. No, we can't. Zach, do you talk with Russell Brand? I love his. Do you talk like Russell Brand? Essex. Did she actually call her AB and not knew was the name out the gate on her rebuttal? Did she actually call her Ashley Bennett? Yeah, I think so, yeah. I think she called her AB, yes. Is on about with me mistaken identity. Yeah, I think mistaken identity. No, what it was, I got confused as well. Hang on, it was something here. It was nothing. No, it was nothing bad. Don't worry. It was something. No, do you know what it was? She went Rebecca, the attorney. So the attorney, not you, Rebecca, the attorney. Don't watch Rebecca, she said, as in, don't watch the attorney. That can be confusing. That's what that was. You see, we can start fights in here. Because, hey, West Virginia girls, they don't fuck about. Rebecca won't fuck about. I reckon if you dropped Rebecca into the ring, she would come out all swinging, all dancing. Yes, bride and groom couple shower is new to me as well. He will have a bachelor. Bachelor and bachelorette. We call them stag and hen. Fine. Wedding with friends. Happy days. Thank you, Carol. Well, that's exciting for you. That's nice. I didn't say anything bad. No, it was, yeah, we cleared this up. We cleared it up. The Delphi case started pre-trial motions today. I can't believe they won't get to see testimony in this case. And you know, yeah, we won't. They asked again for. Let me get it. If I can get this, I'll put it up. Let me see. Let me entertain you. Let me entertain you. Does anyone know that song, Robbie Williams? Bam, bam, ba-dum, ba-bum, ba. Right, so this is the courtroom in Delphi. Though they won't. They say it's too small, right? Fucking hell, this is too small. What about what do you call it? If this is too small, what about Karen Reed's trial? They say it's too small for camera, the judge said. That's a jury box. Too small? Look at the fucking... Look at all that. Look at all that space. What are we doing, Judge? You could stick a camera there. You could stick a camera anywhere. You could probably stick a camera here somewhere. This is jury box. Fine, you can't stick a camera there. But, yeah, you said there's no room. Bullshite. Bullshite, Judge. I call bullshite on all that. What's his name? Judge Gull. Hang on. Let me get the other one up now. Share screen. Dylan, sure make me laugh. I'm glad I make you laugh and not cry. That's the main thing. It sure feels like verdict night. It's going to be verdict night. As long as they deliberate past 6 or 7. If they go deliberating after... So, they're going to ask at 5:30, do you want a food menu? If they say yes, they got a verdict tonight. They got a verdict tonight. Because they're just going to go through it. They're going to pile through it. Right, compared to Karen Reed, this trial was fast. How much could they talk about? I hope it's a fast for it will be. It will be. I think this is a reasonable 5-day trial, which I think it'll take 3 to 4 hours, which is reasonable, you know, for this length of trial. You know, if they come back in an hour, it's definitely guilty of one of them. They probably got in there. They're probably going to be diligent to go through some of their notes, but I think they'll be fairly quick. 3-4 hours max. Gary B said, I think it'll be earlier tomorrow morning, and tonight will be them talking about it all and going over it all. Yeah, it depends. It depends if they're going to stay on till midnight. Do you know what I mean? I think it'll take probably 2 hours to speak about it and go through it. Maybe have a bit of food because it's free, and just make sure, go through it, take votes, and if they're not hung, the only caveat is if they're hung. I know you like it hung, but I mean, if they're hung, there's a problem. It might not be tonight. They're going to have to sleep on it. I sure hope so. Lou says, I'm so tired, been awake since 3 a.m. Can someone give me a nudge if the jury reaches verdict? Oh, Lou, sweetheart. I hope you're okay, my darling. You've gone through enough this last week or so. Goozy, like that. Tom CB's live from State House. Yeah, I don't. Is Rebecca still here? Yeah, she's here. It was a miscommunication. It's a miscommunication. Yeah, miscommunication. That's all. Never fear, I am here to clarify everything. The trial is happening 30 minutes south of my home. Oh, staring how victims of DV are treated and victimized all over against trial. That Officer Gillen was awful. Do you know what? I feel sorry for you because that was not great representation for people with DV because you know. If can you imagine if you ever suffer like anybody suffers from DV in the future, like that's how you get treated. You get treated as she's not a victim. She's not. That's disgusting. All of that was disgusting. Even if you don't think she's a victim, right? That's fine. But like the way the world's watching, and you treat. I don't like any of that. You love it. There you go. Bride and groom shower. Jack and Jill. That's nice. There you go. Right, let's get up here then. Gary, of course, I know that song. I've driven past Robbie Williams' house many times. You are there, Gary. Gary loves it. 3 hours for Charlie Adelson. He got guilty and all in Tallahassee, Florida. Yeah. So normally it's a case of sitting down, going through it all, and if there might be one holdout, you just don't know. You just don't know. Yeah, so 3 hours is reasonable. And that's including filling the forms, making sure, checking, and then getting everyone back. And, that's not it. The judge wasn't nothing to do with cameras. That's not it. Oh, so that's what the post. So the post that I posted is from a reporter who says, "Here's the courtroom." Hang on, I'll put it up. It's from Court TV. It was to do. So the judge made the decision initially by the cameras, not to be televised, and this one, hippie chick, just to show you where my source came from, because I like to show my sources. Hang on. Let me zoom into it. There you go. So, oops, let me get that. So Barbara McDonald, she's from Court TV, says, here's a courtroom, which the pictures I showed, where Alan's hearing is happening. Judge Gill says it's too small for cameras, and she has denied multiple requests for media to record the hearing. And leading on to that is, I believe, the obviously the main media event. Or is that I might be getting it wrong, but just that's where I got that from. So correct me if I'm wrong with anything. That's where I got it from. Shit screen again. I've got to go back to the screen again. There you go. That's where that is. It's a shit show with that judge. So Dylan, what is your take on Princess Kate? Look, I'm not into the royal family as most people are, but that's a good question. I'll come back to that. Katie, hello. What time did the jury go out? They've been out for 45 minutes. They've been deliberating for 45 minutes. You can see on the lawn crime there, Katie. So just keep an eye on that one, people. And there you go. I know Carol Isbyworth. My son is getting married October 25th. Planning already. There you go. Get him out. Get him married. Fuck him. Do you know what I mean? Kick him out of the house. Woof. Get him married. My mother tells me all the time, I need to get you married. A little under 30 minutes ago. 2025. Do we really think Paul and Eden are friends again? I don't know. I don't know about those screenshots and stuff. Not at all, Josie. No, Josie has been some sort of stun. I really hope not. Danger. The jury can go as long as they want. Yes. Wait, I don't like it hung. Most most of the ladies. Yeah, that I tried the same joke. They didn't latch on to it. I did a WV. West Virginia. Rebecca from West Virginia. Girl is so bad. She's effed up so much decision. In Duffy case, she makes Bev look like Judge Newman. Well, funny thing, I didn't think Judge Newman was as great as most people did. I thought he was good. I didn't think he was great. On my personal thing with him, he wouldn't be in my top 10 judges or anything, but he was good, but not like massively great. So, Crime Junkie, I'm jumping on the next one. It's like a train. Choo choo, come and join the train. Choo choo. We'll be going. The next one I want to do is the girl who left her baby in the bin in the hospital in the trash, but I think that's been pushed forward to after August now. So that's the real next one I want to do. So, but the next one, it's going to depend on timing. If this is done today, I'm going to try and look for another one tomorrow, but there probably won't be one tomorrow. But then I'll probably do some court hopping or something then. That's what I'm going to do from now on, is court hopping. We'll be watching stuff. Whatever happens tomorrow, I'm going to be live for most of the day tomorrow, court hopping, bouncing from court to court. Judge, what's her name? Handbag judge, flowers judge. Judge Boyd, she normally does dockets and stuff like that. So we'll watch her if it comes to it. We'll find stuff to do until the next trial comes. Until the next trial comes up, then bang, we're on it. Yeah, baby, we're on it. Oh, I used to love Robbie Williams. There you go, and take that. Sorry, I was driving. Yes, unfortunately, I do. But he speaks quickly for someone from Essex. But he speaks quickly from someone from Essex. We speak a lot slower, which just comes across as if we're a bit thick as shit, Matt. I'm back, peeps. Hey, similar. Hey, Bill. How you doing, Bill? He's already out. They have a house and 2 kids. It's a big backwards 24/5 wedding. There you go. I got a funny feeling. I got a feeling tonight's gonna be a good night. Because tonight's gonna be a good night. Jonathan. I got a funny feeling she might get guilty. I think she's going to get guilty of manslaughter, not murder. I need to change my name. Disney Queen. Carol Draper, the Disney Queen. Carol, Disney Queen Draper. Or something like that. I love it. I love it. If I could listen to that accent all day. What? An Essex? A geezer? Oh, a geezer? Erin Hack, yeah? Oh, Paddington? Oh, a geezer? How you doing, mate? You all right, love? That kind of accent. You what? Should change to Disney Queen. Yeah, well, we got to put Carol Draper in because people will know who Carol Draper is. I'm interested in the baby 1-2 crazy story. Yes, Stacey, I can't wait for it. I know nothing about it. Right, I will announce something in a second now as well. Will you cover this? Yes, I will cover it tomorrow. I'm not announcing it because I'm going to get loads of trolls in here if we do, because that was such a toxic trial that I just can't be arsed with it. Every time I mention that name, Nikolai Mew, people start shouting, not guilty, guilty, or, I think it's a very unfortunate trial and case and everything. So I will cover it tomorrow, yes. The only caveat is, obviously, this is my priority. But, so say there's no verdict today. If a verdict comes in as Nikolai Mew is on, Nikolai Mew's gone, I'll pause it, come to this, watch this, and then go back to Nikolai Mew, if that makes sense. So I will cover Nikolai Mew tomorrow, yes. Going to depend on how sympathetic the jury feels for the dog, I think. Legally, it wouldn't justify the self-defense, which is dumb. I think your dog should justify it anyway. There you go, Jonathan. Jem, I've had to go out, just got back. I'm watching the closings on TV. Just got phone running in case they come back with verdict. Well, we're here. Hey, did your daughter like my hello this morning? I don't think you said anything. I hope I got her name right, Jem. Bev's crying now. That's how my husband and I did it. There you go. Crafty Cow, is that tomorrow? Yes, tomorrow. Hello, Greg. The wedding painter. I told you about with that trial. Yeah, I know. Storm Catty, Bev's crying now. When does the baby trial start? I haven't heard about that one. Thank you, Dan. There's a hearing on the 6th, next Tuesday, I believe. And then 6th. But from all accounts I've read, it's going to be discontinued until after August. So we'll know more on the 6th. We'll know more on the 6th. I'll cover the 6th probably. If not, then we'll get back. Unless there's a trial on, then I'll cover it on the 6th, the hearing. So I do want to do that one. I know a lot of people want to watch it. There's a lot of trials upcoming. Donna Adelson, that they might clash with stuff, but we have to pick. Glad you're covering it. What, the hospital one? Yeah, Lisa, that's the one you mean, I think. Yeah, tomorrow sentencing. Yeah. Oh, do you mean Nicola Mew? Sorry, do you mean Nicola Mew? Yeah. Happy days. I like to do that. Happy days. I like the way you say she's 16, so it's fine. I've not seen Jessica today. And Logan Carter, like 8 and 6, I think. So it works. Love it. Right. I just want to say, so 2 things. I don't want to watch it sentencing. I can't not watch it. No, I know. I got to watch it as well. I think we've just got to watch it. I just don't want toxicity in the chat. I'm like, fuck that. He's been found guilty. The jury's spoken. He's been found guilty. I know a lot of people don't think he deserves to be guilty, but he's been found guilty. Nothing else we can do about it. I can't say that I totally agree with it, but it's done. I just don't want any toxicity from it. I have to go back and watch Defense Closing Mistake. Yeah, you go back and watch it. Yeah, Trucker. Hang on, I'm thirsty. I need some coffee. Mystery Singer. Hang on. Katie's out. Hang on, I'll tell you now. Nicola Mew we're talking about. Hang on. Oh, hang on. Put that back there. Yeah, I recognize the name. Mystery Singer. I think Alec Baldwin, maybe. May have seen you in Alec Baldwin. I remember. Think anyway. If not, apologies. I think you've been here before. Right, let's see the law and crime poll though. Let's see that one. That's the important one. I've not even seen our poll yet. Where are you from, Mystery Singer? Is it UK, US? Where are you from? So the poll now says 5,000, nearly 5,200 votes, 5,188. 54% says guilty, 35 says not guilty, 11% says hung jury. I just wish they'd split it up, murdered, manslaughter. So my poll, hang on, skip ads. If I see the ads, I always skip them for you people. So I've skipped about 5 lots of ads today. That's how much I love you guys. So what do you believe the verdict will be? 82 votes here. Bit different to 5,200, but still. Guilty of murder, 9%. Guilty of manslaughter, 23%. Not guilty of all counts, 60%. Hung jury, 9%. So you see, that's a bit of a different split. Bit of a different split. Which case you talk about Nicola Mew? Nicola Mew, the Torbs, where Erin Hack is from. Minnesota, but he's from Wisconsin. He was. This is how Erin Hack speaks. Very, very fast. On the tubes. Let's go pee in the tubes. How do everyone keep up with it or learn about all the trials? Just they come up. Do you mean that? That's one of the things I want to talk about. Yes, there you go. Hi, Yaya and Katie. Hello, Mystery. I just watched them to watch new cases I don't know anything. Yeah. La La Land. Where's La La Land? Where's La La Land? I must be whooshing me there. Grady Gary. There you go, Erin Hack. What I mean is it's very diverse, which is why I'm leaning towards Hungary. Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. It's quite diverse, yes. Storm Catty, it's the best way as you never miss anything. Yes. Los Angeles. Oh, there we go. Amy's from California. California. There's a few people here. We got people. Well, the Australian ones are all sleeping at the minute. Right, give me 30 seconds, people. I need 30 seconds here. Just have a sip of coffee. 23 seconds I need. You know what that means. Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. There we are. I just need a couple of seconds break there. Did people like it? Yes, they did. Thank you so much, everybody who liked it. Ads wouldn't bother me if they didn't insist on them being in the midst of what I'm listening to. I know ads help me because ads help obviously generate revenue. But I honestly, I have stopped them 5 times today. Just cancel them because I don't see them now. I don't see them if they're in another tab because YouTube just put them in automatically. But if I go to the other chat, I can see them. So then I just cancel them if they pop up. I try to, but it's a balance because obviously I need some bling 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 as well. So moving forward, I've been thinking long and hard, ladies. That's what she said. So about the whole cases. So one of the things I noticed in this case, I'm not going to call this YouTuber out, but you can probably guess who I'm talking about. But I've seen a lot of people comment about this YouTuber doing deep dives about the Ballerina case and stuff like that. And it's interesting to me to see the amount of comments that have led to them as a stream, as a channel, and their viewers all finding Ashley guilty based on their deep dive. But I also know that some of the information they deep dove into has been wrong. And I find it quite frustrating with that. I know people love deep dives. One of the reasons I don't really do deep dives is for that reason. I don't want to put any false narratives out there. As you can see with Israel, the media were from the start saying that she got shot from the back and stuff like that. That he got shot from the back, which means, obviously it's not self-defense. So there's a lot of misconstrued ideas, and especially with the DV element, there's a lot of people on Twitter I've seen, not a lot, but there's people on Twitter I've seen who follow this content creator and watch it with this content creator that say stuff like, well, this content creator did a deep dive and we know she's guilty based on the deep dive, and she's faking DV and stuff like that. So that's why I always want to be careful about stuff like that. I don't want people to get preconceived ideas. Carol Draper, thank you, my darling. Look at you, check you out, Carol Draper. Thank you to Carol Draper. We got welcome members, Jem, Grick, SMLE34, Sea Dog, Gitmo, Jennifer Manning, Dino, Patriotiac, Janice Curran, MJ got one, Crystal, Gary. Oh no, not Gary. Crystal got one as well. Thank you very much, Carol. You didn't need to do that, but you're always supporting me, Disney Queen. So thank you for that, my darling. No, thank you. Don't thank me. Ellen Hack says, thank you, Carol. Thank you, Carol. Gary, don't cancel them. It's not a big deal. I know you have them for a reason. Oh yeah, no, I know. If what I'm saying is, if it's coming up, I don't get that much money from it. Today I'll get about $6-7 for the ads, or maybe $10, say, for the ads. So it's not like massive money, so it's not an issue. Sentence comment unless you agree with not guilty. Tony Melanie little sentences. Oh, I didn't know that. Unless you agree with not guilty. Oh, I didn't know that. I no comment. I don't know. I'm not speaking about Melanie Little, by the way. I'm not speaking about her. I can say that I've never watched Melanie Little, for any of that. So I don't know. No comment on that one. Hello, Crime Junkies back. Hang on. Oh, bang with me 2 seconds. Oh, crap. Storm Catty, please thank Carol for her. The Carol's here, so you can see it, Storm Catty. There you go. Thank you from Grick, Storm Catty, Mystery, really? That's not good. High Crime Junkie, she did not. Who did not? Mother Beagles. Hello, Mother Beagles. I don't think you've been here for this trial. I remember your name from somewhere, but I don't know where. But hello, Mother Beagles. Daffy Dill, hi, I'm back for a few. Hello, Daffy. If the yards paid 500 for each one, we would be done for. You would. They do that on her channel. Yeah, I say I know. No comment. I don't. Every streamer can do whatever they want. That's why I don't name. There's some streamers I don't like, but I don't name them. So but up to her if she wants to do that. We don't do it here unless you're rude, obviously. So what trials? I will go through that now for you, Crime Junkie. I think you asked me that. And that's why I'm trying to answer it. Wow, Carol, you're great. Hello. I have YouTube Premium. I can't handle ads. I can't handle it either. I have YouTube Premium because of you. So imagine if I did not have YouTube Premium, that would mean that you get ads. My ads you'd see, and so no, I have to pay for it. Court TV sucks. They do. It annoys me when channels haven't even watched the trials yet. Report false information. The amount of false reporting on Karen in the UK media was shocking. Watch the trial before. See, in fact, yes, I agree. So I got criticized a little bit about not doing deep dives for Karen. I did do some streams on Karen, but only talking about basic stuff. You know, they all agreed to 90 minutes. So yeah, technically, but they both agreed to it and just said, judge said we can have however long you want, just we need to agree to it. And both sides said 90 minutes. So they could have had 2 hours if they wanted to, but they wanted to do 90 minutes. So yeah, going back to where I was because I got the mic so I can speak now. So bear with me if I ignore chat. Right. Yeah, so this content creator is out there doing deep dives and stuff like that, whatever. But the misinformation that's coming out about Ashley and this trial, and the fact that, like, me, and a lot of you here that's following me have based not all, but a lot of us have based our opinions based on the trial. But unfortunately, a lot of these people that went in and did a deep dive have had a guilty from the start. And I don't want to be that channel. I don't want to be that kind of channel. I respect people that may come in with different perspectives, but I fully want to start every trial with innocent unless proven guilty. If the state prove that they become guilty, happy days. But seeing people's comments about it, I just and if you as a lay person want to go out and watch different channels, I'm not talking about you guys in chat. I'm not talking about you guys in chat here. I'm talking about content creators. I think we as a content creators have a duty for you guys that we don't give you false narratives or false information. So if you decide, I'm picking on Carol here, for instance, Carol, because I know you love me. I love you as well, Carol. Carol had a mindset a little bit that she was leaning towards guilty based on some of the hearings she'd seen and some of the narratives that she's seen. Obviously, she's flipped now and gone not guilty. But I know that Carol can have an open mind and come in and judge it on the trial as well. These people can't do that, and they just think that deep dives are gospel. And I don't want my name associated with that. So that's why I'm not really going to do much, if any, deep dives. I might do a little background of the trial before we watch it, if we got a day spare, but I'm not going to do deep dives moving forward. Because I don't want to give you guys any misinformation. If that makes sense. Does that not make sense, or does that make sense? So there's plenty of channels that do loads of deep dives and all that, and feel free to watch them wherever. And again, what I'm saying here is not criticizing you as users. It's criticizing content creators that do deep dives, but maybe falsely paint the picture that's not 100% true. So yeah, That's my speech. I don't think anyone's listening to me, but it's fine. I wouldn't listen to me either. Stop watching Court TV. It's all about ratings. I agree. Oh my God, just heard your name from Dylan's mouth, Daffodil. What a cute name. No, Daffodil, he said they can't go until they say they are ready to stop for the night. Yeah. Thank you, Carol. Just said they'll check on the jury at 5:30 to see if they're hungry, then 7 p.m. maybe. So it's not that. They might be at 5:30, say they want to go home. Or if they want a menu, the cut-off for 7 o'clock was to order the food. So they might get the food delivered at 7 o'clock and keep going. We just don't know. I've stopped watching most pre-trial stuff. I don't like the hype. I'd rather go into the trial knowing next nothing. I agree. That's why I want to be more of. And I listen a lot to Peter Tragos, for instance, and he's probably one of 3 people I watch, streamers, and he goes into every trial, not done any pre-prep or anything. And I think that's the type of channel that I want, because honestly, I've seen some of these content creators painting narratives, and their followers all then think it's gospel. And I've seen so many false narratives out there, and I just don't want to be that kind of channel. So, our trial stream in the UK, there are few. There's like appeal courts that are streamed, but no, not like these kind of trials. I might do members only this week, or I need to do more members only. It's just because late nights, and I might do it on a appeal court. It won't be interesting, but it'll give you an insight into how some of the appeal processes work in the UK, and you'll see them with their hats on. But I have to do it private because I'll get copyrighted otherwise. So. No, in general, no, they don't. But Dylan, have you always been interested in trials? So I got interested in trials. No, I haven't. But I got interested in trials when. So I've been interested in true crime for a while, and then what happened was Brian Kohlberger happened, and I got into that. I got intrigued into it, and as I did that, I found Alec Murdoch. So Alec Murdoch is the first proper trial I've watched from gavel to gavel. So I watched the whole thing. And I loved it. And I got a lot of shit from that trial because whatever you think, guilty, not guilty, again, I don't give a shit what your opinion is, as long as you have one. I came into the trial not knowing anything about Alec Murdoch. So I went into it thinking, right, we'll see what happens, innocent unless proven guilty. And all I got was abuse. And everyone said he was guilty. So that pissed me off. And that's the reason I started this channel, so that everyone can have a say. And yeah, that's how we started, basically. And that's when I started getting into it. So from Alex Murdoch, really. I started because of Brian Kohlberger, really into it. And then Murdoch. And then here we are. Well, isn't that what we are meant to do? Base our opinions on the evidence presented in trial. The stuff outside the trial is a necessity, fact, or relevant, or could be biased. No one's perfect. 100%. 100%. And also, I'll just caveat as well, because some YouTubers somebody might clip it and go, this piece of shit saying, no, there are people out there that do deep dives. Hey, great on you. I'm not saying I don't watch you, so I can't tell you if they are really good or not. Please keep watching whoever that does deep dives. There's just one example I saw with a content creator that was, in my opinion, pushing false narratives. But if there are content creators out there doing deep dives, best of luck to you. Hope you're balanced. Hope you look at all sides, wherever. I just don't want to do that anymore, because I don't want to give any false narratives, and I would rather go into a trial knowing a little bit about the trial. There's a difference between knowing a little bit about the trial as a content creator than painting a picture. You as individuals, I know there's a lot of you that will want to know more and deep dive into it. Great, I've no issues with that, as long as people know that I'm coming into it with innocent unless proven guilty. And I would probably challenge people if they come in with, well, so-and-so's guilty. I'm like, well, are they? And I hope most people I know here have got enough sense to be able to change their minds if they see evidence of that. So that's what I really mean. I agree. It's hard to keep an open mind when you have already been exposed to information that may or not be true. Like somebody saying he got pew pew in the back. Yeah, the media made a meal of that. Now we'll probably go through hearings. So that's a little, but hearings it's not influenced by me. Do you know what I mean? Hearings are hearings. You get to know some of the backstory from it. So we probably still do a little bit of hearings and stuff like that. But I'm not going to go into what the media say and stuff. Now there might be trials I will look at, but probably not cover and stuff like that, like Delphi and stuff like that. I'm still confused by Rebecca's comment. You said something about ignore the defense attorney, the prosecution attorney because she's bad, and you put Rebecca's name, as in called her Rebecca, the defense attorney. Well, our Rebecca saw that and thought, why? So basically, you said just ignore Rebecca as a defense attorney. You meant, but then our Rebecca thought you meant to ignore her, which you didn't mean that at all. So we cleared it up. It's fine. Wait, what did he say? What did I say? What? What? What did I say? Rebecca, see you later, my darling. What did you say? I just said that I don't want to do. There's certain content creators out there that have been doing deep dives and misinforming people, and I don't want to do that. So I'm not going to do I'm going to do more like Peter Tragos in the sense of going to trials blind and base it on evidence into trials, like similar to what EDB did. And just know the gist of it and not know the whole legal aspects of it going into it. Because what content creator I'm talking about. It's pissed me off a bit to see the false information out there about Ashley and this trial and the stuff that they say the media basically are telling the truth. It was like, no. Anyway, doesn't matter. But yeah, not going to do deep dives. Not like we used to. I've started streaming sentencing, but that's it. I'm listening and making jewelry. Oh, nice, Stormy Catty. Dad told me I was in delicate flower instead of a bobblehead. I was his daffodil. Oh, nice, isn't it? I don't think I'm the Rebecca you think I am, lol. I just remember I don't have any videos. No. It's again, just let's quash this. Not this Rebecca. It was the defense attorney Rebecca. We've watched a lot of trials over the past year and a half or so. Jonathan, we have, Jonathan. We've got some loyal following, Jonathan. So I love it. And I'll try and do it for you guys. Try and entertain you guys. I love that, Dylan. Thank you, Amy, my darling. I would love to see the UK process where we don't have the actual court process for trials. Just we can show you a little bit about some of the appeals, but the civil, I should say, civil court, which is just boring. But I've only missed a handful too. Yeah, it's only recently you started missing stuff though. After Carragher, really. They claim me we watched a bit. Karen Reid, you missed a lot. Karen Reid, and this one. Same here. Alex Miller was my first trial. Gavel to Gavel and I have been hooked since then. There you go. O.J. Simpson was a trial worthwhile. Yeah, I did. I've watched this since then. Bev's crying now, but I've not watched. Not the time. I knew about it, but didn't watch it at the time. Got to see Rebecca, but I didn't say anything about your videos though. I don't know Rebecca on here. Yeah, no. Again, it's just to do with the other trial. It's just a mistype. Start with OJ and Jodi Arias. I've never watched Jodi Arias. Never watched it. First trial I fully watched was the lad on your t-shirt. Travis Rudolph. Yeah, if you all remember, this is Travis. Travis Rudolph's family sent me this t-shirt. This is a t-shirt that they wore to the verdict. All the family wore this t-shirt, and they sent me one. Nice of them for supporting Travis. True story. Thank you for the gifted membership, Carol from Crystal. Hey, Crystal, my darling, how are you? I decided to go into the cases like a juror. These cases, yeah, I'm doing the same now, basically. Oh, is that the one? Was my first trial. George Floyd. None of these I watched. Don't do right trials as well. I started watching Karen Reid by chance. An opening statement gripped me, so I did some research, and it was true. There you go. Yeah, none of those I've heard of. George Floyd I've heard of, but didn't watch it. I'm so sorry, Rebecca. Oh, Rebecca's fine. Rebecca's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. How long is the court having them stay today? As long as they want, Jill. As long as they want, my darling. They might come back in half an hour and say we want to go home for the day, or they might stay until midnight. So we'll see. Bye, Daffodil. You're welcome, Crystal. My sister came in and needed to go. Bye. No worries. See you, Daffodil. I love that, Daffodil. The one which was my first, but Travis Rudolph and Matt Moore's trial. So Matt Moore was before Travis Rudolph, I believe. So nice of them. I didn't actually watch much Matt Moore until obviously I got him on my channel. So we're really going into trial watching full time when Riley Strain went missing. I've heard that name, but I didn't know. Bye. I went to high school with Riley's mum and uncle. Oh, interesting. No worries, Jill. I have been into true crimes and court trials for years and love the way you run your channel. Oh, thank you, Amy. Thank you. Just I don't pretend to be anything I'm not. I just am a layperson like you guys. I know that I don't watch much streamers. I watch probably 2 or 3 streamers that for trials. If I do watch a trial, I think there's too many people out there pretending to be we're lawyers, so we know everything where they don't actually know anything. So yeah, I like my own style. I'd just rather be honest with people about my thoughts and not pretend to know everything like a lot of them do. Thank you very much. I love Travis Rudolph. I love the fact that goes top. I love it. Same Amy Lidge. Oh, thank you, people. You're making me blush now. Everybody. Right. So, Crime Junkie asked what trial's next. So, the hospital one is the first one on the agenda. Let's have a look. So, tomorrow we got, depending tomorrow, tomorrow is going to be a depending day. So, if these guys come back tonight and say we're going home, we want to kicky bays, we want to go home and sleep, then obviously we're covering this from gavel to gavel, but I will also stream Nikolai Mew. So I'm streaming Nikolai Mew tomorrow, wherever happens. I think it's on from 8:30 Central, I believe. Erin Hack, please confirm. I believe so anyway, which is 9:30 Eastern. So that means if this does come back tomorrow for deliberation, they will be in the deliberation room whilst Nikolai Mew sentencing starts. Where if they do come back in the morning with a verdict, I will stop Nikolai Mew and come back to this verdict. And, so that's the plan for tomorrow. If that's all done early in the morning, we'll then go and watch Judge Boyd, or we'll go and do whatever tomorrow. I'm thinking of doing a full day tomorrow. I like channels with less people like you. Yeah, no, good. I mean, I've always said, like, my perfect numbers around 200 is the aim always. To be consistent, you need like 200 to 300 max. Do you know what I mean? To be able to earn a living, proper living from it. So I love these streams, don't get me wrong, but that's always the aim, to get up to that. The when we did Karen Read, we get thousands of people here. It's just too much. I don't enjoy those streams, if I'm being honest. It's just too much. So I think the pinch number is about 200 to 300. That's where it's manageable, and chat is still, you can do this. It's still because a lot of people don't chat. So I think if you go less than 300, it's perfect. But any more than that, you just can't do it. I don't like it. I prefer smaller chats as well. I started watching true crime and then ended up trial watching. I don't watch normal TV. I don't either. People watch CSI. Only things I watch is NFL, college football. Now I don't watch anything because of this. Hoof trimming. I watch hoof trimming for cows now. That I do watch that, and that's about it because I don't have time for anything else. Kit Marty was my saddest. He was found guilty, but he's definitely not guilty. Some of the streamers drive me nuts. This is I come across I'm maybe slagging some of the streams off. I'm not. Every stream is different. I just love the way I do my stream. But then there's other streams that are huge out there, and so they're doing something right for other people. So I have always said this channel is for weirdos. You have to be a weirdo to be here. You have to have some sort of sense of humor. I do think there's an intellectual part in chat. I think there's a lot of intellectual people here. We've also got thick people as well. I'm not going to say Erin's name; she'll kill me. I'm joking. We haven't got thick people, but you have to have a sense of humor. You've got to be a little bit weird. You got to, a lot of people enjoy it until I start singing and then they leave. So, but I'm not going to change. So you have to have that quirky element to you as well. It's what we talked about this morning with Steph about ADHD and stuff. ADHD people don't understand them. Like, you got to be a weird brain. They got weird brains, and I'm a weird brain. So my sense of humor sometimes offends people. So, like the legs in the air stuff, that could offend people. But people that know me know that I don't mean any offense with it. The internet's full of the stories told by the defensive closing. There you go, Terry. Me too, Grickle Hull. Riley is the one that fell into the river in Nashville in the spring. Oh, okay. I got you. What shall you cover next? Right. I will look now. But honestly, don't know. The hospital one, I don't remember the name now. I don't remember the name. There's a hearing on the 6th, so I'll stream that. But the actual next trial we're doing, I don't know, because this could be done tomorrow, and then I might start a new trial on Thursday. So I don't 100% know. But Amy, if you're here every day, you'll get it. And the hospital one is New Mexico, so it's more your time zone as well. It's only 1 hour ahead of you, so that would suit you as well. Arbery was a deceased who was killed in Georgia, and an ex-cop, his son and a neighbor chased him their trucks, and he eventually killed. Oh no! Oh wow! I didn't know about that one then. Wow. Oh, prosecution. Okay, it's more personal. Yeah, I like to think that I know everybody. That's why I ask where you're from. I'm not asking for your address or anything. I'm just where you're from, because I try and remember where everyone's from. Loss of untruths. Yeah. Ahmad Arbery case. Oh. From my local news channel, Mew is scheduled to be sent us at 8:30 a.m. on July 31st. Coverage will begin on Fox 9. Okay, so we'll go live tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. then. Oh no, we'll sort that out later. Either gonna be 8:30 Eastern or 9 o'clock Eastern. We'll be going live tomorrow. There you go. I heard about George Floyd then. Yeah, not everyone can chat more. It's fine because you work, guys. You got all work. Mew faces up to 97 years in prison, but it's all up to the judge, Michael Waterman. Yeah. Shout out to hoof trimmers. I know. I love hoof trimming. I love it, Josie. You know that. Me too. So sad. I don't like the huge streams. It's so impersonal. No. I love the fact that as soon as I say thick, Erin thinks about her. Do you say thick? It wasn't meant about you, Erin. I promise. Never change unless it's me. I'm still a work in progress. No, everyone should change as they want. I don't know. And that's what I mean about 200 to 300, because people work. So not everyone can be in chat. So if you've got 200-300 people in max, that means there'd be different people chatting at different times. Do you know what I mean? This is a very low stream for, we probably averaging about 60, 70 today. And the trial set probably 80, 90 throughout the trial. But yeah, not everyone can speak all the time. People are working. So it's always nice to have a few hundred so that people can chat at different times. Do you know what I mean? Who is Mew? Mew was a guy, Nikolai Mew, in he's from Minnesota, where Erin's from, on the tubes. He was convicted of murdering a young guy in the river. He was going for self-defense, but yeah, I mean, you can, yeah. I'm almost home. I've got to try and become a member. Oh, Crime Junkie, thank you so much. But it's all good. It's all good, though. Oh, gutted you didn't get one from Carol. There we are. Make sure, though, there's not just Crime Junkie. Make sure everybody Amy, I see you're not a member. Everybody, make sure your gifted memberships are on, switched on in the YouTube subscriptions. Make sure they're on, because if they're on, there's a chance you might get a membership when people donate. Alexi Treviso, that's the one. Thank you, Erin Hack. Thank you, Carol. Yes. The hospital trial, I don't know too much about it, which is a good thing. It's about a 19-year-old lady who gave birth but didn't tell anybody about it and dumped the baby in a trash bag, trash can in hospital. Sarah Boone here, going to thank you for that, Amy. I need to write that down then. So we've got Sarah Boone on the 5th. I can note some of these down. And if I can't watch them live, if you've got another trial, we can watch them afterwards or something. What I want you guys to know is that I'm always willing to stream stuff. So if you think you missed something, don't worry, you won't miss stuff. I'll just do it after the streams and stuff. Because I want to watch that as well. And then we got Alexi Treviso on the 6th. Hearings. And then we got Karen Reid on August 9th. That's my other caveat, is that whatever we do, Karen Reid will always be number one. I think I will, even if we're covering a trial, I will always be covering Karen Reid. Yes, 9th, yes. Amy, make me small batty. I've never seen stream engage with his audience the way you do. Oh, thank you, Katie. This is why I do it. I've always done it this way. This is what, you know, like I know some of you who were here when Sean was here, know that we'll have to start an hour before, just so I can hopefully engage with people. It just got too big in the end. This is what I mean. When we have thousands of people here, it's great. Do you know what I mean? Don't get me wrong, but I can't do this, and I don't like it. I don't like it. Here we go, Sarah Boone. Hot Mess Express. 2 murder, 4 higher case, the whole family. She's going to be found, guilty, I think. But this is what I mean, because that one's going to clash with some others. There's going to be clashes, people, with trials. There's going to be clashes. Here we go. I've been here, just had to work today and join after they started. Love you. Oh, hey, I was giving you a shout out. I gave Logan and Carter a shout out earlier on. I was saying, where's Jessica? And because Greg's daughter, I gave Jem a shout out this morning. I was like, don't worry, I always give Jessica and her boys, Logan and Carter, a hello, but I've not seen her today. And here you are. I feel a bit sad bad for Sarah Boone right now. I know she brought it upon herself, but I kind of feel like her rights are being violated now. I'm so torn. My thought with her is she's had 8 opportunities. Do you know what I mean? She has to suck it up a little bit. Yeah, I do hope that the judge just say, look, this is it. I'll give you an attorney. That's it. No more. And we are going on this date, type of thing. No messing about. So, Storm Catty, thank you so very much for that. Who got the Crime Junkie got one. Oh my God, Crime Junkie got one. Leslie Ann got one. Amy Lynch got one. Daffy Dill got one, and Albert Gamer got one. Look at this. Oh, thank you so much. I'm thrilled because Crime Junkie got one, Amy Lynch got one, Leslie Ann got one, Daffy Dill got one. 4 regulars at the minute for this week. Oh, I love that. Albert Gamer. I've not seen Albert Gamer for ages, actually. So there you go, Crime Junkie and Amy and Leslie. You don't have to make sure you are members anymore. Daffy's gone. That's nice. That's nice. Thank you so much, sweetheart, Storm, Cathy, and obviously to Carol as well. 15 memberships given out. Happy days, guys. Thank you. Me was found guilty of first-degree reckless homicide and 4 counts of first-degree attempted homicide. Oh, yes, I'm ready for that trial. There you go. Storm Cathy, this is so sweet. Amy, thank you for membership. There you go. There you go. I'm so behind. You're very welcome. Thank you so much. Sarah Boone, I don't know much apart from her putting a partner in a suitcase, videoing him pleading to be let down, and then she says she went upstairs and fell asleep, and she's had 9 lawyers. Yes. Or I think it's 8 lawyers. Well, 8 or 9 lawyers, whatever. Fuck. I just love this show. We love you too as well, Crime Junkie. I do that for all the reasons you said, Crime Junkie. What is? Hang on. I don't know what was said, but it's fine. Sarah Broone's batch is crazy. That's about it. In a nutshell, I think Sarah should just take a plea. Yeah, she's fucked. I don't like to go into, obviously innocent unless proven guilty, but she's going to say battered wife syndrome. But, we got to keep an open mind, but fuck. That I live on a farm. Would love to send you that hat from our car. God, please. So I don't live on the farm, but we have a family farm. We, sheep and cows and horses. So my father grew up on the farm. My grandfather bought it. My father is one of, well, he's got a twin sister who, unfortunately, God rest her soul, she died many years ago. The eldest brother is there farming, and my other uncle, God bless his soul as well, he died a few years ago. And my father, for them, grew up on a farm, and then obviously the oldest brother, my uncle, took over the farm, and then my father didn't continue. He didn't want to farm. He wanted to do machinery and stuff. So we have got a family farm, about 120 acres. I don't go there very often anymore, but I used to go there all the time when I was younger. And yeah, they keep cattle, sheep, and horses. So yeah, I love it. So the fact that you live in a farm is amazing. I'd love a hat, but the only problem is shipping is so expensive. Crime Junkie, it is so expensive. But anyone that does, especially from the UK, if you wanna, my address is in the description box, by the way. But people from the US and stuff, it's so expensive. So the thought accounts though, but I think it's gonna be too expensive to send over Crime Junkie. But no, I love that. I love that. Thank you so much for thinking of me. Dylan, do you find it strange Bev is going to hear arguments on the 9th, and she stated about appeals, but no mention about time to bring or questions the jurors, so we know what her ruling is already? She's made her mind up. She already knows there's appeal coming. She doesn't care. She knows she's going to rule for the Commonwealth, I imagine. But she said in the last hearing that she's setting the trial for the end of January because we do the ruling on the 9th, then there'll be time for an appeal of my ruling. So she knows which way she's going already around that. If I was Bev, honestly, I'm not just saying this, but I would recuse myself. I think she doesn't need any of this. I don't think she needs any of this. Just leave it, Bev. You're pathetic. Oh my god, I didn't hear it. I've been here. I did. It's probably about 20 minutes ago now. A bad service for the phone, though. Of course, I did be here. Oh, I know. It was just interesting. That's all. Because Jem got me to shout out her daughter this morning. She was like, "Oh, she's 16, so you can shout her out." I was like, "Well, I think Logan and Carter are like 8 and 6 or something, so it's fine." Yahoo, Storm Chatty. Thank you so much for that. There you go. I agree, Erin. Really bad. In a nutshell, even. The hospital one, I'm not sure why it's going to trial. Well, I mean, how are they going to describe this? This is why I want to watch it, because I'm intrigued by it. It's a sad case. It's a very sad case, but I don't know much about it. But like, what's your out? Like, I don't know how you can explain it. The address to the mystical land, the Altar Corner PO Box 105, Llandyssil, Ceredigion, Wales, UK, SA44 9BL. Yeah, I got a PO Box, everybody. I'm famous. I got a PO Box. I've had it for a month now, and I've not. I think there's one gift on the way. I've been told. So, but yeah, I bought it because I didn't want my home address to be out there. Some of you I trust, obviously, but I don't really want my. Even though I've been doxxed before, but still, no problem. It just looks pretty with all green and blue. I'm ready for any trial. There you go, Gary. Yeah, we'll be covering stuff. It's all good. There you go. There you go. We're not sure what's going to be then. That's the only problem. Right, I've seen that video once, and that was enough for me. The kids asked if they could put a piece of cheese and white rice in Enron since you love that. Unfortunately, I think customs would say, send it back to sender. That's funny though. Thank you, Carter and Logan. That is a Saroon case. You summed it up perfectly. Jessica, that is so sweet. Sweet boys. There you go. I have a PO box because I live in the country. Live in the country. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da, in the country. Do you who sang that? Live in a house, a very big house in the country. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da, in the country. Chat, slow down now. Chat, you're my savior, chat. You can't slow down for me, chat. Oh, I did in the country. Live in a house, a very big house in the country. Is it Blur that sings that? Blue. I'm blue. Is it Blue the singer, is it? No, it's not Blue. It can't be Blue. Blur. Yes, I thought Blue. I'm blue. As soon as I started typing that, you start singing. I just know the hospital gave her a lot of drugs. I don't know. I don't know anything. Blur. There you go. Same time as Oasis, isn't it? Living must be lovely. Sarah Boone should take a plea. Yes, I think everyone agrees with that. She would definitely be found guilty, even if it's manslaughter. And she's already asking the judge questions, and he informed her he can't give her legal advice. It's something about live in a house, a very big house in the country. I don't remember. It's years ago since I last sang it. How far is Wales from London? So from where I am, door to door, with transport, I'd have to take right. So a train would be 4.5 hours to centre of London. And then to get to the train is about 45 minutes, and then the wait and stuff like that. So 5.5 hours. But depends where you go. Like if you go to Cardiff, from London to Cardiff is about 2.5 hours, and Cardiff's the place to be. I have to walk a quarter mile to my mailbox. Oh no! I wonder where they took Ashley to wait. They probably in a restaurant, cafe, something. Do you know what I mean? They probably, yeah, I don't know. They probably go somewhere. They got to be within 10 minutes away. So I do too. Oh no, awful in this humidity. Oh boy, listen up. Here's a story about a little guy that lives in a blue world. I'm a blue da ba dee ba dee da dee da da dee ba da ba. I'm blue bop boom ba da ba ba ba. Beep 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 beep. That's crazy. Sure is. 4 hours and still be in Georgia. Yeah, so I could drive to Scotland to Glasgow in about 8 hours from where I am. I love to live in a farm. I have a horse, so I spend most of my time in the great outdoors. Oh, it's that your horse? Happy days. Happy days. Oh. Yeah, it is nice. It's the oh, hang on, this is mucked about. Oh, the clock is still working, but the timer wasn't. I'll refresh now. Oops. There you go. It's back. It's about 5 hours to get from Atlanta to Savannah. Savannah. So you got Savannah. Oh, Savannah. I know where you are. Okay. Okay. I know roughly where you are there. Why is this so? Why is this playing up a bit now? I guess I'm going to be having rotator cuff surgery, I guess. Jeepers. I love to as well. Just small holding, just perfect for me. Will be perfect for me. Yeah, I mean, you want to be like, what's nice about small holdings is nice little space, a little bit of a yard, a little bit of a shed garage type thing, few hens, the garden veg patch. You know, you could even grow like some lambs, some pigs, especially pigs because they eat everything. Few of them's, yeah, I say hens. You can be self-sufficient. You could be self-sufficient. You could grow your own bacon, your own sausages, lamb, your own meat. I wouldn't get cows and stuff because I think it gets a bit too much then. Eggs from the hens every morning. Oh, that veg, big vegetable patch there. You wouldn't have to buy anything, except for things like milk and cheese and stuff like that. How nice. And Cornwall's expensive as well. The taxes added to the shipping that makes it expensive to get stuff from America. Yeah, it's the delivery, it's the shipping. It's just not worth it. Just not worth it. Do you know what I mean? Which is just it's gutted because a lot of people are like, oh, I'm always like, don't send me stuff because it's too expensive. The shipping is more than the fucking item normally. Oh no, Stormy Cat. Zach, we have Mountains North Oz, Arizona. Lucky, I love horses and riding. I won't go there. Right. No, Stormy Chat, my husband is Friday. What is he having? Good luck to hubby. Amongst many other issues. Lou, you're going through it, Lou, at the minute. You are, girl. I hope they're looking after you. Hope the farmer's looking after you, my darling. I know Baby Archie will cheer you up, but you need people to look after you, though, my darling. I could have a horse or two if my husband will just agree to feed it every day for me. And so we're looking at 1.2 million plus for a house, enough land. I'll keep playing the lottery. We can dream. I know. What's wrong with the fucking this then? Oh, it's back now. Right, let's see the poll for a second. 8,000 votes. 53% guilty, 36% not guilty, 11% hung jury. I just want to know what that split of 53% is. How much is murder? How much is manslaughter? That sounds like heaven, like the good life. Or are you too young to remember that? I'm 42. I remember the good life. I haven't watched too much of it. I'm 40. I'm not too far behind you, Lou. Don't you worry. I'm not too far behind you, darling. 42 years young I am. Bev's crying now. I've waited so long. It just hurts always. I'm going to see Bluey tonight with my kid. What's Bluey? What's Bluey? Am I aging myself here? I'm sorry, Amy. I had to say it. I'm like your profile picture now. Like I did say, you need to be a weird brain here, didn't I? And you have to have a sense of humor. So no offense meant, but sometimes, I do the crude jokes sometimes. Hey Gitmo, how are you doing? Hope you're well, man. There. Pop in to say hello, Sally. Sally, not seen you for ages, my darling. Where you been? How's the family? How's the hubby? How are you? What are you doing? We've not seen you for ages. Hey, Gitmo. Gay head on the Catalan, Zach. I know. I'm sorry. It was given to me. It was given to me, Zach. Sometimes when you got a mic, it's like, oh, seems like the entire jury has bigger than average. Hi, Gitmo Holiday. Delan, you do not look 42. Thank you, darling. I am 42. When I shave, oh my god, they're back. Shit, hang on. They got out. Hang on. Oh fuck! I just knocked my mic. Let me. Right. 30 clock's still going, so maybe they're going home for the night. Thank you, Carol. But when I shave, I look young. I do look young. I want to go to King's Cross to see Harry Potter stuff. That's quite good. I've never been, but people say it's good. Do Do you get a date for surgery? The fun stuff you do with them when they are little good memories. They are. Again, weeping. Did you really say 42? I must be here. No, I'm 42, yeah. 42. There you go, ladies. 42 and single. Here we go, ladies. Hey, Sally. Oh, that was fast. Well, I'm not sure. It might not be. It might be going home for the day. Almost the same here, Delan. Not being able to watch this one. What's we think? I think not guilty, but I think she's going to be found guilty of manslaughter. But yeah, we'll see. But yeah, this are all good, Sally. You don't, but always pop in, Sally, even if you can't watch the trial. But it's nice to see you, my darling. Hope you can join us for other days, whenever you can. Don't worry if you can't be here to watch the whole trial. Always pop in anytime you want, Sally. Lovely to see you, my darling. I missed you. Wonder if they're coming back tomorrow. Yeah, that might be it. So let's not. They're all back. So the verdict clock is still going. It's still going. When is your day, Dil? What's my day for what? I must have missed that. I don't know what day that is. Let's see, I certainly did. Yeah, it might be just checking in. Yeah, it might be just checking in. Might be nothing yet. Oh, Ashley's back. Oh my god, prosecutors are all smiling. That guy looked like he had lost.
All right, welcome back. You're back on the record in State versus Benefield, 2020 CF 3014. And you've been called back because there's a jury question. And I'm going to read the question, and if either side wants to approach and look at it yourselves, you sure can. I'm going to read it as it is. Dr. Quintella testimony. Defense recall. Was his description with Doug based on his observation or what Ashley told him, i.e., domineering, super controlling, alpha male, over the top, not genuine?
There you go, question then. So they did.
Anybody want to be heard first?
Any particular order?
No, sir.
I understand the question. What's the court's inquiry?
How do you, I'm listening for, I mean, I know in my mind how I think I'm going to respond, but I'm always going to give the parties an opportunity to be heard on
Sure. I think they should have Dr. Quintel's testimony read back to them, specifically because I asked Dr. Quintel if he reached any conclusions as a result of meeting and evaluating Douglas Benefield. And those were the conclusions that Dr. Quintel said he reached. It had nothing to do with my asking him if it was based upon anything Ashley Benefield told them. And I think unless that message is sent, unless that's clear to them, then I think it's a terrible prejudice to the defense.
I'm sorry, what's a prejudice to the defense?
What's the question?
No, what was the prejudice to the defense? If what happened?
Prejudice to the defense is that they're being misled.
If we do what?
If we do not read back their testimony, read back his testimony. That way it doesn't have to be the lawyer's comments, it's the testimony of the witness, it's objective.
Judge, I think there are a couple options. One is the standard use your memory. I don't know if the court can offer to have something read back when they don't ask for it, but if it is read back, it needs to be the direct and the cross.
All right, any final thoughts? Well, they clearly are not asking for a readback. They're asking a factual question. And I would direct both sides to standard jury instructions 4.3 and 4.4. 4.3 addresses answers to juror inquiries during deliberations. 4.4 is request for readback or playback or transcript of testimony. We've all done this long enough. This is not a request for a readback. If they want to read back, they say we want to read back. They ask for testimony. It happens all the time. So at this point, the appropriate response is going to come from 4.3.
What kinds of wonderful. Wow. Okay, that works. Judge, my concern, Your Honor, is that we're just assuming they know that they can ask for a readback. And I don't know that that's a fair assumption.
In your 400 trials, when have you ever given when has a judge ever given an instruction, hey, by the way, you could ask for a readback?
No.
No, I haven't either.
No, but I don't know if they know that, and the question may be inarticulate, that maybe you could ask for a clarification of the question.
Your Honor, Judge, we don't object to 4.3. We ask that you.
I'm sorry?
We agree 4.3 is the right.
Yeah, that's the
Thank
correct
you.
response.
Yeah, if you needed us to agree, we do.
Okay. No, it's not even a debate. That's the correct response. It's 4.3.
We'll wait until he comes back. But I got a call to have some physical therapy. Oh no. I'm in so much pain at the moment. I can't even hold Archie. Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that, Lou. Well, I thought you were about 26. Fucking hell, Lou. Thank you. You're young, but jeepers creepers. No, 42. Thanks for that compliment. I won't have surgery until after I go to Oregon this summer. You have a verdict. Oh, right. I think it could be. Can we be back tomorrow? 36-ish. No, 42. I was getting Princess Fiona vibes. I freaking love my kitty. I didn't like cats at all, and now I'm creepy cat lady. Scary. You wasn't correct. I thought you were in your 30s max. No. 42 people. A question. Wow. There you go. There you go. Great. Yeah, not so great. The response is not so great. The reback, yeah, they're not going to unless they request it. It's about testimony of the doctor, what was said, who said, what they are. I agree with you, Joe. I agree. I agree with what you're saying, Joe. Maybe they don't know. No, they don't. I wouldn't even think about that. This is why the prosecution did not want any readback. He'll read it out now, Amy. He'll read it out. Yeah.
Yeah. $63 cheeky bugger.
Okay, I'm going to read you what I plan on telling them, and then you can comment on it how you want. This comes directly from 4.3. Members of the jury, I have discussed your note with the attorneys. You have asked the following question, and then I'll read it. If I have not read your note correctly, please clarify your question in a follow-up note to the court. I am not able to answer this request because it asks the court to resolve a factual question that is within the province of the jury. Your decision must be based only on the evidence presented in the trial and the law that I have given you. If you have any other specific questions, please send another note and I will see if I can answer it.
No objection.
Object.
Object for the same reasons that you want me to affirmatively offer a readback.
Yeah,
Okay.
Just so we're clear, I think that what created that question was the plethora of misrepresentations that the state delivered to them in their closing argument, and that's the reason why they've asked that question.
But you know what? Tell me his name. It's not Quintella.
Quintel. Quintal.
Quintel.
Quin.
Like William Tell, Quintel.
Okay, thank you. Because like a quinella is a bet at the track, isn't it?
I think so.
I think that's what they're. It's like me trying to call the other witness the wrong name the whole time.
Keyless.
He's not wrong though.
I'm going to have to send this to you.
The prosecution did
because I don't have a printer.
Absolutely muddy all the waters with their testimony, their closing. So, Mighty Meat in the house. How you doing, fella? I saw you streaming about Aussie or something. I was like, what the fuck's he doing? Was I muted this whole time? Judges stick to the rules. Sometimes you just need common sense. Hey, Mighty Beat Erin told me that she much prefers your streams to mine now, so seems like you've won her or lost. Oh. It's scary for her because this, like, she could be going to jail for prison 25 years to life tonight. Or she could be going to prison tonight. So he'll be beating something else later on when he says, "Spread your legs, ladies." He'll be saying to prosecutors, "Spread your legs, ladies." And he'll be beating to the drum. Erin Hack. Doctor's testimony.
All right, ready to bring the jury in?
Yes, Judge.
October AB.
No,
Mighty Meat, shut it.
He's going to read the question again to the jury. So, come on, jury, asked to read back. Amanda, what have we done now? What's that face for, Amanda?
Do you guys want me to broach the subject of food as well?
Yes. Yes.
Up to you, Judge.
Okay.
Oh, now you're looking for sympathy, you piece of shit, my brother from another mother.
And y'all can have a seat wherever you want. You don't have to sit anywhere particular. All right, y'all can have a seat. Welcome back. Members of the jury, I have discussed your note with the attorneys. You have asked the following question. 7/29/24, Dr. Quintella testimony, defense recall. Was his description with Doug based on his observation or what Ashley told him, i.e., domineering, super controlling, alpha male, over the top, not genuine, signed one of the jurors. If I have not read your note correctly, please clarify your question in a follow-up note to the court. I am not able to answer this request because it asks the court to resolve a factual question that is within the province of the jury. Your decision must be based only on the evidence presented in the trial and the law that I have given you. If you have any other specific questions, please send another note and I will see if I can answer it. Also, I don't want to know what's been discussed. However, it's getting to be almost 6 o'clock. If you want us to order food, it is not, it's not steak and lobster. But we can order some pizzas and get some sodas and have them and brought to the room. If you want that to happen, also send a note through the deputies. All right, you may retire to continue your deliberations. All right, you can have a seat. The jury is out.
Judge, are we on break? I missed the last thing you said.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what to sing that. I think they're on break. Yeah, everyone's waiting to see if they're on break. Jury asked for a read back. That's the only tune I know. Yeah, we're on break again. 1:47. Oh, the verdict clock is stopped, so it will start again in a second. So if one or more of the jury think it wasn't, and they don't ask for read back, she could go to prison based on bad memory of the evidence. Yeah. That Olga DA should never talk again. Nice to see a pretty competent judge, a drastic change. From the retrial, same with the Baldwin judge. She was good as well, Baldwin judge. Is there a foreperson? Yes, there's a foreperson. They choose a foreperson themselves. Can that bitch, just shut up. Bill, I agree. My memory has been sized down to that of a flea. Sing Mighty. Mighty's the best. Don't. Mighty is better than all the rest. Don't. Mighty's only flaw is he supports Detroit Lions. But Mighty's the best. Down. Always depressed. Down. Mighty is always full. Mighty's always full of shit. Mighty's the best. Don't. Mighty's the best you've seen. Always a drama queen. Mighty's the best. Don't. Hey, Mighty me. There you go, brother. You see, there you go, brother. Zach. Hey, Christine. How you doing, my darling? Pull up, bitches. Bitches, pull up. Pull up, bitches. Pull along. Pull along, bitches in the car. Pull it up, bitches. Yum. Brain food. Showing the jury you care about gluten and dairy intolerance and hype them up on caffeine. Also, Alan Jackson. Oh, yeah. Now I get it. Try to sing some Journey. Clipping that shit. Yeah. Just to make you cheer you up, innit? You grumpy fuck you. Do you know what I mean? The mighty song. That took a turn. A tick. What about Flea? Clock just started again. They're deliberating. There you go, Crown Junkie. What do you think it's going to be? No, Christine, you are law and crime. So I say it's going to be manslaughter. What do you think, Christine? Because Christine is normally right on these trials. What will the verdict be for Ashley Benefield, Christine? What do you, Christine Fortunato, believe the verdict will be? This is a true law and crime person here, people. So she'll tell you what the results will be. There you go, man. Well, he's always depressed because Detroit Lions. That's true, Joe. That's true. Oh my fucking god, laughing my ass off. My new fucking intro right there. Yeah, well, it's made up for the spot, so I don't know. Aaron Hack, very unexpected. Go, thank you, Tersia. Sunshine Cheryl, they should have done a readback. I agree with you, Sunshine. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Da, 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 da. Mm-hmm. You go away. Hang on, just checking this. Anyway, hello to you, Sunshine. I don't believe you've been here before, Sunshine Cheryl. So thank you for commenting. I hope you're well. Thanks for joining us and thanks for chatting. Whoops. Schitt's Creek. This year, our Detroit Lions will be better, Mighty. I'm a Chicago Bear now because of Mighty. Hey, but Lisa, are you Michigan Wolverine or are you a Spartan? Are you a Wolverine or are you a Spartan? Which one are you? That's a test. That's the test for you, Lisa. Which one of those? The state changed my mind from not guilty. Oh my God, Christine Fortunato says not guilty. Christine's never wrong. Christine is a proper law and crime person. So that's amazing, Christine, that you say that because you're normally guilty. Christine's hardly ever wrong, by the way. To really not guilty. Hey, Bill. Christine agreed. Wolverine in our household. Oh, Mighty Meat. So Mighty Meat's a Spartan. He's a Spartan loser. And then you got the Wolverines there. There you go, Lisa. Championes, ole. Even though Michigan are going to suck this year without Harbaugh, JJ McCarthy, and all of that, Michigan are really going to struggle this year, I think. But still champions though. We will win the Super Bowl this year. Oh my God, Mighty Meat! I love how enthusiastic he is. I agree. There you go. We're almost perfect, Lisa Reed. Almost. Go green. Almost perfect. You started something now, we're all going to want songs. Oh, yeah, no, I can't. Can you imagine? Hey, thank you for the compliment for 27 years old, Lou. I appreciate that. Like, you look young as hell, though. So, anyone believe Lou is 48, not to age shame you, but she's not 48 in that picture, surely. And that's a recent picture. Our Patriots are not good at all. No, you're fucked. The Patriots are fucked for the next few years. Laugh my ass off. Mighty, lol. MCU grad, not guilty for sure. Christine, praying you're right. And me as well. All the other YouTube hosts have jumped ship and gone to dinner. You're the only one hanging. Hey, I'll always hang in. I'm always hanging. It might be to the left, it might be to the right, but I'm hanging. It's always hanging. Might be down center. Never down center. Another poll. What poll do you want? Bev's crying. Now, what poll do you want? Oh, it's here now, 11 o'clock in the evening. Ooh. Ba-da-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Right, let me just check this out. Be-de-be-be-de-dee. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Simply the best. My hubby won't allow green in the house. Oh, Mighty. Now you fucked, Mighty. Anyone here thought Ashley guilty and have changed to not guilty now that they've seen the evidence? I'll ask a question. If the Lions win the Super Bowl, I will donate 500 to Gary. Oh, now I'm rooting for the Lions. Wait, I'm sorry. What was that? The Patriot comment. May have to rethink. I'm sorry, Joe. I think guys are going to suck for a little bit, which is not a bad thing, to be fair. I mean, the Patriots have been a dynasty, but you guys are going to have to rebuild it. It'll take a few years to rebuild. I'm not sure Mayo's the guy for you guys, but he may well be. But rebuild takes a few years, so it's fine though. It's fine. All kinds of phrasing going on. I know. Guilty, not guilty again. We have more people. Well, it's the same poll. People can just click the poll. If they join, so at the minute we got 142 votes. 10% say guilty of murder. 20% say guilty of manslaughter. 62% said not guilty on all counts, and 8% say guilty. 8% say hung jury. So when people come in, they can all vote fresh. Age is just a number, all about being young and hard. It is. I think it is. Like I feel good compliments with people saying 27. I agree with you though. I agree with you. Now, I guess I would. Now you look 27, Amy, in that picture. But I'm guessing you're probably 30. At least I'll go with 31, 32. I'll go with you're 32, Amy. I'll go with that for an age guess because you look young, so you're probably a little bit older than that. It is being young in the heart though. Lots of fun in the 90s at MSU parties though. You need to go stretch. Oh, I do need to stretch, but no, I'm fine. I will stretch in a second though. Sure, I might stretch now. Can you still all hear me? Okay. Can you all hear me? Lou says, sorry, I'm stretching here. Just go side to side. Lou said, I've been blessed with a baby face. Everyone thinks I'm younger than I am. I'll take that. Yeah, you look super young, Lou. You do look super young. You would take that. And the thing is, if I ever shave, everyone thinks I'm like in my 20s and cut my hair and stuff. So I get it. It's about 6 in the east. Time for a drink. Oh, it's 11 here. I'm also Lisa. Oh, there you go. Lisa Joe. Now you see why I don't use it from my name here. Oh, it's still there, the poll. Yes, it is. It's fine. She should not have gone there if she was scared. She should not have gone there if she was scared. You're talking about Ashley? If you ask him, she didn't go anywhere. He came to her, not the other way around. He went to her house. So all I grew up watching Pats in the years that never won anything. Dynasty was like a midlife reward. Sadly, may take a few to see again. It will take a little bit to go again. But you get there. Joe saying here, at least you're not Lisa Marie. Lisa Marie. Not landing. Probably oldest year. Are you oldest year? No, you're not the oldest year. 100% you're not the oldest year. You're not the oldest year, Crime Junkie. You're not. You're not 100%. You're not. My sister's Lisa Marie. Love her name. 11, so almost midnight. Yeah, almost at midnight. Yeah. I don't know Crime Junkie. I'm pretty old. Dave Umberger's 69. Just put that away. He's 69 and he's in the chat. Erin is over 50, so she's in the chat. I was talking about AB. I thought she went to his house again. No. It was her house. He went to her house. I think I took my age, but most people think I look younger. You do look younger, Carol. You do look younger. 51 here. There you go. 55. There you go, Christine. 50. There you go. Almost 50. 49. I shouldn't age you, should I? You see, I told you. Guess I was 2 years older than I am. Right, so I guessed. She said she's got a birthday and it's special. And I thought, well, that must mean she's 50 then. But she was 48. Like, why is 48 a special birthday? Like, who the fuck has a special birthday, 48? Erin Hack, obviously. So, you did say special girl. You said something about it. I'll be 48 August 31st. I'm a grandma 4. 2 girls, 2 boys. Oh my God, wow. Oh my God, Lisa. That's amazing. You don't look like you could be a grandmother, but we've also got the gilf in the emojis. She's 45. She's a grandmother for 2 as well. Thankful 62. There you go. I'm the oldest, I believe. How old are you, Bev? Well, we got Dave here, 69, so you don't look old there anyway. Yeah, every day. So here we go. This girl, Erin Hack. I feel so sorry for Ashley's little daughter. The grandmother had her marching with a sign outside the court, and now her mum might be gone. She may never see her mother again. Well, not she will see her again, but not like this. Yes, I turned 60. Oh, hey. So, what's your name? Cheryl. Penblwydd hapus I ti, penblwydd hapus I ti, penblwydd hapus I Cheryl. Penblwydd hapus I ti. Yay! That's a happy birthday in Welsh for you, Cheryl, just for you. 33, Katie. Happy days. Everyday special. You are a special case, that's for sure. Erin Hack. 44. There you go. Amy, I want to know, how old are you, Amy? Because I guess 32. Happy birthday, sunshine. I'm a grandma to 2 granddaughters. There you go, hippie chick. Breaks my heart, but the doctor's opinion was the opinions are not of anything Ashley said. Do you agree? I'm the old 56. No, you know, Dave Umberger, 69, so you're fine. I have a 28-year-old son, 23-year-old daughter, and 14-year-old daughter. There you go. Bit of an age gap. My sister got similar. The eldest is 14 years older than the youngest, so, or roughly 13 some of the years between them. You need to change your glasses. I don't. People. I would say, because you said you're old now, I have to say you're in your 50s now because you said that. I would say 52 in that photo. But I think you look even younger than that in that photo. Mighty does not look 36. And still prettier than my little brother Dilly. I know you got the looks on the brains. Right on. There you go. Storm Catty, 53, and I have a 31-year-old daughter. There you go. This is what I love. I love hearing these stories. Thank you. No worries at all. I have 4 boys, 32, 28, 26, 24. Oh, look at that. Happy days. We said, too bad they didn't have a clear memory. I'll be 55 next month. Get the fuck out, Amy. You're not 55. You are not 50. Now get the fuck out of here. That photo, no way you're 55. Fucking hell. You look genuinely, I thought you were in your 20s. Unless that's not a recent picture or something, but Jeepers Creepers. I don't say that. You do look young in that photo. I have a 30-year-old daughter and a 3.5-year-old grandson. Oh, happy days. They come back with another message. Yeah, me as well. What makes this just so amazing? We're all grown, mature, mostly. Mostly. I like the way you put mostly, Aaron Hack. And amazing, yes. There you go, Terry. That's me now. I'm 62. You don't look 62, I'll be honest with you. But as I say, never fear, because we got the daddy of the chat, Dave Umberger. He's 69, so you're fine. You're fine. At least you look young. You don't look 36 either, to be fair. You look younger than 36. I have a 23, 19, 7, 9, and 4-year-old. I'm old and I have a shit ton of kids. There you go. You're not old, Josie. You're salt and pepper. Or is it what they call it? Salt and what? You're not old, Josie. You're only as old as a man you're feeling, they say. And I think is Nate younger? Hopefully he is. Oh shit, I shouldn't have said his name. Oops. Since we're sharing, I'm 52 and have all boys aged 24, 21, and 12 with the same baby daddy. Happy days. Thank you, Bev, crying now. Love you too. There you go. I did complete 62. There you go. You did say 62, didn't you? Hang on, let me just fucking check. I don't want to age you just in case, but you don't look that age. Fuck, I missed it. Where the fuck's that gone? I'm pretty sure you said 62. But I can't find it now, so... Oh, you did, yeah, 62 there. You don't look... And I'm not just saying that. I mean, surely people in chat can see the same as I can. You know, with all you ladies. You look all look younger than your pictures. Unless you're editing all your pictures. I don't know, but you look super young. It's true. Fucking hell, you don't look 55. It means for me, I could never guess names anymore. Jeepers. Just W Dylan Kirsten, love it. Hey, Hills of Western Mass, how you doing? Hope you're well. Bloody hell, hey, cheese and rice. Cheese and rice. 49, crime junkie, you don't look 49 either. Hey, the best thing is when I get to someone's profile and just go like that and don't say anything. Aaron Hack's 48. And just move on. Crime junkie, no way, you look so young. Amy Lynch, you look so young, no way. Aaron Hack. 48, yeah. You sure you're a bit older? Joking, Erin. Joking. I love the Hackster. I need steak and cheese sub with cooked onions, peppers, and mushrooms. Ooh, nice. Terry, thank you for that. Forget the coffee and buying you gin and tonic. You deserve it. Thank you, Terry. Thank you so much for the super chat. I do appreciate you. Thank you so much. And thank you for the support. Ooh, nice, sir. Thank you. Or madam, sorry. Thank you. Josie's a hot mama. Hot mama. Hot stuff, baby, this evening. Josie's got some hot stuff, baby, tonight. Oh, yes, remember now? If I shave, I look 13, Jonathan. But, Jonathan, you're only like 30 years old, dude. So, I mean, it's not a big thing for you. Thank you, Terry. Josie is beautiful. She is. The secret is smiling, laughing, and movement. There you go, movement. I need to do more. That's what I need to do more of, is movement. I don't move enough because I'm sat here. I need to stretch more and stuff. Oh, I want a shit ton of kids. I want a shit ton of kids. Cancer got in the way. No, I'm so sorry. Hence the age gap between my 21 and 12-year-old. Sometimes it's nice to have a little gap, though. Bit of a breather and get back to it as well. Get back breathing again. But sorry, but well, you've recovered, so that's the main thing, Mama Ames. I'm glad that you got through it, my darling. Amanda, I'm 51, 41.5 in photo. There you go. I would have said 42. 2 boys, 30 and 24, and 2 grandkids, 6, Amaya and 3, Kylian. Oh, nice, Amanda. I'm in traffic for listing Kamala Harris in DT Atlanta today. Oh, busy traffic today then. He's 30. He looks 13 when he shaves. Thank you, Terry, for the super chat. There you go. Hot mama. I'm joining in, lol. I'm too sexy for my shit. Too sexy for my shit. Too sexy, it hurts. What's that? Too sexy for my shit. Too sexy for my shit. Too sexy, it hurts. I'm joining in, lol. I'm 40. I have a boy 11 and girl 16. Nice. Ben, with my husband been with my husband for 20 years married. Oh, there you go. There you go, Jem. That's a lovely story, that is. We won't tell your husband about the whole shaving thing or anything like that. That mistake, we won't tell him about that. But yeah, that's lovely, Jem. Alicia, lovely. Hi, Leslie. Married for 13. Oh, she's been with him 20 and then married for 13. There you go. He took 7 years to see sense. Took him 7 years to see sense. Jonathan, I've never seen my husband's bitching. Did not edit my picture. No, I knew he wouldn't. You just, again, it's a compliment because you look so young. You look so young. Thank you, Katie. Traffic is like triple what it normally is, but democracy is worth it. There you go. Josie's beautiful. My goodness, you're all beautiful and handsome. There you go. Bev's crying now. Hello, Delan, visiting late. I'm 59, have a 39-year-old son, 31-year-old son, and a daughter, 29. Lisa, hello, my darling. How are you? Hope you're well. Hope everyone is well with you, and thank you for sharing that. 59. Again, you don't look 59 at all. I think I need glasses, people, because you all look younger in your pictures, except for Aaron Hack, obviously. No, Aaron Hack looks lovely. Do you know I have a picture? I know. I should have said that. I know none of you have edited, but you all look super young. You all look beautiful and super young. Cheese and rice. That was taken 2 months ago. There you go. Hey, great. We're all young and look fabulous. Exactly. It's amazing. We have lots of MILFs and GILFs. We have a lot of MILFs and GILFs in the chat. We definitely do. We've got GILF. Hang on. Where's our... So this is our GILF. That's the GILF. And then where's the MILF gone? MILF is here. Those are our GILFs and MILFs. So true, happy chick. I reckon because we're all awesome, it keeps us young. If you're a dick, it ages you, I reckon. There you go, Lou. That's the way to do it. Happy, you're right. Don't blame you. 31 on my birthday was in May. There you go, Gary. Young pup, you and Jonathan, young pups in here. I can see. I haven't seen Dylan so happy as he is right now. He truly loves his member. I do. I love this. Even though I cover trials, this is what I prefer. I love just chatting to the chat. This is why I love Aaron Hack. You know I love you. You know I love you, Aaron Hack. The tubes. Can I have a MILF? Bill. Down boy. Bill. Down boy, Bill. Jeepers, Bill. Being out in the sun so much is just starting to wear on my skin. I've 2 kids, 10, 11, and that's plenty, both boys. There you go. I didn't know how old they were. I think you told me one was 10 before. There you go, mighty mate. That made me smile. I love seeing people happy. There you go. Haha. One son, 2 stepsons that I love. 9 grandchildren, 2 great grandchildren. Fucking hell, Bev. I think you're taking the biscuit now. Great grandchildren. In Star Wars, there's an animal called a Baznitch. I feel like you can call people that instead of bitch, and they just be like, "What? Baznitch? Baznitch? Looby, 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 looby! Na 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 na." How we doing, my darling? We're just going through everyone's ages and how many sons and daughters or grandchildren they have and stuff like that. So if we start thinking, what the hell are all these numbers doing? How we doing, my darling? Good day, Sheila? Good day, mate. How is it, Luby? Good day, Luby. How is it in Australia, mate? I've been on a cooking strike because my kids don't eat the damn leftovers, but they begged me to make something. So I did today. Mum of the year. Ah, look at that. Special. My comrade in pain. Mighty me. Boys are all aiming to carry on. Your name. Ah, here you go. Mama Ames, there you go. Erin Hack. There you go, people. I heard Erin just to get the fuck out, Jonathan. I heard Erin just turned 24. We are comrades. Gilf and Milf. Ah, you son of a bitch, Jonathan. James, hello to you. How are you doing? You run away this weekend with me. My mother's name was Josie. There you go. I'm not sure her husband will enjoy it, but well, Fabrice Shah's stunning to boot. There you go. Yes, everyone's stunning here. Fair play. I went back and watched the closing. Any word from the jury? Just a question. They came back with a question. Backstreet. Backstreet. I was going to say Backstreet Boys. Backseat juror. They came in with a question. The judge refused to do a readback of the testimony. So, be editing my pick a little or pick a younger one. Oh hell, I'll be editing my pick. You can just put a pet on. No one cares then. You could be my daughter. She's not 24. She is not 24, people. She's 48. So, oh, great. 39 with a 7-year-old boy and 2 girls, 5 months. Oh, nice, Luby. Only recently turned 39 as well. You're one of the younger ones in the chat then. Gary's the youngest. Well, Jonathan's the youngest, I think, 30. Unless you've had your birthday, Jonathan. And Gary, 31. You were flirting with Josie. Do we know if Jury ordered food? I had my mum on the phone and no, I don't know. We don't know. My guess is they have, yes. Because to be fair, what if you think about it, right? Well, they announced it, did they? I didn't hear that. He said that we'll give you pizzas if you want, but you need to pass back a note to say what you want. I didn't know that he'd gone back at all. Truth be told, by reading it back, I know, Cheryl. I think the judge was going to offer food. Did they accept? Yeah, but they were going to send a note back. I don't know if they. I imagine they would. I imagine they would. Because what the judge hasn't done is, hang on, let's go. Josie, hot mama, my daughter's 46. There you go. They had one question: if the mental health counselor had his own opinion of Doug, or if his opinion came from Ashley, they were told to rely on memory. I had a Welsh pony for 30 years. Loved that little guy. Do you see many of them done? Yeah. We grow. We have ponies in my uncle's farm or my family farm. Then I agree. Josie is a hot. I thought it was Jake. Josie is a hot mama. So the judge didn't tell them anything. I think they just think they got to deliberate. The one thing I'll criticize as judge is he sent them all back, but didn't say anything about yeah, we'll carry on deliberations until you want to finish for the night. We'll order you food. We'll do. He just said, yeah, go back. So they probably just go in. Do we just stay here? What? Are we here all night? Or do they even think, do we have to just stay until we deliberate? Right, let's get a verdict quickly. Then, do they rush it? What time is it there? It is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It is 25 past 6. 25 past 6, Amanda, for them. What are you having? I've had my dinner, Bill. I had spaghetti bolognese for my dinner. They're getting pizza and pop. Oh, that sounds nice now. It's nearly 11:30 here. I'd take that now. I would take that. Get in me tummy, you mofos. Oh, where are they in Florida? I don't know, Amy. If I'm being honest, I don't know. Saratoga? No, not Saratoga. I don't know. Somebody in chat will know. We say pop as well. We say pop in the UK. You get some. We don't say soda. Soda for me is that shitty thing you spray in. It's like, ugh. Now we got two answers: Manatee County and Bradenton, Florida. So take a guess, whichever one you fancy. So, oh shit! I'm breaking stuff here. Don't go breaking my heart. SRA, interesting to you. Hello. They haven't break. Oh, so Aaron got it wrong. Happy days. Is that Northern Florida? Good question. Don't go breaking my heart. Right, let's make sure that everyone's liked you, right? I'm going to play the song for one more time here. Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. So I was close, Sarasota. I said something else, but that's what I meant. And Bradenton is man. So Erin was right as well. Then she got the county right, not the actual location. So actually, I was right. Terry's right, and Erin was right. We say juice in. Do you say juice? I'm bro. Give me some iron bro, will ya? Get me some fucking iron bro, will ya? I still love in Glasgow. When I was hungover, I'd get macaroni and cheese on chips with some iron bro to wash it down. So, fun fact for you: everywhere, pretty much in the world, Coke is the number one seller of sodas or pops, as you said, call them, except for in Scotland, where it's iron bro. That's the most popular soda or pop, and it's nice. I've not had iron brew since 2018. I miss it. South of Tampa south of Tampa, turn left down the Gulf. There you are. We call everything a Coke growing up, like uh, Coke. I prefer Pepsi. We can take turns overnight. Because I thought they were on Eastern time. They are on Eastern time. Brennan is a spring home in the Pittsburgh Pirates. Oh, okay. When you say soda, how did you change clothes so quickly? Who? Me? I've not changed clothes. Orange Coke, what the fuck? Soda, I say pop now. If only if I've flown into Orlando a few times. I do not know Florida at all, so I'm not sure. Aaron Hack backtracking a little bit. But tomorrow we're in Aaron Hack country tomorrow. We're in the tubes tomorrow for Nikolai Mule. I grew up in Alabama. Roll Tide. Was it next to Tuscaloosa? Did you live next to Tuscaloosa? Did you go to Tuscaloosa? Or was it more like Birmingham, Alabama? Where were you, Carol Draper? Are you a Roll Tider? Or are you an Auburn girl? They're on East. Pepsi. I love Pepsi. I too like Pepsi. I love Pepsi. An hour north of Sean's house. There you go. What about Nips? That's what we're saying. We call Nip. I'm not sure I should. I'm not sure I should get into this one. To tell you what we call Nips. But we call Nips something different. But lots of places like call it Nips as well, but we also call other stuff Nips as well. Soda is pop in the UK. Yes, it is. Brinton is in the Tampa Bay area. I wish Dylan would show feet again. No, Jonathan. I got socks on. Sir. I love to mix one can of Diet Pepsi and one can of regular Coke together. Not too sweet, just enough sugar. I don't think you need sugar though, Erin. You're like a Duracell bunny. You could probably do just water. I think you'll still be all right. Oh, you should live in South Beach, Florida. Nice. Worked in Birmingham. Birmingham, Alabama. I like Pepsi too. No, I grew up in LA, lower Alabama. I went to Troy University and I'm an Auburn fan. Oh, there you go. Well, now we know a bit more. So no, Jonathan, no, gross. Just so we call them shooters. Shooters. Oops, we hardly ever had pop as kids, so we was so excited when we were poorly. Yeah, Lucozade, yes. It'd be worth being poor. You just get because they know I was the same. We never used to really have or soda streams was the thing when we had it. Ha 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 ha. I'm not sure if Americans call it the same, but that's what we call it. Do you know what I mean? Anyone from chat from Georgia? When I was a kid, a man used to bring us pop to buy in the back of his car. That sounds creepy, Jem. When I was a kid, the man used to bring us pop to buy in. I read that first of all. When I was a kid, the man used to bring us pop so we can get in the back of his car. And I got you videos and stuff. We used to have that as well. You're in mass. Ooh, hi, hey, Bill, down boy. Jessica's married and she's got 2 kids. She's taken for Bill. Not for you, Bill. I live in Georgia now. OG viewers got foot. They used to, but OG viewers like you had gone. I'm feeling that the jury is close. Maybe, Terry, maybe. I heard that about New York. There must be so many names for them. Everyone needs sugar. I could eat Mike and likes. Mike and likes. What the fuck's Mike and likes? Mike and Ikes. What the hell is Mike and Ikes? Never heard of that before in my life. Mike and Ikes. Never heard of it. I know everyone needs sugar, but you're quite hyperactive anyway, so. Carol, oh my god, what is considered peach season? Peach is arse, isn't it? War Eagle. Lol, foot update. I used to give him foot updates. It's only Jonathan that ever asked for foot updates. Only him. I supposed to give him foot updates sometimes. Dylan, hello, looking all handsome there. Thank you, Josie. How we doing, my darling? Where you from, Josie? Because we've got 2 Josies. Arizona, Josie. And where are you from, Josie? I lived in Savannah Savannah's nice, 8 years, and now live in West Georgia, about 45 minutes west of Atlanta on a good traffic day. So you're not far from Alabama then? Do you know what I mean? You're heading that way? Yeah, what is Mike and Ike's? Yeah, what is it? Similar, I'm from Billerica. James B. Frucanley. Yeah, he's flirting, Jessica. He's flirting. Bill is looking for a woman. He's looking for a girlfriend here. James B. Fruitican. Never heard of them before. Gummies, kind of. Aren't gummies like other stuff? Damn it. It's okay, Bill. We'll find you a woman. We'll find you a woman in chat. Don't worry. Any single women. Now, Bill, tell us a bit about yourself. Where are you from, Bill? How old are you, Bill? And then we'll try and find you a nice lady companion. Carl Draper, cool. Jessica from Tewkesbury. Tewkesbury, nice. I think like mid to late May until August, maybe. A chewy candy. Chewy, not too chewy candies. Mike and Ike's a candy. Yeah, see, weird names. Is there a way I can buy and be shipped? Is there a way I can buy and be shipped? What's that mean? To ship to the UK, you mean? What do you mean ship? Do you mean, is there a way to ship? Yeah, you're gonna have to clarify that. It is late here, so clarify what you mean there, Crime Junkie. I'm a little bit lost. So the streams, oh my god, I was so excited to make. Oh, they were the best things ever, weren't they, Lou? The best things ever. How do you highlight my name? At, and then you put the name. Just start with the name, and it should come up. Foxborough. There you go. How old are you, Bill? How old are you, Bill? They have original berry blast sours, just great. Ooh, nice. Red flavor, so good. Nice. I need to get back to the Dollar Tree. They just moved to Dracut. Never heard of that. Yes, Erin, super sugar high chick. Are you a secret foot model? And no, only for Jonathan. Only when he asks for it sometimes. But he's never here anymore. He's never here anymore, so I don't do my foot pics anymore now. Grape. I was going to say, because that's the west of Atlanta. There you go. I can only highlight names when I'm on my computer. Yeah, or if you're on your phone, people, you can't highlight them. All the ladies know are lot lizards. Christine's single. Hey, hang on. Bill, how old are you, Bill? Christine's 55, Bill. She's from New Jersey, Bill. So, all the single ladies, put your hands up, put your hands up. All the single ladies out there, put your hands up. Wave them around. Oh, no, don't put your legs up. Just put your hands up this time. Ladies, put your hands up if you're single. WTF, Jonathan? Well, a lot of lizards are taken already. I'm an Alabama Bears fan. Peaches. Since when does the LNC put chats up on screen? Anyone else? Yeah, they've started doing it recently. I think I need pizza for dinner. And you and me, bitch. Two of us, Christina. Stormy Car, me too. Love the Braves. I definitely thought about it after. We had McAllister's Deli Club. I want to see what this is here then. So now we've got 11,002 votes exactly. I think I'm back. They kicked me out. They do this every fucking day now. StreamYard kicked me out. So 1,027 votes now. 52% guilty, 37% not guilty, 11% hung jury. Cheapers. Why did they? That's the second time they've done that to me now. Last 2 days. You're gonna be too exhausted, I know, but I'll do it for El Chatty. Bill, as in Billerica. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. I have a single mum. Laugh my out, but I'm very strict. Bringing the kids to Foxborough once the practice starts. Oh, there you go. Hey, Bill, come on now, Bill. You can't hang around here. How old are you, Bill? 57. Right. So, Crumdra, I don't know. It's a way to get peaches shipped. I know Harry and David sells them for short time too. Yeah, they do. Only recently though. If this turns into dating site, need a no gun pledge. Yeah, there you go. I think it's going to turn into a dating site. We're trying to get Bill a wife here. Carol, I went to opening day when they opened this last brand new stadium. Bill's 57 people. Christine, Bill is 57 from Foxborough, Mass, retired. So he's from Boston, Christine. Christine's from New Jersey. She's 55. He's retired, own my own home, and chill with Dylan all day. Happy days, Bill. Life can't be better. We're happy to have you here, Bill. And also you got Jessica's mother as well. You got options here, Bill. Mr. Slush is pretty cool as well. Oh, Mr. Slush. Pretty happy currently. Yes, I just noticed that too. Mum is 52. Here we go. Now we got to go in. The ball is rolling. Got Christine, 55, and Jessica's mother, 52. Bill, we got options, sir. Jessica's mother's from Boston, I believe. So, hey. Can be my YouTube daughter. I could be your mum, Jessica. How old was Jessica? Did you say how 30 Jessica is, I think? A friend of my hubby's buys Brave season tickets every year. Sometimes we get to go. Oh, nice. I know. Kick me out. Do you know what trial you'll do then? The one I wanted to do is the hospital one. What the fuck's it called? I did highlight it. This one, Alexi Treviso is the one I want to do, but I think it's been pushed forward. So I'll just have to see what trials are coming up live. To be quite honest with you, but rest of this week, unless there's a trial, I'll just be caught up in going from court to court. And next week there's Sarah Boone hearing on a Monday. There's a Alexis Treviso hearing on Tuesday, and Karen Reid hearing on Friday. So if there's no trial, I'll just stream them. But if there's a trial, I'll be streaming a trial instead. But it'll be any random trial. Okay? If not, I'm caught up in. Someone's going to say, yes, please. I love Chipper Jones back then and have his jersey. What's up with Streamyard? I don't know, Amy. The piece is just shit. Let me just tell you. That's okay. Nobody's there. Who's Bill? Bill is a single man called Similar Exp. That's Bill. Similar Exp. Evidence proves Ashley may have been abused, yet she's still not justified to use excessive force and kill Doug. Guilty of manslaughter, in my opinion. However, I believe it'll be hung jury. Yeah, it might be hung jury. I can see why you would say manslaughter. I'm stupid. How streamer kicks you out. I know. I don't know why he does it. I don't know why. It's not just me though. It's a lot of people get it as well. I don't get it. Amy Lynch. Dylan's dating caller. Hey, I like it. Dylan the matchmaker. Hey, look at this. Problem is, I can find women for Bill and everyone else, but all men for you, the single ladies, but maybe not for myself. That's a problem. Jessica Fritz. No, I mean I could be because I'm old, not that I should be. Johnson's right. It did sound like I was offering to buy your mum. Erin Hack. Ole, 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 Erin Hack, 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 ole, Erin Hack, 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 ole, Erin. I love Erin. Still got you on phone, but I'm watching the awful scenes in Stockport right now. I hate seeing this rioting. Oh, is there a riot now? I didn't know there's a riot there. I need to cover a bit more of the UK scene. There's been a lot going on. Might do some of that tomorrow or the day after or something. I might do a stream on it, Monday, but I didn't know there's any writing tonight. Retire from what career? Carter and Logan will interrogate you. Yeah, what was your career in, Bill? They want the deets. They want the deets. And Carter and Logan are the grandchildren, Bill. So you got to impress. Pictures required, Bill. Pictures are required, Bill. Put a picture up, Bill. Bill, in my experience, Bill, when you put a picture up on YouTube, it magically makes you look 20 years younger. So just put any cool picture up and you'll be fine. Then I'll start a fix updating service fee. Yeah, I need to be paid for this, people. Southport, fine. Fine. Yeah, no, I got you. Same place. I thought it was a different place. Like, can you tell us how your call works? So how we do it is essentially once you get arrested, 99.9% of the time, everything's then under embargo. You don't hear about anything to do with the case. So the media, they might say so and so's been arrested, but you don't hear anything about the case for about a year and a half, and they go into court, no cameras, nothing. So the whole process, the one thing you're guaranteed is the jury is never tampered with or anything like that. You only hear about the cases when the trial goes on or afterwards. You never hear about the trial. You don't really know when it's going to happen. If there's any big media trials, we just don't know about them. So they're the same as the US in a lot of ways. Just you can go into court for most courts, I think, as a layperson, but you know, I think anyway. But yeah, it's no televisions allowed. They've started now for some of the bigger cases to stream the sentencing and just the sentencing, and that's it, which sucks. Oh god, what do you mean? Shut up, you're not old. Oh, Erin's old. She's 48. Roll Tide. Roll Tide. Oh, there you go. What a good guess by me. Turned 13 June, unfortunately. That was a hell of a guess by me. Okay, thanks. No worries. Guess whose husband's bringing home pizza for dinner? Hey, Storm Chatty. Nice. Storm Catty, not Chatty. Nice. Newton, Connecticut, I'm 46, married 27 years, 5 kids, 27, 26, 23, 19, and 14. Whoa, nice. Backstreet Jura, thank you for sharing that. Connecticut, happy days. Cheryl, lol. There you go. 10-4. What's 10-4? What's that? I'm not sure what 10-4 means. Similar exp. When are you not streaming? What are you doing, Dylan? What do you like to do? I think is, Amy, I stream most of the time. That's the problem. I'm trying to get a little bit healthier, and so I try. I need to get in. I need to get motivated. I need to. I like walking, but I'm laxy at the minute. I'm just like I can't be asked. So I normally try and walk like an hour every morning, but I've been failing recently. So I like to walk. And do all that sort of stuff. I like to browse the internet, obviously, when I'm on YouTube over breakfast and stuff. I just watch random stuff. That's about it. My interest mostly on the weekends then, because this is my job, so this is what I do. So once this is finished, I don't normally do like a bit more research and then I go to bed. Weekends then, I love American stuff. I love America. I love American food, the women, the sports, everything. So normally on a weekend, well, not now, but it will be in the future, watch NFL, watch college sports and stuff like that. That's what I mostly do really. When I'm watching for hobbies. But other than that, outdoor stuff is mostly walking. I love walking. I used to play a lot of sports. I don't anymore. But yeah, I love the outdoors, walking, nature and stuff like that. So that's about it. Really boring. Really, not much on. No. Oh, and nieces. When I see my nieces and stuff, I love that as well. But no, apart from that, nothing. You know, boring. Awesome. Jessica saw my driving school. Oh, nice. Driving school. Oh, safety on the roads. I'll marry you if you let me grow ganja. Jonathan. I want my hubby to bring on Bojangles. What's Bojangles? I've heard of Bojangles, but don't know what it is. Oh my god, Jonathan. Fish and chips, yes. There's a hackster. I love being married, but I'm never getting married again if something happens. I'm easy. That's a problem. You are easy. Your wife, Jonathan Sherry, your beautiful wife, will have words with you. Bojangles. I need a schedule, Dylan. Can you do that? The thing is, Tom Cathy, I don't have a schedule. That's the problem. Because like tomorrow, I don't know what's happening. Do you know what I mean? I'll be back here for court. So tomorrow, I'm either going to be live at 8:30 Eastern or 9 o'clock Eastern. It's going to be one or the other. And we're live tomorrow. So 8:30 or 9 o'clock Eastern tomorrow, I'll be live. Depending. And Nikolai Mew tomorrow with court hopping. Then Thursday and Friday tomorrow we'll discuss it on stream, see what we're covering for the rest of it, see what happens. So apart from that, because I don't actually know what we're doing schedule-wise, but I'm pretty much going live at 8:30, 9 o'clock every morning Eastern time. So shake them titties. I got man boobs. That's what I got is man boobs. And this is why I need to walk. Oh fuck. Oh, not this again. People, not this again. Look at my camera. Well, at least you can see my man boobs now. This camera is fucking about. Every time he kicks me out, now he got me zoomed in. Oh my god, what's happened there? Hang on. What's happened to this? Why is it up there? I don't know what's going on. The camera view is too close now. You can see me. Oh, August 26th. Look, Christine, August 26th. They said that they're going to push it forward. That's why I wasn't sure, Christine. Thank you, my darling. Was that shaking enough for you, Jessica? to my current manager, I would just adopt more dogs. That's the best way. So August 26th, if that's still going to be the case, that's when. I mean, we're going to be doing other trials before then. Do you know what I mean? There'll be another trial in between that, but pencil that in. I'm definitely doing that one. Every time I hear Bill, I think Hillary Clinton, and I can't make it go away. This is cool, Dan. You engaging with all of us. This is so fun. I love that. This is the best part. I would do this every day if I could, but people would get bored of me talking all the time. This is what the best part for me. This is why I did an hour before the start of every Can Read trial. This is like true story. I have said this on stream before, but true story about Can Read. Like El Jefe was only supposed to join every day at like 8:45 before it started, just for quarter of an hour, answer a couple of questions. He's like, "What? Why do you start so early?" I was like, "I just do my thing. I've always done this. Just speak to chat. Just have a whatever." And he's like, "Oh, I'll just join you." I was like, "Cool." So we did it, and he loved it. He absolutely loved it. Absolutely loved it. I remember I got an email which I read out on stream from somebody saying, "Why the fuck are you wasting Sean's talent? People are here to see Sean, not to hear you." Showed it to Sean, and Sean was like, "Hey, tell that person to go fuck themselves." Because Sean, unfortunately, the downside for Sean is when he covers carries, everyone's got questions for him, left, right, and centre. Sean's an engaging guy. He loves this, but he can't do this on his streams. He's jealous. This is why he likes to stream with me, because we do this engagement side of it. He just likes talking to people. He doesn't like the whole question stuff. He just likes speaking to people. That's why we get on so well, you know. So he loves this style. He'd love to be able to do it himself. He says, you know, but he just can't. He just couldn't do it in his channel. So that's why Sean pretty much will be always for Can't Read on this channel. That's why we will always do the first hour to engage. I love this is what I love, and this is what most people like about me. I think. Amy's just cool. Thank you, Crime Junkie. Not me. No one was to hold me down. I'm gonna travel. There you go, Jonathan. I think we need to introduce ourselves in chat. There you go. I'll start. Name's Crystal. There you go, Crime Junkie. This is the problem now. I hope you don't hold me to with people that I remember all your names. I'll try. Crystal. I'll try. I hear you. I love to go cruises, especially Disney. So Carol is known as the Disney Queen. She's always on a cruise with Disney. It seems like she loves it. The London ladies, I have to go. It's dinner time. See you tomorrow, Bill. We'll try and get you Jessica's mother deets for you. We'll try and set you up there, Bill. All right. See you later, Bill. Nice to see you, buddy. Yes, Crime Junkie. I'm going in my 8th cruise in February for Super Bowl. Oh, nice. Plan on rocking with my alternate. Hey, happy days, alternate corner shirt. Happy days. Oh, that's cool. Going on a cruise. Oh, did the Jews? Oh, no, it hasn't come yet. It would be too quick to come now. Oh, that's cool, though. Going on a cruise for the Super Bowl. I love the Super Bowl. I don't know if it's going to be streamed, but good case coming up later this year's San Antonio, Texas. Reyes Galigo's murder wife has never been found. Their cameras in and out of the house, but they were off. Okay, let me pin that then. Yeah, again, always chuck stuff for me. If it's been streamed and stuff, I'll look into it. As you know, I'll try and map it out some of the streams we need to cover and then work around them. Do you know what I mean? With other streams. But cool. Thanks for that, Leslie. I live in Tennessee. I have 2 girls and 3 grandchildren, both married. 3 grandchildren, both married. Have owned my own business for 28 years. There you go, Crystal. Happy days. I like Crystal more than Crime Junkie. Crystal's a lovely name. Crystal's a lovely name. I love that Lisa Reed. Carol probably will be on a cruise with you. She loves cruises. Carol does. Baxi Jura. Originally from Wallington CT, go Huskies. 10-4. Okay, means I got it. Fine. Oh, my name is Amy. Hello, Amy. Hope you're well, Amy. Hang on, I need to do this. I'm so sorry, I'm way behind you. Not married. Oh, you're not married, Crystal. Oh, there you go. Hey, don't tell Bill. Bill's gone now. You're right in Bill's eyesight now. Crystal. Bill's coming back now. Walking is so great. Yeah, I've just been lagging. I've not walked at all this week. I'm just lagging. I'm just, when you're in a rut sometimes, you just not don't feel it. That's me this week. So lots of Amy's in here. There is. I'm a Vardy's caramel Lambert. I have a boy and girl twins, 44, another girl, 42, another boy, 23, 6 grandchildren, and 1 great granddaughter. Happy days, thankful. Right, Mama Hames. When are you coming to Boston? It's probably going to be next year, Bev. It's probably going to be next year, if I'm being honest with you. I need to save up for it, and I need to make sure that there's no like trials or something like that in between. So it'll probably be next year, around probably the Karen trial. There's part of me that's tempted to come out for the Karen retrial if it goes ahead, for one of the early weeks maybe, or for verdict watch or something like that, just to come out for a week during that period at some point, or when they do jury selection or something. Do you know what I mean? If I know the trial's definitely going ahead, I might come out the week before the trial starts or something. I don't know. That's where I'm looking at the minute. So we'll see. Depends on weather as well and stuff like that. So, but then I've had a few offers, people saying I could stream from their houses and stuff like that. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. That's awesome, Crystal. Mama Ames, I always think people are talking to me. Mhm. Oh, yes. Thanks, Caro. Hello, Kelly. Hey, Elon, just let you know, I love you on the chat. I listen all day. I just can really comment. No worries, Kelly. Well, I love it when you just jump in and speak. It's nice. I like it. You always contribute when you can, Kelly. So it's good. It's lovely to see you. Where are you from, Kelly, by the way? What state are you from? We're gonna start going like, what's that thing they used to do years ago? Age, sex, location. That's what I think. Because we've got to get Bill a woman now. We've got to get Bill a woman. Now he's done this. Sounds like you're doing the same as all of us. Not boring. Well, hopefully, Amy. Hopefully, anyway. Oh Christ! I got all those. You, but Jaggers is chicken mostly. There you go. Roll Tide from the rock. Oh, I should have looked at chat. Roll Tide. I should have looked at chat. Sorry, Kelly. I should have looked at it. You should come to America. The border is wide open thanks to Commie Pie. Right, we won't go there, Elizabeth, but I will definitely be coming to America. I love America. I'm going on a cruise on August the 16th. Oh, on Karen. No, the week after Karen's thing. Happy days. I've never been on a cruise. I would like to go though one day, I think. I can convert to Mormon. War Eagle. Did you go home? No, they're still here. They're still here. You're still here. As everyone knows, this is Hot Mama Josie. She's back. Sorry, I had to step out. Yeah, no, they're still here. They're still deliberating. 2 hours and 50, nearly 3 hours deliberating. How far are you from Southampton? And Bessie lives there. I love it. Probably about driving. Probably about 5 hours drive, something like that. Juries are asked to get there early today. I'm thinking they are closer. Would be packing in by now. I don't even know if they think they can pack it in. Here you go. Addicted to cruising. I've never been. I want to go though. I don't know why everyone's laughing. So I got rid of gluten. And I feel I'm way behind you. Eating drywall maybe. The internet has been acting so crazy lately. Oh yeah, for my stuff, yeah, it is. Lefty, how you doing, fella? Lock her up. Yeah, some people think lock her up. Yes, I bet we lost Erin to Peter. Oh, probably. Oh, okay, that's why the numbers have gone down. Okay, I get you. The streams are fucking with you. Oh, this is how far back I am. Shit. Josie, no, that's awesome. Bev's crying now. Lefty's been a member for 3 months. Ever since, thank you, Lefty. Ever since Microsoft hacked internet, I've been acting up for everyone. We have 172 likes. Let's fucking go. Hang on. We do. But we need to 173. But we need to, you know what we need to do though, Crystal? We need to remind people. Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. Love Sean. No, I love Sean as well. Sean and me get on. I don't know how we get on, but we just click. We just get on. I love him. I've been addicted since I saw you from Sean. Oh, there you go. I mean, a lot of you probably did come from, heard about me from Sean, I imagine. Whenever Sean mentions me, I do get an upsurge of subscribers. So I appreciate that. A lot of people come over and, hopefully will stay around. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you, Amy, as well. I was crossing my fingers I wasn't going to be away for Karen Reid trial and hearings. You sorted. Now I too love cruising, but I can't go anywhere because of health reasons. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, James. Sorry to hear that, buddy. My favorite Sean is when he's with you. I wish you'd join him sometimes to keep him in line. To be fair, he has it's a fine line with Sean because it depends what time he streams. He's got his style of doing it. It's difficult because also he's trying to not get away with Karen Reid, but he's trying to get. The hard bit is that everyone knows Sean as like Karen Reid, but he wants to do a lot more than that, and it's hard. And I'm not into the whole. Not that I'm not into the corruption element, but he's looking at stuff differently. But I will go on his channel. I got pretty much a free invite whenever I want to go on his channel. I can go on. I'm pretty sure if I asked him to go on, I could. It's just a different dynamic. I think it probably works better here because he gets so distracted if he's hosting, where I can just try and rein him in a little bit in the sense of with chat and stuff, because his chat is just so bonkers, So it's unmanageable. But yeah, I love with Sean, and I'd go on his channel anytime. I enjoyed going on his channel the other day, so for the verdict watch, So hello, Mary. How are you doing, my darling? Love the style of your chat. Thank you, my darling. I always love to see you. And when you come into chat, thank you for being here, Mary, as always. James, still going to do that trial. Are you still going to do that trial? She is. Quit eating drywall. I worked for a commercial construction company for 18 years, but in the office. He won't. Well, he is mad. He is mad, though. There's a trial in May. Christine. Oh, there is in so actually there's a trial. When is it? What are they on? Christine, what are they is it still the state or the defense on there? Is it still the state case? When's it supposed to finish, Christine? Yes, ma'am. No date set yet. We need more people like Sean active in our law enforcement. Yes. DVC member. So excited. I'm pretty sure I saw something about someone addicted to eating drywall once, so it's not impossible. I'm so Crystal's so excited. She just can't hide it. That was so amazing. I want to do that, but the hubby says no. Hubby says no. I'll give out a link when close and you all can watch. There you go. Depends when it is. If there's no trial going on, big trial going on, Crime Junkie, I'll stream it, obviously, It just depends if there's if it's in the middle of that hospital trial, I can't stream it. But I could probably do a stream on it on the weekend or something. We'll do something with it. I'll be sitting at defense table. There you go. I have about 50 pairs or so. It's ridiculous. Peter Stranleys. Crystal ball of steel. It's so expensive now. We're fortunate to have my mum buy in the first year, Carol. MTV show. Jonathan. Morning. Good day, mate. Good day, Sheila. Good day, quizzical girl. How are we? Hope you're well. Crime Junkie, new name. That's awesome because crystal balls on steel. Christ, Jonathan. The new name for me, crystal balls. Someone else say something, so I need to give professional input. You can stream from here too. Ruka's back. Where's Ruka? I didn't see Ruka. Oh, here she is. Hello, Ruka. Hello, medallion. Not only want you with your real name in it too, which always super spy-esque. You're going to want to come after the US election pre-net. Yeah, no, yeah, it'll be after. This is one thing I don't do is, politics. I got some, Huntsville. Video cannot be monetized. Matthew Moore, rewatch trial, day 4, part 3. This is like 5 months, 6 months ago, and now people copyrighting me. What a bunch of pricks. Huntsville. Huntsville? Whereabouts Huntsville? Huntsville? Where's Huntsville, Kelly? Is it Roll Tide? You stumped me now. I don't know where Huntsville is. Jonathan, no worries. Do you guys have any favorite movies? My husband asked what to watch, but of course I don't care. I used to live 10, 15 minutes drive from Alabama in Tennessee, and the rivalry is so freaking wild there. Amy, what you want to do? I think I could stay with you for a while, maybe longer if I could. Don't know the song of that. Don't know the tune for that, Toots. Let's do an alternate corner cruise. Sheepers. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Neil Pulaski. Gladiator is my favorite movie. Gary, I like Gladiator. I do. Holy hell, this boom was way behind. I am Lefty. I'm literally, I think, officially 8 minutes behind now, Lefty. 8 minutes. Crime Truck, I used to work in Pulaski. Carol, that would be cool. It would be Blast, but I mean, I don't think we'd ever arrange one. Do you know what I mean? Can you imagine? I am. I'm just going through chat though. I'm cruising on 29th of August to the Caribbean. Nice. Been on over 30 cruises. You have to go to and so forth. There's loads of people here, Mary, that's been on cruises. We're just talking about it. Loads of people have been on it. There you go. No, I don't live there anymore. The sounds splendid. It's okay. I've no idea if she's guilty. Well, it's now like murder and manslaughter, so it's like they hedge their bets now, which I hate. It is now just gone 5 past midnight. So 00.07. Yes. It's still 2.5 hours till my dinner time. Cheapers. Do people sing That's You, Amy? It's currently midnight here. Davey's back. What have I missed? No. Yeah, I'm not recapping. I was going to say I'll catch up later if nobody's there. We're still waiting for verdict. We're still waiting. It might be so. David's from Wales. She's from Merthyr as well. And we're still waiting to see if there's a verdict or not. So we're watching the trial and we're trying to get a date for Bill from Foxborough as well. Same time. Karen Swift trial. Oh, that's the David Swift one, isn't it? That's Bean, isn't it? He got the first 4 charges. He was found not guilty, wasn't he? And then I think the 5th charge, that's where they were like deadlocked, I believe. I'm not actually looked into that trial at all. I love GB. Yes, bedtime for the UK is not really. Jay, I'm staying up, James, for it. I'm lagging, but I'm slacking here, but I am staying up. Sleep up, catch up when. Yes, you're right. There you go. Thanks, Mary. He does so much better with someone, but I love when he screams at us. I know, Sean. Yeah, I know. Same Amanda. Happy days, Gary. Status says 4 of the trial. Status day 4 of the trial. Okay. No video yet. Jury's still out. Sean, I was on a cruise at the end of May. I'll listen to you by the pool. Ha ha ha! There you go, Mary. Then what time is it for you? Just gone midnight, 10 past midnight. It has been murder trial court TV. Here we go. Yeah, I know the one, Christine. I'm just wondering how far back we are. Can we just catch up? Like, if I did 2 days in one, would we like? Would we catch up? Is what I was thinking. There you go, Crystal. She's here. Hey. Crew can join Kimmy and F off. Sorry, Leslie. It's all good. It's all good, Leslie. Let's know. Haha. What is the Facebook group name? The alternate corner. I'm sure we'll get something now. Delaney looked tired. I know I am tired, but it's all good though. I've done 16 cruises since 2019. And part of that time in the industry was shut down. I may have a problem. Cheapers, Carol. You have a huge problem. But you look like you always enjoy yourself. Or rich. I was just drinking coffee. I've just finished my coffee. Just finished it. Oh, there's a drop that came out, but I've finished my coffee now. Oh, my water's finished as well. I'll think of something now. How long has Jury been out? Jury's been out for 3 hours and 5 minutes. Thankful. I've been watching it at night and skipping through all the breaks. It's doable. It's pretty interesting. I'll have a think about it. Let's see how far Nikolai Mew takes us tomorrow. Then I might do that trial and just do it. Skip the breaks. I might play a 1.25 speed, skip the breaks and stuff like that. Maybe if people are interested. We'll see. We'll see. Did I remember the trio? Yes. I didn't watch it, but I've heard of it. Josie, let's stream it. I love. Yeah, if you tell Josie, that means that Josie will make me stream it. So, Erin Hack has gone to Peter as well. Then mofo, the mofo, the trolls in general are off the chain. I have not seen since today's 2016-18. There's video on day 1, 2, 3. But thank you, Christine. It stayed this long now. Realistic. I think so. I think there'll be a verdict tonight, Joe. Tell it, Delan. I need to try a cruise. I have such bad motion sickness. That's the only reason we haven't gone. Is it bad motion sickness then on cruises? So true. I love coffee as well. I need to buy a coffee machine. I used to have a coffee machine, but I've not upgraded. I drink instant coffee now. I just find it easier. I like lattes, and you know what you can drink with lattes if you drink latte. I used to drink lattes all the time. Because I still have lattes for free. We had where I used to work. We used to have a Starbucks chain in the place I worked, and because I was like quite high up in the organization, I used to have a tab. So if I had a meeting, I could always put all my coffees and drinks and food on the tab, and the work paid for it. So I used to have loads of meetings, as you can imagine, all of them in Starbucks. So loved it. So I always drank lattes, way too much lattes. Lisa has asked to join Facebook. Let's get you on Facebook, Lisa. Let's authorize this, Lisa. Oh, Teresa, introduce herself. Thank you, Teresa. I just like the photo of you now. Let's get this. Oh, someone's done member requests. Lisa, we have done that for you. You've now joined the channel. Let me get a link if anyone else wants to join. paste. There you go. That's the Facebook for the Ultimate Corner. Finish my power nap, back all night for verdict. There you go, Gitmo. Happy days. The one we represent Sab Ty, he's back in jail. Is he back in jail, is he? Oof. Don't play it. No, I don't. I can handle 2.0. But I'm saying is 1.25 is not that bad. 1.25 is actually okay. Dave is the only one that always complains. But I think 1.25 is fine. If we're playing catch up, that is. Do you know what I mean? It's just because like Peter Traeger's plays like 2.0, 1.5. I don't play 1.5 unless it's just me. I do cook. I used to cook a lot more than I do now. I don't cook as I don't get as much time now to cook, Amy, to be honest. But I do enjoy cooking. Do we think there'll be a verdict today? I think so. Been in there for 3 hours now, and I think there were 5 hour days of trial. So the rule of thumb is it takes for every day it takes an hour of deliberation, and technically it's about 4 full days. So between 4 or 5 hours, I think there'll be a verdict. Unless it's hung, unless they can't decide, then they'll come back tomorrow. I understand Stormcatty had a vertigo condition, so I wasn't sure how I would do and actually have been okay. Crystal, here we go, Crystal. Crystal's asked to join as well. Oh, and Mary. Mary, we just liked you. Crystal just liked you as well. There you go, you're both in. Josie, he's back in jail. What happened? Zach, I think that was may have a verdict today. Yes. Yeah, actually, Christine did an interview with him, Crystal. Did an interview with Franklin Tucker. They're still deliberating, yes. I think if they, the only reason they won't be tonight is if they're deadlocked. So get back to the poll. 12,209 votes, 52% guilty, 38% not guilty, 11% hung jury still to date. But they accuse him not appearing or something. Shut it, I'm here. I'm a chauffeur tonight. Oh, grumpy hack is here. Grumpy hack is here. Somebody said, are you gone? Leslie, I'm on my way. Leslie, I'm on my way, Leslie. I see you joining Facebook. I got you, Leslie. Oh, no, it's not there. I thought Leslie just joined. Unless someone else is clicking it. Somebody else must have made you join them because I thought I got 4 new members and I've only authorized 2. So somebody else is authorizing. Thank you, whoever is authorizing them. Leslie's in. Lisa's in. Me, I didn't do Lisa, so Lisa, whoever's on Lisa and Leslie, thank you to you both. I did Mary and Chris. I got kicked out again. We're here. I don't know where I was. You got it. Hey, Vicky, we're just waiting for the verdict. Just waiting for the verdict. So we're going all night long, all night, all night, all night long, Vicky. How's Blackpool? Are you enjoying yourself in Blackpool, my darling? There's a group. Great. Cutting down evil as cameras. What's that mean? He missed a deadline and they put him back in jail. Oh, no way. When this trial finishes, I listen all day whilst doing chores. This could be other stuff, Zach. I'm streaming every day, 5 days a week. I'll be streaming something. Tomorrow's going to be the Nikolai Mew sentencing. So if you just listen to stuff, then we'll still have stuff going on every day, Zach. So come along. And also, we'll probably start a new trial tomorrow or the day after or something like that. So there's always that's all I do is stream trials. Or if there's no trials, I'll do court hopping, go around different courts and stuff like that, Zach. So keep coming, bud. Found it happy days. Watch more trials with us. Yes. There you go. Video watching Vicky. We got you. I got you all. Ah, you see, Aaron Hackers on it. I got kind of older HP stuff for free now. Just put SSD and upgrade now, and I can resell it for like $200. I know hacks is too quick for me. Hacks too quick. We're still here. Yeah, we're still here. I'm so behind. I know. I'm sorry. He froze. I know. Nobody spread your legs on Facebook or YouTube. Side view. I know. I hate that view because you get to see my proper tits. No, I got it. I got back just. You are froze. I got kicked out again. Hey, Vicky. Legs up and spread. These my cameras back to normal. They are still deliberating, yes. 3 1/4 hours. It's not me, honestly. Leslie, El Chop is spreading his legs. Go fuck yourself, StreamYard. So you have been full-time YouTube for 2 years now. Yeah. Not quite 2 years. Amy, not quite 2 years. Probably a year. I started, I think, in March, mid-March. But I didn't properly, as in get into it probably until about actually a year. I would say a year ago this month. I got monetized, I think, in July, August time last year. So I've been monetized for about a year now. Actually, it's been a year. Yeah, I've been monetized for a year now, mid-July. So a year and 1/3. So not quite 2 years now. It was something going on, maybe a few days gap here and there. Yeah, there might be gap here and there, might take off or something, but that's about it. It was like, go get a beer, fella. Hey guys, hey Katie, hoping for video tonight. Would love to see Ashley taken away in cuffs. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I wish the state had done a better job. I think if she gets found guilty of anything, I think the state are very lucky because I generally don't think the state did a good job. I think they could have done a good job, and I think they should have done a good job. I think the state did a very, very poor job. So that's the only reason. Do I think she's totally innocent in all this? No, but I don't think the state did their job. Glad we don't know what I mean. No, greatness in the eyes of you, YouTube gods. Keeps on saying, "Ladies, spread your legs." What about the men with hot weather that's necessary for? Hey, spread them, Zach. I'll join you, fella. I mean, in case people don't know what I mean, the judge in this trial told the jury to spread their legs instead of saying, stretch your legs. He said, spread your legs. Lisa here, hey, brilliant walk to gazillion miles. I swear, me legs and feet are gonna fall off. There you go, Vicky. Happy days. Judge Wolf has good 2, 3. Yeah, Judge Wolf, Judge Boyd. There's a few of them. Do you know what I mean? There's a few of them. Depends where you catch them. Do you know what I mean? I might do an old Judge Boyd trial from a couple of months ago or something because no one's watched it. So I might as well, as long as people don't go and Google it, That'd be quite fun, maybe, because it'd be a trial that no one's ever watched. I mean, Bill's back, right? Bill, we're still working on Jessica's mother here. We're still working on Jessica's mother here, Bill. So, and there might be a few more. Anyone else? Bill, we need a profile picture, Bill. The ladies want to see a profile picture, Bill. So we need to pull one up. As I say, just pull one up. This stream forever. This channel makes you look 20 years younger, so you'll be fine. Also in the corner, we got Hack, you're slacking, Hack. Gemma, I got you, Gemma. I've just made you member, Gemma. Hackster is slacking here. You guys are also awesome. Oh, I do watch also, but when I have things to do, thank goodness for April. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, no, absolutely. I understand, Zach. We'll have stuff on. We'll definitely have stuff on, Zach. Might not always be to your fancy, but we'll definitely, when there's trials, we'll have trials. If not, it'll be other court hopping stuff or hearings or something like that. You guys are all awesome. I love reading the chat. I don't know any of you, but feel so comfortable with you all. Thank you, Jessica. That's lovely to hear. Zach, me too. Jessica, you're sweet. There you go. The current legislation frowns upon it greatly, but that still doesn't mean it doesn't suck. You see, this is what I mean by Jonathan. I have no idea what he's on about. Bill, guess who's back? Bill is back. Tell your mother. Bill is back. Bill is back. Bill is back. Bill is back. Don't they go home or can't go to? They can go home, but they're just still deliberating. So whilst they're still deliberating, we'll stay here. How long till my star changes colours again? I've no idea, Carol. I don't know, my darling. I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I don't. Depends when you joined. It's a month. Yeah, I actually don't know. That's why I love it here. There you go. Well, that was incredible, Charlie, in such a short time. Oh no, it's pretty average, to be fair. A lot, like, look at Sean. Sean became monetized. It took me what 4, 5, 6, 4 months. Took Sean 1 day to get monetized. So, but he's a superstar, though. Do you know what I mean? So, you're right. State did a bad job. I truly believe she did it to keep custody of her daughter. Yeah, maybe. I just, I'm school of thought of the state should always prove it. And I just don't think they did. And as Peter Trago says, and I say this, but he says it differently. He says he'd rather have 100 guilty people out on the street than to have one innocent person in prison. And I'm the same. I always say 10, but he said 100, and I agree. So, and that they didn't show me why she's guilty. I can see why people would think she's guilty, but they didn't prove it, in my opinion. So that because of that, I don't want to. If you go to prison, I don't think there should be any guessing games. Basically, I think you need to see without any doubt whatsoever. Yeah, she 100% did it. No questions asked. So that's why I'm on not guilty. That's why I think they did a really poor job of it. How dare you have a day off, joke? Well, I don't normally have too many days off. After Karen Reid, I struggled for a few weeks. I really did struggle for a few weeks. I like order. I like structure. So when there's this trial on, I know, right, I'm streaming these days, you know. Spread the twins, Zach. What's like, why kill him to end up here? Doesn't make sense to me. I don't know. There's a lot more exclusive trials than other streamers. I've seen 1 or 2, but that's still more than everyone else. Yeah, we've done some, Carrega. I don't remember the rest. I'm too tired to remember. But yeah, there's a few. That's just that I've done, no one else has done. Cheryl, oh my god, I'd love to watch an old trial. Drawbacks is true, Jura. Everyone says that, right? And I did one. Not long ago, well, last year, where everyone's like, I want to watch an old trial. I watched the trial for 3 weeks. The trial was. We all voted on it. After the first week, this is before Aaron Hack and Josie and everything, before the time. It was only me watching it, streaming and watching it. No one was here watching because it's not the same. I think you can do it spaced over time, but you can't do it in one hit because people know the verdict, and it's not the same. So you'd have to do it differently if you're going to do it. Is why I learned the hard way, because that was painful for 2 weeks, basically streaming on my own, just to myself. That was a real pain. She's going to jail. That's not exactly keeping custody. Seeing your child through glass for the rest of the day is true. Still deliberating. I think I may be out for a week after we come back, but going to a wrestling show tomorrow. Whoop whoop! Hey, wrestling show. There you go. There you go. I'm listening, but we'll be out of chat for a few. No worries, Crystal. It's all good. Just Boys awesome. I hear they are trying to move Coburg to Boise. That would be cool, yeah. If Judge Boyd presided over that case. Judge Boyd is in Texas. Hey, Texas. Hey, y'all. She's in Texas, so she can't preside it. But it would be cool, Judge Boyd, but no, she can't do it, unfortunately. What was I saying to Zach? That's what I was trying to say, Zach. I agree. Zach's very intelligent on how he says stuff. I love that stream with trial that no one has watched. Yeah, we will. There you go. I'm just curious what to. I know they represent time being a member. Yeah, it's just automatic YouTube stuff. I can change them and just do my own thing if I want to, but it's too complicated. So I left it. Just YouTube does it. I have no idea. I think once you reach 12 months, I think that's it. You just get that color then. I think anyway. I want to go to Kohlberger and also I want to go to Kohlberger and also Lori Vallo's next trial. Washington, yeah, Idaho for Kohlberger. Not sure about Lori Vallo's though. There you go, Bev. Looting. Christine, looting. 10 hours, holy cow, do you sleep? No, not very often. Well, actually, our stream has been today 11 hours. It's been over 11 hours now. My mum doesn't know just yet. Laugh my ass off. The kids are going to FaceTime her to let her know. There you go. Hey, Bill, you're in. Dylan, are you trying to pimp me out? No, you said you wanted a girlfriend, Bill. You were trying to find. First of all, you were after Jessica. If you can't get Jessica, second best, her mother. No, she's not a second best. I shouldn't say it that way. What I mean is, if you can't get Jessica, then the same bloodline. That's what it is, Bill. You said you wanted a woman, Bill. I'm trying you, sir. I'm trying. I even put myself on the back burner here just for you, Bill. You're a wizard, Dylan. Also, Bill, there's other. Hey, look at the chat, Bill. Look at all the women in your age range. Go through them. See, ask them if they're single. Come on, Bill. I'm not pimping you out. Did you see the posts I put in Discord for you last night? Those 2 videos in the other streams you watch in domain. There's no way you can keep Kohlberger's trial in Moscow. No, there's all alternative information about this case that under seal, so I'll be interested to what evidence we don't know about. There's a ton. I mean, I see people saying he's guilty. I don't think you can say Kohlberger's guilty yet because we don't know any of the evidence yet. And what we know already from police forces and stuff like that is they're shady and they put stuff out that aren't true a lot of times. So be careful out there, people. Be careful what you believe about things like Kohlberger. Hang on, I'm just trying to check something here. Ba 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 Okay, no, that's fine. Right, all icon classic. Right on. Yeah, well, that's the reason I started streaming, pretty much, Lisa. So I'll be definitely doing Kohlberger, definitely. Boone, I'm not so excited about Boone. I think Boone's going to be. I think Boone's overhyped. I think Boone in the end is going to be disappointing. That's my only thing about Boone. I think it's going to be ends in disappointment. I think next year, 2025. You're right. I think it's June or July, isn't it? I looked this morning. I sure did. Big, not cover one. Yeah, I mean, and it's not the Mark Jensen trial. I was like, I did that. Everyone wanted it, and then people get bored of it because new trials come up. You know, it's got to be a very short trial or something. You know, I haven't got a chance to watch the stream yet. Love again to understand how they made the decision. Again, the only way you can do is if you just do every Saturday, or you know, do one day a weekend or something like that. Is the only way you can properly do it. It's similar to what I did with Matt Moore. I did that, but that went on too long. But that's the only way you can really do is every Saturday stream each day, every Saturday for a number of weeks. Because people want to see new trials all the time, you know. So now that we are famous, you built it so they will come. Field dreams. Oh, shoot. Who is the judge that Chad Dable trial? I think he's Judge Boyd too. So, sorry, Katie. Sorry. I got you. Sorry. I thought Judge Boyd, the female. Sorry. Boyce. Judge Boyce. Okay, it's like 2 minutes while Sean is watching that first video. Okay. Good idea, Bashjura. Oh, yes, Bryce. You're welcome. How did you learn how to do all this with the graphics, etc., with YouTube? Have you always been into computer? I mean, I've always worked with computers in the sense of in offices and stuff like that. So I'm fairly tech savvy, not as the same as Jonathan. Jonathan is fucking massively tech savvy. Just teach myself. I mean, I edit myself. You know, I don't edit anymore because I used to do short videos. I don't really do them anymore. Canva that helps out. Um, Pretty easy once you get the swing of it. Nothing fancy. Just keep it basic, essentially. And that's about it. I'm dying. You still live, Dylan. Lorraine, hello, Katie. Lorraine, how are you doing, my darling? Did they just say how late we will let them go? As late as they want, is I think, Lorraine. As late as they want. I was out all afternoon. Our dog is very sick. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Lorraine. Sorry to hear about the doggo. I wonder why more jurors haven't come forward in the current retrial after the 9th. We've got to wait till January, February. How can Netflix do a documentary when there's a retrial? I think Netflix will probably do 2 series, I think. They probably could do another one then. Also, there will be an appeal for this as well, wherever the decision is on the 9th. After these trials are done, he's going to have a dating show. I know, Bill. I'm trying, Bill. I'm trying. Also, ladies in the chat, Bill, what's your age range, Bill? What's your age range? If you're single ladies in the chat and you're within the age range Bill wants, let's work it out. Hope your pup is okay. Hey, hello, Chrissy. We're still going. 11 hours and 8 minutes in. Still going because we're on verdict watch. I see an American lady in Dylan's future. I love American women. I love them. I love American women. I do. I'm sorry, I'm obsessed with American women. I would definitely marry an American woman, 100%. Not even an issue. The only issue is long distance. Cowgirl. Yeehaw! Let's go. He's guilty, in my opinion. That's fine. That's all right. You don't have to put your IMO or anything. Only it's fine. As I say, I just don't feel like they've proven it. I'm not saying that I feel like she came into it like all innocent, wherever. I just think the state have done a really bad job. That's all. So I wouldn't convict her. I'm not 100% certain. I think if I ever vote guilty, I need to be sure. I don't need it. I don't want question. I don't want ifs or buts in my mind. I don't want I think. If I start a sentence with I think she's guilty, then to me that's not good enough. That's just my threshold. And that's why I can't find a guilty here. The state didn't do a good enough job for me personally. That's all. Thank you, Carol. We're hoping he makes it through. Lisa Chuck, keep me mind busy. There you go, Lorraine. Let's go. Just the probable cause for Coburg was overwhelming. They probably should have put so much in it. True. Especially for Karen's trial and what the prosecution were putting out there. Yeah. Never listen to the media people. Karen's trial should be a lesson learned to everybody. Do not believe everything you hear. Until it's put into trial, do not believe it. Even if you think, oh, there's documents, there's always documents. There's documents that you won't see until trial. Zach, not excited about Boone either. That I can come on tomorrow to have an auction for the ladies to go on a date. There you go. Here's Bill. Bill, you horny doggy. There you go. I love this. Bill, let's get the hey ladies. Put your hands up in not your legs, put your hands up. Well, I'm a Bill wants your legs up in the air, but we'll put your hands up in the air, everybody who likes to care. Bill's on a date. Let's go, Billy boy. Whee! I love it. Boone is cute. Hey. I just got up into bed to eek live streams to watch before bed. Ashes are home. Oh, dog's Ashes are home. Well, so Chrissy's daughter's dog died as well on Monday or Sunday or Monday. So she's got the dog's Ashes home tonight as well. Money for free FRK or FKR free can't read. There you go. Hey, Bill, just you and me, Bill, right? I'll mute everyone else in the chat, right? It's just you and me listening now, Bill, right? I'll be honest with you, mate, right? Let's just get you a date. Let's forget about the money and stuff like that. Let's just get you a date, yeah? I'm sure there's some lovely women here that will want to go on a date with you. So let's concentrate on the date first, and we can concentrate on the money afterwards, yeah? So don't worry about that. They're all, I'm sure they'll be all queuing up around the side for you, Bill. So we'll try and do something for you. To get a date. I think at the minute the lead is going to have to be Jessica's mother, because she's in Boston. You want someone in Boston. You don't want somebody too far away and stuff. So, but we'll check them all out. Bill. Anyway, I'm going to put us all back in the chat here, Bill, so they can hear me again now, Bill. So, anyway, I'll just chat to Bill there for a second. Right, Zach. Yes, Zach Delan's going to connect with a cowgirl. I don't think so. I don't think I could ever with a cowgirl. I just like to dress up as a cowboy and go, y'all, with my hat. Y'all, ma'am, how are we, ma'am? Oh, those big peaks, like, ma'am. I just think that's cool. Let me get that door for you, ma'am. Hey, y'all. Oops, I was going to respond to you, Zach, but forgot and started responding about the Boone trial. There's a video of Boone committing the crime, but the jury comes back in an hour or less, probably. She should plead. Saturday Classics. Yeah, I did a Matt Moore one, but my mistake with Matt Moore trial was so I had Matt Moore on with me doing the trial, and Mike DeMeat was there for most of it as well. Court, there's movement in court. But we're on too long. I just gonna have to hit it out. I was to do like 2-hour streams with Matt. I wouldn't do that again. I just want to hit it out. But college football's coming up as well, so it's gonna be hard to do it on Saturdays and stuff with college football. I need to find a site for VPN so I can watch college football again, because the UK site for college football is shut, so I've not been able to watch it, Eddie. So I need a good site that can show me all the games. Backseat Juror with all the good ideas. There you go. That Mark Jensen trial was crazy. It drove me crazy. I just can't see. Cheryl says LMAO. Zach says it's DNA on a knife sheath. Allegedly, yeah, he was studying criminology. and he was obsessed with one of the victims, but decided to kill with a house for the people. So I'm open-minded on his case. So am I. I'm open-minded because I just know what. In the last hearing, there was something like a lot of the testimony and things they arrested him on were false stuff. So yeah, isn't it like 11:30 they did? No, it's 1:45 in the morning. 1:45 now, yeah, trucker. Katie says, "Come on, jury, Dylan needs to get some sleep." It's all good. I'm single, ready to mingle. Right, Bill, Toots, how old are you, Toots, and where you from, Toots? Age, sex, location, Toots. I think the jury wants to get this done today. I think so as well. It's almost 1 a.m. there. Yes. I think they will stop at 9 p.m. or we'll go home. Maybe. Jessica's age or so. So 30. So you want a young one, 30 years old. What's the highest you'll go? What's the highest age you'll go? Don't say 31, Bill. So the minimum is 30. What's the top? If you're single, your pockets will always jingle. Like, hey, mine's jingling. Mine's not jingling. Agreed, Amy. I have to be 1000% sure this is someone's life. Yeah, 100%. Like I treat it like they're my family member, as in, I have to be sure. To be sure, like the Irish would say. If you married an American woman, would that give you? Yes, it would give you citizenship. Yes, it would give you citizenship then. Well, I mean, as long as it's legit, like you married somebody for the right reasons and stuff like that. Then yeah, I would be able to be a citizen of America then, which I wouldn't mind. Agreed, Amy. The text from his former wife is what changed my mind to not guilty. There you go, Eli's mama. Hello to you. How are you doing? Eli's mama, you snuck in there. I didn't see you there. Ooh. How are you? I've not seen you for a while. It doesn't seem I've seen you for a while. Hope you're well. Well, I've not seen you for this trial then, I should say. Amy agreed. Okay, so that is where I get stuck with Kohlberger. He studied his stuff. I suppose he did such a terrible job covering his tracks. I'm open to it. Leaning guilty. I'm not leaning anywhere. I'm innocent unless proven guilty. I am only because I don't believe anything the media or the police tell me anymore. I don't. I want to see it in court, Katie. That's where I'm at the minute. I don't believe anything they say after the whole thing. Like, remember the police said that they had video of Karen hitting John with a car. They made that public. So that's why I can't. It's been a long day, nearly 12 hours. It is 11 hours and nearly 18 minutes. I love it. I love it. Katie Santos, that was my thinking too. There you go. Dylan and Bill. Eli's mom, I mean, that was wild. I need this trial after Karen Reads. I think I've still got PTSD after that one. I did it as well, Zach. I'm now feeling more refreshed now. Dylan, Bill. Crystal, you're free, right? Make Dylan an offer. Crystal, you're free, right? Make Dylan an offer he can't refuse. You're free to do what you want any old time. I'm free to do what I want any old time. Zach, I agree. That's new theme song. American Woman. What's that? I've heard of it. One of the most emotional trials I've ever watched was a Timothy Jones Jr. Never heard of that one. Never heard of that one. Oh my god, Alan. Hey, Crystal. You're free to do what you want, Crystal. That's what changed my mind to not guilty. Lol, Katie. Time for bed. Dennis, my brother from another mother. How we doing? Are you going to bed now, Dan? Dennis Sweeney, if you don't know, he's a legend from Boston over there in Canton. Dan, good night, man, my friend, if you're going to bed right now. It's nearly 8 p.m. for you. It's nearly 1 a.m. here. but I'm still going. What about a female sheep herder? Fucking hell. Didn't watch that one. Night, Dennis. Oh, night, Josie. Good night, my darling. I have to head out. Go and enjoy your bluesy or whatever you're going to watch tonight, my darling. Love to the hubby and the kids. I just saw a head bop over, but it's nothing because I can't see anything. Just came in my Discord, damn it. I thought you just come in my Discord. I thought you said that you just came in your Discord. I was like, fuck. We play games all day, damn. Oh, yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't know. I don't. Yeah, I don't know. And yeah, I'd jump in. I just want somewhere to just chill out and watch it. I don't want to chat or anything. I just want to watch it. Do you know what I mean? If you got any Discord, happy days. Bye, Josie. Dofu app works in the US to stream games. There you go. Either that was hard to pass up on. I was not guilty from day 2. Oh no. He was the father who killed his 5 children. Oh no. Oh no, Mama Ames. Is this chat now gone into Dylan After Dark, the night edition? The DA did an amazing job with their case. Oh, with that one, I had to pause there for a second. Mama, what was it? Mama, I met a man. Or was it Mama, I felt the man. He didn't know what to do. Oh, I don't know the song. ABBA. Mama, ooh. It's not ABBA. ABBA's Queen. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Nothing ever matters. Easy come, easy go. Da 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 da. Shada bang, do the fandango. Night, thunder and lightning, very, very frightening me. Galileo, 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 here we go. Da, 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 da. Me, to me, to me. Dun, 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 dun. Anyway, sorry about that. That wasn't. Oh, sorry. I thought that was Albert Surf. It's not. Dylan has my husband laughing. Hello, hello, Mr. Alicia. How are you doing? Hope you're well. I'm glad I could make him laugh. ASL, age, sex, location. Agree with you, Dylan. Thank you, Cheryl. I need to watch it. It was unforgettable. Their mother got on the stand as a witness. Oh wow, absolutely heartbreaking. Jeepers. So Bill, right? So ladies, all you single ladies, all you single ladies, all you single ladies, all you single ladies. Does that heart stop? I don't know the words. Fuck. Anyway, all single ladies, if you're between 30 and 59, then you're in for a treat. You're in for a treat. We got Billy Boy here from Foxborough in Boston who is single and he is ready to mingle, ladies. I shouldn't do this, should I? But 30 to 59 ladies, line up. We'll get this going. Billy Boy, he wants to come on the show and get you ladies up to Foxborough to go and see him. Dylan's Chance now the dating show. It is. It seems like it. Just went to Law and Crime Stream. 58% guilty, 32 not guilty. Oh, let me refresh here because Law and Crime is what I got here. Law and Crime I got is 13,100 votes. 52% guilty, 38% not guilty, and 11% hung jury. So I think you got the 58 and 32 wrong way around. 52 guilty, 38 not guilty. Lorraine. That's the only difference. You should Crystal DA represents these baby flawlessly with a trust fund. That's crazy. I just can't see. Mama, I have to watch it. Mama, I met a man. What's the name again? Wow, I just dropped my husband's truck off and still here. Bev's crying now. Hey, Bev, then we have to find your wife. Bill and me. And me, the lad. I have to find my wife. Cheapers. That's a harder task than you can imagine. Uh, Bill, we need a pic, not an S as an avatar. Hey, Amy, is Amy Lynch? Are you single, Amy Lynch? I know you're from California, but is Bill like, maybe in for a treat here? Um Zach Die Hard Bev, SC versus Timothy Jones. Okay, I mark that. I never heard of that one before. Trust Fund is already my kid's name. Dylan's last resort. Jeepers. Now you make me sound desperate now, Gitmo. I'm just gonna look that up. Timothy Jones Jr. Mama. Ooh. Da, 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 da. Carry on, carry on. Dee, 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 dee. Hmm, 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 hmm. Oh, and then love me. Dee, 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 dee. Dee, 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 dee. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Oh, Jeepers, right, okay. He doesn't look, he looks a little bit, oh no. I just seen the picture of the kids, oh no. Yeah. Thanks, Mama. Zach's the best. You're welcome. Holiday. I don't think a Coburg is the right guy. I know that sounds ridiculous. No, it doesn't sound ridiculous. Did you get something earlier on, about 7-8 hours ago, Pev? Did you say that you saw movement? I did, but it was ahead, so it must have been some of the court staff. The land's frozen. Oh, don't say that. Am I back? I'm 8 minutes behind. Fuck. There was mention of spag ball. Yeah, there was. I spag ball. I've no clue how to do that. I'll have to wait till my daughter comes over tomorrow, but I'm right here. There you go. Get your daughter to put your pic on. Ladies want to see the pic. Night, Dennis. Cheapers. I'm off to bed. Hey, oh, I thought you stayed up, Gary. Stayed up. No, it's all right, fella. See you tomorrow, buddy. Good night, Dennis. Good night, Josie. I think they pinned in on Kohlberg or something's not right. Therefore, definitely going into that trial for the state to change my mind. Absolutely. Just got back from State House. I meant you, bet. Oh, I know, Dennis. I tell Brenda I've not looked at the photos yet, but thank you so much for them. I've not looked at them yet. But yeah, send my love to Brenda as always, please, Dennis. I'm saying a full verdict. See you, Gary. Latest, Gary. This was hours ago. Hello, am I back, everyone? Am I back? Queen, there you go. I think was it that lunch? It's been a long day. I think I had my food about 5:30. I think 6.5 hours ago I ate. You too. It's okay. He's gonna get the picture for you, Amy. Amy's on heat here. Bev, I'm like that with chocolate. 29-year span. I'm in. Hey, Christine, let's fucking go, Christine. Bill, Christine is in. Bill, Christine's in. Late night love. Yes, late night tonight. Husband is too chocolate. Bill still has his own dentures. There you go, Bill. I found what you're looking for. I'm 59 in Plymouth, too old for Billy Boy. No, he said 59. 30 to 59, Toots. Plymouth, just down the road from Foxborough. Toots. Toots. Low blow. Toots will. Hey.
That's it. Bohemian Rhapsody. That's it. They've been out for 3 hours and 49 minutes exactly now. Oh shit. Hang on. We weren't live there for a second. 3 hours and 53 minutes, sorry. Amy, Tootsie said 59 was the oldest. There you go. Hey, we got something going here. I walk back in the room to the dating game. There you go, hippie chick. We're trying to get Bill a date. Plymouth, close to Foxborough. Crystal will be fine, I guess. Crystal. So we got Toots and Crystal. Crystal, Bill's interested. Crystal, Bill is interested. Aiming into the face, preferably. You never know nowadays what you're going to get when you're asking for a picture. Yeah, well, if you ask a lefty, you're gonna get a penis picture. True crime fans, yes. Yeah, that was my bad. I had it stopped. Sorry, my bad. Stormcatty, you changed it. That's what it was earlier. You changed it and changed it to a cat, and now you're back to normal. That's what it was before, wasn't it? He seems happy since that tiny bedroom come on board. There you go, Terry. Clock. Sorry, my bad. Reddit chat with sorority did. There's a lot of dodgy stuff with that trial. My bad. My bad. No, my bad. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he's a lawyer, yeah. Him and Bradle, 2 lawyers now. Sorry. Eli's mum, happy days, Eli's mum. 50. Yeah, but you're not single though, are you, Eli's mum? So you are Bill, don't Bill, down boy. But nice to meet you, Eli's mum. Fall River, happy days. It's blind date. Well, Bill says Crystal, Christine, Jessica's mother, Toots. I'm only putting that out there, Toots. You know, no, my bad. Laugh out loud, the dating game, and you were next. Oh, cheapers. No, we played that game before. For me, doesn't quite work for me. It's now part of TV. Yes. Yes, as we all, the original one. Yes, Carol, Lisa, oops, and Zach. Thank you. How old is Bill? I think 55. 50, no, 57. Toots, 57. Lots of commercials popping up. Sorry, Yaya Trucker. Nothing really matters. Only 801 in Florida. They have been out there for 4 hours now, right? 3 hours, 56 minutes, and 15 seconds. Toots on 56. There you go, close to 59. Zach, I have a single niece in her early 30s, and she's amazing. There you go, Carol. Carol's on the dating map. Did the jury clock stop? Yeah, that was my bad. I clicked on something. That's my bad, Stormcatty. It's back. I'd say another hour. Yeah, I think so. I'd say so. We've got to hear something in the next hour. Steak tips. Hey, ladies. Hey, ladies. Hey, fellas. There you go. Would you take them out for steak tips? Is there steak tips in Foxborough? Or do you have to go to Peabody, the Champions Pub? So, hey, ladies. I didn't get an answer off Amy Lynch for you, though. I'm not sure. She wants a photo of you before committing, Bill. I think Amy wants to see a photo before committing to a date. So, Mamma mia, here we go. Ba, ba, da, ba, 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 ba. I hear steak tips and can't help but laugh every time. I know. I can't wait to try them, though.
All the single ladies. All the single ladies. I love it. I could see the two. But I don't know the words. Not that that's ever stopped me before. Where's Erin? Ha, ka, ka. Erin, ha, ka, ka. It's currently 7 o'clock with Erin Hack. So, I'm looking at a long crime chat. Jeff Lee saying, I had a 4-hour not guilty verdict prediction earlier today. Well done, Jeff. I try. I do try sometimes. Sorry if I made you go shy, Amy. I'm sorry. Be right back. We were just talking about steak tips the other day. There you go. Free steak tips with Bill. I know. I can't wait. Steak tips to try that. I have to. The only place I can try them is Champions Pub because they were kind enough to send me a hoodie. Me and Sean got a hoodie each off them. So, right, I'm gonna get some water because I am absolutely thirsty here. So, hang on. Hang on before I go. Amanda says, "Oh, stop with the steak tips. I looked for recipes, and they all differ. I got mistaken to try them though, so I'll let you know how I get on." There you go, Amanda. There you go. I'll be back now. So we're officially into hour 4 now. 4 hours and 30 seconds right now. So 4 hours in. I'm watching Olympics. Oh wow, Olympics are done for the day though, aren't they? Because it's 2 a.m. in Paris. I've not followed any of the Olympics. Only a little bit, but nothing major. Ugh. I love prime rib, especially when my husband makes it. There you go, yeah, trucker. You need to take a break, Dylan. I will take a break once we know what's going on, but it's all good. It is what it is. Do you know what I mean? It's what it is. Ashley single. Bill. Stormcatty Bill. That sounds like. Hey, are you joining? Oh no, you married and you Stormcatty. You can. Steak tips with zip sauce. What's zip sauce? Feta cheese. I'm not a massive fan of feta cheese. What's zip sauce though? I was saying that, Amy. I don't wanna embarrass you, but are you putting your name in the hat to go on a date with Bill? Was my question. Bill's got them lining up though. He's just offered steak tips for all the ladies. Right, where are we here? What else is on there? Just looking to see. I wanna know. Oh, that's nice. Nice little message from Lisa in the Facebook group. There you go. I love that. Okay. Right, what's chat saying now then? We don't. Well, I mean, hey, we don't. Amy, his type is 30 to 59. Hey, are you putting your name forward, Amy? Are you putting your name forward? That's the question. I know California to that's the third time now today that he's kicked me out. What the friggin' Nora is he doing? I even think I'm frozen half the time. Right. Can you imagine how much she's feeling? Oh, I'd be shitting a brick right now. She's. Oh, I don't know. What would you want a verdict tonight? Would you want, or do you want another night in bed just with your family and stuff like that? Because it'd be horrendous for her. Imagine if she's found guilty tonight. She gets cuffed up and goes somewhere new tonight. She's like, she doesn't want to be cuffed up at all. I know, but at least tomorrow would be probably in the morning. You know, she get a day to get used to it. Tonight, she's basically could be taken somewhere and go straight to bed, as in to a cell. Oh, oh, oh! She must be. She's probably hugging her daughter flat out at the minute, thinking this could be the last hug in a very long time. That breaks my heart to think of that. Do you know what I mean? Been hanging out for 11 and a half hours. 11 hours and 42 minutes. Shit. I hope my husband realizes that I work too. You must be exhausted. I'm all right, Elise. Hello, Elise. How are we doing, my darling? Give you your wave as you want to, as usual. Why? What is Amy? Crystal, I was thinking about that. She might have had her last hug. There we are. That's what I was thinking. This is nerve wracking. Yes. Bill, where are you in Boston? Foxborough. He's in Foxborough. Are we in, Amy? Are we in? I hope you guys know I'm teasing, by the way. Carl breaks my heart. I know. Elise, okay. Elise is. I don't know where the Huckster's gone, but I'm on it. Hang on, Elise. I'm coming. Elise has asked to join. Huckster's slacking right now. There you go. Frozen again. I know. I'm sorry. I saw her daughter was outside the court was protesting. There was a special on. It was CBS. Yeah, I played with the grandmother. She was out protesting. I think she's there every day because obviously this could be the last few days with her mother, so she's there every day for that. Clear up your head around that when you go back into that courtroom that you may never come out of free room. So it's one of those things that would you want to go home tonight and just spend another night in your own bed, um, or would you just rather? Because obviously, if you get found not guilty or it's a hung jury, the weight the world's off your mind. At least you get home tonight, then you can relax. But because tonight you won't be able to sleep at all. Yeah. Hey Deb, yeah, hardcore, you know the score. Hey hardcore, you know the score. That's awful feeling. Let me see if I can find any watch it on YouTube. No, before it was a little girl wearing sunnies with her head out the window of a car. Let everyone go home for tonight. Exhausted people make bad decisions. Yeah, there you go. Oh, what we thought was a rump. I know. Third time. What is the consensus? Do we think they will ask to go home soon, or are we thinking a verdict tonight? Already after 8 p.m., which is pretty late for a jury. I think they could maybe try and go till about 10 and then ask to come back for 9 or something. So Ashley spoke. No, I don't think Ashley spoke, did she? I don't think Ashley spoke. I think it's a grandmother. Okay, hang on, I'll try and go find it. Defender speaks in black. Okay, I'll try and find it. Hang on then. Hey, 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 hey. Defendant speaks in black. Oh, was it from 4 days ago? Right. The verdict clock is going to stop now because I'm playing something else.
It seemed like a fairy tale. A beautiful ballerina, seen here dancing in the Nutcracker for the Maryland Youth Ballet, swept off her feet by a dashing older man. Married after only 13 days, Doug and Ashley Benefield seemed like they had it all. But less than 4 years later, Doug would be dead and Ashley charged with murder. Her trial in this Florida courtroom dubbed the Black Swan murder trial.
The only person standing in your way is you.
After the movie starring Natalie Portman.
Because of your ballet background, some people have labeled you the Black Swan.
Yeah.
What does that feel like?
I think what it comes down to is that the Black Swan has a catchy ring and it sensationalizes my life and my situation. And so they ran with it. And it's sad to me that people who don't even know me have this idea of a monster when they think of me.
Doug and Ashley met in 2016 at a political event. They instantly connected despite their 30-year age difference. Doug was a recently widowed father to a teenage daughter, Eva. At her stepmother's trial, Eva testified about the early days of their romance.
They were just with each other all the time. It was very lovey-dovey. They never left each other's side.
Doug even reversed his vasectomy so he and Ashley could have a child together. But their whirlwind romance started to crumble. The ballet company they started together failed. Soon, their marriage fell apart.
Ms. Benefield was alleging that Doug had been violent toward her. She alleged that he, I think, had hit the dog, fired a gun into the ceiling. The biggest allegation was that he was poisoning her and their child in utero with heavy metals.
In text messages submitted as evidence, Doug admitted to shooting a gun in the home, writing, "I shot the gun. How many times did I tell you I was having a nervous breakdown?" And punching their dog after an argument about his daughter. "I punched the dog because you got me so mad, like you wouldn't stop about Eva. Always Eva." Ashley sat down exclusively with 2020 co-anchor Deborah Roberts just before her trial began.
How are you doing?
It depends on the moment. Yeah, there's good days and rough days, good moments and rough moments.
You haven't spoken out before. Why did you decide to talk now?
I'm really doing it for other people because I know I'm not alone in this. There are women all over the country, all over the world who have gone through or are going through hard situations behind closed doors until you have been there or it's someone that you know and care about. It's not something that you think about.
While pregnant with the couple's daughter, Ashley moved to Florida. Doug's former attorney testifying Ashley didn't tell Doug when she had the baby.
Gosh, we didn't know for a good 5 or 6 weeks after she was born.
He only found out when Ashley filed a restraining order.
And so on May 6th, I saw that Ms. Benefield had filed a petition for protection against domestic violence. And in that filing, there was, she identified the birth date of the child as well as I think the child's name, which is the first time we learned about that too. Okay.
In opening statements, prosecutors claiming Ashley wanted Doug out of her life so she could raise their daughter alone.
This case is about a woman who very early on in her pregnancy decided she wanted to be a single mother. When there was no other option, she shoots him and kills him and claims self-defense.
But Ashley's attorney countering that she was trapped in an abusive relationship.
Doug Benefield was a manipulative, cunning, and abusive man who absolutely insisted on control.
Doug's cousin Tommy also sitting down with 2020.
I'm here today to tell Doug's story because he's not here. We want to tell the truth. We want to acknowledge his flaws, his mistakes like he did, but we want him to be remembered for the great human man that he was.
Things came to a head on September 27, 2020. Doug was helping Ashley load a U-Haul at her mother's house. They were planning on moving to Maryland, with Doug living separately. According to court documents filed by the defense, Ashley says Doug struck her, hitting her on the side of her head, and then tried to keep her from leaving the room. The clinical psychologist who had previously evaluated Ashley and Doug testifying.
When I saw her after the incident, there was edema, swelling on the side of her face.
Ashley claims she feared for her life and shot him multiple times in self-defense before running to her neighbor's house.
She's with me now, quite upset. The weapon is here. We need the police before her mother and the little girl gets back from the park. I don't want them to find this.
Now 32, Ashley choking back tears as jurors heard that 911 call.
She came in, she was quite hysterical. I didn't know who was banging on my door. Said that he attacked her and she shot him. They've been having trouble.
Doug's adult daughter, Eva, telling 2020 she doesn't believe it was self-defense.
If it was self-defense, why did she shoot multiple times? You know, if I was defending myself in a situation, I would shoot once and I wouldn't shoot to kill. I wouldn't take a life away.
In court, the medical examiner testified that the gun was fired from at least 3 feet away.
I determined the manner of death to be homicide.
No one is disagreeing that Doug Benefield died at the hands of another. The question is whether or not that death was justified by what Ashley Benefield perceived in that moment.
There was always this little thought in the back of my head that said Ashley's going to do something to him. Ashley's going to sabotage him somehow. So when that happened, I was obviously shocked, but that little voice in the back of my head said I was right. She did. She killed him.
Outside court, advocates for survivors of domestic violence have rallied around Ashley, including her mother and daughter Emerson, now 6 years old.
We want the truth. We want everything out there so people will see that Ashley is not guilty for what they say she is.
The prosecution rested their